The Russian Civil War, 1918 to 1921. An operational strategic sketch of the Red Army's combat operations. General Editors: A.S. Bubnov, S.S. Kamenev, M.N. Tukhachevskii, and R.P. Eideman. Now that the time for observing the 100th anniversary of the First World War has passed, we must now turn our attention to the next major conflict of this era, the Russian Civil War, surely one of the most fateful struggles of the past century and one which is almost completely unknown in the West. The three-volume work The Civil War, 1918 to 1921 is, despite its advanced age, the 3 volumes of this work were published during 1928 to 1930, still the best and most objective Russian-language treatment of the war published under the Soviet regime. However, the first 2 volumes of this study, The Red Army's Combat Life and The Red Army's Military Art, would be of little interest to anyone outside a very limited circle of military history enthusiasts. It is the present 3rd volume, an operational strategic sketch of the Red Army's combat activities, which offers the greatest interest to the student of military history. This volume details the fighting on the several fronts of the Civil War from the time immediately after the Bolshevik Revolution of November 1917 to the establishment of Soviet rule in European Russia and Central Asia at the end of 1920. This volume, while it is undeniably a Soviet work and makes no claims to impartiality, is nevertheless quite frank in pointing out the Red Army's mistakes during the war. Moreover, it was published just in time to be relatively uncontaminated by the emerging Stalin cult that so distorted later works, although evidence of the latter nevertheless creeps in from time to time. And despite its serious tone, it makes for surprisingly easy reading, making it infinitely more interesting and informative than the usual turgid Soviet works that followed. This volume also inadvertently reveals a great deal about the pre-war Red Army and the fate of those who served in its ranks. Of the work's 4 chief editors, 3 A.S. Bubnov, M.N. Tukhachevskii, and R.P. Eideman, were later executed during Stalin's military purge of 1937 to 1938, while the 4th, S.S. Kamenev, had the good fortune to die of natural causes in 1936, although he was posthumously denounced as an enemy of the people. The work subscribes to no particular transliteration scheme, because no entirely satisfactory one exists. I have adopted a mixed system that uses the Latin letters ya and u to denote their Cyrillic counterparts, as opposed to the I and IU employed by the Library of Congress, which tends to distort proper pronunciation. For the same reason, I have elected to transliterate the Russian letter E as E only in vowel clusters, for example, the traditional Denikin instead of Dianikin, but Sergeyev instead of Sergeyev, and its umlaut counterpart as Yo, Oriol instead of Oral. Conversely, I have retained the Library of Congress's 2 ending, i.e., Tukhachevskii, as opposed to the commonly used Y ending. I have also retained the apostrophe to denote the Cyrillic soft sign. In the further pursuit of greater clarity, I have also adhered to transliterate a number of names as the Russians actually pronounce them, i.e., Iosif Vissarionovich Stalin and Pyotr Nikolaevich Vrangel, instead of the traditional Joseph Stalin and Wrangel and Budyanii. There are a number of hyphenated cities listed in this work, such as Vladimir Volinsky and Rostov-on-Don. In this case, the words are separated by a single space. In other instances, where the text describes the front line or a rail line through a number of locales, Orsha, Smolensk, Zlobin, Gomel, the individual cities are separated by dash. A chronic problem throughout this work has been the proper names of various cities and other locales, in light of the territorial changes that have taken place over the years, both immediately following the Civil War and after the collapse of the Soviet Union. The authors of this work are of little help, as they generally adhered to the pre-revolutionary Russian names for these places, particularly in those non-Slavic areas of the former Russian Empire that later became independent. In this case, I will retain the name used in this volume, with the modern version following in parentheses, after which I will revert back to the original text. Thus, for example, Helsingfors becomes Helsinki, while Revel becomes Tallinn, among many other cases. On the other hand, I have decided not to change the spelling of geographical locations in what are now the Slavic republics of the former Soviet Union, Belarus, and Ukraine, which would have involved far too much work for relatively minor yield, changing, for example, Lvov to Lviv. This is not meant, however, as a slight to the national feelings of the citizens of these countries. Likewise, the spelling of some cities, although incorrect, has become so entrenched over time that to attempt to change them would only cause confusion. This applies, for example, to the city of Warsaw, not Warsawa, and Archangel, not Archangelske, among others. Later Soviet editing practices, while excellent, are not in evidence in this volume. The original volume contains a long list of mistakes uncovered following its appearance. A careful translation reveals a number of others not caught by the editors. In these cases, I have made the necessary corrections in the text. To avoid confusing the reader with a profusion of numbered units, all Soviet fronts, army groups, will be spelled out, i.e., Western Front, while smaller units are numbered, i.e., 13th Army and 18th Rifle Division. The armies of their opponents are spelled out, i.e., Volunteer Army, while the corps appear as Roman numerals, i.e., 3 Corps. All smaller units are also numbered, i.e., 6th Infantry Division. The work contains original endnotes by the editors. They have been supplemented by a large number of appropriately identified editor's notes, which have been inserted as an explanatory guide for a number of terms, places, and people that might not be readily understandable to the foreign reader. There are several numerical discrepancies throughout the text that cannot be accounted for, either due to poor editing of the original work or because the authors had access to other sources not identified. The same applies to place names, as there are a number of spelling discrepancies between the locales mentioned and the same places listed on the maps, as some of them may have been known by 2 or more different names. In both instances, we have decided to adhere to the original text, warts and all. In setting about to publish the third volume of the Civil War, 1918-1921, dedicated to the operational strategic description of the Red Army's combat activities, the editorial board was well aware of those difficulties which it faced in carrying out this task. It would be most correct if an operational strategic sketch had appeared as the result of a thorough and scrupulous elaboration, according to archival materials, of at least the Civil War's chief operations. Unfortunately, this does not exist. For the time being, individual monographs and memoirs, often suffering from subjectivism and not always faithfully illuminating events, make up the main mass of works in our military historical literature. In the best case, these are works which have been written on the basis of far from complete archival materials and which treat individual episodes of the Civil War, while the authors and editorial board have had to rely in their work not only on the works that have appeared, but also to carry out a significant amount of work in the archives. At the same time, the method of questioning active participants was employed by the editorial board for checking facts that could not be sufficiently clearly established on the basis of the existing literary and archival sources. These extremely abnormal work conditions on the third volume have occasioned a nearly 2-year delay in its publication. However, the editorial board is not so bold as to guarantee the thorough exactitude of this account in the present volume of all of the most important events of the Civil War and their evaluation. All the more because while working up a number of questions, the editorial board encountered contradictory materials, dates, and figures which it was not always able to verify according to archival sources. The fact that documents from the party archives relating to the field of the operational strategic control of the Red Army's most important operations have still not been published has greatly interfered with the establishment of final evaluations of the operational strategic leadership, nor has the military correspondence with the fronts by V.I. Lenin, who played, as is clearly obvious, an extremely important role in the Red Army's organization and in the matter of the strategic control of its activities during the year of the Civil War, been published. The editorial board understands the great responsibility it is taking upon itself by publishing an operational strategic sketch of the Red Army's combat activities. It considers it necessary to stress once more that the publication of this volume is viewed by the editorial board as only the beginning of a systematic collective work for studying the experience of the Civil War during 1918-1921. The editorial board foresees, better than anyone in the Red Army, all the objections that can be imagined regarding a number of questions in this volume and is aware of all the shortcomings contained in this work. However, despite all of this, the publication of this sketch is necessary if only because it will serve as a fillip to the development of military scientific work which the Red Army and all its workers are so in need of at this time. In turning to the elaboration of certain overall results, we must first of all particularly emphasize the extremely decisive significance of Comrade Lenin in the leadership of the Civil War of 1918 to 1921. In the matter of establishing the most important strategic directions, that is, overall strategic control, an enormous role belongs to a number of representatives of the old Bolshevik Guard. Lenin said that military tactics and political tactics are related fields. Here lies the chief reason that the old Bolshevik Guard occupies such a place in the area of operational strategic control during the time of the First Civil War of the proletariat organized into a ruling class against the bourgeois landowner counter-revolution and imperialism. Soviet strategy, just like Soviet policy, was suffused with a unity of goal and had a firm and single leadership. This unified strategy was pitted against the coalition strategy of numerous external and internal enemies. This alone conditioned the favorable situation of Soviet strategy in relation to the strategy of its enemies. But the benefits of this situation increased even more due to the circumstance that the enemy coalition was a coalition in form only, and not in actuality. At the same time, it is known from the experience of military history and that same World War that even correctly organized military coalitions, which were formed by a unity of political goal, encountered great difficulties and barriers in carrying out coordinated major operations. But there was no such unity of goal in the ranks of the revolution's enemies. If this circumstance was not so noticeable in the camp of the Entente powers, the difference between whom were exposed chiefly in the area of the competition of economic interests and the future division of the spoils, then it manifested itself fully in the relations between the various national formations that strove to establish their bourgeois statehood, and the Russian counter-revolutionary governments which put forth as their final goal the re-establishment of a unified and indivisible Russia. At the moment of the bitterest fighting along the Ural axis, which determined the turning point of the entire campaign on the southern front at the end of 1919, the right flank of the Polish front in Volhynia was a passive observer of this struggle. The White Estonian and White Latvian armies played the same role during the second offensive by Yudenika's Northwestern Army on Petrograd in the fall of 1919. It was sufficient for the forces of General Denikin and the Ukrainian Directory to come into contact in Ukraine for a bitter struggle to begin between them. Nor was there any internal unity in the counter-revolutionary formations which united on the platform of a unified and indivisible Russia. The government of the armed forces of South Russia found it difficult to reconcile with the supreme leadership of the Siberian government of Kolchak, which was only de jure considered all-Russian. Finally, the operational unification of the armed forces of the domestic counter-revolution encountered insuperable difficulties in their isolated position in space and in geographical and climatic conditions, even when under a common political banner, not to mention the hidden competition of outlying dictators. As a result of all of this, one cannot speak of the counter-revolution's unified strategy in our Civil War. No less favorable for Soviet strategy was the fact that the White strategy not only failed to find support in their external and domestic policy, but that the latter was its gravedigger. Thus, no matter how this or that operational plan by the White commanders was distinguished by its correctness, in the final analysis, all of them were doomed to failure. Red strategy, being in the situation of the side operating along internal operational lines, correctly sought to take advantage of this situation, while attaching urgent importance, depending on the overall situation, to this or that front. But objective reasons, in the form of the unsatisfactory state of rail transport and the far-flung theaters, prolonged to an extreme degree in time all of the operational movements of our forces, which was one of the chief reasons for the prolongation of the campaigns on various fronts. As a result of this circumstance, the actions of our strategy resembled a series of successively accumulating efforts, methodically developed to ultimate success, along the axes chosen for the launching of the main attacks. The Civil War of 1918-1921 was distinguished by its extreme intensity. In this sense, the other types of wars are sharply inferior. The Franco-Prussian, Russo-Turkish, Russo-Japanese, and a number of other wars had a comparatively small number of campaigns and operations. Even the imperialist war of 1914-1918 had a smaller number of intensive operations than our Civil War. And this circumstance speaks to the fact that it is extremely difficult to produce a sketch of the Civil War. Several volumes will be required for writing a history of the entire Civil War, even in a compressed form. Thus, the third volume, in its sketch of the Civil War, offers only a compressed exposition of events for the majority of campaigns and operations, sometimes limiting itself to only the chronological listing of operations. The greatest amount of attention in the sketch is devoted to our war with the White Poles, as well as the struggle against Wrangel. These two campaigns, which the Red Army conducted in an already well-established form and employed large forces, are not only of historical interest, but also have practical significance for the employment of this experience in the future. However, even this more or less detailed approach to the study of these campaigns, which is allowable within the confines of a compressed sketch, nevertheless suffers from a number of defects. To be sure, the latest military historical sources dealing with the war with Poland were used in the third volume, particularly Sikorski's book on the Vistula and the Kra, and A.I. Yegorov's Lvov, Warsaw. But nevertheless, the archival side of things leaves a lot to be desired. According to the state of the archives, we often had to make use of only those documents touching the front's field headquarters. Documents at the Army level are far from having been sorted out. This circumstance was reflected in the exposition of the war with the White Poles, but it sometimes takes on a very sharply different aspect in the descriptions of activities on other fronts. Very often the front's intentions were altered in the armies and, just the opposite, the independent actions of armies were only fixed by the decisions of the fronts. There were many frictions, difficulties, and contradictions that arose in the control of large troop masses along huge fronts, which were moreover linked to the construction of the armed forces under fire. Thus, many participants of the Civil War, in all likelihood, will find a certain lack of correspondence in the contents of this sketch. But this is already the affair of the further elaboration of archival materials and work of the participants of the Civil War themselves, so that we may at last have a truly scientifically elaborated history of the Civil War, which is unthinkable without the most scrupulous checking, most of all, of the factual material, which we still do not have. The study of the Civil War has enormous practical interest both for the Western European proletariat and for us, for the Red Army, for in the Civil War we acquired the experience of armed struggle with imperialism. Of enormous significance for the command element is the Civil War's combat experience. Who lacks this experience looks for it among more experienced comrades and in books, while he who has it inevitably bases his preparations for the future on his past personal experience, personal impressions, and feelings. Personal impressions are not the same as scientific conclusions from past experience. The knowledge and analysis of all sides of the matter may present many things in a different light than the way it is presented in memoirs. For example, the shortage of shells and rifle rounds, the depressing state of equipment and its shortage according to authorized norms and tables, alongside the enormous personnel strength of the armed forces during the Civil War and other matters, brought forth a widespread impression that in the Civil War we did great things without equipment. If we analyze the actual state of affairs, then we will see that the High Command, while starving the secondary fronts as regards shells and rifle rounds, saturated the armies operating along the decisive directions with them. It is also necessary to bear in mind that alongside the overall poverty of the Civil War's material technical base, the active part of the rifle divisions was often quite well supplied with technical equipment. This circumstance, which reflected the lack of organizational planning of a Red Army which was built under fire, had the effect that the active Red Army infantry was sometimes better supplied with equipment than the soldiers of the Tsarist army. For example, in the Tsarist army in 1916 there were 3 to 4 guns and 8 to 10 machine guns per 1,000 infantrymen, while in the Red Army during 1919 and 1920 there were 6 to 12 guns and 30 to 50 machine guns, depending upon the number of infantry in the divisions. This is just one of the facts available. One can arrive at final conclusions from this only after the accumulation of a large number of such facts. But whatever the case, the commander who fought in conditions of economic ruin of the period of war communism was nevertheless accustomed to gaining successes with up to 12 guns, and sometimes more, and up to 50 machine guns per 1,000 active infantrymen. This speaks to the fact that our commander and our Red Army soldier were far from achieving successes in battle with their bare hands, and that this habit should be consciously realized in order that we may approach future fighting and future difficulties with a realistic measure of our men and material, and not to overrate the strength of bare spirit in battle. The Civil War offers us an instructive example of mobility and energy. Mobility should not be confused with maneuverability. The latter is mobility that has found its expression in complex forms of the operational tactical art. Maneuverability was manifested to a great extent in the Civil War precisely in this way. Only there, where we have movement as the result of a definite grouping of men and material along the front. There, where movement develops on the basis of the consecutive defeat of the enemy's tactical and strategic echelons into the depth. Where this movement is organized according to a defined plan in the sense of supplying all means of sustenance, only there do we have true maneuverability. The Civil War augured a rebirth of maneuverability, which had been deeply buried in the trenches of the World War and girded with the barbed wire of its obstacles. The maneuver nature of the war brought forth the importance of the commander's operational creativity. The school of commanders brought forth by the Revolution yielded the highest examples of this creativity. The skillful concentration of superior forces at the decisive point of the attack, the bold and energetic conduct of the attack following its preliminary and scrupulous preparation, the originality and daring of the plan, and the striving to achieve major results through a decisive attack. These are the characteristic external features of the Civil War, one of the outstanding bearers of which was the late M.V. Frunze. The Red Army Command resorted to maneuver for a sharply defined goal, to place the enemy in unfavorable conditions for an engagement or battle. The Red Command's striving for maneuver was suffused with the idea of the decisive battle and the idea of routing and destroying the enemy and in an uninterrupted pursuit to break his forces. However, the command's operational work did not reach by the end of the war that perfection which it, reflecting the creative activity of the Revolution, seemed that it should have achieved. We are not preparing to analyze all of the reasons which limited the Red Command's operational scope, particularly reasons of an economic nature. In speaking of these reasons, we consider it necessary to stress the weakness of the staff apparatuses, which were cumbersome, not very mobile, and which often fell behind the course of events. The methods of command, long orders that sought to lay out the activities of the troops in detail, and slowness in command, were often in glaring contradiction with the very nature of maneuver warfare, mobile and dynamic, requiring a great deal of independence by commanders at all levels. All of these command shortcomings increased the strength and seriousness of the frictions inevitable in war. We were often witnesses to how a correctly planned operation, which promised complete success according to the situation, was reduced to nothing because of the weight of these frictions. It was as if operational thinking in the Civil War knew periods of high and low tide. We can find in the history of the Civil War entire areas when the troops defended, attacked, and fell back without an operational idea to guide or unite them. This was particularly apparent in some periods of failure. The Civil War of 1918-1921 brought forth fronts of even greater length than during the Imperialist War. The Civil War did not make any easier the chief operational difficulty that arose in 1914. That is, the problem of destroying the main forces of the enemy armies. This task, which was not achievable in a single battle, stretched out over a series of consecutive operations, which created enormous difficulties in organizing them. It is impossible to inflict a major defeat without them, and they require the inclusion of an enormous portion of enemy territory with all of the resulting military, political, and administrative efforts. The growth and depth of modern fronts, in its turn, makes the task of defeating the enemy army even more difficult. Problems of the field control of troops are linked in the closest and most indissoluble way with these questions. The Civil War, as well as the Imperialist War, offered many contradictory answers to the forms of control, both operational and organizational administrative. The diversity of the situation in previous wars demands an enormous expenditure of labor from the historian in order to understand these questions from all angles. Only by taking into account both past mistakes and new shifts in weaponry and equipment can we successfully prepare for a future war. The Civil War revived those combat arms which had declined during the World War. It was the golden age of cavalry in the operational and tactical fields. The cavalry proved capable of maneuvering and fighting in masses unseen on preceding battlefields. 1st Cavalry Army. The lessons of the Civil War as regards the cavalry are so instructive that Western European military scientific thought had to review its opinion of the cavalry that had arisen on the basis of the experience of the World War. In the field of infantry tactics, the The Civil War began the tactics of firing points independent of the experience of the World War's positional period. These tactics arose and were tested on the experience of the Southern Front's battlefields. Just as in the World War, the Civil War proved the small utility of fortified areas and points, the Polish fortresses in the 1920 campaign. If self-sufficient significance is attached to them and their garrisons are not in close combat coordination with neighboring field forces. In the field of artillery tactics, the Civil War, just as the World War, once again proved the importance of massed artillery fire and its centralized control, Kakhovka and Perekop, 1920. The operational and tactical experience of the Civil War is great and multifaceted. Its study and employment may be the goal of special multi-volume studies. Our final word in this case comes down to the fact that in the military sense the Civil War was for us a model for the rebirth of military art under the bracing breath of the Revolution. Organizational activity on the Civil War's fronts, aside from the operational unification and servicing of the army masses, was broadened in the direct operational sense by the construction and formation of the armed forces on the fronts themselves. This entire process was often accompanied by the growth of an insurrectionist front in the enemy's rear. Mobilizations of communists and union members, which were carried out each time to gain a victory on the decisive fronts, were recognized as a characteristic feature of the Civil War. The Civil War offers us an inexhaustible source of knowledge in the field of supplying war and the organizational activity of the state in controlling war and in mobilizing all social organizations for it. You know, Lenin said, that the autumn chills influenced the Red Army soldiers' morale, lowering it and creating new difficulties, increasing illness and leading to great catastrophes. Here, any assistance rendered in the rear to the Red Army soldier is immediately transformed into the strengthening of the Red Army, into a reduction in the number of diseases and an increase in offensive capabilities. It's necessary that each worker, in each meeting, in each shop, now make the slogan "Everything for the aid of the Red Army" the main topic of his conversations, reports, and meetings. The Civil War gave us an example of a finished and well-functioning system of adapting the entire economic life and economy of the country to military requirements. The study of those valuable opportunities, which in this instance are unfolding before a country with a socialist form of national economy, is also one of the tasks which attracts the attention not only of military thinkers, but of civilian economists as well. The study of this problem as a whole, as well as the work of state organizations on the fronts, extraordinary plenipotentiaries of the Soviet of Workers' and Peasants' Defense, food supply plenipotentiaries, and representatives of the High Command for Post and Telegraph, etc., must be broadly organized. In the Civil War, we can find a good deal of data which sheds light on possible elements of the nature of future revolutionary class wars. The role of the working class of Azerbaijan and Georgia, the British Action Committees, the formation of the Polish Revolutionary Committee, and the formation by it of the Polish Red Army. All of these are facts in which the growth of the revolutionary movement and international working class solidarity were reflected. Even Pilsudski, who categorically rejects the possibility of a socialist revolution in Poland, nevertheless must admit that in 1920, during our offensive that, for the Polish side, under the influence of these events, all the more clearly and expressively appeared in outline besides the external front, an internal front, the forces of which in the history of all wars were a harbinger of defeat and the greatest factor in losing not only the battle, but the war. A characteristic feature distinguishing a revolutionary class war from all other wars is the active participation of the population itself in this war. It not only comprises the armies at the front, creates material for supporting the waging of the war, but itself takes an active part in the armed struggle. The political mood of the population in the enemy rear and in one's own is one of the decisive factors determining the Red strategy's course of action. For example, in choosing the Kursk, Kharkov, the route of Denikin, direction for the main attack, the Red Command in October 1919, in choosing this direction, took into account, among other factors, the presence to the south of Kharkov a strong and firm anti-Denikin insurrectionist front. White strategy in the Civil War could not but take this element into account. For example, in the polls in the spring of 1920 chose as their ally Petli Ura, the opera bouffe leader of Kulak Ukraine, not for his few feeble and understrength divisions which he had withdrawn from Ukraine, but as the result of the hope, which obviously failed, of Petli Ura's political influence on the peasant masses in the Reds' rear. In the matter of conquering right bank Ukraine, the Poles openly counted on significant aid from the Petli-Ura insurrectionists operating in the rear of the Reds. We fully admit that in this work, in which we consciously limited our tasks to an explication of the history of the command and troops operating in the Greater Civil War, that the role of Soviet insurrections, which played a not unimportant role in the victorious conclusion of the Civil War by the Soviet government in 1918–1921, has been insufficiently highlighted. The partisan war in the Civil War often acquired a quite independent significance. One may believe that such a kind of war will be a quite full-bodied compatriot of regular war in future European class wars and the national liberation wars of the peoples of the East. From this arises yet another pressing task for theoretical work of our military scientific thought: the study of the character of modern partisan war and the establishing of a prediction for the future. The Civil War revealed to the fullest extent the significance of the political element, not only in the field of strategy and operational art, but in tactics as well. This circumstance broadly expands the horizons of military scientific thought. New ways of research and study have opened before it. Political support for the operation, living and dying centers and areas, the political support of the rear, and operational axes according to political considerations. This is an entire series of new and pressing questions in the field of military art, which the history of our Civil War is putting forth for our military workers. We must in particular emphasize that the heroic Communist Party was the main organizer of the Red Army's victories. In waging war against the bourgeoisie and landowners in their own country, we at the same time were fighting against international capital. This was on particular display in 1920 during our offensive to the Vistula. If Poland, Lenin said, had become Soviet, if the Warsaw workers had received aid from Soviet Russia, which they were awaiting and which they welcomed, the Versailles Peace would have been destroyed and the entire international system, which had been conquered by the victories over Germany, would have been destroyed. The experience of the Civil War of 1918–1921, the first war in the world of the proletariat, organized into a ruling class against imperialism, is extremely instructive for future armed class battles of the international proletariat and the oppressed masses of the colonies and semi-colonies. The third volume of the Civil War as yet offers only an incomplete and far from verified, in the factual sense, history of the great class battles of 1918–1921. But the entire volume, as a whole, nevertheless will help the reader to understand the course of the war and make it easier for him to conduct further independent military historical work. In compiling the present sketch, the editorial board for the first time adopted the method of collective creativity, which undoubtedly justified itself. The first draft of the work, which was made by Comrade Kakarin and partially by Comrade Vatsidis, was passed through the general editorship of A.S. Bubnov, S.S. Kamenev, M.N. Tukhachevskii, and R.P. Eideman and reviewed by an entire group of Civil War participants, P. Lebedev and A.I. Yegorov and others, after which the volume was reworked 3 times and required the addition of a large amount of factual material and the amplifying of a number of events. Comrades Mordvinov, Ogorodnikov, Kotov, Shilavin, Shiroki, and others took part in the review and reworking. During the final work on the volume, both additionally elaborated materials in the possession of some individuals were used, as well as military historical works that have appeared for the first time in our country and abroad. The maps were compiled under the guidance of A.N. Delazari. All of the preparatory work during all 4 editorial reviews was done under the immediate guidance of R.P. Eideman. The entire volume in its second edition was reviewed by M.N. Tukhachevskii. The final text was edited and prepared for publication according to the instructions of A.S. Bubnov and R.P. Eideman, and by the military editor of the State Publishing House's military section, V.V. Sokolov. The entire organizational technical work was carried out by the editorial publishing section of the Military Academy under the guidance of Comrade K.N. Galitsky. Chapter 1. The External and Internal Political Situation. The Theaters of War. Intervention. Stages of its development. The revolution's chief driving forces. The formation of centers of the counter-revolutionary movement. A short description of the theaters of war. The most important operational directions. One of the consequences of the October Revolution in the field of foreign policy was a series of transpositions in the mutual relations between Russia and other states. The most vital element in this transposition was that Soviet Russia got out of the war with the Central Powers, Germany, Austro-Hungary, Turkey, and Bulgaria. Germany, having officially recognized Soviet rule and having concluded peace with it, while at the same time taking advantage of Soviet Russia's extreme military weakness, occupied Ukraine and Finland with its troops. The occupation of Ukraine broadened extremely the Central Powers' economic base, particularly Germany's, and secured for them favorable strategic flanking positions in the event of a resurrection of a new anti-German Eastern Front under the influence of the Entente's efforts. Germany, while recognizing the Soviet government, was at the same time rendering support to the counter-revolutionary organizations and groups, for example along the Don and in Georgia, etc., which made our situation more difficult to a great degree. Austria-Hungary, which displayed no independence in matters of foreign policy, humbly followed behind Germany. Sultanate Turkey, satisfied with the cession of Ardahan, Kars, and Batum to it, had no immediate claims against the RSFSR. Aside from this, Germany aided the isolation of Turkey by rendering support to the Menshevik government of Georgia for the purpose of obtaining access to the raw materials of the Transcaucasus. Here it is necessary to stop on that typical shift in relation to the RSFSR which was noted in the policy of Imperial Germany on the eve of its military and political collapse. Under the influence of the catastrophic situation on the military front and the rising wave of revolution within the country, the German government was faced with two immediate objectives: to conclude an armistice in the West and the struggle against the approaching revolution. The switch to an actively hostile approach to the RSFSR, in the opinion of the German ruling class, was supposed to be one of the means of combating its own revolution and one of the mitigating factors in the upcoming peace negotiations with the Entente. One may explain the break in diplomatic relations with us, which took place on the Germans' initiative on November 5, 1918, by these circumstances. The revolutionary explosion of November 9, 1918 hindered German imperialism from joining hand in hand with world imperialism in its struggle against Soviet Russia. Brought down by the conditions of the armistice and the Treaty of Versailles of 1919, which were dictated to it by the Entente's imperialism which had triumphed in the imperialist war, and reduced to the rank of an insignificant political and military power, Germany stopped playing a leading role in the external encirclement of our republic from the autumn of 1918. The support by her of counter-revolutionary organizations, in the form of von der Goltz's volunteer corps, pursued a limited goal. With the assistance of this corps, Germany strove to preserve its influence in the Baltic states and secure its borders from the wave of Bolshevism approaching it. However, as early as the summer of 1919, Germany, under pressure from the Entente powers, was forced to recall von der Goltz's corps back home and disband it. The entire subsequent policy of Germany as regards the RSFSR, until the resumption of direct diplomatic relations, was also characterized by a dual line of conduct. Too weak both politically and militarily to conduct an independent and active policy toward the RSFSR, Germany, under pressure from its own reactionary circles, was sometimes not unwilling to work hand in hand with the Entente in the latter's struggle against us, but for this she demanded the review and easing of the Treaty of Versailles. Only the sharp rejection of these demands by the Entente forced Germany to once again change the direction of its policy. In the fall of 1919, when the Entente decreed a blockade of Soviet Russia, Germany refused to take part in it, agreeing, however, to participate in other forms and methods of fighting against Bolshevism. In 1920, Germany conducted a policy of absolute neutrality in the Polish-Soviet War, despite the efforts of certain of its military and reactionary circles to actively come out against the Soviet Union. This effort was a response to the proposal by the British War Minister Churchill to draw Germany into a campaign on Moscow, and to compensate it in the form of a certain softening of the Treaty of Versailles. A description of the further path that brought Germany and the RSFSR to the restoration of normal relations, which was fixed by the Treaty of Rapallo of April 16, 1922, lies outside the scope of our work. An incomparably more complex and broad role in the Civil War belongs to the Entente powers and those new states that arose from the ruins of the former Russian Empire and known as border states: Finland, Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. The Entente governments understood the international significance of the October coup and its socialist character very well. However, their hands were tied by the struggle against German imperialism, and thus the Entente was not able to immediately intervene against the First Workers' State. After the Entente managed to achieve a decisive victory over the Central Powers, Great Britain and France, its main representatives in Europe, openly proclaimed as their slogan the struggle against Soviet power until its destruction. Until the defeat of Germany, that is, until the second half of 1918, the position of the Entente countries in the so-called Russian question remained undefined, undecided, and contradictory. On December 25, November 1917, a representative of the British government, Robert Cecil, officially announced in Parliament the non-recognition of the Soviet regime by his government, without excluding, however, a certain type of business relations with it. France's diplomatic and military representatives, while not recognizing the Soviet government, came out more sharply and definitively and sought to directly influence the military command of the old army in the person of General Dukhanin. At the same time, the press of both countries, in getting ahead of their respective governments, continued to forcefully discuss the matter of intervention, even naming Japan as the agent of this intervention. As regards the USA, in the beginning of the Soviet regime's existence, it sought to remain neutral in the Russian question until the situation could be further cleared up. The position of the other powers did not have time to reveal itself sufficiently. A sharper wavering in the policy of the Entente powers as regards the Soviet Republic coincided with the beginning of the Brest peace negotiations. Great Britain, while waiting for the final result of these negotiations, sought to remain neutral as regards the Soviet government. On the other hand, the isolated move by Japan, which carried out a small landing in Vladivostok on December 12, November 29, 1917, was warmly welcomed by the French press. At the same time, the Japanese government categorically protested against the plans for intervention in Russia ascribed to it. The line of the American government in the Russian question was defined in the hypocritical and false speech by the American President Wilson at a session of Congress on January 8, 1918, where he spoke of America's wish to render possible assistance to the Russian people and of its desire to achieve freedom and an orderly peace. In January 1918, France set out on the path of decisive assistance to the enemies of the Soviet regime. On January 9, 1918, it granted a loan to the Ukrainian Rada's anti-Soviet regime and appointed the chief of its military mission in Ukraine its official representative with the Ukrainian Rada. At the same time, the French government refused to dispatch its representative to Petrograd and refused to issue passports to French socialists wishing to travel to Soviet Russia. Against the background of this overall political situation, one of the members of the Entente, Romania, hurried to take advantage of the Soviet regime's difficulties and set out at the end of January 1918 to seize Bessarabia under the guise of securing its supplies and lines of communications. The Soviet government replied with the temporary arrest of Ambassador Diamandi and adopted measures to defend the territory of the Republic. On February 18, Germany, having broken off the negotiations in Brest, resumed its offensive against Soviet Russia, having as its goal to first of all occupy Ukrainian territory and then the Baltic area. The fact of the expansion of Germany's economic bases at the expense of Ukrainian territory and the Soviet regime's ongoing negotiations with the German government to conclude a peace revived the Entente's interventionist desires. The idea of the necessity of creating an anti-German front on Russian territory, independent of the Soviet government's participation in it, was put forth as an argument. Marshal Foch, the Allied Supreme Commander-in-Chief, expressed himself more definitely on this matter. In an interview which appeared in the American press on February 26, he openly stated that America and Japan must meet Germany in Siberia, and they have the opportunity for doing that. From this time, the question of the possibility of creating an anti-German front in Russia, with or without the participation of the Soviet government, was the main question upon which the efforts of Allied diplomacy were concentrated up until their open break with the Soviet regime. Actually, as early as February 28, the American press was reporting, as yet semi-officially, Japan's proposal to America and the Allies to begin joint military operations in Siberia for the purpose of saving the large amount of military supplies concentrated in Vladivostok. This proposal was taken up by almost the entire Allied press, which conducted an intensive campaign in support of Japanese intervention. French political circles, along with the French press, viewed an occupation of Siberia by the Japanese as a just punishment of the Bolsheviks for annulling Russia's debts and concluding a separate peace. At the same time, Chinda, the Japanese ambassador in Great Britain, declared that in this case Japan was proceeding from an overall Allied point of view, and not just a strictly Japanese one. However, before long it became clear that Japan foresaw complete freedom of action in Siberia as payment for its move. This freedom of action was at first thought of as the seizure of the entire Trans-Siberian Railroad under the guise of defending it against German pretensions. But the Japanese move did not take place. It encountered the energetic opposition of the USA in the person of President Wilson. On March 3, 1918, the Japanese emissary in Washington, in the presence of the British, French, and Italian representatives, received Wilson's note in which he declared that he very much doubted the utility of intervention. The reasons that guided Wilson in this came down to the fact that the policy of intervention would only strengthen the extreme revolutionary elements in Russia and would cause indignation throughout the country. Besides this, the very embarkation on the path of intervention contradicted America's supposedly democratic military goals. It is necessary to keep in mind that this declaration only masked the true reason for America's not wishing to take part in an intervention together with Japan. The reason lay in the radical divergence of interest between Japan and the USA. America followed the efforts of Japan to strengthen its influence on the Asian continent with disapproval. Wilson stubbornly held to this point of view during the course of the next 6 months and, when finally forced to agree to intervene under pressure from the Entente's diplomacy and bourgeois public opinion in his own country, he authorized the participation of American troops mainly to secretly counterbalance Japan, France, and Great Britain. British reactionary circles, in their turn, readily seized upon the idea of Japanese intervention, the result of which they believed would be the complete destruction of Soviet rule. On March 4, 1918, the Times wrote of the necessity of supporting the healthy elements of the Siberian population and offering them the opportunity of adhering to the banner of order and freedom under the aegis of Russia's allies and the United States. On March 5, 1918, the Daily Mail insisted on the necessity of inviting Japan into Siberia and creating out of Asiatic Russia a counterweight to European Russia. The result of Japan's preparation for an active move in Siberia was the appearance along our far eastern boundary of Eideman Semyonov's bands. Considering our far eastern borderlands the first launching site for intervention, the Allies hurried to form in Beijing the first fictitious Russian counter-revolutionary government under Prince Lvov and Putilov. Besides this, Japan sought to draw China into its move. Thus one may consider that beginning with the Brest-Litovsk peace, the thought of intervention predominated among the diplomats and political figures of the Entente powers. In order to explain the further course of events, one must now briefly halt on the work of the Entente's diplomacy. A characteristic feature of the mutual relations that had come about following the October Revolution was that the head of the diplomatic corps, in the person of the British ambassador Buchanan, the French ambassador Newlands, and the American ambassador Francis, had taken up a sharply irreconcilable position toward the Soviet regime, shying away from any kind of dealings with it, while ongoing relations were carried out by secondary executors. Some of these proved to be less prejudiced and, taking advantage of their influence on their ambassadors, sometimes managed to influence important decisions by their governments in the Russian question. Before long, following the departure from Russia of the British ambassador Buchanan, Lockhart remained as his deputy, who at first was a fiery enemy of intervention and a partisan of an accommodation with the Soviet regime. This policy of Lockhart's found support in the person of the representative of the French military mission in Russia, Captain Sadoul, who was also striving for a rapprochement with the Soviet regime. During February and March, he managed to significantly neutralize the influence of his ambassador, Newlands. Francis, the American ambassador and a rabid opponent of the Soviet regime, neutralized himself by the fact that through his own initiative the Allied ambassadors left for Vologda. Raymond Robbins remained as his deputy to the Soviet government and was also head of the Red Cross mission. These three men, that is, Sadoul, Lockhart, and Robbins, sought to get their governments to recognize the Soviet regime in order, as they thought, to restrain the regime from signing the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. Under the influence of Robbins, Francis compiled a corresponding draft report to his government. But at the same time, the foreign missions were intensely involved in matters of preparing the internal counter-revolutionary forces of Russia to overthrow the Soviet government. They secretly grew close to counter-revolutionary groups within the country and began to render them their assistance. Even earlier, namely in December 1917, the military representatives of France and Great Britain managed to reach the Don and promise generals Kaledin, Kornilov, and Alexeyev significant monetary assistance in the name of their governments. On March 25, 1918, Japan got China's agreement for an intervention in Siberia in the event if hostile influence should penetrate into Siberia. This agreement freed Japan's hands for operations in Manchuria and Siberia. Following this, on April 5, 1918, Japanese Admiral Kato made a landing in Vladivostok that was completely unexpected for the Entente powers. Nevertheless, they did not protest this landing, declaring it a simple police precaution. It was precisely in this spirit that in Vologda on April 16, Francis explained the significance of this landing, ascribing it to the Japanese admiral's initiative. The British government adhered officially to the same point of view. The Allies adhered to the policy of trimming throughout the first half of May, awaiting the results of the organization of counter-revolutionary plots and uprisings that were being organized with their assistance. But as early as the second half of May, a sharp turn in the Entente's policy was noted in matters of mutual relations with the Soviet government. This turn signified that Entente diplomacy had completed its preliminary work in preparing an explosion from within and considered that the mask could now be removed. The French ambassador Newlands played the chief role in this. In its negotiations with the socialist revolutionaries, the French mission had already managed to work out an entire plan for creating a Volga counter-revolutionary front. One of the links in this plan was the seizure of Yaroslavl. Relying on this, the Allied forces, which were supposed to seize Vologda, could threaten Moscow. Secret officer organizations were invited to simultaneously rise up in Rybinsk, Yaroslavl, Vladimir, and Murom. The mutiny of the Czechoslovak Corps was to begin at the same time. Gradually, under the influence of instructions of his government, Lockhart began to take Newlands's side. Thus, at the end of May 1918, the point of view of the necessity of intervening against the Soviet regime had triumphed among the Entente's missions in the RSFSR. Bountifully supplied with money, the Czechoslovak Corps openly revolted under the shameful pretext of changing its route of movement from Vladivostok to Archangel, which suited the expressed wishes of the Allies themselves. On June 4, 1918, the Allied governments were already categorically reviewing the possible disarmament of the Czechoslovak Corps as a hostile act against the Allies. On June 20, one of the members of the British government, Balfour, declared in the House of Commons that the British government cannot give any guarantees that it will not participate in an armed intervention. Voices were also raised in America for intervention. Former President Taft openly declared that Americans should allow Japan to enter Siberia. In order to observe outward decorum, they allowed the Russian Far Eastern Committee, which appealed for the Allies' immediate intervention, to be formed in Harbin. The published notes of several Entente diplomats reveal to us that throughout June and July 1918, the French government was busy winning over the other Entente powers in favor of a broad intervention. French diplomacy was forced to work particularly hard in Washington, where Wilson continued to categorically come out against intervention and against any kind of territorial reward for Japan at the expense of Russia. Great Britain was wavering as to the possibility of re-establishing the Eastern Front. Thus, we see that on the very eve of the intervention, sufficient unanimity of views and coordination in the Entente's policy could not be observed, which awarded the Soviet government about another month of breathing space. Despairing of breaking Wilson's stubbornness, British and French diplomacy decided to come to a direct agreement with Japan, which led to a change in the position by the United States. Wilson decided to come out actively on the side of the interventionists in order to prevent Japan from carrying out an independent policy in Siberia. On July 6, 1918, the Czechoslovak detachments, following street fighting with Soviet detachments, seized Vladivostok. Allied detachments, which had been landed from ships, took part in this fight on the Czechoslovak side, so that this day may be considered the beginning of open and active intervention. In essence, of course, the intervention had begun earlier. The intervention was legally formulated only following the departure of the Entente missions from Vologda and their safe arrival on the Murman coast. The American government's declaration of August 5, 1918 thus explains the goals of the intervention. The United States does not have in mind any kind of territorial acquisitions. It only desires to help the Czechoslovaks, who are threatened with attack by armed Austro-German prisoners of war. The declarations by the British and French governments of August 22 and September 19, 1918 stated, with frank hypocrisy, the main goal of the intervention to be the desire to help save Russia from the division and ruin threatening her by German hands, which are striving to enslave the Russian people and to use its innumerable riches for itself, because it was quite clear that the chief goal of the Allied intervention was the overthrow of the workers' and peasants' government in order to seize our country's innumerable riches and the untrammeled exploitation of the worker and peasant masses. It is clear from these high-flown phrases that the imperialists were striving to mask the actual goal of the intervention: the defeat of the proletarian revolution, the establishment of a bourgeois dictatorship, and the transformation of the Soviet Republic into a semi-colony under imperialist control. The rising wave of the revolutionary movement throughout all of Central and Eastern Europe made itself known to the capitalist bourgeois world through quite sinister signs. The working class was rapidly revolutionizing in the defeated countries. The Spartacist movement in Germany was reaching such scope and strength that before long the powerful explosions of revolution were resounding on the streets of Berlin, with its echoes bringing to life the Bavarian and Hungarian Soviet republics. A strike movement seized the victorious countries. A wave of strikes rolled across Great Britain, France, and Italy. Here are data which could potentially increase the Soviet state's relative weight and significance and correspondingly quicken the start and the scale of the intervention as a means of eliminating the revolutionary infection. From now on, the struggle against the poison of Bolshevism became a matter of life and death for the capitalist world. The Entente no longer considered it necessary to cover itself with the mask of hypocrisy, and thus its policy moved toward its goal along more open paths, which enables us to better lay bare its rapacious and counter-revolutionary essence. Having put forward as one of the conditions for an armistice with Germany the demand to withdraw its troops from the territory of the former Russian Empire, the Entente nevertheless stipulated that this liberation of territory should take place only when the Allies recognized that, according to the internal condition of this territory, the appropriate time had come for the withdrawal of German troops. In and of itself, this stipulation was a desire to carry out an intervention through the force of German bayonets. Circumstances completely independent of the Entente's will, in the form of the dissolution of the German occupation forces, thwarted this plan. The first discrepancies between British and French policy in regard to the Russian question were noted in the views on the future role of Germany in its relations with Soviet Russia. Lloyd George, the head of the British government, was recommending moderation toward Germany, so as not to speed up its Bolshevization. As regards Soviet Russia, British policy pursued the task of its overall weakening and isolation with the aid and support of counter-revolutionary forces and the unleashing of a civil war. The cynical expression of these hidden aims of British foreign policy was the British ambassador in Paris, Lord Bertie. This is what this British diplomat wrote in his diary: "If we can only manage to achieve the independence of the buffer states bordering Germany on the east, that is, Finland, Poland, Estonia, Ukraine, etc., no matter how many we can knock together, then as far as I'm concerned everything else can go to the devil and stew in its own juices." This guiding line of British policy precisely coincided with the views of French foreign policy as regards the RSFSR. This is why both powers, which began to experience friction between themselves immediately after the capitulation of Germany over the predominant political superiority on the European continent, nevertheless continued, at least outwardly, to move in a united front in the Russian question. The French foreign policy line at this time was distinguished by its extreme reactionary and irreconcilable character. This French policy, the exemplar of which was Clemenceau, triumphed at the Paris Conference, which had gathered on January 19, 1919. Its results were not slow in manifesting themselves in the fantastical slicing of territories and borders of those intermediary states which were supposed to play the role of a buffer between Russia and Germany, of which the most promising one was Poland. The latter was viewed by Clemenceau as a future bastion of French military might in the East, and was supposed to be the most reliable barrier between German and Russian Bolshevism. Clemenceau's policy had other real consequences in the strictly military sense. With energetic French support, all the new state formations along the western boundaries of the Soviet Republic set about creating their own armed forces, which in the immediate future was supposed to complicate and increase the tasks facing the Soviet command. It seemed that the military situation that arose as a result of the military defeat of Germany and its allies would open the most sparkling prospects for French policy as regards the deepening and broadening of the intervention. The opening of the Dardanelles would render it possible to carry out an intervention into the new vital centers of the Soviet Republic, southern Russia, and Ukraine. In preparing to extend the intervention to these areas, in the middle of November 1918, Britain and France issued a new declaration in which they openly proclaimed their entry into Russia for the maintenance of order and for its liberation from the Bolshevik usurpers. Proceeding from this declaration, they concluded in Yash an agreement with the ruins of the Russian and Ukrainian counter-revolutionary parties regarding an intervention in the south of the Soviet Union. This agreement was necessary to the Allies only as a juridical peg, because the occupation of southern Russia had already been decided beforehand. As early as October 27, 1918, Clemenceau, the head of the French government, informed the French commander of the Eastern Front, General Franchet d'Espery, about the adopted plan for the economic isolation of Bolshevism in Russia for the purpose of bringing about its downfall. In this letter, it was proposed that General Franchet d'Espery draw up a plan for creating a base for the Allied forces in Odessa. It was initially planned to move 12 Franco-Greek divisions to carry out the intervention in the south of our republic. A number of objective reasons, the chief being the instability of the internal situation in Europe itself and the mutinies in many units of the French army and navy thwarted this broad scheme. So the intervention in the south took place in quite modest form. At the moment of its actual implementation, France and Great Britain rushed to conclude between themselves an agreement on the delineation of spheres of influence, guided by the economic interest of their capital in them. According to this agreement of December 23, 1918, Ukraine, Poland, the Crimea, and the western part of the Don area was to be part of the French sphere of influence. Britain reserved the right of predominant influence in the north, in the Baltic states, in the Caucasus, the Kuban, and the eastern part of the Don area. The desire to firmly establish itself in the Trans-Caucasus and in Central Asia bespoke of the British fear for the fate of its Asian colonies, in which the October Revolution, which had proclaimed the freedom of nations to determine their own destiny, threatened to ignite the flame of national revolutionary uprisings. At the same time, in both countries voices began to be heard which found echoes at the Versailles Peace Conference, that with the appearance of a Greater Poland, in Eastern Europe the Russian question had lost its significance for the European balance of power, and that Russia more likely belonged to Asia than to Europe. In order to understand the significance of subsequent events, we must once again, in a few words, pause on that political line which America took in general European affairs, insofar as its attitude toward the RSFSR proceeded precisely from the overall state of affairs in Europe. America did not seek the excessive strengthening of France and Great Britain. America had no wish to take part in a final splintering of Germany and Russia. As regards the latter, Wilson wished to see it as a major state political formation, although without Poland and Finland. Wilson took advantage of the existence of unofficial negotiations between American and Soviet representatives for putting forth his proposal to invite Soviet representatives to the negotiations in Paris. He openly pointed out that it would be impossible to carry out an intervention either with the aid of British or American bayonets. Wilson's opinion found support in Lloyd George's declaration in Parliament that it was impossible to send troops against Russia, while at the same time it was necessary to restore order there. The stout resistance by the Red Armies was, of course, the main argument for supporting Wilson's and Lloyd George's proposals. The Soviet government's peace proposal to America, which was contained in a note from the People's Commissariat for Foreign Affairs on January 2, 1919, pointed out that the Soviet government was not rejecting the discussion of reasonable proposals. Only Clemenceau continued to maintain his previous position, which is why it was decided not to invite Soviet representatives not to Paris, but to the Prince's Islands, near Constantinople. The representatives of all the White Guard governments that had been formed on Russian territory were also invited to this conference. On January 25, 1919, the Soviet government expressed its agreement to participate in a conference. However, Clemenceau used all measures to force the representatives of the White Guards governments to refuse to take part in the conference. Wilson could no longer continue his attempts to establish some kind of agreement with the RSFSR, insofar as powerful opposition had arisen against him in America on this question. Subsequent attempts by Wilson in the spring of 1919 to set up new negotiations between the RSFSR and the Entente powers encountered, under the influence of the temporary success of certain white armies, an organized repulse by the Entente. The intervention in South Russia, which was primarily carried out by French forces, ended in a complete collapse, due first of all to the internal demoralization of the French troops. This collapse, which took place in April 1919, pushed French policy onto a new path. In leaving the camp of active, direct participants in the intervention, France decided to continue to render real aid against the Bolsheviks to the nations bordering on Germany. By the way, while backing out of active participation in the intervention, France continued to take part in monetary expenditures to support the Russian counter-revolution, Kolchak, Denikin. Throughout the first half of 1919, its spend on this caused up to 300 million francs in Siberia alone. Only on August 9, 1919 did France, as the result of growing difficulties, cease its monetary support for the Siberian government of Kolchak. As France withdrew from the number of active interventionists on the territory of the RSFSR, it also removed its troops. In April 1919, it cleared its troops out of some of our Black Sea ports. Before long, France withdrew her forces from the White Sea coast. Finally, in September 1919, the French fleet abandoned the Black Sea, but at the same time, all of France's efforts were directed at supporting the new border states hostile to the Soviet Union, of which the chief was, as we have already mentioned, Poland. However, as early as the end of our Civil War, when the success of Soviet arms in the campaign of 1920 began to threaten Poland, the French government on August 13, 1920 rushed to recognize the government that had arisen in the Crimea on the ruins of the Southern counter-revolution and resting on the bayonets of Wrangel's army, as the government of South Russia. This recognition was purchased at the price of the complete economic enslavement of the south of the country to French interests, which in the event of Wrangel's success would have made a French colony out of our rich south. At the same time, while France was gradually removing itself from the ranks of the active interventionists from the spring of 1919, the line of British policy in this matter remained unchanged throughout almost all of 1919. British troops continued to occupy the White Sea coast. The British fleet was operating in the Gulf of Finland against the Red Fleet and our coastal ports. Great Britain was materially aiding the small Baltic states with instructors, as well as Kolchak and Denikin, and had built up Eudenika's northwestern army in the Baltic states. However, the unsuccessful course of the intervention and civil war for the internal counter-revolution finally forced British policy to change its attitude toward our civil war. In August 1919, the British press of all stripes began to sound the alarm about the situation of the British troops along the White Sea coast and demand their withdrawal from there. The government evidently followed this press campaign, because the evacuation of British troops from the White Sea coast began as early as September 1919. Following the White Army's failures in the autumn of 1919, Lloyd George was already openly proclaiming in Parliament that Bolshevism could not be defeated by the sword, and that it was necessary to search for ways to reach an agreement with the RSFSR. On November 18, 1919, he declared there that it was impossible to endlessly finance the White Russian governments, and that it was necessary to summon an international conference for resolving the Russian question. This new direction in British policy found its final expression in the entry of the British government into business negotiations with Comrade Crossan's mission. Throughout 1920, Britain held to the line of non-interference in our Civil War, although it supported Wrangel's army diplomatically and financially, and also tried to diplomatically ease the situation of Poland. For example, on April 9, 1920, the Supreme British Commissioner in Constantinople, Admiral de Robeck, appealed to the Kuban and Don Cossacks to continue the struggle against the Soviet regime. The British government transferred a credit of £14 million which had not been spent on Denikin to Wrangel, and it was only in June 1920, under the influence of negotiations about the conclusion of a trade agreement with Soviet Russia and the decisive struggle of the British working masses against intervention, that Britain finally called home its representatives from Wrangel's army. Britain's protection of Poland, as we have already mentioned, was exclusively diplomatic in character. The most typical act in this regard was Curzon's note of July 13, 1920, in which he demanded categorically that the Red Army cease its further offensive, threatening, in the case of a refusal, to maintain complete freedom of action. Now we must turn to the group of powers bordering on our country. We have already spoken of Romania and the reasons for its hostile neutrality towards Soviet Russia. This country, which was busy securing its new territories which it received according to the Versailles Treaty, was not particularly desirous of actively interfering in our civil war for fear of losing that which it had already seized. Thus the Entente powers, chiefly France, placed all their hopes on the mightiest border state, Poland. In its struggle against Soviet Russia, the latter pursued its own interests besides those of France. It sought to restore its eastern boundary within the borders of 1772, which would have yielded it Lithuania, Belorussia, and the Ukrainian right bank, with a non-Polish nationality which gravitated toward the Fraternal Soviet Republic. The border states of Finland, Estonia, and Latvia, which were political foes of the Soviet state, were of themselves too weak to independently carry out an actively hostile policy toward it. Thus they did not form blocs either between themselves or with Poland, which conducted itself quite independently during our civil war. Neither Poland nor the other new states enumerated above could form a bloc with the internal Russian counter-revolution, insofar as one side was striving for complete national and state self-determination, while the other had as its final goal the re-establishment of a united and indivisible Russia within her previous boundaries. Thus there was insufficient unity and agreement in the foreign political encirclement of the Soviet Union. However, as we have seen, the absence of sufficient unity and agreement in the imperialist camp as regards the RSFSR in no way interfered with organizing an intervention into the Soviet Republic or in that support which the imperialists rendered the counter-revolutionary formations on the territory of former Tsarist Russia. All the imperialists were united by a rabid class hatred for the proletarian state, fear of the socialist revolution, and fear of the influence of the October coup in Russia on the international proletariat. They well understood the international significance of the socialist coup. This is why, despite the contradictions existing in the details of imperialist policy in regard to the workers' and peasants' government, basically all of the imperialists saw in it the face of the class enemy which was organizing the international proletariat for the world's socialist revolution, an enemy which must be destroyed. In this desire to defeat the organizing source of the international socialist revolution, imperialism came together with those classes within Russia which were unable to reconcile themselves to the victory of the proletariat and who bet everything they had in order to organize a civil war against the Soviet state. The internal counter-revolution relied, in its turn, not only its internal forces that could be mobilized for the struggle with the Soviet regime, but also on international imperialism. Without the latter's assistance, the national counter-revolution would not have attained the size and longevity that it had in 1918, 1919, and 1920. On just what forces did the counter-revolution within the country rely, and which classes were the organizers and leaders of the struggle against the Soviet regime? The answer to that question will be more than obvious from only a brief review of the moving forces of October and those conquests which the October Revolution brought to the toiling masses. The main and chief moving force of the October Revolution was the working class. Only the proletariat, in league with the peasantry, could resolve those tasks which had been put forward with such urgency by the entire course of the historical development of Russia. Only the proletariat could completely destroy gentry land ownership and transfer the land to the peasantry. The bourgeoisie was not capable of this, because it was closely linked to the gentry's ownership of the land and would have lost a lot from its elimination. Petite bourgeoisie democracy, which followed in the wake of the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks, was also incapable of the decisive elimination of gentry land ownership, because it was connected through its class roots with industrial and agrarian capitalism and was its yes-man and trembled before the specter of a proletarian revolution. Thus the working class was the single revolutionary class capable of destroying gentry land ownership and securing the transfer of the land into the hands of the peasantry. Only the working class was capable of leading the peasant masses out of the war through the seizure of power, the organization of a worker state, and the conclusion of peace. As a result of their class situation, neither the great nor the petite bourgeoisie were able to renounce annexations and indemnities and, it follows, the continuation of the imperialist slaughter. The proclamation then by the Socialist Revolutionary Menshevik majority in the Soviets of a peace, without annexations and indemnities, was made only under pressure from the masses who did not want war. There is not the slightest doubt that if the bourgeoisie had been in a condition to maintain itself in power until the end of the imperialist war, then the socialist revolutionaries Mensheviks would have actively helped the bourgeoisie in its annexationist demands. Thus, the working class was the sole revolutionary class which could deliver the workers from the war. Finally, only the proletariat, as the most consistently revolutionary class, could completely destroy the remnants of feudalism in the state, social and national, etc. structure of Russian life. Thus, the objective prerequisites for the proletarian dictatorship were at hand. These objective prerequisites were multiplied by the political activism of the Russian proletariat, which had acquired in preceding battles a magnificent revolutionary tempering, its concentration in the decisive centers, Leningrad, Moscow, the Urals, the Donbass, Baku, and Ivano-Voznesensk, etc., and the presence of the Bolshevik Party, which led the proletariat and which was linked to the working class by close ties, and which possessed all of the qualities of a proletarian revolutionary party, the leader of its class. The strengthening of the Bolsheviks' influence on the working masses was to no small degree facilitated by the policy of the parties of appeasement, which were acting at the behest of the bourgeoisie and which quickly revealed their true class visage as bourgeois yes-men. During the period from February to October, through the April, Milyukov's note, July and August days, the Kornilov Mutiny, the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries lost their influence on the masses with what was for them catastrophic rapidity. The sympathies of the masses were shifting uninterruptedly to the left, to the Bolsheviks. The enumerated subjective prerequisites created the opportunity for such an employment of the objective prerequisites of the immediate revolutionary situation before October, and through which the October victory was almost completely assured. The working class moved to seize power in league with the main mass of the peasantry. The peasantry needed to seize the gentry's land, get out of the war, and to secure itself once and for all against landowner feudal and capitalist kulak exploitation. But the peasantry, as the result of its dispersed and scattered nature, its backwardness and intermediate class situation, on one hand there was the private owner, and on the other the laborer, exploited by capital, cannot play an independent revolutionary role. It can resolve revolutionary tasks only in alliance with the working class and under its leadership. If not, then the peasantry will inevitably fall under the class dominance of capital and will be an object of its exploitation, detailing from its ranks, and at the cost of its own impoverishment, only a small number into the group of village bourgeoisie. On the other hand, the peasantry, in alliance with the working class and under its leadership, can play a revolutionary role of worldwide historical significance. It played such a role in October 1917, when the peasant masses joined the proletariat and under the latter's leadership overthrew the provisional government. Thus, the poor and middle village masses were the second moving force of the October Revolution. However, the proletariat could not set itself the limited goals of a bourgeois democratic revolution, the seizure of the land and the elimination of feudal holdovers. It set itself the task of a socialist revolution and the task of constructing a new socialist society and the elimination of bourgeois capitalist relations, because only a socialist revolution was in full and complete accord with the working class's class interests. Lenin, on the matter of the relationship of a bourgeois democratic revolution to a socialist one, wrote the following: "In order to consolidate for the peoples of Russia the conquests of the bourgeois democratic revolution, we had to advance further, and we advanced further. At the same time, in passing, we resolved the questions of the bourgeois democratic revolution as a side effect of our main and true proletarian revolutionary and socialist work. The first grew into the second. The second resolved the questions of the first, in passing. The second consolidated the cause of the first. But the socialist revolution is not only the elimination of feudal holdovers, but the elimination of capitalist relations, and it is natural, therefore, that against the workers' and peasants' bloc, which was the support of the proletarian dictatorship even before the October Revolution in its, so to speak, embryonic state, there began to form and, following October, finally formed a bloc of all three classes and groups against which the October Revolution had been carried out. large feudal landowners and capitalist agrarians, bankers and owners of trade and industrial concerns, errant Black Hundreds, and left liberals came out in a united front against the proletarian dictatorship. Together with them against the workers' and peasants' bloc arose all the protégés and representatives of the former ruling classes in the army and the state apparatus, generals and officers, bureaucrats, and the clergy. All of these groups were the spearhead of the counter-revolution, its organizers and inspirers. Officers and the village bourgeoisie created the first cadres of white forces. Naturally, the counter-revolution appealed first of all to those class groups in the city and countryside whose interests had been to a greater or lesser degree harmed by the October Revolution. The basis of the counter-revolution in the countryside was the kulak class, whose rage against the Soviet regime reached its particular apogee following the organization of the Committees of the Poor and the decisive struggle for bread. The kulaks, in and of themselves, could not, of course, reconcile themselves to the slogan of the socialist revolution. The kulak class was interested in eliminating the large landowner holdings only insofar as this meant the elimination of a dangerous competitor in the matter of exploiting the poor and middle peasantry, and insofar as the removal of this competitor opened up broad vistas for the kulak class. But the socialist revolution, among its slogans, also has the slogan of decisively struggling against the kulaks as carriers of capitalist tendencies in economic life. While this struggle intensified as the poor and hired work masses in the countryside set about expropriating the kulaks' holdings. The kulak struggle against the proletarian revolution unfolded in the most varied forms. In the form of serving in the White Guard armies, in the form of organizing their own detachments, and in the form of a broad rebel movement in the rear of the revolution under various national, class, and religious slogans, all the way to anarchistic ones. Regardless of the form and slogans of the kulak uprisings, their essence was that the kulaks were in a united front with large-scale capital and the landowners against the workers and peasants bloc. The counter-revolutionary bloc was particularly strong in those areas of our country in which class and national contradictions manifested themselves with particular sharpness. For example, along the Don, where on the one hand there was a numerous proletariat and the non-Cossack peasantry, which was essentially without rights, and on the other the large landowners, Cossack generals and officers, and Cossack kulaks, who enjoyed age-old privileges, the Civil War took on particularly acute forms, scale, and length, because both sides enjoyed sufficiently powerful class support in the countryside. The Civil War unfolded with no less bitterness in Ukraine, where there was a sufficiently large number of kulak holdings. Here those methods of taking advantage of the national attitudes of the masses, with the assistance of which the Petli Ura's bourgeois nationalist counter-revolution and Skoropadsky's landowner bourgeois counter-revolution and German imperialism attempted to fight the proletarian revolution in Ukraine, are very instructive. The circumstance that the counter-revolution began to form its armies namely in the borderlands, and that even before the October Revolution counter-revolutionaries began to gather to the Don, Ukraine, and the Kuban, etc., may be explained first of all by the class and national features of these border areas, and also partially by the fact that there were obviously elements of the hard power of the landowner capitalist restoration, for example, cailed in along the Don, here. The bourgeoisie and landowners well understood that in the center, where the kulak was weak, where the proletariat was numerous and organized, where the masses could take the bait of nationalist slogans, they could do nothing. This is why the counter-revolution first of all raised its head in Finland and Ukraine, and along the Don and in the Caucasus, etc. The greater geographic proximity of the borderlands to the imperialist countries influenced to a certain extent the concentration of the counter-revolution's moving forces precisely in the borderlands. Such was the disposition of forces and the geography of this disposition. On one hand there was the workers and peasants bloc under the leadership of the proletariat and under the slogans of the socialist revolution, and on the other there was the bourgeois landowners bloc under the slogans of bourgeois capitalist restoration. An estimate of the counter-revolution's strength at the time of the October coup would be incomplete if we did not say a few words about the processes of stratification going on in the ranks of the old army. The latter, while it was disintegrating, produced cadres not only for the future army of the revolution, but for the army of the bourgeois landowner counter-revolution. Shock units, national formations, part of the Cossack troops, the higher staffs and officers' societies, which arose during the February Revolution, were organizations, the majority of which represented a force hostile to the October Revolution. The October Revolution, which was victorious in Petrograd, Moscow, and in a number of decisive centers in the country, still faced a difficult struggle to firm up its victory across the entire country. One may say without exaggeration that by the time of the October Revolution, all the elements of a bourgeois landowner counter-revolution had obviously matured under the cover of the blathering Kerensky government's socialist phrases. Only the proletarian revolution interfered and could interfere with this. As we have already stated, the counter-revolutionary bloc coalesced with the intervention and formed with it a united front for the struggle against the proletarian dictatorship. For a complete description of the disposition of moving forces, it is necessary to briefly touch upon the wavering of the middle peasantry, which exerted an influence on the course of the Civil War. In certain areas, the Volga region, Siberia, this wavering brought to power the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks and sometimes facilitated the movement of the White Guards into the depth of the RSFSR's territory. However, during the Civil War, this wavering inevitably led to the movement of the middle peasantry to the side of the Soviet regime. The middle peasants saw with their own eyes that the shift in power to the appeasers was only a short episode, to be replaced by an unvarnished dictatorship of the generals, from the Democratic Samara Committee of the Constituent Assembly to Kolchak's dictatorship, was a step from which the old landowner, capitalist and general would come to power, and the arrival of the white forces was inevitably accompanied by the arrival of the landowner and the re-establishment of pre-revolutionary relations. The strength of the middle peasants wavering in favor of the Soviet regime was particularly manifested in the combat capability of the White and Red armies. The White armies were essentially combat capable as long as they were more or less homogeneous in the class sense. It was when the front expanded and they advanced that the White Guards resorted to mobilizing the peasantry and accumulating these mobilized masses that they inevitably lost their combat capability and fell apart. Quite the opposite, the Red Army grew stronger with each month, and the mobilized middle peasant masses of the countryside stoutly defended the Soviet regime against the counter-revolution. The Civil War, which embraced a significant part of the Soviet Republic's territory and unfolded from the center to the borders of the country, naturally had several theaters of military activities. These theaters were sharply distinguished from each other according to economic, social, and geographical conditions. Without going into the details of describing the theaters, we present here a brief operational description of each of them. The Northern Theater included the enormous space of North Russia from the northern polar seas to the basins of the upper Volga and Kama rivers inclusively. To the east, its border was the Ural Range, and to the west the state border with Finland. The theater's operational significance was that routes led through it from the northern Russian ports, Murmansk, Archangel, to the interior of the country and to its vital revolutionary centers. This theater, according to its features, could be classified among the underdeveloped theaters. Huge areas of marshy forests made it accessible, not everywhere, but along a few axes, the course of major rivers, and the few railroad lines. The population was very sparse and scattered and concentrated along the river valleys or along the coast, where it was engaged in fishing. Due to the poor development of factory industry, the industrial proletariat was almost absent. There was no abundance of local means. The climate is severe, particularly in winter. In the military sense, the theater was a typical wooded and underdeveloped theater, good for the activities of individual detachments consisting primarily of infantry adapted to local conditions. The theaters removed from the main vital centers and areas of the country due to the unfavorable physical and climatic features of the area kept it a secondary theater throughout the course of the entire Civil War. In terms of size, the Eastern Theater was the largest theater not only of our Civil War, but of all wars. It stretched in depth many thousands of kilometers from the Middle Volga to the meridian of Lake Baikal. Its borders in the north coincided with the shoreline of the European and Asian continents. In the south, its boundary ran along the shore of the Caspian Sea, and then along the land boundary with Turkestan, Mongolia, and China. The theater could constitute neither a geographical or economic whole within these extended boundaries. Thus, it is natural to subdivide it into three local theaters: the Volga, Ural, and Western Siberian. The economic significance of the Volga theater was determined by the presence of a mighty natural grain trade route in the form of the Middle Volga, which ran through the producing areas. The military significance of this local theater was determined by the presence of this powerful line, which was the final barrier along the routes from Siberia into the depth of the most politically and economically important areas of the country, as well as the most convenient and shortest routes leading from the Ural Range to the revolutionary center of Moscow. And also according to its relief features, which were easy and varied, as well as the presence of local resources and the qualities of the climate, as well as according to the development of a network of dirt road routes, the theater was quite convenient for the activities of large masses of troops. The overwhelming majority of the population was engaged in agriculture. The Ural theater differed sharply from the Volga theater, both in the geographic and in the economic and social senses. Economically, the Ural theater should be listed among the consuming areas, insofar as mining was its sole type of producing industry. The presence of major factory centers and areas made the Urals one of the areas where the proletariat was concentrated. A characteristic feature of the latter was that it had not lost its ties to the peasantry, being to a significant degree tied to the land. Thus, in its attitudes, the Ural proletariat often reflected the wavering attitudes of the peasant mass. The uprisings in the Nevyansk, Izhevsk, and Vakinsk factories in the summer of 1918. But overall, the class composition of the Ural theater's population should be recognized as sufficiently favorable for the Soviet regime. In the military sense, the Ural theater was a typical mountain theater, powerful in its natural features. Its large extent, more than 1,200 kilometers, rendered it a mighty natural line dividing the republic's European and Asiatic parts. According to its relief and the composition and way of life of the population, the Western Siberian theater was closer to the Volga theater than the Ural theater. It was distinguished by the peculiar stratification of the peasantry into a native, strong, and prosperous peasantry, which was unfamiliar with the power of the landlords, and the newly arrived resettled peasantry from Russia, which had settled along the Trans-Siberian Railroad, and which was familiar with the landlord and with the agrarian revolution of 1905. This layer of the peasantry was a reliable ally of the Soviet regime in the political sense. In the military sense, the Western Siberian theater, like the Volga theater, despite the somewhat harsher climate, was accessible in the western part for actions by large masses of troops, although their freedom of maneuver was curtailed by the poor development of communications routes and the necessity of being based on the Trans-Siberian Railroad as the country's main nerve. The vulnerability of the communications of the armies operating here, the large expanse of the theater, and the poor communications routes, all of these conditions determine the possibility of the broad development of partisan activities in this theater, particularly along the flanks and communications of the armies. The Southern theater, which at times included the Ukrainian theater, embraced the rich producing areas of South Russia. Overall, it was distinguished by its plains, in places steppe country, which made it quite favorable for operations by large masses of cavalry, as well as the comparatively mild climate. In the class sense, the theater's population was characterized by its diversity and the complexity of mutual relations. The southeastern part of the theater, the Cossack areas, represented socially two categories of population which were antagonistic toward each other on the basis of unregulated agrarian relations. The newly arrived peasantry, the outsiders, about 50% of the population, and the Cossacks. The exacerbation of relations between the privileged upper crust, the officer class, and well-to-do Cossacks, and the middle and poor Cossacks could be observed among the Cossacks. The proletariat from the factory areas was sprinkled among the overall mass of the population in individual islands, sometimes significant ones, the Donbass. The population of Ukraine in the class context had as a feature the fact that the working proletariat, which primarily did not belong to the native population of the country, was concentrated in the major urban centers, as well as in the mining areas, the Donbass. The country's native population consisted of a peasantry which was quite heterogeneous in the economic sense, while the kulak elements which supported the national chauvinist yearnings of the urban petite bourgeoisie and intelligentsia was, in places, significantly sprinkled among the overall mass of poor and middle peasants. The Western theater of the Civil War encompassed all of the western and northwestern areas of the former Russian Empire. One can roughly trace its eastern border along the headwaters of the western Berezina River and the line of the Dnieper River. The theater's operational significance was determined by the fact that through it ran the shortest and most well-made roads from the Russian revolutionary centers toward the newly independent states. being quite accessible for operations by large masses of troops according to its physical and climatic features. The theater was much poorer in the way of local resources than the Ukrainian and southern theaters. From the class point of view, the theater was predominantly a country of poor and middle peasants, dominated by ruling classes from another nationality, Germans, Poles, and Russians. The proletariat in the eastern part of the theater was small in number and grouped in the cities and small towns, and did not belong to the native national groups, Jews. As regards the proletarian areas, which arose before the World War in the western part of this theater, they had been to a significant degree destroyed by the World War, Riga, Warsaw, Lodz, etc. The above enumerated four theaters were the main ones throughout the course of the entire Civil War. The North Caucasus, which was close to the eastern part of the southern theaters, and finally the Northwestern Theater, which included the approaches to Petrograd from Finland, Estonia, and Latvia, acquired episodic significance as theaters. The latter theater offered no noticeable features distinguishing it from the Western Theater in the climatic and physical sense. In the class sense, this theater was one of the most favorable ones for Soviet strategy, insofar as it included the Petrograd area, with its powerful class-conscious proletariat which had been tempered in the revolutionary struggle. An overall feature of all the theaters was the predominance of the rural population over the urban one, which, according to the data from the 1897 census, was expressed as 86.5% for the rural population and 13.5% for the urban. The working class, according to its number and degree of organization, dominated among the urban population, while among the rural population the numerous mass of middle peasants dominated. Thus, from the class point of view, the composition of the population was, overall, favorable for Soviet strategy. Even in the most vital areas for the counter-revolution, that is, in the Cossack areas, the Soviet regime could count on the sympathy and support of at least half of the population. As regards local resources, all the advantages were initially with the enemy, who during 1918-1919 controlled the sources of the extraction industry and the agricultural areas, while the Soviet forces were concentrated in the processing and consuming areas. An overall feature of all the theaters in the matter of roads was their comparative poverty in artificial communications routes. The central part of the country was in a more favorable condition in this sense. Behind it were the Western Theater and then the Southern Theater. The Eastern and Northern theaters had the most unfavorable conditions. Proceeding from the political goals of its strategy, namely, the struggle against Bolshevism until its final destruction, the Whites' operational directions ran from the areas where the counter-revolutionary armies were initially formed, the Volga, Ukraine, the new states, to the vital centers of the revolution, the revolutionary capitals of Petrograd and Moscow. The counter-revolutionary army's operational directions did not always correspond to the criteria of shortness and favorability, because in choosing them the individual groups in the White movement often had to be guided by the wishes of those countries which supported them. We earlier noted those contradictions which divided the united front of the imperialists in the Russian question. One should explain by these contradictions that circumstance, which at first glance is hard to understand, that even while advancing under the overall slogans of a unified and indivisible Russia, the White groups reflected within themselves the contradictory interests of their foreign bosses. On the other hand, the slogan of unified and indivisible brought forth a distrustful attitude toward its defenders on the part of the bourgeois and petite bourgeois governments of the previously oppressed nationalities during the course of the Civil War. Soviet strategy's operational directions ran from the central area to the vital areas of the southern, Siberian, and Ukrainian counter-revolution, in many cases coinciding with the enemy's operational directions. In favor of Soviet strategy during the initial period of the war was the great extent of the theaters, which allowed its forces, which were forming in the interior of the country, to win time for organizing in immediate proximity to the front line. Chapter 2: The October period of the Civil War, the struggle against Kaledin and the Ukrainian Rada. The disintegration of Kaledin's army. The Taganrog uprising. The struggle of the old army's Bolshevized remnants against the Ukrainian Rada. The seizure of Kiev and the Ukrainian right bank by Antonov Ovsienko's detachments. The counter-revolutionary movement of Dalbormysnicki's Polish Corps. The struggle against Dutov in the Orenburg steppe. The strengthening of the Soviet regime in Siberia. Semyonov. Overall results of the White Guard governments that appeared initially before the German occupation, on the territory of Soviet Russia. The most dangerous for the revolution were the Don and Ukrainian ones. The Central Soviet regime singled out the Don as the main and most immediate object of operations. Soviet forces under the leadership of Comrade Anton Afovsienko, who had been appointed the commander-in-chief of the forces operating against the Southern counter-revolution, began to concentrate against the Don. Anton Afovsienko's plan consisted of the following. 1. Relying on the revolutionary Black Sea Fleet sailors to organize the Red Guard in the Donetsk Basin. 2. To move mixed detachments from the north and the Red Revolutionary Stavka, the former Stavka of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, having concentrated them beforehand in their departure points, Gomel, Bryansk, Kharkov, and Voronezh. 3. To move the 2 Guards Corps, which was quite actively revolutionary in its attitudes, from the Zmarinka Bar area, where it was stationed, to the east for concentrating in the Donetsk Basin. In the latter third of December 1917, the Red detachments, having eliminated along the way in the Belgorod area several shock battalions of the Old Army, which were trying to get to the Don from Mogiliev, began to concentrate in the following manner. 1. Berzin's detachment of 1,800 men and 4 guns in the direction of Gomel and Bakhmak. 2. Sivers's Northern Flying Detachment of 1,165 infantry, 95 cavalry, 14 machine guns, and 6 guns in the direction of Oryol and Belgorod. 3. Solovyov's second column, consisting of 1,100 infantry, 10 machine guns, and 2 guns, was forming in Smolensk. 4. Kovarin's detachment of 300 men, which was not subordinated to Sivers, was stationed in Belgorod. 5. In reserve were the Bryansk and Veliky Luki detachments of 300 infantry and 50 cavalry, the Smolensk battery, and some units from the 17 Army Corps. See Map 1 of the Plate section. Beside this, Sablin's detachment of 1,900 men, 1 battery, and 8 machine guns, was moving from Moscow to be subordinated to the commander-in-chief. Finally, the pro-Soviet Kuban Cossack Division was moving from the front of the World War toward Tsaritin. Overall, the main core of the Soviet forces did not initially exceed 6,000 to 7,000 infantry and cavalry, 30 to 40 guns, and a few dozen machine guns. This corps consisted of heterogeneous units from the Old Army, detachments of sailors, the Red Guard, and others, some of which were not very combat-capable and undisciplined, and which quickly became demoralized and had to be disarmed. Their numbers increased as they moved south, with Red Guards from various cities up to 4,000 men, and the pro-Bolshevik 45th Reserve Infantry Regiment up to 3,000 men. The counter-revolutionary forces were not inferior according to the number and strength of organized units. Kaledin's main forces had concentrated in the Kamenskaya, Glubokoi, Milarovo, Lakaya area. The Volunteer Army, up to 2,000 men, was forming in Rostov-on-Don and in Novocherkassk. Besides this, individual partisan detachments and several regular Cossack units were occupying the Donbass's Gorlovo, Makievka area, having pushed out Red Guards units. Morale was in favor of the Soviet regime. Kaledin's mobilization had not been successful and some demoralization could be observed among the Cossack forces. The Soviet command decided to carry out the following plan of operations. 1. To cut all lines of communications along the rail lines between Ukraine and the Don. 2. To open communications with the Donbass around the northern Donetsk rail line, by operating through Lozovaya and Slavyansk. 3. To establish contact between Kharkov and Voronezh through Kupiansk and Lysky. And 4. To arrange communications with the North Caucasus, where the pro-Bolshevik 39th Infantry Division was coming up from the Caucasus Front. Overall, the plan foresaw the formation of a screen against Ukraine and the concentration of all efforts against the Don. On 17/30 December 1917, Yegorov's detachment, 1,360 men, 3 guns, and 1 armored train, occupied Lozovaya station and then the town of Pavlograd, while the Gaidamaks, who were occupying the former place, ran away, and in the latter they surrendered without a fight. Meanwhile, along the Don front, Sivers's column was advancing slowly from Kharkov to the Donbass, disarming small Ukrainian garrisons along the way, and on January 4, 1918 linked up with the Red Guards from the mines. By January 7, 1918, the Soviet forces, having secured themselves from the west with a screen along the front Vorozhba, Lubatin, Pavlograd, Sinelnikovo, were occupying the Donets Basin with their main forces. Petrov's column, with a strength of 3,000 infantry, 40 machine guns, and 12 guns, which had been formed in Voronezh, was attacking toward Milarovo and Novocherkassk. Its lead units were approaching Chertkovo station. On January 8, Antonov Ovsienko decided to eliminate Kaledin's forces with an attack by his main forces from the Donbass, for which Sablin's column was supposed to develop the offensive from Lugansk on Lakaya station. Sivers's column, while securing it from the south, was to move on Zverevo station, with the idea of subsequently moving on Milarovo. Petrov's column was to move on Milarovo from the north. While developing the offensive, Sivers's column became carried away by the advance to the south, stopping near Ilovaiskia station, where 2 regiments refused to follow orders and were disarmed. Sablin's detachments proved to be weak for an offensive, and such a gap in the operation enabled the Cossacks to carry out a brief counterattack on Debaltsevo and to delay the Soviet forces' offensive. Petrov's column had begun negotiations with the Cossacks near Chertkov. The frontline Cossacks, being pro-Soviet in their attitudes, either maintained neutrality or went over to the Soviet side. The non-Cossack peasantry was also hostile toward Kaledin's supporters. Thus, thanks to the attitudes that had arisen on the Don, a military revolutionary committee was formed at Stanitsa Kamenskaya at the end of January, and the Northern Cossack detachment, Golubov, which joined the Soviet forces, was formed. With the aid of some of Kaledin's units that had gone over to its side, the detachment seized Lakaya and Zverevo stations. The Revolutionary Committee was to have begun negotiations with Kaledin, which ended without result, because a white partisan detachment, under Chernysov's command, captured Lakaya and Zverevo and forced the Revolutionary Committee to move to Milarovo station. Along the Voronezh and Kharkov axes, the Don Cossacks, due to their demoralization, were replaced by units of the Volunteer Army, which delayed the advance by Soviet forces for a certain time. Sivers's detachment resumed its offensive on February 3, while being reinforced from the center with newly arrived revolutionary detachments and a powerful armored train with naval guns. While overcoming the resistance by Kornilov's forces at every station, on February 8 Sivers established communications with revolutionary Taganrog, where the workers of the Baltic factory, numbering 5,000 men, rose, seized the city and forced the White Guard garrison to fall back on Rostov with heavy losses. Meanwhile, Kaledin's units, which had become mixed in with those from the Volunteer Army, Chernysov's detachment, launched an attack against Sablin's column near Lakaya and threw it back to its jumping-off point at Izverino station, after which Chernysov resumed pursuing the forces of the Don Revolutionary Committee in the direction of Kamenskaya and Glubokaya Stanitsas. In falling back, these forces linked up near Stanitsa Glubokaya with Petrov's column, which was arriving from Voronezh. The White Cossacks would have been able to capture this station, but they were then decisively defeated by the Reds' combined forces and scattered. Sablin, who had been reinforced by a freshly arrived detachment of Black Sea Fleet sailors, numbering 400 men and 4 guns, as well as Kadinsky's revolutionary detachments, launched in his turn an offensive and on February 8 once again occupied Zverevo station and Lakaya. Simultaneously, the disarming of the Cossack trains, which were moving from Ukraine and Romania toward the Don along the southern railroads, was proceeding successfully. Detachments from Revolutionary Tsaritsyn, which had occupied Chur station, were threatening the White Don from the east. In the south, units of the Old Army's 39th Infantry Division, which was returning from the World War's Caucasus Front, were concentrating in the area of Stanitsa Tukhachevskii in Kaledin's rear. By February 10, resistance by the Volunteer Army's units and small detachments of Kaledin's forces had been finally crushed, but the advance by Soviet forces proceeded slowly due to the damaged railways and concern for their rear. On February 16, Sablin's column reached the outskirts of Novocherkassk. Eideman Kaledin, in the resulting situation of the panic and demoralization of the White Cossacks' forces and his followers, committed suicide. The Volunteer Army was delaying the advance by Sivers's detachment along the Taganrog axis, but on February 13, the latter had already reached Rostov. At the same time, units of the 39th Infantry Division occupied Bataysk. The city of Rostov was occupied by Sivers only on February 23, while the town of Novocherkassk was occupied on February 25 by Sablin's detachment, along with the Don Revolutionary Committee's Cossack Brigade, which had outflanked it from the east, while the small Cossack assembly, which was meeting there, was dispersed. Units of the Volunteer Army, Kornilov and Denikin, and 1,500 Cossacks under Eideman Popov fell back across the Oksai River into the Saleskay steppe on toward the Kuban River. During the development of the offensive by Soviet forces against the Don, the following events occurred in Ukraine. The proximity of Soviet forces gave a fillip to the appearance of forces hostile to the Central Rada, the power of which had been overthrown in many industrial and port centers of Ukraine. On January 8, 1918, the proletariat in the city of Yekaterinoslav rose up, supported by Red Guard troops from Yegorov's detachment that had arrived from Sinelnikovo. The city of Mariupol was occupied by a workers' uprising on January 12. Yegorov's detachment was ordered to turn south from Yekaterinoslav, to establish Soviet power in Alexandrovsk, Zaporozhye, to establish contact with the Crimea, and to concentrate its forces for operations in the direction of Mariupol, Taganrog, and Rostov, which was accomplished by January 15. On January 18, following stubborn fighting against the supporters of the Central Rada, the proletariat of Odessa seized power with the assistance of the Red Black Sea Fleet. At the same time, Kiev, where the central government of the Rada was located, was being threatened by pro-Bolshevik remnants of the old army's southwestern front, among them, the 2 Guards Corps, stationed west of Kiev. The Rada was successfully fighting these forces, as a result of which the Stavka of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, which had already been seized by the Bolsheviks, was forced to dispatch against the Rada its detachments, numbering 3,000 soldiers, 400 sailors, and 12 guns, which attacked under the command of comrades Berzin and Vatsidis from Gomel to Bakhmak. The resulting situation forced Anton Afovsienko to speed up the start of decisive operations against the Rada. These operations were brought about by foreign policy considerations, because at this time negotiations were proceeding with the Germans over the conclusion of the Peace of Brest-Litovsk, and it was important to hinder the Rada from thwarting these negotiations, thus strengthening the Soviet government in Ukraine. The beginning of the decisive offensive in Ukraine was set for January 18, 1918. It was decided to launch the main attack from Kharkov on Poltava, together with those forces which were threatening Kiev from different directions. The command of all operations along the main axis was entrusted to Muravyov, to whom an armored train, 500 Red Cossacks, and Red Guards were attached for this purpose. Yegorov's detachments from Lozovaya and Znamensky's, a special detachment from Moscow, which were following in trains as far as Vorozhba station, were to support the offensive by the main forces. The offensive by Znamensky's, Muravyov's, and Yegorov's columns developed successfully. Muravyov, while moving through Poltava, where he linked up with Yegorov's detachment, on January 24 occupied Ramadan and Kremenchuk, and then Lubny and Grebenka station against weak resistance by the Gaidamaks. Units, attacking from Gomel to Bakhmak, captured Kruty station, after which the road to Kiev lay open. In the rear of Berzin's army, in the Konotop area, which had been occupied on January 28 by the Roslavl detachment and local workers, several detachments had concentrated, which formed Kadinsky's Revolutionary Army. Part of the detachments was sent to the Don. This army was given the following assignment. While moving through Cherkasy, Babrinskaya, Tsvetkov, and Fastov, for the purpose of linking up with all of the revolutionary forces on the right bank of the Dnieper, to strike at Kiev from the west. The approach of the revolutionary forces to Kiev brought about an uprising on January 28 of the workers of the Kiev arsenal and some military units, but it was suppressed by the Rada's forces even before the arrival of Muravyov's forces, who had encountered some resistance along the Trubez River. Here his troops came into contact with troops from the Czechoslovak Corps, who had declared their neutrality. The Ukrainian Rada disposed of no more than 1,200 reliable troops from the Free Cossacks and other formations hostile to the Bolsheviks for the defense of Kiev. The remaining troops either remained neutral or operated against the Rada. Following a bitter bombardment, Kiev was taken on February 9, although the government and Rada had abandoned the city the previous evening and evacuated to Zhytomyr. Upon occupying Kiev, Muravyov began to pursue the remnants of the Rada's forces in the direction of Zhytomyr, and it was only on February 12 that he managed to get into contact with the 2 Guards Corps. The struggle of the Red forces against the other units of the old army, which had formed even before the October Revolution along national lines, had incomparably less importance. Here nationality, as we saw in the example of the Ukrainian formations, was only a cover for that counter-revolutionary essence which their organizers tried to attach to these units. The special selection of soldiers and the suffusing of the units with counter-revolutionary officers were, according to the opinion of their organizers, supposed to make these units a further reliable bulwark for the bourgeoisie in the struggle against the revolution. One of these units, which was the most organized and soundly put together, was General Dowbor-Mysnicki's Polish I Corps. This corps was formed under the flag of the Polish National Democratic Party, which fully defined its reactionary character. During the October Revolution, the corps' political leaders worked energetically. They sought, on the one hand, to increase the strength of their armed forces and, on the other, to get rid of the influence of the ideas of the October Revolution. As a result of this work, the Polish reactionary agents managed to plant the seeds of the Polish II Corps in Ukraine and the frontline zone. The Polish I Corps was stationed in the Orsha, Smolensk, Zlobin, Gomel area. With the beginning of the October Revolution, the Corps Command refused to carry out the democratization of the Corps along the lines of the entire army. At the same time, the Corps Command began to interfere in the affairs of the local Soviets and defended the interests of the landowners. The prolongation of the peace talks in Brest-Litovsk demanded the preservation of the World War Front's combat capability. The disintegration of the old army was taking place so rapidly that the idea arose of replacing the demoralized Russian units with troops from the Polish I Corps. Because of this, at the end of January, the transfer of part of the units of the Polish I Corps to the Rogakiov, Bobruisk, Zlobin area was begun. However, at the beginning of the Corps' transfer, documents fell into the hands of the Soviet regime pointing to links between the Corps Command and the Don counter-revolution. At the same time, the political physiognomy of the entire Corps had become so counter-revolutionary that the Soviet High Command, in the person of Comrade Krylenko, was forced to demand the disarmament of the Corps. Dowbor-Mysnicki refused to carry out this order, for which he was declared outside the law. At this time, about 2 of the Corps' divisions, there were 3 divisions in the Corps, had been concentrated in the Rogakiov, Bobruisk, Zlobin area, but the division's artillery had not yet caught up with them and was moving up in rear area trains. This made the Soviet forces' subsequent fight against them easier. Dowbor-Mysnicki was the first to open hostilities. He occupied the town of Rogakiov and moved an advance guard toward Mogiliev, where Comrade Krylenko's headquarters was located. The Polish I Corps' 2nd Division surrounded the Zlobin Railroad Junction station, threatening to cut the food supply of the armies of the World War's Western Front moving from Ukraine. An attempt to combat these forces with the detachments immediately at hand ended in failure. The Polish 1st Division even began to advance on Mogiliev. Then more solid units were hurriedly transferred from the front: the Latvian 1st and 4th Regiments, the 19th Siberian Regiment, detachments of sailors, and the Red Guard. On February 13, 1918, these units, under the command of I. Vatsidis, inflicted a defeat on the Polish 1st Division and occupied Rakiov. Somewhat earlier, namely on February 7, 1918, the Polish 2nd Division was defeated around Zlobin. The fighting here was decided by the presence of artillery on the Red side, while at the same time the Poles attempted to attack without artillery support. After this, both Polish divisions began to fall back on Bobruisk. Along the way, the Polish 3rd Division, which was moving from Roslavel, joined up with them. It slipped through the Soviet detachments operating in the areas of Zlobin and Rogakiov. However, they were not able to eliminate the Polish I Corps' resistance in the Bobruisk area with Soviet forces. The Germans' offensive, which began soon after, interfered with this. The Polish I Corps was subsequently disarmed by the Germans as a force with a hostile orientation to them. The movement of the victorious October Revolution from the country's center to the periphery also encountered major difficulties in the eastern borderlands, particularly in the Orenburg area and in Siberia. The military-political situation in the Urals following the October Revolution was quite complex and varied. The appearance of the first food detachments, which were dispatched in the spring of 1918 from the starving provinces of Central Russia, caused a number of major riots among the peasantry of Ufa province. These riots were able to develop thanks to the weakness of the impoverished revolutionary element and the influence of the Kulak element on the peasantry. The working masses of the South Ural factories during the period in question were distinguished by their political shakiness. The Bolsheviks' influence on them was weakened because the most politically conscious workers had been thrown into the fighting against Dutov and the peasant uprisings, which the socialist revolutionaries took advantage of for their agitation. Besides this, the population was upset about hunger and was dissatisfied with the work of the requisitioning detachments. These detachments' requisitions also touched upon the interests of the workers who had not lost their contact with the land and who were engaged in small peasant farming. At first, the Soviet regime disposed of only the workers' combat detachments. There were also riots within the Orenburg Cossack troops. Eideman Dutov managed to raise the Cossacks of the southern sections against the Soviet regime and to seize Orenburg at the beginning of December 1917. However, this first advance by Dutov was quickly eliminated by Soviet detachments. On January 18, 1918, Soviet power was restored in Orenburg and Dutov hid out with a small detachment in Verkhnuralsk, from which, pursued by detachments of Ural workers, he was forced to escape to the Torgai steppe in May 1918. But the Red detachments halted their pursuit due to the flooded rivers. At the same time Soviet detachments were fighting Dutov, the local White Guard partisan detachments were continuing their work in their rear. One of them even managed temporarily to once again break into Orenburg. There simultaneously developed a powerful white partisan movement in the Ural province, which initially was purely elemental. The Red Army fought these partisans, operating primarily along the railroads, while approaching the province's administrative and political center, the town of Uralsk, which had been occupied by a counter-revolutionary Ural government. Overall, the partisan character that the war took on in the Orenburg and Ural steppe in the spring of 1918 deprived it of independent significance, although it was unfavorable for the Soviet regime in that it created favorable prerequisites for the appearance of the Eastern Front. Let us now turn to that situation that had come about in Siberia. From the time of the October Revolution, the Soviet regime rapidly began to spread throughout the most important centers of Siberia. The seizure of power took place everywhere without problem, with the exception of Irkutsk, where the local revolutionary forces had to withstand a stubborn fight with the forces of the provisional government. The conditions for the organization of Soviet power were unusually difficult in view of the large expanse of territory and its underdeveloped nature. The population of Siberia was predominantly peasant, with a weak and very small proletarian strain in the towns and major industrial centers. However, the peasant mass was not economically homogeneous. The old-time Siberian peasant who was firmly entrenched in his independent holding had never known the power of the landowner, so the sharpness of mutual relations with the latter on the basis of the struggle for land was unknown to him. As regards its social content, this layer of the Siberian peasantry resembled the Kulak class of Ukraine and southern Russia. But besides this layer of the peasantry, there was a layer of numerous so-called new settlers. These were peasant settlers from the more heavily populated rural areas of Russia. Economically weaker, the new settlers had settled predominantly along both sides of the Trans-Siberian Railroad and along the course of the nearby rivers. By no means was all the land occupied by them good. Thus among them, even in Siberia, there could be observed the development of the process of pauperization. This layer of peasants was politically drawn not to the older peasant class, but toward the Siberian proletariat. This is why the Soviet regime in Siberia took strongest root along the line of the railroad, the water routes, and in the large inhabited locales. On February 26, 1918, at the Second Congress of Soviets, a Siberian Soviet of People's Commissars was elected, consisting of 11 Bolsheviks and 4 left socialist revolutionaries, and a Siberian Central Executive Committee, Centrosibir. The food situation in Siberia was incomparably better than in Central Russia, and there were no food detachments in these areas before the summer of 1918. Support for the Soviet regime came in the form of local, small communist detachments, while at the same time the Red Army was being formed on a voluntary basis. Soviets also arose in the Far East from the time of the October Revolution, and power was in the hands of the Far Eastern Territorial Committee of Workers, Peasants, and Cossacks deputies, with full autonomy. Following the establishment of Soviet power in Siberia and in the Far East, counter-revolutionary elements began their anti-Soviet work in organizing counter-revolutionary forces within the country and White Guard detachments on Chinese territory adjacent to the Far East. In the latter case, as has already been noted, They received assistance from Japan and some of the Entente powers. There arose a number of secret military organizations within the country and in the chief centers, which received support from cooperative organizations where socialist, revolutionary, and Menshevik influence was strong. These organizations were preparing for an active uprising and linked it to the beginning of the Entente's intervention. Of the White Guard detachments which arose outside the territory of Siberia, the strongest and most active was Semyonov's detachment, which had pulled back from the Transbaikal following the October coup and which had concentrated in the area of Manchuria Station, along the border with the Transbaikal and China. Simultaneous with the growth of counter-revolutionary forces in Siberia and the Far East, Vladivostok was threatened by the intervention of Czechoslovak units which were advancing from Central Russia and the Japanese. Thus, the gradually growing anti-Bolshevik movement and the work of Siberian and Far Eastern counter-revolutionary forces had created a serious threat to Soviet power in Siberia by the time of the Japanese intervention and the Czechoslovak mutiny. The fall of the anti-Soviet political centers in Ukraine and along the Don, the strengthening of Soviet power in the Orenburg area and in the main centers of Siberia signified the overall favorable completion of the October period of the Civil War. The German intervention and the uprising of the Czechoslovak Corps, which was provoked by the Entente, put a limit to the consolidation of the first successes of the Civil War. In this work, we do not halt on a number of other events, for example, the seizure of the Old Army's Stavka, the October coup in Finland, the events in the Transbaikal area, etc., also having to do with the October period of the Civil War. This would require a significant broadening of that space that we have the opportunity to devote to this period in this work. Therefore, we will limit ourselves to the most colorful and, in the military sense, the most interesting events and episodes. This entire period was characterized by the absence of continuous fronts. The territorial demarcation of the armed forces of the revolution and counter-revolution arose later. Foreign intervention, as we will see further on, sped up the course of this process and shaped it. The activities of both sides during this period are of significant military interest, as they relate to the unfolding of the Civil War, somewhat reminiscent of what is called in military literature the period of border collisions. The forces of revolution and counter-revolution were still in the organizing stage and were not yet fully mobilized for a major civil war. The armed forces of the revolution during this period consisted of Red Guard detachments, comprised of workers and volunteers, soldiers from the Old Army and individual pro-Bolshevik units of the Old Army which had retained their combat capability against the background of the overall collapse of the World War's front. According to their military training, the Red Guard units were significantly inferior to the detachments arising from the depths of the Old Army, but the shortcomings of their training were somewhat compensated for by the high political consciousness of the proletarian Red Guard soldier. The actions of this and that side during this period were limited to the dispatch of individual independently operating detachments and were distinguished by a high degree of maneuver and activity, recalling in this way the actions of forward detachments in a border war. The detachments operated predominantly along the railroads. Horse transport and the units' wagons were replaced by the railroad car. The entire period of the revolution's border collisions with the counter-revolution entered the history of the Civil War under the heading of the Rail War, actually more its beginning, because the Rail War actually stretched out over a much greater time. The struggle against the German occupation and the initial period of fighting against the Czechoslovaks, etc. Chapter 3: The German occupation and the beginning of the intervention. The struggle against the Romanian oligarchy. The political, economic, and strategic reasons for the Austro-German occupation. The beginning of the Austro-German occupation. The struggle for the Donbass. The influence of the German occupation on the strengthening of the counter-revolutionary forces situation. The fighting in Finland. The development of the Civil War in the North Caucasus. The volunteer armies, Ice March. The situation in the Urals. The situation in Siberia. The Czechoslovak mutiny. Its reasons and spread. The beginning of the formation of the Eastern Front. The mutiny by the right socialist revolutionaries along the Middle Volga and the left socialist revolutionaries in Moscow. The influence of the Czechoslovak mutiny on the growth of the uprisings in the Orenburg and Ural steppes. The Czechoslovaks' operation against Ekaterinburg. Organizational work on the Red Eastern Front. The offensive plan of the Red Eastern Front, drawn up by Comrade Vatsidis at the end of July 1918, and its realization. The enemy's seizure of the city of Kazan, the retaking of Kazan, the fall 1918 campaign on the Eastern Front, political prerequisites for the formation of the Northern Front, the denouement of the campaign there, the white government in the northern region, the winter campaign of 1918-1919 on the Northern Front, the spring and summer campaign on the Northern Front, the end of the Civil War on the Northern Front peace negotiations, which had begun on the initiative of the Soviet regime, were interrupted before long by the resumption of military operations on the part of the Austro-German militarists. This resumption of military operations, known as the Austro-German occupation, comprises a new page in the history of our Civil War. But before we set about to relate it, we will halt on those events which completed the just described period of the Civil War. The process of the Bolshevization of the Russian units on the World War's Romanian front took place in extremely complex conditions. The Romanian forces, in the main, were not touched by the revolutionary process. This enabled the Romanian command to actively assist the Russian counter-revolutionary groups led by General Sherbakayev, who was the actual commander-in-chief of the Russian armed forces in Romania. The pro-revolutionary forces of the old army either disarmed or sought to break through the ring of Romanian and White Guard officers' detachments. The disintegration of the Russian armed forces easily yielded up Bessarabia to the Romanians, where in the beginning of January 1918 they staged the comedy of its supposedly voluntary joining Romania. The Romanian forces, while expanding their occupation zone in Bessarabia, were slowly approaching the Dniester River. Their movement to the line of the Dniester River coincided in time with the Soviet coup in Odessa on January 18, 1918. See Map 2 of the Plate section. The young Soviet regime in Odessa was initially organized as the Odessa Soviet Republic. The latter had to actively set about organizing its own armed force, having in mind the threatening advance by Romanian forces toward the line of the Dniester River. This advance forced them to fear for the fate of Odessa itself. The core of the Soviet armed forces undergoing formation were small units of the old army which had broken out of Romania and established themselves along the Dniester in the Bindieri, Tiraspol area. In the middle of February 1918, they united into the Special Army. Along with this army, the Odessa Republic disposed of armed forces numbering no more than 5,000 to 6,000 men. At the beginning of February, these forces delivered the first rebuff to the Romanians in their attempts to cross over the Dniester. The rebuff was so unexpected for the Romanians that they willingly agreed to the armistice proposed to them on February 8, 1918 by the Executive Committee of the Soldiers, Sailors, and Peasants Deputies of the Romanian Front, the Black Sea Fleet, and Odessa Province, located in Odessa. However, the negotiations were protracted. Meanwhile, the Soviet forces' successes in Ukraine enabled the Soviet governments of Russia and Ukraine to allot more attention and forces to the Romanian front. A plenipotentiary organ, the Supreme Collegium for Struggle with the Romanian and Bessarabian Counter-Revolution, was organized in Odessa. The first step by this supreme organ was the termination of the negotiations with the Romanians and the issuance to them on February 15, 1918 of an ultimatum to immediately clear out of Bessarabia. The Romanians refused, and on February 16, 1918 military activities resumed. The enemy had local success at sea, preventing the Soviet flotilla from entering the mouth of the Danube River near Vilkovo, but on land the Romanians' attempts to cross the Dniester ended in failure. Help was already arriving for the Soviet forces. Muravyov's army, having taken Kiev, was now moving to the Dniester. To be sure, its forces were few. The demobilization of the long-service soldiers reduced its overall strength to 3,000 to 4,000 men. This army traveled in several trains from Kiev to Odessa, and on February 19 Muravyov proclaimed himself commander of all revolutionary forces operating against Romania. Despite the small number of his forces, he drew up a plan for a broad invasion not only of Bessarabia, but of Romania as well, while intending to seize the town of Iași, which was then the political center of the country. It's difficult to say what would have come of all this. On March 1, 1918, Muravyov managed to inflict a stinging attack on the Romanians near Ribnitsa on the Dniester, where the Romanians lost about 20 guns. The affair at Ribnitsa revealed the insufficient combat capability of Gentry Romania's army. The Romanians, under the influence of this failure, and with the assistance of the foreign diplomatic corps in Iași, themselves requested an armistice. It was granted to them on March 9, 1918. The Supreme Collegium demanded the unconditional withdrawal from Bessarabia, in which Romania was temporarily authorized to maintain 10,000 men to safeguard its military depots. The Romanian military command was obliged to not interfere in Bessarabia's internal political life. These guiding principles were part of the protocol to eliminate the Russo-German conflict, which was signed by the Soviet side on March 8 and by the Romanian side on March 12, 1918, after which Soviet forces were ordered to cease hostile actions against Romania. Final negotiations with the Romanians were going on at the same time that the Austro-German wave of occupation was already pouring into Ukraine and the western frontline area of the RSFSR. This wave separated for a long time both sides that had signed the treaty. The Romanian government, taking advantage of this circumstance, refused to carry out the obligations in regard to Bessarabia to which it had agreed on March 12, 1918. In signing a peace with the government of the Central Rada on February 9, 1918, the German imperialists were pursuing several goals. In recognizing Ukrainian independence, they were creating a pretext for themselves for invading it under the guise of defending it from the Bolsheviks. Subsequently, while holding it in their sphere of influence, they were thinking of limiting in this way the spread of the October Revolution and to render it less dangerous for the Austro-German bloc. At the same time, they would acquire for themselves a broad economic base. The Central Rada, in exchange for having itself recognized as the sole legal power in the country and for the Germans ceding it a piece of the Chelm area, was moving toward complete economic dependency on Germany. Finally, the occupation of Ukraine in the south and Finland in the north would create for Germany favorable strategic groupings along its flanks. This was important in the event of an attempt by the Entente powers to recreate a new Eastern Front for the World War. Finally, it was through Ukraine that the path to the Caucasus lay, which also attracted the Germans with its raw materials, chiefly oil. All of these tasks, due to the size of the theater, required a significant number of troops. The Austro-German command assigned 29 infantry and 3 cavalry divisions for the occupation of Ukraine, which amounted to no less than 200,000 to 220,000 troops. Of course, if we were speaking here only of driving units of the Red Army from this territory, then they could have gotten along with incomparably fewer troops. Antonov Ovsienko could oppose to this mass of troops only 3,000 troops in the Kiev area, about 3,000 soldiers scattered around various towns in Ukraine, and finally Muravyov's army, which overall numbered no more than 5,000 men, and which had just finished fighting the Romanians, and which was located along the lower course of the Dniester. As an overall reserve for these forces, very far away, to be sure, one could count on Sivers's and Sablin's columns, 4,000 men overall, which were operating against Kayldin. On the whole, Antonov Ovsienko could dispose of no more than 15,000 soldiers, spread along an enormous space. The formation of local Ukrainian units was still in its infancy and was moving ahead slowly. The uncoordinated work of the left socialist revolutionaries and anarchists, who were forming their own units and pursing their own plans and goals, without taking into account the interests of the main Soviet command, negatively influenced the successful and systematic course of forming units. The Soviet command's situation was made more difficult by the circumstance that Soviet power in Ukraine had not yet taken such stable forms as was the case within the confines of Russia. Thus, the Soviet command's situation in Ukraine was quite difficult. Given its unorganized rear, it had to withstand fighting a first-class enemy in conditions of extreme numerical and qualitative inequality. However, on its part it undertook all measures to delay the enemy. The occupiers entered Ukraine along the axes of the through railroad lines that cut the country from west to east. The German XLI Corps, 3rd, 18th, 48th, and 35th Landwehr Divisions moved along the Brest-Litovsk, Gomel, Bryansk Railroad, which was the link between the forces that had been sent to occupy Ukraine and the forces sent to occupy the western borderlands of the RSFSR. However, the Corps encountered in its advance resistance from Comrade Berzin's units, which interfered with the Germans' further movement on Bryansk. The German XXVI Corps, 89th, 92nd, 93rd, 95th, 98th, and 2nd Landwehr Divisions, set out along the railroad running from Rovno to Kiev and then to Kursk, while dispatching part of its forces along the northern and southern branches of this main line. With its headquarters in Kiev, The Corps occupied the Ukrainian left bank and spread south as far as Kremenchuk, and to the east as far as the line Sevsk, Sudza, Poltava. The XXI Corps, 20th and 22nd Landwehr Divisions, with its headquarters in Zhytomyr, occupied the Ukrainian left bank. The German I Reserve Corps, 16th, 45th, 91st, 215th, and 224th Landwehr Divisions and the Bavarian 2nd Cavalry Division, had the task of occupying eastern Ukraine and the Donetsk Basin. This corps, which was the most active of all the occupation corps, took upon itself the entire brunt of the fighting around Poltava and Kharkov and in the northern Donbass. Upon occupying the Donbass, the corps halted its movement to the east of the Rostov-Voronezh Railroad. The corps' headquarters was in Kharkov. The Germans operated together with the Austrians on the coasts of the Black Sea and Sea of Azov and in Podolia. 3 Austrian corps, the 12, 17, and XXV, included 11.5 divisions, 15th, 59th, 34th, 11th, 30th, 31st, 32nd, 54th, and 154th Infantry Divisions. The 2nd and 7th Cavalry Divisions and the 145th Infantry Brigade moved to occupy Podolia and the Odessa area, XXV Corps, the Kherson area, 12 Corps, and the Yekaterinoslav area, 13 Corps. General Kosh's group, consisting of the 212th and 217th Infantry Divisions and the Bavarian Cavalry Division, was dispatched for occupying the Crimea. The I Reserve Corps and the group of Southern Divisions, 10th, 7th, 212th, and 214th, was moving in the occupation forces' first echelon. The remaining corps moved out as the territory was occupied. The Germans began their offensive on February 18th, and on March 2nd German forces entered Kiev, and on March 3rd they were in Zmarinka. On this day, the Soviet government signed the peace treaty with the Central Powers. According to the conditions of this peace, it recognized the independence of Ukraine and Finland, renounced Batum, Kars, and Ardagon, which were to be transferred to Turkey, and agreed to the determination of the subsequent fate of Poland, Lithuania, and Courland by the Central Powers alone. The Soviet government was obliged to demobilize all of its ground and naval forces and agreed to the occupation of Latvia and Estonia by German forces. The latter were to remain until the end of the World War along the line reached by them within the confines of the RSFSR, a line which ran through the cities of Narva, Pskov, Polotsk, Orsha, and Mogilev. The recognition of Ukrainian independence had immediate significance for the course of the Civil War. It excluded the possibility of supporting the Soviet-Ukrainian forces with reinforcements from the RSFSR. Thus, they had to rely on their own forces in the subsequent fighting. The occupation of the important railroad station of Zmarinka created a threat to the rear of Muravyov's army. On March 18th, Austro-German units appeared in the Berzula station, Slobodka area along the Odessa axis. At the same time, they were advancing quickly along the Kursk axis. This hurried advance by the Germans along the Kursk axis may be explained by their desire to cut communications as quickly as possible between the RSFSR and Ukraine and to throw the Soviet forces falling back before them to the south. Then these forces would have come under attack from those Austro-German units which were advancing along the coast of the Black Sea. Actually, the most significant group of Soviet forces, Muravyov's Third Army and several other detachments, in all, about 3,300 infantry and cavalry and 25 guns, which had been operating earlier along the lower Dniester and had not fallen back to the left bank of the Dnieper, was not yet directly feeling strong pressure from the enemy. It was even engaged in an unsuccessful struggle against the enemy along the front Pavlograd, Sinelnikovo, Alexandrovsk. In order to secure the flank of these forces from the north, Antonov Ovsienko hurriedly transferred Sivers's and Sablin's columns from the Don region. But before their arrival, the Germans forced them to begin a withdrawal to Yuzovo by strong pressure against their left flank. At the same time, Antonov Ovsienko was thinking of organizing a peasants' war against the Austro-Germans. He adopted measures for the combat organization of the peasantry in the Poltava and Kharkov areas in order to raise a people's war in the enemy rear. But the organization of a peasants' war required time, weapons, and men. Antonov Ovsienko had neither the first, second, nor the third. However, the first volunteer partisan detachments were able to cope with their tasks to a certain degree and were able to sometimes inflict telling blows against the enemy's forward units that had gotten too far ahead. While Sivers's column was concentrating from the Kursk area along the Kiev axis, during 7 to 10 March Sherev's and Primakov's detachments were able to launch several attacks against the Germans around Bakhmak. At one point, the rearguards of the Czechoslovak Corps, which had been driven by the Germans from their winter quarters and who were hurriedly falling back toward Russia, were fighting side by side with these detachments. But before long, Sivers's column was powerfully attacked by the Germans and began to roll back on Volchansk and Veluki. This made it easier for the Germans to take Kharkov, which they entered on April 9, 1918. Following the occupation of Kharkov, due to the clearly revealed withdrawal of Sivers's column to the borders of Russia, the path to Kupiansk remained completely open to the Germans, and from there to the Voronezh, Rostov-on-Don rail line. Upon arriving at the latter line, the enemy completed the encirclement of the Donbass, and the Germans hurried to push one infantry division along this axis. However, the Germans' approach to such a vital area for supporting the revolution as the Donbass now told on the character and stubbornness of the fighting. Detachments, which had been falling back before the Germans, were gathering on the Donbass from all directions. In the Donbass itself, comrades Voroshilov and Baranov carried out energetic work to raise the local revolutionary forces and to prepare the Donbass for defense. The two already had about 2,000 organized troops. These forces got their baptism of fire around Zmayev. Part of them, under the command of Comrade Voroshilov, was surrounded by the Germans, but broke through the encirclement ring and even took 2 guns from the enemy. All of these forces were now grouped into the so-called Donets Army. The latter made several energetic attempts to develop a flanking attack against the German columns, seeking to attack from Kharkov to the east in order to cut the Donets Army's communications with the RSFSR. The Donets Army's first attempt at an offensive was carried out along the Izium axis. Although it ended in failure, because the numerical correlation was by no means in favor of the Reds, it nevertheless won them time and forced the Germans to bring up significant forces to the Donbass. Thanks to this, on April 24, the Germans captured Bakhmut. Simultaneously, they occupied Kupiansk and began to advance toward Staroboleskye. The Red Command here attempted once more to launch a flanking attack against them, operating this time from Lugansk, which led to stubborn fighting midway between Lugansk and Staroboleskye in the area of Svetovo Station and the village of Yevsug. In turn, Anton Afovsienko's attempt to move Sivers's column, which was now called the Fifth Army, on Kupiansk, did not yield results. The Germans, having delayed the pressure by the Reds, before long occupied Chertkovo Station on the Voronezh, Rostov rail line, and thus completed the separation of the Red forces, which were selflessly fighting in the Donbass, from the RSFSR. There remained only the Lakaya, Tsaritsyn rail line for these forces to get out of the encirclement, of which they took advantage. Comrade Voroshilov's army, together with the various detachments that had joined up with it through Lakaya Station, while heading toward Tsaritsyn, was forced to pass through an area completely in the grip of a Cossack revolt. Voroshilov linked up with Shchedenko's detachment in the area of Stanitsa Kamenskaya. This detachment was supposed to have formed part of the Don Soviet Army, which was comprised of outsider Don peasants and miners. In the area of Stanitsa Kamenskaya, Comrade Voroshilov, whose forces had increased to 12,000 to 15,000 troops, once again, not without success, got into a fight with the Germans. But the latter began to threaten from the Sulin area Voroshilov's path of retreat to Tsaritsyn and forced him to continue to fall back. Voroshilov was delayed near Cherskaya Station due to the blowing up of a railroad bridge and halted his withdrawal, while defending himself against attacks by Cossack insurgents until a new bridge was built, after which he continued his journey to Tsaritsyn. Here the forces he brought served as the foundation of the Red 10th Army. While the revolution's armed forces, under the leadership of comrades Voroshilov and Baranov, were defending the Donets Basin, Soviet detachments along the Yekaterinoslav, Taganrog axis were quickly falling back under German pressure. On April 20th, they were already in the Nikitovka, Debaltsevo area, where the Third Army was subjected to serious demoralization. The Second Army abandoned Chaplino Station and was surging east in rail cars. The First Army abandoned Pologi Station and Volnovakha. Behind the German units attacking in Ukraine, a White Guard detachment was making its way along the southern operational axis from Romania, where it had been formed predominantly from officers in the charge of General Sherbakayev, to the Don. This detachment was known as Drozdovsky's Brigade. Its strength reached up to 1,000 men. Upon crossing the Dnieper near Kakhovka, this brigade, while continuing its movement among the Austro-German columns, reached the city of Melitopol, occupied it and, together with German units, reached the city of Rostov and took the city with the Germans. The Red forces, which were operating south of the Donets Basin, fell back through Rostov-on-Don to the North Caucasus. From here, part of these forces headed for Tsaritsyn, where it joined those Red forces which had fallen back under the command of Comrade Voroshilov. On May 4, 1918, the last Soviet forces abandoned Ukrainian territory, and the wave of the German occupation halted along the line Novozibkov, Novgorod-Seversky, Khutor-Mikhailovsky, Belgorod, Veluki, Milarovo. In the political sense, for Ukraine, the arrival of the Germans meant the revival of the suppressed reactionary forces and the temporary retreat of the revolutionary forces into the underground. For this reason, the Civil War had to change its forms and draw into its orbit that powerful slice of the population that had not yet managed to actively manifest itself during the period just reviewed by us. The outward expression of the triumph of the reactionary forces was the coming to power, by means of a coup incited by the Germans at the end of April, of the government of Hetman Skoropadsky. The government of the Central Rada was no longer needed by the Germans and was overthrown by them. While covering themselves through Skoropadsky's powerless government, the Germans shifted the entire burden of the military occupation on the peasantry, crushing it with heavy requisitions and contributions. On the other hand, the landowners began to return under the cover of the occupation detachments and also made claims on the peasantry. The Civil War was not ended by the occupation, but only altered its forms and turned into a partisan war by the dissatisfied peasant masses. We will halt at greater length on these events in one of the later chapters. But on the other hand, the approach of the line of the German occupation to the areas vital to the counter-revolution, in the form of the Cossack regions, brought about a strengthening of the counter-revolution there. With its rear resting on the German occupation zone, the counter-revolution felt secure from this quarter, while receiving material and moral support from the Germans. Having thus tied down significant Soviet forces, the German occupation eased the situation of the Russian counter-revolution in the east and in the North Caucasus. Having begun on February 18, 1918, supposedly at the invitation of the Ukrainian people, its offensive in Ukraine, the German government had simultaneously, as already noted by us, begun to move its forces onto the territory of the RSFSR, having advanced by the beginning of March to the line Narva, Pskov, Gomel, Mogiliev, Orsha, Polotsk. The concluding of the Brest-Litovsk peace, March 3, halted the further advance of the German forces against the territory of the RSFSR. Having cruelly dealt with the revolutionary movement in occupied Latvia and Estonia, the German government was at the same time assisting the counter-revolutionary movement in Finland, which was headed by the former Tsarist General Mannerheim. Aware that Mannerheim would not be able to cope with the Red troops with the forces of the White Finns alone, and that aid with weapons and money was insufficient, the German command decided to render support to the White Finns by dispatching armed forces. In Danzig, the so-called Baltic Division was created out of 3 Jaeger battalions, 3 rifle regiments, and several batteries. On April 3, this division, which landed in Hanko, undertook along with General Mannerheim's units that were attacking from the north, an operation to eliminate the units of the Finnish Red Army in the Tammerfors, Tampere, Tavaskus, Hämeenlinna, Lahti, Ladi area. Aside from the Baltic Division, the German command was also forming a composite detachment under Colonel Brandenstein, about 3,000 infantry and 12 guns, which on April 10 landed in the Loviisa, and Kotka area 50 to 60 kilometers east of Helsingfors, Helsinki. On April 13, supported by their fleet, the Germans and White Finns occupied Helsingfors. In the latter part of April, units of the Finnish Red Army were surrounded and destroyed in the Lahti, Tavaskus area. On April 29, Vyborg was occupied, and before long an armistice was concluded with the RSFSR. The German command and the White Finnish government continued, even after the conclusion of peace with the RSFSR, to hurriedly form a Finnish army, broadly employing German instructors and weapons for the purpose of preparing a new offensive against the RSFSR. We now dispose in Narva and Vyborg of such positions that would offer us the possibility of beginning an offensive at any moment on Petrograd in order to overthrow the Bolshevik power, which is how Ludendorff evaluated the situation that had come about by April 30th. One of the organizational conclusions that the Soviet regime made from its first collision with the armed forces of the foreign counter-revolution was the necessity of having well-organized, regular armed forces for resolving those great tasks which world history had placed before the Soviet regime. Following the German occupation, the Soviet regime embarked upon the path of broad organizational work in creating a regular Red Army by moving away from the detachment system and improvisation in the sphere of creating an armed force. The establishment of the German occupation line put a temporary limit to the spread of the October Revolution in the west and southwest of the Soviet Republic. Thus, the eastern areas of Russia and the North Caucasus acquired greater significance in the revolution's struggle with the counter-revolution. We will now move on to an examination of events taking place here. The invasion of Ukraine and the RSFSR by the German army could not but divert the Soviet government's attention and strength away from the already visible centers of internal counter-revolution along the Don, the Kuban, and other outlying areas. In reply to the German seizure of Pskov, the Petrograd proletariat voluntarily mobilized and armed for the direct defense of the heart of the revolution, Petrograd. At 1900 on February 25th, the Germans seized Pskov, and in the deep February night factory whistles sounded the alarm to gather to the Smolny and other places tens of thousands of Petrograd proletarians, ready to meet the approaching armies of German imperialism with their weapons. The attention of not only Petrograd, but of the entire country, was fixed on the baleful events in the west, around Narva, Pskov, and Ukraine. In this situation, the forces of the internal counter-revolution received a sort of second wind. The German invasion untied the hands of the generals' counter-revolution, which was moving with the slogans of struggling against the Bolsheviks and continuing the war with Germany to a victorious conclusion. Finally, the German invasion, as we have already noted, significantly sped up the beginning of open intervention by the Entente and the uprising by its agent, the Czechoslovak Corps. We will now turn to an examination of events along the Kuban. The political struggle between the local Cossacks and the outsider population in the Kuban area brought in its wake the organization of both sides' armed forces. The Kuban government that had already arisen under Kerensky set about forming a local volunteer army. The army's formation was entrusted to General Staff Captain Pokrovsky, who had been promoted by the Kuban Rada to the rank of general. At the same time, the seeds of the revolution's armed forces were beginning to organize in the Kuban area, partially from the outsider population and partially from units of the old Caucasus Army, which was falling back from the Caucasus Front, and from Black Sea Fleet sailors. These detachments disarmed the Cossacks hostile to the Soviet regime in their areas. The disarmament was sometimes accompanied by the use of armed force. A part of the Cossacks left for the mountains, forming White Guard partisan detachments. It was in such a setting that the organization of Soviet forces took place in the North Caucasus and, particularly in the Kuban area, which from revolutionary detachments lacking any kind of organization, gradually took on the aspect of military units, led by a command element, which consisted for the most part of representatives of the region's poorest inhabitants. Finally, the third force in the Kuban was Kornilov's volunteer army. Following the occupation of the Don region by Soviet forces, the volunteer army decided to move on the Kuban area in order to link up there with Kuban White Guard units and to establish its base in the Kuban for the subsequent struggle with the Soviet regime. As a result of this decision by the Volunteer Army Command, there followed its campaign, known by its participants as the Ice March. However, the beginning of this campaign on March 12, 1918 nearly coincided with the overthrow of the Kuban Cossack government, Rada. On March 13, 1918, the government, along with a small detachment of loyal troops loyal to it, was driven out of Yekaterinodar by local revolutionary forces and was forced to wander in the nearby mountains. This circumstance was not yet known to Kornilov. The volunteer army's forces upon leaving Rostov did not exceed 4,000 men, with 8 field guns. In his movement, Kornilov had to reckon with the danger of encountering Soviet forces in the area of the Rostov, Tukhachevskii, Torgovaya Railroad, or to fear their possible pursuit. While skillfully avoiding contact with major Soviet forces that were quartered in railcars along the rail lines and along major communications junctions, Kornilov entered the confines of the Kuban region, where he first learned of the fate of the Kuban Cossack government. The hopes for support from the local Kuban Cossacks did not pan out. The volunteer army's forces were met not only with indifference, but even with hostility, and many stanitsas had to be taken in fighting against local partisans. However, after several maneuver operations, Kornilov managed on March 30th to link up with the forces of the Kuban White Guard in Shensi-Aul, which increased the volunteer army's strength by 3,000 men. Due to the preceding fighting, the volunteer army's strength had fallen to 2,700 men, including 700 wounded. The volunteer army's link-up with the Kuban and Cossacks coincided with a turn in the Cossacks, the wealthy and Kulak population, attitude. It had been becoming more and more hostile to the Soviet regime's policy due to the struggle with the outsider peasantry over the division of the land and dissatisfaction with the requisitioning policy of the local Soviet regime, and the activity of some detachments of Black Sea Fleet sailors. On March 30, 1918, Kornilov entered into the command of all White Guard forces in the Kuban area and, counting on the weakness of the Soviet garrison in Yekaterinodar, decided to capture it through a turning movement from the south. At the time of the beginning of the operation against Yekaterinodar, the garrison of the latter had been reinforced with units of the old Army's 39th Infantry Division, which had been transferred here from Stanitsa Tukhachevskii. The forces of the Soviet forces were 18,000 troops, 2 to 3 armored cars, and 10 to 14 guns. On April 9, 1918, Kornilov began a series of bloody and unsuccessful attacks on Yekaterinodar. He was killed during one of these attacks, April 13th. The command of the remnants of his army was assumed by General Denikin, which hurried to begin a withdrawal back to the Don. The army carried out its retreat along the route Starovelichkovskaya, Stanitsa Medvedovskaya, Stanitsa Dyadkovskaya, Uspenskaya, and Yelenskaya. On May 13th, the volunteer army returned to the Don, having cleared Soviet detachments from part of the Trans-Don steppe adjacent to the Don River. As a result, during the Ice March, having covered 1,050 kilometers in 80 days, 44 of them involving fighting, the volunteer army returned with a strength of 5,000 troops, because along the route of march it was reinforced with volunteers from the local Cossacks. Upon arriving at the Don, General Drozdovsky's brigade, consisting of 1,000 men, including 667 officers and 370 soldiers, joined it. On the whole, Kornilov's raid on the Kuban was of minuscule military value, and it was only the shift in the attitudes of the Cossacks, the presence of the German occupation, and the as-yet weak organization of Soviet forces in the North Caucasus that saved the volunteer army from a complete rout. It subsequently became the core for the formation of the counter-revolutionary forces of the North Caucasus, and in the summer of 1918 blossomed into a real army. We earlier followed the twisting path by which the Entente powers arrived at an open and hostile interference in the internal affairs of the Soviet Union. The external force and backbone for the counter-revolutionary forces in the East was the Czechoslovak Corps, which was maintained through the funds of the French bourgeoisie. The majority of the Czechoslovak Corps consisted of former prisoners of war from the Austrian army who had been taken prisoner during the World War of 1914-1917. The heart of this corps was the small formations of Czechs and Slovaks, which had been founded by the Tsarist government as early as 1914. These formations had begun to hurriedly develop from the time of the February Revolution of 1917. During the October days, the Corps declared its neutrality and established itself in winter quarters in the area of Kiev and Poltava. Only one of the Corps' divisions was occupying a sector of the World War's combat front in Volhynia. The German offensive pushed it out of its established locale, and the Corps' rearguards took an insignificant part in the struggle against the Germans side by side with the Soviet-Ukrainian forces in the area of Bakhmak Station. Upon entering the territory of Soviet Russia, the Corps' representatives approached the Soviet government with a request to let the Czechoslovaks through to France. At the end of March 1918, the Soviet government gave its permission for the Czechoslovak Corps' movement to Vladivostok, where it was to be loaded on ships for shipment to France. However, they were presented with the condition that the weapons taken from the former Tsarist arsenals must be returned to the Soviet regime. The start of the Corps' movement coincided with the Japanese landing in Vladivostok April 4, 1918. And as a result of this, a new and purely political and strategic situation was created in the Far East. This caused the Soviet regime to delay the trains until the state of affairs could be ascertained. It was contemplated shifting the Czechoslovaks through Archangel and Murmansk and then abroad. The governments of Britain and France did not reply to this, evidently because at that time the idea of employing the Corps as the foundation of a future counter-revolutionary Eastern Front had already matured. They managed to provoke the mass of the Czechoslovak Corps soldiers with ill-intentioned agitation about the plan to turn them over to Germany and Austria-Hungary as former prisoners of war. The Soviet government's proposals to voluntarily remain in Russia and choose a suitable occupation, not excluding service in the Red Army should their shipment abroad prove to be impossible, were completely unknown to the mass of Czechoslovaks. But the Corps' leaders, in the persons of Sisek, Gaida, and Tukhachevskii, were quite conscious of the game they were playing, while acting upon the instructions of the French mission, which they had telegraphed beforehand of their readiness to act. Having worked out a plan of operations and coordinated it in time, the Czechoslovaks actively rose up at the end of May 1918. On May 25, Gaida, with his trains, raised a revolt in Siberia, seizing Novonikolayevsk. On May 26, Tukhachevskii seized Chelyabinsk and, on May 28, following a fight with the local Soviet garrisons, Sisek's trains occupied Pinza and Syzran. The most dangerous were the Pinza, 8,000 soldiers, and Chelyabinsk, 8,750 soldiers, groups of Czechs, due to their proximity to the revolution's vital centers. However, both of these groups initially indicated a desire to continue their movement to the east. On June 7, Tukhachevskii's group, following a series of collisions with the Reds, occupied Omsk. On June 10, it linked up with Gaida's trains. The Pinza group headed for Samara, which it captured on July 8, following an insignificant fight. By the beginning of June 1918, all of the Czechoslovaks' forces, including local White Guards, had concentrated in 4 groups. The first group, under Sisek, the former Pinza group, numbering 5,000 men, was in the Syzran, Samara area. The second group, under Tukhachevskii's command, numbering 8,000 men, was in the Chelyabinsk area. The third group, under Gaida's command, numbering 4,000 men, was in the Omsk, Novonikolayevsk area. The fourth group, under General Diderik's, the Vladivostok group, numbering 14,000 men, was scattered in the area to the east of Lake Baikal and was heading for Vladivostok. The Corps' headquarters and the Czech National Council were in the city of Omsk. Overall, the Czechoslovaks' forces numbered 30,000 to 40,000 men. The Czechoslovak uprising and their activities along the enormous expanse from the Volga River to Vladivostok, along the Trans-Siberian Railroad, had the following consequences. The 14,000-man eastern group of Czechoslovaks, under the command of General Diderik's, at first conducted itself passively. All of its efforts were directed at successfully concentrating in the Vladivostok area, for which purpose it was engaged in negotiations with the local authorities and requesting assistance in advancing its trains. On July 6, it had concentrated in Vladivostok and had seized the city. On July 7, it occupied Nikolaevsk. Immediately following the Czechoslovak uprising, in agreement with the Allied High Council, the Japanese 12th Division landed in Vladivostok, followed by the Americans, British, and French. The Allies took upon themselves the guarding of the Vladivostok area and by their actions to the north, toward Harbin. They would secure the rear of the Czechoslovaks who had moved back to the west to link up with Gaida's Siberian group. Along the road to Manchuria, Diderik's group linked up with Korvat's and Kalmakov's detachments, and in the Olovianaya station area, the Trans-Baikal Railroad, it restored communications in August with Gaida's and Semyonov's detachment. Part of the Red detachments in the Far East were taken prisoner, while part of them withdrew into the taiga and mountains, blowing up bridges along the rail lines and putting up all possible resistance to the enemy. In Omsk, following its seizure by the Czechoslovaks, a provisional Siberian government was formed, to which the Czechoslovaks pledged their support. They facilitated the intensified formation of White Guards and Cossack detachments. In Omsk, on June 10th, following the link-up of the Chelyabinsk and Siberian groups of Czechoslovaks, a meeting of the Czech command took place with the representatives of the newly created Siberian White government. The meeting decided to organize the struggle with Soviet forces according to the following plan. The overall leadership of the Czechoslovak forces was to be entrusted to the corps commander, Shokarov, while all the forces would be divided into three groups. The Western, under the command of Colonel Tukhachevskii, was to attack across the Urals on Zlatoust, Ufa, and Samara and link up with C-Sex Pinza Group, which remained in the Volga area. They were to then develop their operations against Ekaterinburg from the southwest. The second group of Czechoslovaks, under the command of Sirovy, was to attack along the Tumen Railroad in the direction of Ekaterinburg, for the purpose of diverting to itself as many Soviet forces as possible and to ease the advance of the Western Group, which was to unite with C-Sex Pinza Group, and then together with it, to occupy Ekaterinburg. On July 15, 1918, a second meeting of the Czechoslovak command with the White Guard governments that had formed on territory occupied by the Czechoslovaks took place in the city of Chelyabinsk. An agreement was reached at this meeting regarding joint military activities of these governments' forces with the Czechoslovaks. C-Sex Pinza Group, having occupied Samara, was attacking on Ufa with part of its forces throughout July, gathering White Guard forces to itself along the way and pushing back Comrade Blokin's detachment, which had been advanced from Ufa. On July 5th, C-Sex detachments occupied Ufa, and on July 3rd they linked up with the Czechoslovaks' Chelyabinsk units near Minyar Station. Having carried out its initial task of seizing the Trans-Siberian Railroad, the Czechoslovaks continued operations to seize the entire Ural area, attacking Ekaterinburg with their main forces, while less significant forces moved south, in the direction of Troitsk and Orenburg. These actions meant the occupation of a jumping-off area for carrying out that plan for intervention of which we spoke earlier. The uprising by the Czechoslovak Corps hit the Soviet Republic at the moment when the creation of its armed forces was beginning to develop. Its available forces were tied down along the Don front and along the demarcation line with the Austro-Germans. Thus, the dispatch of new forces for fighting the Czechoslovaks was quite difficult. Besides this, an entire series of conditions facilitated the rapid territorial spread of the Czechoslovak advance in the Urals. A social peculiarity of the Ural proletariat in comparison with the proletariat of the Leningrad and central industrial regions was, as we have noted, its strong tie to the land. Thus, the peasantry's waverings found their reflection in the mood of the proletariat. The proletariat's advance guard, which was most developed in the class sense, and which was under the ideological and organizational leadership of the Communist Party, had been weakened by the dispatch of significant cadres for the fighting on the various fronts. The influence of the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries continued to tell, even in the major factory areas, and among the remaining worker population, which had been watered down by recent arrivals from the peasant masses and which had not yet had time to become infused with class self-consciousness of the age of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The approach of the Czechoslovaks served as the pretext for a series of riots and uprisings, which had been prepared by the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries. For example, on June 13, 1918, an uprising of workers of the Verkhnevyansk and Rudyansk factories broke out. An uprising took place in Tumen. During the Czechoslovaks' attack on Kyshdym, the workers of the Polevskoy and Severushka factories arrested their Soviets. The uprisings took place as well in the Kusa, Votkinsk, Izhevsk, and other factories. As a result of the aforementioned circumstances in the Urals, and given the small number of its working class and natural conditions, which facilitated to an extreme degree both the organization of a regular defense as well as of a partisan war, it could not, however, be a proletarian fortress capable of delaying the wave of the White Guard invasion. The internal condition of the Urals and the absence of the centralized organization of leadership were reflected in the military sphere. The army consisted of the totality of detachments and small detachments, sometimes 13 men and more, with several armed groups of no more than 10 to 20 men. For example, on June 1, 1918, there were 13 such detachments in positions around MIAs, the overall number of which did not exceed 1,105 infantry, 22 cavalry, and 9 machine guns. In spite of this, the cadres of many of these detachments consisted of quite conscientious and self-sacrificing workers, but who, due to their complete lack of knowledge of military affairs, proved to be completely unprepared for battle with regular troops. The Red Armed Forces in Siberia were in approximately the same state. In his memoirs, Stages in the Red Army's Construction, published in 1920, Comrade Berzin, the former commander of the Ural-Siberian Front, gave us the overall strength of these forces, the main group of which was located in the Ekaterinburg, Chelyabinsk area in June 1918 and consisted of approximately 2,500 men, 36 machine guns, and 3 platoons of artillery. These are the kinds of difficult conditions in which the Soviet regime had to lay down the first planks of the future well-balanced organization of the Red Eastern Front. The first step in this regard was the formation of the Northern Ural-Siberian Front on June 13, 1918, Comrade Berzin. This measure was adopted in a timely fashion. The enemy was already 35 to 40 kilometers from Ekaterinburg. The unity of command and its energetic organizational work in the front and rear yielded its results. We managed to delay the enemy around Ekaterinburg for an extra month and a half. At the same time, a broad political campaign was conducted among the local population. Numerous agitators were sent to the major industrial centers. The printing press was the command's powerful ally. We managed to establish the beginnings of a correct military leadership and organization in the units of the Siberian formations that had fallen back from Omsk and Tyumen. However, the Northern Ural-Siberian Front existed for only a day. Its appearance, as the result of local initiative, coincided in time with orders from the central authorities to organize the unified command of the Red Eastern Front, to which Muravyov, who had commanded Soviet forces in Ukraine, was to be placed in command, with the rank of Commander-in-Chief. At the time of its transformation into the Third Army, the Northern Ural-Siberian Front was securing the following: the Ekaterinburg, Chelyabinsk axis with forces numbering 1,800 infantry, 11 machine guns, 3 guns, 30 cavalry, and 3 armored cars. Along the Shadrinsk axis, the front disposed of 1,382 infantry, 28 machine guns, 10 cavalry, and 1 armored car. In the Tyumen area, Omsk axis, there were 1,400 infantry, 21 machine guns, and 107 cavalry. These forces had in reserve 2,000 unarmed workers in Tyumen. The command's overall reserve did not exceed 380 infantry, 150 cavalry, and 2 batteries. By this time, the formation of 4 Red Armies was noted. The first, along the Simbirsk, Syzran, and Samara axes, in the Simbirsk, Syzran, Samara, Penza area, the second along the Orenburg, Ufa front, the third along the Chelyabinsk, Ekaterinburg axis, in the Perm, Ekaterinburg, Chelyabinsk area, and the Special Army along the Saratov, Ural axis, in the Saratov, Urbak area. Front headquarters was located in Kazan. The first period of the campaign along the Eastern Front was for the Reds an organizational period for gathering their forces. The uprising by the Czechoslovak Corps, in the interests of the Entente powers and the local counter-revolution, enabled the enemies of the Soviet regime to tear from Soviet Russia the enormous territory of the Volga region, the Urals, Siberia, and the Far East. It facilitated the creation of White Guard armies on this territory and halted the delivery of food for the starving central provinces. The Czechoslovaks, having seized the initiative, put the Soviet government in a difficult situation. This situation became particularly difficult in connection with internal events in the form of the uprising of the left socialist revolutionaries in Moscow and the beginning of the intervention in the north of Russia. The uprising by the right socialist revolutionaries in Yaroslavl and other cities was organized by the representatives of the Entente and the leaders of the Russian counter-revolution. Aside from its political significance, about which we spoke earlier, the uprising had the goal of uniting the activities of the interventionists in the north and the Czechoslovaks in the east with the internal anti-Soviet front. The uprising was raised by right socialist revolutionaries on the night of 2 to 3 July 1918, relying on secret officers' organization, which had been created by B. Savinkov, and using money released by the French military mission. General Laverne, the chief of this mission, insisted on hurrying up the start of the mutiny. Less important uprisings took place in Rybinsk and Murom, but were quickly suppressed by local Soviet forces. The elimination of the Yaroslavl uprising, which was carried out in an extremely stubborn struggle, stretched out for 2 weeks and required the dispatch of reinforcements from Moscow. The uprising by the left socialist revolutionaries in Moscow had as its goal the thwarting of the Brest-Litovsk peace with Germany. These uprisings, despite their short-lived character, were also reflected on the newly created Red Eastern Front. Muravyov, the commander-in-chief of the front, and a left socialist revolutionary, issued orders to his forces to move on Moscow to support the left socialist revolutionaries. The Czechoslovak uprising was reflected in the situation in the Orenburg and Uralsk steppes. The movement for an uprising, which had died down for the winter, once again began to develop among the Orenburg Cossacks. Dutov took advantage of this situation, and with a detachment of 600 troops and 5 machine guns came out of the Torgay steppe and moved on Orenburg, which he occupied on July 3. Upon carrying out a reorganization of his forces, Dutov began to operate from Orenburg in the direction of Akhtubinsk, toward Verkhnuralsk and Orsk. The Red detachments, which ended up in the thick of this movement, were forced to abandon the Orenburg region, while Blyaiker's and Kasharin's detachments fell back on Verkhnuralsk. The Orsk detachments went to Orsk, and the Turkestan detachments returned to Turkestan through Akhtubinsk. As a result of the strategic situation that had come about by the middle of June in the area of the Urals and the Volga, and given the presence of the Czechoslovaks in the area of Pinza, Chelyabinsk, and Omsk, the city of Ekaterinburg had enormous importance. For the Czechs, it was important because it lay along their flank and threatened their communications in an offensive to the Volga. For Soviet Russia, it had significance as a major industrial and workers' center, which was connected to Petrograd by the shortest rail line through Vyaka, Vologda, and Perm. The northwestern group of Czechoslovaks was attacking along the Omsk, Tyumen, Ekaterinburg Railroad. Here, Comrade Eideman's so-called First Siberian Army, which was part of the Third Army, was successfully holding the Czechoslovak group. Eideman's army consisted of small detachments that had not yet been organized into regiments and which did not exceed 3,000 to 4,000 troops, but its main corps consisted of workers from Perm, Tyumen, and Omsk. This army was putting up stubborn resistance to the Czechs while falling back from one line to another. It had a number of successful fights along the line of the Nishma River, east of the town of Tyumen. This group of Reds jutted deeply into the Whites' overall front, while also occupying the Kamyshlav area and thus threatening the flank of the Czechs, who were simultaneously developing an offensive from Chelyabinsk on Ekaterinburg. The Czechoslovaks' Chelyabinsk group, upon linking up with the Pinza group and the Russian White Guards, achieved a strength of up to 13,000 soldiers. Tukhachevskii commanded it. The latter's offensive developed more successfully. On July 25, 1918, the Czechoslovaks took Ekaterinburg from the direction of Chelyabinsk. Only then did Eideman's group, which had been renamed the 1st Siberian Division, fall back on Alipevsk in connection with the Red Third Army's overall retreat. Subsequently, until the end of the first half of October, fighting continued in the Urals in the Ekaterinburg area and the passes through the Middle Urals. The Reds sought to retake Ekaterinburg in order to divert the Czechoslovak forces from the Volga area, while the latter, just the opposite, were attempting to broaden the boundaries of area captured. These mutual goals drew significant forces from both sides to the Ekaterinburg area. Against the background of these events on the Eastern Front, both sides continued to deploy their forces, the internal counter-revolutionaries and Czechoslovaks, by means of local mobilizations, and the Soviet command by means of local formations and bringing in significant reinforcements, including the Red Army's first regular formations from various parts of the country. By the middle of July 1918, the overall strength of the Red Eastern Front had already reached 40,000 to 50,000 men, spread along a 2,000-kilometer front. These forces gradually moved from a casual organization to the beginnings of a proper troop organization, with the Red First Army, which was operating along the Simbirsk axis and under the command of Man Tukhachevskii, taking the lead in this matter. The Red Third Army, under the command of Comrade Berzin along the Perm-Ekaterinburg axis, was distinguished by the greatest combat capability. It consisted chiefly of workers from local factories, a highly conscientious element needing only military training. As before, the offensive initiative remained in the hands of the enemy. By July 25, they had already completely occupied the Samara, Ufa, and Ekaterinburg provinces, had captured the city of Simbirsk, and in some places were already approaching the Kama River. The new Eastern Front Command, in the person of Comrade Vatsidis, saw as its first task halting the enemy advance, which was achieved along some axes. Comrade Vatsidis had as his second task the regularizing of the troops' organization and, finally, he sought to create a strategic reserve. Besides this, being concerned for covering the important Kazan axis, which was completely accessible to the enemy, the Eastern Front commander set about concentrating along this axis units from which the Fifth Army was to be formed. It was planned to raise its strength to 3,500 to 4,000 infantry, 350 to 400 cavalry, 3 to 4 light and 2 heavy batteries. Latvian units were to be the core of this army. On July 28, 1918, Comrade Vatsidis drew up his plan for a meeting offensive, the essence of which came down to seizing the enemy's forces operating along the front Simbirsk, Syzran, and Pincers by means of a double attack along the left bank of the Volga River. From the north, from Chistopol on Simbirsk, and from the south, from Urbach on Samara. The realization of this task was to be entrusted to 3 armies, 1st, 5th, and 4th, while the remaining 2, 2nd and 3rd, were supposed to launch supporting attacks on Ufa and Ekaterinburg. Bold in its design, Vatsidis's plan demanded a high degree of maneuver from the forces subordinated to him, of which they were not yet capable. Besides this, one of the armies, the 5th, designated for launching the main attack, was only just beginning to concentrate. Nevertheless, the offensive was begun in the first days of August. But it was not developed to a sufficient degree because of the army's lack of readiness for broad and coordinated maneuver operations and the small amount of forces that could be set aside for this operation. Only the 2nd and 3rd armies began the offensive. The 2nd Army attempted to attack on Bugelma with a detachment of 1,000 infantry, but this offensive was eliminated by the enemy as early as August 5th. The 3rd Army operated more decisively and successfully. While launching an attack from the north from the Nizhny Tagil area, it nearly reached Ekaterinburg, but the unsteadiness of one of its divisions forced it to begin a withdrawal. In any event, the 3rd Army's offensive yielded certain strategic results. It forced the enemy to pull significant reserves to this axis. The enemy, in his turn, organized an attack on Kazan with a 2,000-man detachment, with 4 guns and 6 armed steamboats. The enemy forces moved on Kazan from Simbirsk, partly by land and partly along the Volga. In the course of 5 days, 1 to 5 August, they fought along the approaches to Kazan, while only a few Latvian companies, commanded by Eastern Front Commander Vatsidis, who remained in Kazan until the last moment, put up energetic resistance to them. However, on August 6, 1918, the enemy broke into the city, where throughout the entire day there was a stubborn fight by several companies of the Latvian 5th Regiment, led by Eastern Front Commander Iai Vatsidis. The Serbian International Battalion, which was occupying the Kazan fortress, went over to the enemy. Late in the evening, Comrade Vatsidis abandoned the city on foot with a handful of his riflemen. The enemy's seizure of Kazan had not so much strategic as economic consequences. The RSFSR's gold reserve, worth 651 million gold rubles, was seized in Kazan, as well as 110 million rubles in banknotes. This reserve went to, in succession, the Ufa Directory, the Kolchak government, and only as the civil war was winding down was part of it returned to the Soviet government. Following the enemy's capture of Kazan, the following correlation of forces arose on the Eastern Front. The enemy's Volga Army, under the command of Colonel Sisek, numbering 14,000 to 16,000 infantry, 90 to 120 guns, and 1½ cavalry regiments, was deployed along the Volga from Kazan to Samara, inclusively. The army disposed of a flotilla of 16 to 20 armed steamboats. South of this army, in the Orenburg and Uralsk provinces, the forces of the Orenburg and Uralsk Cossacks, which may be numbered at approximately 10,000 to 15,000 cavalry and 30 to 40 guns, were operating. North of the Volga Army, along the Ekaterinburg-Perm axis, the enemy's Ekaterinburg Army was deployed under the command of Colonel Tukhachevskii. Its forces had reached 22,000 to 26,500 infantry and cavalry, with 45 to 60 guns, including about 4,000 rebels from the Izhevsk, Vakinsk area. Thus, the enemy on the Eastern Front disposed of 40,000 to 57,500 infantry and cavalry, with 165 to 220 guns. The Eastern Front Command could oppose these forces with the following armies. The Red Fourth Army, Kwiezyn, numbering 22,632 infantry, 4 squadrons of cavalry, 58 field and 6 heavy guns along the Samara and Saratov axes. This army had the task of capturing Samara, while it had to deal with active groups of the enemy attacking from Volsk on Balashov, and from Uralsk on Saratov. The Red First Army, Tukhachevskii, which numbered 6,818 infantry, 682 cavalry, and 50 guns, was along the Simbirsk axis. This army had the task of preventing the enemy from using the Volga River as a lateral communications artery, for which it was to quickly take Simbirsk. The Fifth Army, Slavin, was in the Kazan area in two groups along the right and left banks of the Volga, with an overall strength of 8,425 infantry, 540 cavalry, 37 light, and 6 heavy guns, and the Second Army, Azin, which had been brought up to Kazan by Eastern Front Commander Comrade Vatsidis, and which was operating from the Orsk area. Its strength was 2,500 infantry, 600 cavalry, 12 light, and 2 heavy guns. The front reserve numbered 1,230 infantry, 100 cavalry, and 6 guns, and was concentrating at Shidrony Station. The Red Command's immediate task in the Kazan area was the capture of the city of Kazan by the Second Army's forces, the Fifth Army's left bank group, and the small and weak Red Volga military flotilla. The Red Third Army, Berzin, numbering 18,119 infantry, 1,416 cavalry, and 43 guns, was operating along the Perm axis. These forces were scattered along a 900-kilometer front, while Wojciechowski's numerically weaker army was deployed along a front 4 times shorter and was operating along internal operational lines, which explains its preceding successes. Besides this, there was the Red Turkestan Army, Zinoviev, numbering 6,000 to 7,000 infantry and 1,000 to 1,500 cavalry, which was not in contact with the front's forces, but which was operating against the Whites from Tashkent on Orenburg and Orsk. At the end of September 1918, it was approaching the Orsk area. The overall strength of the Red Eastern Front, not counting the Turkestan Army, was 58,486 infantry, 3,238 cavalry, 200 light, and 14 heavy guns, and together with the Turkestan Army it reached 64,000 to 65,000 infantry and 4,000 to 5,000 cavalry. Thus, our numerical superiority over the enemy was insignificant. Besides this, the absence of a correct organization in the front, which had only just begun, had a highly negative effect on its internal condition. For example, the Fifth Army's infantry consisted of 47 units directly controlled by the Army headquarters, in spite of the presence in the same army of up to 40 small headquarters. Collectivism, which had been taken to an extreme degree, dominated the methods of army control. In order to carry out this or that regrouping, a military council would gather, which reached its decision through a majority of votes. It's understandable why military operations developed with extreme slowness, while at the same time the enemy in the Kazan area was in a very difficult situation. Here his forces, which did not exceed 2,000 to 2,500 men, occupied a bulging front 100 to 120 kilometers in length and were flanked by the nearly five-fold superior forces of the Second and Fifth Armies. Azin, the commander of the Second Army, repeatedly attempted to take Kazan by storm, but his attempts were restrained by Slavin, the commander of the Fifth Army, who controlled the operations of both armies due to his army's lack of readiness and the low combat capability of the Fifth Army's infantry, which placed all its hopes on artillery fire. Thus, combat operations to retake Kazan stretched out for a whole month. During this time, the Whites Kazan group unsuccessfully attempted to capture the rail bridge over the Volga at Sviazk. Sisek attempted to support the Whites Kazan group, dispatching from Simbirsk Kapel's detachment, consisting of 2,340 infantry and cavalry and 14 guns, by steamship. On August 27, 1918, this detachment attacked the Fifth Army's right bank group around Sviazk, but was completely defeated by a counterattack by the Latvian riflemen, and as early as August 28, the remnants of Kapel's detachment had fallen back to the south from Tedeushi, where they scattered. The rout of Kapel's detachment was the prerequisite for the retaking of Kazan, which fell on September 9 under the Second Army's attacks. Thus the sole and besides unfavorable result of Kapel's march for the enemy was the weakening of his Siberian group, which made it easier for the Red First Army to carry out its tasks. The army took Simbirsk in fighting on September 12. The fall of Kazan and Simbirsk was rich in strategic results. It signified the pushing back of the enemy from the line of the Middle Volga. Actually, as early as September 13, the enemy abandoned Volsk. Subsequently, the Red First Army shifted the center of its efforts to the Samara axis. Demoralization began to set in among the enemy's troops, especially the mobilized People's Army. Its units quickly abandoned the front facing the Red Fifth and First Armies. The enemy's Simbirsk group, which held out along the left bank of the Volga until September 29, also began to fall back rapidly to the east. The Red successes around Kazan and Simbirsk expanded to the scale of a strategic breakthrough of the enemy's front. On October 4th, the Czechoslovaks who had risen up in the town of Stavropol, Samara region, abandoned the town and headed for Ufa along the railroad. On October 4th, units of the People's Army left the city of Syzran, while the demoralization among them also spread to the officers' units. The difficult situation along the fronts, as well as the increasing activity of the counter-revolutionary forces, forced the party as early as the middle of the summer of 1918 to go over to a wartime footing. The first mobilizations of workers, born in 1896 and 1897, were carried out magnificently in Moscow and Petrograd. The Putilov factory workers, more than 300 of which had been called up into the Red Army, gathered at their factory, lined up in formation, and singing the Internationale, and accompanied by 200,000 workers, departed to their assembly point. Petrograd sent no less than 300 well-known communist workers to the Czechoslovak front through Moscow. The latest mobilization of the 1893, 1894, and 1895 age groups passed successfully not only in the capitals. A joint session of the Soviet and all the workers and Red Army organizations took place in Kostroma on August 14th. A resolution was adopted that spoke of the necessity of conducting a complete mobilization of the workers of Kostroma and the poor peasants in the countryside. In Tver, the local communist organization sent 1/5 of its members to the front, communication of August 16th. In the Urals, some factories, for example, the Nadezhda factory sent all their communists to the front. At this time, the trade unions were still just forming food detachments, which had a not unimportant military significance. In Petrograd on August 20, 1918, the Central Food Authority registered 3,300 people who had signed up for the food detachments. The metal workers, stationery workers, and wood workers unions acted with particular success. The universal military training of the toilers was developing. 45,000 people were caught up in this movement in Moscow, and in Petrograd they were getting ready to bring the number of students to 90,000 at the end of August, which is how a reserve for future mobilizations was created. Besides this, the military training of communists was carried out with particular vigor. This is how documents from that time reflected the influence of the party mobilizations at the front. A Red Army soldier from the Kazan front wrote that, with the arrival of large parties of communist organizers, we decided to take the initiative into our own hands and go from defense to offensive. Comrade Lashevich reported from the Ural front that much had been neglected there, but that you won't recognize the Urals now. The Petersburg workers have carried out a colossal amount of work. When the first reports of the major victory around Kazan arrived, the overall tone of the party and Soviet newspapers was that we must immediately create new cadres in place of those who have left for the front. On September 14th, Comrade Yemelyan Yaroslavsky wrote, "From practically everywhere we hear that in the resurrection of our Red Army an extremely important role was played by the Communist Party, which sent its best forces to the army at the front. They revived and made healthier the entire organism of the Red Army, showed immortal examples of steadfastness and revolutionary discipline. However, the successes of Red Arms along the Middle Volga, as a result of the large size of the theater, did not have much influence on the course of affairs in the basin of the Upper Kama River. There, quite the opposite, the enemy, while relying on the Izhevsk, Votkinskaria, which was in the throes of a stubborn revolt and numbering 5,500 armed soldiers and restricting the Red Second Army's freedom, continued to accumulate its forces along the Perm axis, concentrating in the Verkhotery, Serapol, Ekaterinburg triangle up to 31,510 infantry and cavalry and 68 guns. These forces were attempting to turn the left flank of the Red Third Army, which was operating along the Perm axis, from the direction of Verkhotery. However, the difficult local conditions of the theater, which were linked to the Third Army's active defense, conditioned the extremely slow development of the enemy's operations along this axis. The situation along this sector of the Red Front became more secure when in the beginning of November the Second Army managed to crush the enemy's resistance in the Izhevsk, Votkinsk area and advance significantly. The significance of the Second Army's success was that it sliced off the most stubbornly held salient in the enemy's front. Meanwhile, the Eastern Front's Red First and Fourth Armies, while developing the success achieved, captured Samara on October 7th. Subsequently, upon shifting their operations to the left bank of the Volga, the Red Fifth and First Armies developed their further offensive along a broad front, arriving by October 25th at the line Bugelma, Minzelinsk, and ended up somewhat in front of the Third Army. This offensive unfolded as the demoralization in the enemy ranks continued, while the collapse was particularly noticeable in his rear, where mobilizations were unsuccessfully being conducted and the majority of those mobilized ran away. The situation along the Eastern Front began to look quite favorable in the eyes of the then Soviet High Command, and it did not consider it yet necessary, taking into account the situation along the other fronts, to reinforce the Eastern Front. The history of the origin of the Civil War's Northern Front goes back to the so-called Murman Agreement between the local Soviet regime and the Entente's military command. Natsarinus, the Soviet government's plenipotentiary commissar, arrived in Murmansk to eliminate mutual misunderstandings. He demanded the official recognition of the Soviet regime. The latter obliged the Red forces to secure the Murmansk Railroad against White Finnish encroachments. This proposal seemed favorable to the Entente, because its forces along the Murman coast at this time consisted of a battalion of British sailors, 400 to 500 men, and a small Serbian detachment. Negotiations for a subsequent landing of Allied forces were conducted between the local Soviet and the Anglo-French command, but an agreement had not yet been signed. The Allied command's hopes for the arrival of the Czechoslovak Corps from the depths of Russia fell by the way, because this corps launched an armed uprising against the Soviet regime on 25 to 26 May. In this situation, the representatives of the Allied command, lacking direct communications with their embassies, which were in Vologda, took diplomatic functions upon themselves. They telegraphed their governments as to their unconditional desire for their immediate recognition of the Soviet regime. Such were the first results of the negotiations of Natsarinus and the Murmansk Soviet with the Allies, while the Soviet at first did not refuse to carry out the instructions of the Moscow Center. However, the Allies were gradually increasing the number of their warships along the Murman coast and their forces in the Murmansk area. British General Poole, who was in Murmansk from May 25th, was gradually preparing a base for a future invasion with the help of arriving reinforcements, while carrying out a reconnaissance of the Murman coastline and occupying the Solovetsky Islands. Given such a state of affairs, Natsarinus's mission could not be crowned with success, and the Soviet government demanded the cessation of negotiations between the Murmansk Soviet and the Allied command. Part of the Soviet's members, led by its chairman, Yuryev, did not carry out this demand and cut off communications with Moscow without authorization, declaring the independence of the Murmansk area and concluding on July 8, 1918, a corresponding treaty with the Entente. But even then the question of opening the intervention was not raised. The Entente needed to win time so that their ambassadors could return safely from Vologda into the sphere of their military influence. The betrayal by a part of the Murmansk Soviet freed General Poole's hands, and he set about gradually occupying the Murman coast. Despite the Soviet government's protests, on July 17th the Allied finally reached an agreement with the Murmansk Soviet. While the basis of the treaty was an agreement on joint actions against the powers of the German coalition while at the same time preserving the autonomy of the Russian military command and the sovereignty of the Murmansk Soviet in the region's internal affairs. This agreement was protested by a conference of Soviets of the northern area, but there was nothing that could actually be done, because during the period of time from 2 through July 12 General Poole was able to occupy the Murmansk area, and the southernmost point of penetration by British detachments was Soroki Station, where they were already coming into contact with Red Army detachments. By the end of July, the overall strength of the forces under General Poole's command was already approaching 8,000 men. The forces which the Soviet command in the north disposed of at this time did not exceed 4,000 men, scattered over an enormous territory. The most significant garrison in Archangel consisted of 600 men. The slowness of the enemy's actions enabled the Red Command to take timely measures to remove valuable military stores along the northern Dwina River to Kotlas. On August 2, 1918, a British landing occupied Archangel, aided by a White Guard uprising. After this, the Entente landed 10,334 men in Murmansk and 13,182 men in Archangel in several stages, while there were barely enough Russian White Guard troops to form two small detachments. A socialist revolutionary government of the northern region was formed in Archangel, headed by Tukhachevskii, a former People's Will member, which, despite its counter-revolutionary and compromising character, did not satisfy the Allies, for whom it was nevertheless too left-wing. Despite their declarations of not wishing to interfere in the region's internal affairs, the Allies dispersed this government, replacing it with their obedient creature in the person of General Miller, leaving Tukhachevskii in power only as a fig leaf. The British command disposed of two operational axes for the development of subsequent operations: the Vologda-Moscow axis, which coincided with the railroad line, and the Kotlas-Vyatka axis, which coincided with the northern Dwina River, as far as Kotlas. The latter axis was quite difficult, due to local conditions. Nevertheless, from the time of the assumption of command by General Ironside, who replaced Poole in the autumn of 1918, this axis attracted most of his attention, insofar as it would lead to a link-up with the White forces attacking from Siberia, which, as we now know, was part of the Entente's operational plan. The enemy's actions along this axis developed slowly and with minimum efforts, and were, besides this, very cautious. As a result, by the autumn of 1918 the enemy had advanced in the Murmansk region only another 40 kilometers to the south of Soroki Station, while attaching the main significance to the Archangel area, where the front ran along the line through Chekhovo along the Onyega River, Obozerskaya Station, Sredmekrinskaya, Malyi Bereznicek on the Vaga River, Tuglas on the northern Dwina River, and then through Trufanovo on the Pinega River. Following a prolonged period of quiet, in November 1918 the enemy attempted to advance along the Archangel Railroad, seeking to capture the communications junction at Plessetskoye Station, and also to advance from the town of Shenkersk along the Vaga River in the direction of the town of Velsk. The enemy sought through this maneuver to cut off the Red forces operating along the Archangel axis from their base, but unsuccessfully, because counterattacks by the Red troops helped them to hold their position here. The slowness of the British command's initial actions enabled the Soviet command to gather sufficient forces for defending our northern theater. These forces formed the Red Sixth Army. The Sixth Army's main cadre consisted of Petrograd workers. These detachments were distinguished by high political consciousness, which later secured the Army's powerful cohesion. In November 1918, the Sixth Army's forces in the Archangel area reached 5,477 infantry, 145 machine guns, and 27 guns. The Archangel area's reserve consisted of 930 infantry and 18 machine guns. Units numbering 336 infantry and 25 machine guns were gathering in the Vologda area. From the moment the enemy's offensive upstream along the northern Dwina and the threat to Kotlas, from where the railroad to Vyatka began, was detected, the Red Command took measures to organize the defense of the town of Kotlas, in which 4,336 infantry, 59 machine guns, and 39 guns were concentrated, including those forces operating in the Pechora River area. Until the end of 1918, fighting took place with intermittent success along the northern front, while at the end of December fraternization began between the Soviet and Anglo-French forces. The Sixth Army Command latched on to this movement and took it under its control, which caused a partial demoralization among the enemy forces. By late autumn, the secondary significance of the Northern Front against the overall backdrop of the Civil War had become clear, and subsequent operations here took on an exclusively local significance. As a result, despite the seizure of the city of Archangel in the beginning of August 1918 and the nearly simultaneous fall of Kazan, the Anglo-French were nevertheless unable to carry out their plan for forming a unified northeastern front. This can be explained not only by their slow and indecisive actions, but chiefly by the successful active operations on the part of the Central Soviet authorities, who managed to concentrate in time sufficient forces to repel the enemy along the northern and eastern fronts, and the successful actions of the Red forces. The interventionists' initial successes were far from corresponding to the goals they had set for themselves. The relative insignificance of the results can be explained by the absence of coordination of actions in time and space inherent in any coalition. The operations of the British landing were too late by a month and developed extremely slowly. As a result of this, the uprising along the Middle Volga, in Yaroslavl and other cities, remained isolated and was easily suppressed. It also could not be supported by the Eastern Anti-Soviet Front because the Czechoslovaks, instead of quickly seizing the line of the Volga and Kama rivers, spent 2 months strengthening their position in the Urals. A turning point in the attitudes of the Soviet Republican Army was the result of the intervention and the linked revival of the internal counter-revolution. For the first time, everyone understood that the country was facing a mortal danger. The mass movement to the front of the conscious proletarians, Union and Communist Party members made easier and almost painless the change from Red Guard detachments to an organized, centralized, and centrally controlled Red Army. The first events of the Civil War revealed its international character. German imperialism, the Entente, the White Dawn, the Czechoslovaks, and the Kornilov movement. All of these were links of the one and the same fiery ring, which as early as the middle of 1918 closed around the Soviet Republic. On the other hand, these events also reveal the deeply international character of the October Revolution and its main driving forces. Detachments of former prisoners of war, Magyars, Czechs, and Germans came to the defense of the Soviet regime. A German proletarian, who had landed in a revolutionary country as the old army's prisoner of war, bravely fought against German imperialism. The sympathy of the toiling masses for the Soviet Republic grew throughout the world. At the same time that the cannons of world imperialism roared along all the borders of the Soviet Republic, which had been pressed into a fiery ring, the incomparably more long-range slogans of the October Revolution began to shake the foundations of the old world and roar in the most nether reaches of the globe. The summer and autumn campaign of 1918 on the Southern Front, in the North Caucasus and in the Terek region, the approaching wave of the German occupation fanned the dying embers of the White Cossack rebelliousness on the Don into a great fire. Powerful mutinous groups arose almost simultaneously in the towns of Alexandrov-Grushevsk and Novocherkassk, and the Transdon group of rebels, which was formed from those detachments which had split off from the Volunteer Army during its first Kuban campaign in the winter of 1918, began to operate along the left bank of the Don against Stanitsa Tukhachevskii. With the German forces approaching the borders of the Don region, these groups became quite active. On May 6, 1918, rebellious Cossacks occupied Novocherkassk. On May 8, they entered Rostov together with the Germans, and on May 11 they captured Alexandrov-Grushevsk, thus securing for themselves unhindered space for their formations and employing for this purpose their old territorial administration. The Don Army began to rapidly grow in numbers. Its May 1918 strength of 17,000 organized troops and 21 guns had already grown to up to 40,000 men and 93 guns by mid-August of the same year. The strength of the Soviet forces of the southern screen, not counting the Tsaritsyn area, did not exceed 19,820 infantry and cavalry with 38 guns. The Don forces were able to employ all the advantages of the resulting situation. Their left flank and rear rested on the friendly Germans, and the Volunteer Army secured their right flank. All of this was creating a very favorable strategic situation. Their numerical superiority and great maneuverability, the predominance of cavalry in the army, gave them the opportunity to broadly develop offensive operations. As a result, during the course of the summer 1918 campaign, the authority of General Krasnov, German imperialism's protégé, spread along the entire territory of the Don region. The subsequent goals of the Don Command, which had declared that it was not planning to organize a march on Moscow, was at the same time chapter for the summer and autumn campaign of 1918 on the Southern Front and in the North Caucasus, directing all its efforts to the formation of as large an army as possible, was to first of all achieve the strategic securing of its borders. The region's administrative boundaries lacked favorable boundaries, which is why the Don Assembly, on September 1, 1918, issued a decree for the Don Army to occupy the strategic road junctions near the border of the Don host: Tsaritsyn, Kamyshin, Balashov, Poverino, Novokopyorsk, Kaluk, and Bogachar. The desire of the Don Army to carry out these tasks, in connection with the activity manifested by the Red 10th Army, which was occupying the Tsaritsyn area, made the autumn 1918 campaign on the Southern Front a lively one. The Red 10th Army had been formed from detachments which had fallen back to the Tsaritsyn area from Ukraine and the Donbass in the spring of 1918. By the time it began active operations, its strength had reached 39,465 infantry and cavalry, with 240 guns and 13 armored trains. That is, it outnumbered by more than twice all the other forces of the southern screen. This powerful group, which was deployed along the approaches to Tsaritsyn, occupied a flanking position in relation to the entire Don front. Throughout the summer of 1918, the headquarters of Tsaritsyn's defense, which was headed by Comrade Voroshilov, was reformed in August 1918 into a military soviet. The defense's headquarters gave a regular organization to those numerous detachments which had gathered in Tsaritsyn following their retreat from the Donbass. Particular attention was paid to the formation of the Red Cavalry. The first major cavalry units arose here from detachments brought here by the southern partisans. In and of itself, Tsaritsyn and the surrounding area was, thanks to the large worker population, one of the vital revolutionary centers of southeast Russia. However, this was not the end of its significance. It was important to both sides in the economic-military sense as an industrial center, and in the strategic sense as a junction of rail, road, and water communications. Besides this, thanks to its flanking position, as subsequent events showed, all of the Cossacks' successes along the northern axis were insecure without the preliminary capture of Tsaritsyn, and, while they held it, the Soviet forces maintained their dominance over the lower Volga and their communications with Astrakhan and the North Caucasus Theater. In view of the refusal of the Volunteer Army's command to take part in joint operations against Tsaritsyn, the Don Army Command decided to secure itself against Tsaritsyn with a screen of 12,000 men. It was to launch its main attack with a group of 22,000 men along the Balashov, Kamyshin sector, leaving 12,000 men for supporting operations along the Bogachar, Kalak, and Pavarino sectors. However, the Red 10th Army upset the enemy's plans. On August 22, 1918, it went over to the offensive itself from the Tsaritsyn area, pushed aside the enemy screen, and reached the line of the Sal and Don rivers. Instead of an offensive to the north, the Don Command had to think about restoring its situation along the Tsaritsyn axis. It managed to do this by committing into the fighting its reserve formations in the form of the so-called Permanent Army, numbering 15,000 infantry and cavalry and consisting of young Cossacks. Under the influence of this army's offensive, the Red 10th Army was forced to partially withdraw along the Tsaritsyn axis by the middle of September 1918, after which the Don forces achieved operational freedom along the northern axis. From October 1918, the Don Army began to operate along diverging operational axes against Voronezh and Tsaritsyn. Along the latter axis, by October 17, the Don Army had almost reached Tsaritsyn itself, however, upon being heavily attacked along the right flank from the Don steppes by Zloba's cavalry division, which had become separated from the Red North Caucasus front, as well as another such attack against their left flank by the Reds from the area of Serebryakov Station. The Don Army's Tsaritsyn group once again fell back to the front Niloaksaiskaya, Lidichev, the Don River, as far as the mouth of the Alavlia River, and a temporary quiet descended on this sector. At the same time, along the Voronezh axis, a stubborn struggle continued by both sides to capture the Balashov, Pavarino, Novokopyorsk, Bobrov, Lysky lateral railroad. The fighting was prolonged, but finally concluded in a partial success for the Cossacks. On November 23, 1918, they managed to capture Lysky Station and on December 1 established themselves in Novokopyorsk. Meanwhile, while developing a supporting attacking along the Kamyshin axis, in the gap between the Red 9th and 10th Armies, the Don cavalry units almost managed to break through to the city of Kamyshin, which forced our command to bring in some forces from the Eastern Front in order to secure this axis and point out to the Southern Front Command the importance of retaking the Borissoglebsk-Tsaritsyn Railroad. Thus, at the cost of great losses and efforts, did the Don Army achieve part of its assigned tasks. The undermining of its physical strength was reflected in the state of its morale. The idea of the uselessness of further struggle began to grow ever stronger in the army, which soon led to its complete demoralization, which coincided with the growth and strengthening of the Red Southern Front's forces, both along its Don and Ukrainian sectors. This growth and strengthening of forces proceeded along two lines. On the one hand, it was the result of the organizational work within the front itself, and on the other, it was brought about by the arrival of organized reinforcements by the center. The wave of the Austro-German occupation, which was approaching the southern provinces of the RSFSR, was bringing in its wake the landowner and the restoration of the old regime, of which Ukraine served as an example. This circumstance powerfully animated the work of forming local detachments throughout the entire occupied zone along the border, particularly in the so-called neutral zone, established by the Brest-Litovsk peace between the RSFSR and the regions occupied by the Germans. The peasantry willingly joined the detachments being formed by the local military authorities and formed its own detachments. The latter had a purely partisan makeup. They elected their own chiefs and were distinguished by a quality inherent to all local partisans, the predominance of local interests in them over the general interest. In this lay the main difficulty in whipping these units into proper regular formations. However, the All-Ukrainian Revolutionary Committee, headed by Bubnov and Pyatakov, who took this task upon themselves, managed to create quite quickly two more or less organized divisions from the uncoordinated partisan detachments. The first of these was located in the northern districts of the former Chernigov province, and the second in the northern districts of Kursk province, and already had a smoothly functioning supply apparatus and medical unit, etc. The consolidation of the Red forces along the southern front was also made easier to a significant degree by the first regular formations from the center in the front's immediate rear, the core of which were the remaining Bolshevized cadres from the Old Army, the Voronezh Division, which included the remnants of the 3rd Guards Division. The final coming together of the front came about as the result of the transfer of recently formed regular units from the Moscow area with a strong workers' stratum. The regularization of the southern screen, which was renamed a front in the autumn of 1918, did not take place without a struggle, which in places took the form of open armed insurrections. The systematic character and consistency of the struggle with partisan ways of warfare, in connection with the creation of a strong framework of the future front out of regular units, enabled us to take this struggle to its successful conclusion. The extended and indecisive, as to its results, character of the latter operation by the Don Army was due to the insufficient appraisal of the Tsaritsyn axis and its significance for the fate of the entire Don Army. Taking into account the correlation of forces, this axis should have been the only one for the Don Army's initial operations, after which it could have set about resolving subsequent tasks. Given the limited number of men and material which the Soviet command disposed of during this period of the campaign, it could not set itself broad goals, and all of its efforts should have gone into retaining its present position. The Red 10th Army's activity helped a good deal in this matter. While all of these events were taking place on the southern front, combat actions in the North Caucasus had grown to a significant operational scale. A significant clot of Soviet forces had formed in the North Caucasus. This happened both due to the extremely sharp character which the class struggle took there, as well as that circumstance that the numerous pro-Bolshevik remnants of the old army's collapsed Caucasus front, while lacking the opportunity to freely pass through the White German Don to Russia, settled in the North Caucasus. However, they were not united by a unified military command due to the lack of same in the administrative political sense, because 3 republics existed in the North Caucasus at this time: Kuban, Black Sea, and Stavropol, each with their own central executive committees. Some of the Soviet commanders, for example, Sorokin, were not only hostile to each other, but to their own central executive committees. At the same time, the situation was difficult enough without this, because the Cossack mass was moving away from the revolution because of the land question. The first sign of this was the invitation for help by the Cossacks of the Taman Peninsula to the Germans, who were occupying the Crimea. The Germans sent them an infantry regiment to help, and from this time, the struggle on the Taman Peninsula swallowed up significant Soviet forces. The other Soviet forces, mostly under Sorokin's command, were located in the Azov, Bataysk, Tukhachevskii triangle, with powerful garrisons in Stanitsa Velikoknyazeskaya and Yekaterinodar. Their overall strength, together with all the garrisons, reached 80,000 to 100,000 soldiers, although they were poorly organized, armed, and supplied. Such was the situation in the North Caucasus, when the Volunteer Army Command, in the person of General Denikin, having rejected the Don Command's proposal for joint operations against Tsaritsyn and taking into account the internal situation in the North Caucasus, set itself a local mission: the liberation of the Transdon and Kuban from Soviet forces. The realization of this task would yield the volunteer army a secure and rich base, free from German influence, for subsequent operations to the north. At this time, the volunteer armies numbered 8,000 to 9,000 soldiers in its ranks. The operational plan called for the preliminary seizure of Stanitsa Torgovaya in order to cut the North Caucasus's railroad communications with Central Russia, followed by an attack on Stanitsa Tikhachevskii. Upon capturing the latter, Denikin planned to secure the operation from the north and south by capturing Stanitsas Tukhachevskii and Kavkazskaya, after which they were to move on Yekaterinodar as the political and military center of the entire North Caucasus. A weak screen was supposed to secure this operation against Sorokin's army. The volunteer army's offensive unfolded in the following manner. On June 25, 1918, the army captured Stanitsa Torgovaya and moved on Velikognezheskaya for the purpose of assisting the Don army to capture the Saliskay area, which was supposed to secure it against Tsaritin. On June 28, the army captured Velikognezheskaya and, following a 2-week halt in this area, on July 10, turned sharply to the south, on Tikhachevskii. Sorokin's attempts to dislodge the army's screen along the front Kogolnitskaya, Yegerlikskaya and Kalnin's group to go over to a meeting offensive from Tikhachevskii were not crowned with success. While broadly employing the local inhabitants' carts in its maneuvering, the volunteer army at first defeated individual detachments from Kalnin's group, and then fell upon his main forces in the Tikhachevskii area and on July 13 inflicted a heavy defeat on him. The capture of Tikhachevskii had important strategic results. The initial weak combat capability of Kalnin's 30,000-man group was completely undermined. An important railroad junction fell into the volunteer army's hands, giving it the opportunity to develop its subsequent operations along 3 axes. The volunteer army's communications with its rear were strengthened. Individual groups of Soviet forces were completely separated, with Sorokin's army getting into a particularly difficult situation. The strategic situation of the Red forces in the North Caucasus was also becoming worse due to the uprising of the Terek Cossacks, which broke out at the end of June and which quickly embraced the Mozdok, Prokladnaya area. At the beginning of August, the rebels managed to temporarily seize even the city of Vladikavkaz, which was soon, however, regained by the Soviet forces, which were broadly supported in this struggle by the local Ingush population. Mozdok became the center of the uprising, while civil authority was concentrated in the hands of the Terek region's executive committee, which was elected by the Cossack Peasant Congress, in which the decisive role belonged to the socialist revolutionaries. The volunteer army's forces grew with its successes, and it was reinforced by means of mobilizing the Kuban Cossacks. Their strength was already approaching 20,000 infantry and cavalry. Upon occupying Tikhachevskii, Denikin set himself the immediate task of defeating Sorokin's army, for which he dispatched a detachment of 8,000 to 10,000 men to Stanitsa Tukhachevskii. While securing himself against Stavropol, he moved a detachment of 3,000 to 4,000 men on Stanitsa Kavkazskaya, with Drozdovsky operating as an active screen along the Yekaterinodar axis. Sorokin, in his turn, was concentrating his forces around Tukhachevskii and was bringing up reinforcements from the Taman Peninsula for defending Yekaterinodar to the Extraordinary Commissariat of the Kuban region, which had been formed in Yekaterinodar. The volunteer army's offensive began on July 16th along all 3 axes, but Sorokin stubbornly defended around Tukhachevskii until July 23rd, after which he fell back to Stanitsa Timashevskaya, thus giving the volunteer army access to the Sea of Azov. Denikin, having entrusted the pursuit of Sorokin's army to his cavalry, began to concentrate his forces along the Yekaterinodar axis, where at this time Drozdovsky's detachment had been delayed by reinforcements from the Taman Peninsula near Stanitsa Dinskaya. The volunteer army's Armavir group, General Borovsky, 13 captured Stanitsa Kavkazskaya as early as July 18th, thus dividing Yekaterinodar, Armavir, and Stavropol. The white partisan Shkuro, taking advantage of the latter circumstance, captured Stavropol on July 21st. A week later, that is, July 27th, Armavir fell, and on that day the regrouping of Denikin's forces along the Yekaterinodar axis was completed. Denikin, while screening himself against Sorokin with cavalry, launched an offensive on Yekaterinodar. But he had underestimated his opponent. Sorokin's army itself went over to the offensive against the rear of the volunteer army, moving from Tukhachevskii to the area of Stanitsa Kornevskaya and Vyselki. This bold maneuver created a threatening situation for the volunteer army because nearly all of Sorokin's army had ended up in the rear of its main forces. Instead of continuing the offensive against Yekaterinodar, it had to concentrate all of its efforts against Sorokin's army. On August 6th, it managed to get out of a dangerous situation with great difficulty. Sorokin's army, which had split up into two groups, fell back with one group on Tukhachevskii and the other on Yekaterinodar. Upon renewing his offensive against Yekaterinodar, Denikin captured it on August 16th, while Sorokin's army fell back behind the Kuban and Laba rivers, thus losing contact with the Red Taman army, which was operating along this peninsula of the same name. At the same time, the Red forces of the Stavropol area recaptured Armavir. Cut off from Sorokin's army, the Red Taman army, under the leadership of comrades Kovtyuk and Matveyev, and numbering 25,000 men, moved on Novorossiysk, which had been abandoned by a German-Turkish landing force upon its approach. From there it set out along the Black Sea shore to Tuapse, where it arrived on September 1st. The Taman army, upon driving out a Georgian detachment from Tuapse, set out along the railroad to Armavir. On September 17th, the Taman army, following stubborn fighting with Kuban cavalry, linked up with Sorokin's army around Armavir. The latter was engaged in stubborn fighting with the Kuban volunteer army, the strength of which at this time had reached 35,000 to 40,000 men and 86 guns. Denikin was seeking to squeeze Sorokin's army with these forces between the foothills of the Caucasus and the Kuban River by outflanking from the north from Barsakovskaya and from the south from Makop, while at the same time attacking Armavir. The arrival of the Taman army improved the strategic situation of Sorokin's army. On September 26th, the Taman army's forces once again retook Armavir from the Whites and threw back the White cavalry, which had nearly managed to cross the Laba River along the Makop axis. At that same time, detachments from the Red Stavropol group, numbering up to 22,000 to 25,000 men, were successfully pressing on Stanitsa Torgovaya, all the while threatening the volunteer army's rear communications. The latter had to pull back significant forces to this area, leaving one division for securing Stavropol. The overall strength of the Taman army and Sorokin's army was at this time approaching 150,000 infantry and cavalry and 200 guns. Both armies had been subdivided into 5 columns, a Stavropol group and a cavalry corps. Their situation resembled an extended wedge, with its head near Stanitsa Mikhailovskaya, with one side running through Armavir as far as Stanitsa Novinomyskaya, and the other running along the Laba River as far as Stanitsa Akhmatovskaya. It was in this situation that both armies prepared to go over to the offensive. Matveyev, the commander of the Taman army, proposed launching the main attack on Stanitsa Kavkazskaya so as to subsequently operate against Yekaterinodar or try to link up with the Red 10th Army in the Tsaritsyn area. Commander-in-Chief Sorokin, who was joined in his opinion by the North Caucasus Military Revolutionary Council, considered it necessary to capture Stavropol and the adjoining area and then to consolidate in the eastern part of the North Caucasus, while maintaining communications with the center through Sviatoy Crest and Astrakhan. Sorokin's opinion won out and Matveyev was shot for not wishing to subordinate himself to the Revolutionary Military Council's order. On October 7th, the regrouping of the Soviet North Caucasus armies began, the essence of which was that the Taman army, which had been reinforced by one of the columns from Sorokin's army, was to be shifted by rail to Stanitsa Novinomyskaya, from where it was to march and attack Stavropol, while at the same time the front would contract by the withdrawal of troops to the line Armavir, Uryupinskaya, Upernaya, Akhmatovskaya. The position of these forces, numbering 2,000 men, and which secured the operation along the Stavropol axis, resembled a sharp angle, with its apex in Armavir and with its sides between the Kuban and Uryup rivers. The southern face of this angle was threatened by Pokrovsky's cavalry, while the white partisan Shkuro continued to operate in the rear from the Batalpashinskaya area. On October 23rd, the Taman army had concentrated in the Novinomyskaya area, from which it moved on Stavropol, and on the night of 29 to 30 October it captured the town. The operation was not further developed, because it remained without operational leadership over the course of 3 weeks. This happened because at this time Commander-in-Chief Sorokin rose up against the North Caucasus Military Revolutionary Council, having perfidiously shot several of its members, after which, having been declared outside the law, he ran away, was arrested in Stavropol and shot before his trial by one of the Taman Army's regimental commanders. Sorokin's mutiny was a peculiar reaction by the partisan impulse against the organizing influence of the revolution. According to the testimony of several historians of the Civil War, the pretext for Sorokin's open rebellion was precisely the order received by his army's Revolutionary Military Council for carrying out a regular organization adopted by the center. This threatened the partisan leader with the loss of his exclusive position and impelled him toward an anarchistic uprising. We will see, subsequently, how the great distance of the revolution's armed forces in the North Caucasus from the organizing influence of the center forced them to live with the holdovers of the partisan mentality, which explains their subsequent failures to a significant degree. Taking advantage of the distraction of the main mass of Soviet forces to the Stavropol axis, the Kuban Volunteer Army once again went over to the offensive against the Red Screen along the Armavir axis, and on October 31st it managed to push aside this screen, after which it began an operation on November 4th to retake Stavropol. The Whites' headlong attacks against Stavropol were unsuccessful, but on November 14th the Taman Army itself had to begin a retreat, because the continuation of the withdrawal by its Armavir screen was creating a threat to its left flank and rear. By November 20, 1918, the Taman Army had reached the front Stanitsa Petrovskaya, Stanitsa Donskaya Baka, Vysotskoye, where it consolidated. To the south, units of Sorokin's former army closed up, extending their left flank as far as Mineralny Vody Station. Thus, as a result of the autumn campaign of 1918, the Soviet forces of the North Caucasus had their rear tightly pressed against the sandy and waterless steppe, which stretched almost to Astrakhan. The approaching bad autumn facilitated the powerful spread among them of epidemics, which significantly reduced their numerical strength. A local success by Soviet forces, headed by comrades Ordzhonikidze and Lewandowski, was the suppression of the counter-revolutionary uprising by the Cossacks of the Terek region. Soviet forces occupied Prokladnaya and Mozdok on November 10th. Not long after this, the siege of Kizlyar was lifted and Grozny occupied, in the area of which the Grozny proletariat had not ceased its valiant struggle. Events in Ukraine and the remaining occupied regions by the beginning of the German Revolution. The German Revolution and its political and strategic significance. The evolution of the various white governments and their description, their foreign and domestic policy, methods of carrying it out, the condition of the White Rear and the work of the RKP-B in the latter, the political situation by the start of 1919, the RSFRS's internal situation, war communism, the condition of the Red Rear, the condition of the Red Armies and Fleet by the start of 1919, armaments and supply, organizational measures, the state of the counter-revolution's armed forces, the occupation of Ukraine by Austro-German forces, which was completed in the beginning of May 1918, exacerbated the revolutionary class struggle even further. In the beginning of April, in the city of Kiev, on the initiative and with the permission of the German command, and despite the protests of the government of the Central Rada, peasants, large landowners, and kulaks, Congress was convened. From the first day, this Congress took a hostile position toward the petit bourgeois government of the Central Rada, and then, while relying on the instructions and assistance of the German command, proclaimed Ukraine a monarchy under German protection, with a hetman as chief. General Skoropadsky was elected hetman, whom the German, and then the Austrian, governments recognized. The ruling representatives of the Central Rada, Petliura, Vinichenko, Professor Tukhachevskii, and others were arrested. May and June 1918 in Ukraine were distinguished by the powerful growth of reaction and by the simultaneous seizure by the German command of the country's economic resources and the forced shipment to Germany of livestock, raw materials, and food. So-called elders, almost exclusively colonels and generals drawn from former Ukrainian landowners, were appointed to head the provinces and counties. The elders enjoyed almost unlimited administrative and judicial rights. The elders' work was observed, controlled, and regulated by representatives of the German command. The commanders of German units stationed as garrisons in all the administrative, provincial, and county centers of Ukraine. So-called Commissions Chapter 5, the German Occupation and Revolution. The punitive detachments, made up of officers and former policemen, who carried out this gathering of reparations, shot people without trial and investigation for the slightest suspicion of belonging to and sympathizing with the Communist Party. By the end of May, the number of those imprisoned exceeded the prison's capacity by tens of times. A special concentration camp was created for excess arrestees in Brest-Litovsk and guarded by German and Austrian field gendarmes. The agrarian and economic policy of Skoropadski's government strengthened the process of revolutionizing the peasantry, and the end of May 1918 was noted for the development on Ukrainian territory of a powerful partisan uprising movement. Even the appeasement-oriented unions, which had been created immediately upon the abandonment of Ukrainian territory by Soviet forces, were routed. The railroad strike, proclaimed at the end of June, was cruelly suppressed. Urban self-governing bodies, which had been created by broadly drawing in society, including social appeasers, socialist revolutionaries, and social democrats, and which were deprived of any kinds of rights, passed decrees and decisions according to the instructions of the elders and their advisors, German officers. While outwardly adhering to a policy of complete non-interference in the affairs of the RSFSR, Skoropadskii and his government at the same time lent their all-out support to the growth of volunteer army formations on the Don and Kuban. In June, an official volunteer army representation, headed by General Count Keller, was created at Skoropadskii's court. In early June, recruiting bureaus were created in all of Ukraine's administrative centers, which, while operating under the slogan of a unified and indivisible Russia, were enrolling officers who had settled on Ukrainian territory and bourgeois youth into the volunteer army. In the beginning of August, they began to form the headquarters of the 6th Volunteer Corps and its subunits in the city of Yekaterinoslav, now Dnipropetrovsk. The policy of Skoropadski's landowner bourgeois government, as well as German economic pressure and lawlessness, could not satisfy the needs of the Ukrainian industrial bourgeoisie and the chauvinistically inclined urban and rural intelligentsia. A conspiratorial congress of liberal political and national chauvinistic bourgeois and appeasement organizations that took place in the second half of July in the town of Belyatsirkov marked the beginning of the so-called Ukrainian National Union, the task of which was to unite around itself all of the elements dissatisfied with the regime and the German occupation, and to take advantage of the growth of revolutionary class attitudes among the peasantry and proletariat. Later on, this union detailed from its ranks an administrative executive organ, the Directory, which included representatives of various political groups, including the previously mentioned Petliura and Vinichenko. July and August 1918 in Ukraine were distinguished by a massive growth in peasant uprisings, an increase in the revolutionary struggle in the cities, and the growth of underground organizations. At the same time, it is necessary to add that if on right bank Ukraine, the Kiev, Volhynia, and the northern part of Kherson provinces, the peasant movement was used by the Ukrainian National Union, then on the left bank the Bolsheviks and, to some extent, left socialist revolutionary groups, left socialist revolutionaries and Baratbists, enjoyed the greatest influence. By the beginning of September, the German Hetman regime actually only controlled those administrative centers and cities in which martial law had been established, because the murder in Kiev of the German commander-in-chief Eichhorn and the attacks on German headquarters in other cities forced the German command and the Hetman government to fear possible revolutionary uprisings. The peasantry was undergoing an exacerbated period of class differentiation, a bitter struggle of the middle and poor peasants against the Kulak, who continued to adhere to the Hetman orientation. The German government, mainly the military command, which had created from Ukraine its raw materials and food base, sought to pin down and crush the revolutionary movement not only in Ukraine, but throughout the RSFSR, employing for this goal Krasnov's government along the Don, and attempted to come to terms with the Volunteer Army Command in the person of Denikin, and with the counter-revolutionary groups on the territory of the RSFSR. This is how Ludendorff, who at that time was the German High Command's chief of staff, evaluated the political military situation that had come about due to the occupation of Ukraine. In the political military sense, the occupation of Ukraine by us significantly weakened the power of the Soviet government. We also established communications with any great Russian popular movements and with the Don Cossacks, which we could have employed for overthrowing Bolshevism. In February, the Supreme Command, with the agreement of the government, occupied Ukraine, having in mind not only the Bolshevik danger, but also proceeding from the deep conviction that Ukraine was necessary to us in order to subdue the Allies. With Ukrainian assistance, Austria-Hungary was still able to flounder for the summer. We received livestock, horses, and many raw materials from there. Germany and the other Central Powers were able to get the necessary extra food from Ukraine. Without its help, a difficult crisis would have hit us in the beginning of the summer of 1919. The army received a large number of horses, without which any further conduct of the war would have been impossible. However, the calculations by the German government and command as to the political and economic advantages which they could extract from the occupation of Ukraine, the Baltic states, and part of the RSFSR and Finland proved to be cruelly mistaken. Under the influence of the unfolding revolutionary class struggle on the occupied territory of Ukraine and the RSFSR, the class consciousness of the German and Austrian soldier began to awaken. The Austro-German divisions, which were being transferred in August 1918 from the East to the Western Front, Italy and the Balkans, proved to be incapable of combat. The divisions just transferred to the West from the East fought poorly in the conditions of the Western Front. I heard very unfavorable reports about them. Despite the shortage of men, reinforcements from the Eastern Front were accepted quite reluctantly. Their spirit was lousy, and they had a bad effect on their comrades. In General Hoffmann's opinion, the troops had been corrupted by the temptations to which they had been exposed in the form of bribes and Bolshevik propaganda. This is how Ludendorff describes his occupation troops after their brief stay in territory that had been seized by the revolutionary class struggle. In November 1918, first Austria, then Germany, November 9th, entered upon the revolutionary path. Germany, which had been exhausted in the World War, was forced to accept the victorious Entente's draconian conditions. The first result of the German Revolution and the Versailles Peace was that the militant imperialism of the Entente came to the fore in the RSFSR's foreign policy considerations. All the state formations that had arisen with the assistance of Germany quickly changed their orientation in their struggle against the RSFSR and began to base themselves on assistance from the Entente countries. Pilsudski's Polish government, which had arisen with German assistance, included in its political program the restoration of the Polish borders of 1772 and the creation of a bloc of small states, hostile to the Soviet Union, from Helsingfors to Tiflis, and headed by Poland. Such foreign policy goals of the Polish government inevitably placed it first of all in hostile relations with the Soviet government, and then with those counter-revolutionary formations in the North Caucasus which were engaged in gathering counter-revolutionary forces under the slogan of restoring a unified and indivisible Russia. The bourgeois governments of Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, which had arisen under German protection, having changed their orientation and having established communications with the Entente governments, pursued more modest goals in their foreign policy vis-à-vis the RSFSR. Following the November Revolution in Germany, the process of the revolutionary struggles unfolding in Ukraine went into high gear. The noisy petit bourgeois directory sought to employ the revolutionary uprisings to strengthen its power. It proclaimed an irreconcilable struggle against the hetman's rule, declared Ukraine a people's republic, and proclaimed the immediate convocation of a labor congress, a constituent assembly without the participation of non-Ukrainian political organizations, volunteer army officer organizations oriented toward Denikin, which were quite widespread in all the provincial centers of Ukraine. In the beginning of December 1918, taking advantage of the treason of Skoropadski's Ukrainian rifle formations, the Directory seized Kiev and proclaimed itself an all-Ukrainian government. A coup took place in the cities of Kharkov, Yekaterinoslav, and Poltava. It's typical that in the first instance, the movement was led by the former hetman Colonel Balbakan and in Yekaterinoslav by Captain Gorobets. With the collapse of hetman rule, the hetman's officers, the Kulak population, and urban bourgeoisie streamed into the pro-revolutionary peasants' army. The Directory government, under the influence of the pro-revolutionary peasantry and proletariat, was forced before the start of the uprising to include in its combat program slogans to satisfy, to a certain degree, the needs of the revolutionary masses, and immediately upon seizing the administrative centers it began to sweep aside the Bolshevik strata of its program, while coming to the defense of the interests of the Kulak and the petite and middle urban bourgeoisie. The fact that the majority of Ukraine's regions had been seized by an uprising movement led by the Bolsheviks or by groups adhering to a Soviet platform facilitated the rapid collapse of the Directory's army as well as of the Directory itself. Beginning as early as the first days of November, the uprisings in areas to the northeast of Kharkov, in the Poltava and Chernigiv areas, and the northern part of Kherson and Odessa provinces, as well as the eastern and southeastern part of Yekaterinoslav province, were led by underground Bolshevik and Bolshevik left Socialist Revolutionary Regional Revolutionary Committees. The rebels' armed struggle was directed both against the Directory regime and the German volunteer Hetman troop units, as well as French and Greek landing parties, which had landed along the Black Sea coast in the beginning of January 1919. The Allies' fleet appeared in the waters of the Black Sea in December 1918, after the opening of the straits. The strength of the rebels' forces grew extremely rapidly. The areas embraced by the uprising expanded along radial axes. The Directory regime fell in the middle of December in Kharkov under the blows of the rebels, and by the end of December the Red Rebels had captured Poltava and Yekaterinoslav. The latter was occupied following a bitter four-day battle in which the Directory's forces were supported by two German regiments, units of the White Sixth Volunteer Corps, and Right Socialist Revolutionary, Menshevik, and even Bund armed bands. By the end of December, the Directory regime, which, by the way, had managed to align itself with the Entente, existed only in the city of Kiev and the northwestern part of right bank Ukraine. The Red Army's offensive developed very rapidly. Kiev was taken almost without a fight on February 5th. At the end of April and the first days of May, the Red Army advanced into the areas of Odessa, Nikolaev, and Kherson, which by this time had been cleared by the rebels of the occupying Franco-Greek detachments, volunteer, and national Ukrainian units. By the middle of April, Red Army units occupied Sevastopol. Having been ejected from Kiev, the Directory ran away to Galicia, where it degenerated into a small adventurist group led by Petli Ura and completely under Polish influence, and was used by the latter in the interests of the struggle against Soviet Ukraine. The Red Army's fight against the Directory is elaborated by us in more detail in the next chapter. Events in the counter-revolutionary centers outside German-occupied territory developed somewhat differently. The events which were taking place on the Don and the Kuban rivers were particularly characteristic. As soon as the Don counter-revolution, with the indirect support of the German occupation, managed to once again consolidate a long part of its territory, it put into power the Don government of Eideman Krasnov. In the situation that had arisen in the spring of 1918, Krasnov, as we have already noted, took a pro-German course, viewing the restoration of a unified and indivisible Russia as quite a distant goal. For the time being, Krasnov viewed the area of the Don host as a completely independent government, in the name of which he sought to establish diplomatic relations with Kiev, Yekaterinodar, and Berlin. The Germans readily supported Krasnov as a force which, by its weight, was not capable of being dangerous to them, while on the other hand it could subsequently be employed for fighting the Soviet government and, in the last extremity, against the volunteer army, which stubbornly continued to support the Entente. This orientation was one of the reasons for shifting the center of the efforts of the volunteer army, which at this time was already led by General Denikin, to the Kuban, in order to avoid contact with the Germans, despite General Alexeyev's opinion as to the necessity of developing the army's attacks upstream along the Volga and a number of similar proposals from Eideman Krasnov. The German Revolution and the opening of the Black Sea for the Entente squadrons, in connection with the expected broad intervention in southern Russia, facilitated the rapid shift of Krasnov's pro-German orientation to that of the Allies. However, this did not spare him from being swallowed up by a new political organization in the person of the Volunteer Army Command. Under pressure from the Allies, who were threatening to deprive Krasnov of any sources of supply, in the beginning of 1919 Krasnov had to subordinate himself to this new regime, both militarily and politically, while retaining for himself only a few autonomous rights in ruling the Don region. In the field of internal administration, Eideman Krasnov's rule was distinguished by the conduct of a reactionary policy, which did not create any kind of support for him among the Cossack masses. The internal political situation on the Kuban was more complex. The Kuban Legislative Rada, which was in charge of ongoing legislative affairs and control over the government, was distinguished by its implacable attitude toward the ruling circles of the volunteer army and its policy. At the same time, another current of a more conciliatory tone was evident and which dominant at that time, when the Kuban government, deprived of its territory, was forced to wander with the volunteer army. But as soon as it became possible for the Cuban government to rely on its own territory, it immediately resumed the struggle for its independence. The Cossack government saw the realization of the idea of creating a southeastern union as a way of getting rid of the volunteer army's tutelage. On August 10, 1918, the Cuban Cossacks put forth once again a scheme for a sovereign union of the Don, Kuban, and Terek, also including in it the mountain people of the North Caucasus. This idea served as yet another pretext for collisions with the Volunteer Army Command, because the latter insisted on the temporary character of this union and including in it representation from the Volunteer Army. The question of forming this union dragged on throughout all of 1918 due to resistance by the Volunteer Army Command, and in 1919 the Volunteer Army, taking advantage of its efforts and support from the Entente, suppressed all independent endeavors of the Cuban government and Rada. These half-formed intentions were fated to once again be reborn at the very end of 1919, when the outline of the Volunteer Army's defeat at the front made it possible for the Cossack opposition to once again rear its head. On January 5, 1920, a session of the Supreme Cossack Assembly, which was seeking to elaborate a constitution for the unified Cossack state, opened in Yekaterinodar, but this project was not fated to be realized in view of the approaching rout of the entire southern counter-revolution. As far as the governments of the Astrakhan and Terek Cossack troops are concerned, lacking any real power and opposed to separatist designs, they lacked any kind of independent political physiognomy and were the most dutiful to the volunteer army. The strivings for independence by the conservative bourgeois government of the Don and the more democratic Cuban government was the reason for the internal weakness of that complex military-political organism which in the beginning of 1919 formed in southern Russia under the name of the Armed Forces of South Russia. The government of South Russia arose from the caste professional volunteer army, which in and of itself was a complete military-political organism. This circumstance determined the character of this government, which was essentially a military dictatorship in pure form. All power belonged to the commander of the volunteer army, who later took upon himself the title of Commander of the Armed Forces of South Russia. He was assisted by an advisory organ under the name of the Special Council, which elaborated various legislation acts and which was responsible for the administration of the occupied territories, foreign relations, and contacts with social groups. The foreign policy line of the government of South Russia, or, to be more precise, of General Denikin, insofar as the latter, while relying on the bayonets of the volunteer army, was the main decision-maker in matters of external and internal policy, was defined by the slogan of a unified and indivisible Russia. This slogan completely defined its attitude toward all the newly formed entities on the territory of the former Russian Empire and the mutual hostility of the latter. The other pro-volunteer white armies, such as the Northwestern and Northern, adhered to this slogan. General Denikin's military-political dictatorship sought to carry out a hard and irreconcilable policy vis-a-vis the Cossack governments, which created the conditions for conflict between it and the peculiar parliamentary regime of the Kuban. The Special Council got its ideas and executors from the midst of that counter-revolutionary circle which formed around it. Of this circle, the most influential group was the National Center, which covered the spectrum from the cadets to the right. Even further to the right was the Council of Government Unity, while to the left were the social compromise groups that gathered around the Union of Rebirth. The chief task of the government of South Russia was the unification of military power and international representation, which it managed to achieve. But it was not able to achieve the restoration of normal relations with the borderland formations, by which was meant the Cossacks, until its very fall. Denikin's government revealed its true face regarding agricultural and worker questions with its declaration of March 24, 1919, and its appearance was influenced by representatives of the Entente, who were frightened by the too reactionary political course of Denikin's headquarters. The declaration promised in very vague phrases the convocation of a popular assembly, provincial autonomy, civil liberties, and reforms in the agricultural field and the workers' question. But, according to the definition of one of the leading politicians in Denikin's headquarters, Professor Sokolov, all of these promises came down to no more than endless agrarian conversations. Moreover, before long the right reactionary wing in Denikin's headquarters grew stronger, that determined the further shift in its internal policy to the right. This led to a situation in which, according to the same Sokolov, the Special Council floundered in airless space, not relying on anyone and nowhere meeting with support. Least of all could General Denikin's internal policy satisfy the working class, which adopted a hostile position to this policy. Nor was the peasantry satisfied with Denikin's agrarian project, which came down to the fact that the proprietors, read, the landowners, would retain their allotment of land, while the excess would go to those who didn't have enough land, but only for payment. The realization of this policy at the local level irritated the peasantry even more. In light of Denikin's order to transfer the harvest from the landowner's land, which had been sown by the peasants, to their owner, that is, the landowners. Besides this, the overall demoralization of the local regime's agents completely pushed the local population away from it. According to Sokolov's testimony, the unimpeded and systematic robbing of the local inhabitants created the prerequisite for the mass peasant disturbances, which during the second half of 1919, the time of the greatest military success of Denikin, who had seized Ukraine and was advancing along the Kursk, Oryol, Moscow axis, began to more and more powerfully shake the rear of the armed forces of South Russia. These disturbances spread particularly broadly within the confines of Ukraine. For example, almost the entire territory of Yekaterinoslav province and the northern part of Kherson province had been seized by Makhno's detachments, which numbered up to 12,000 cavalry and infantry. According to some sources, Makhno's forces numbered up to 50,000 men in the autumn of 1919 and were organized into 4 corps, while the territory of Poltava province, with the exception of the administrative centers, was in the hands of Comrade Matyas, whose detachments had an overall strength of up to 20,000 troops. The entire northern and eastern part of Kharkov province had been seized by Comrade Kotov's rebel detachments, which had an overall strength of 1,000 to 1,200 infantry and cavalry. All of these rebel detachments distracted a large amount of the Volunteer Army's forces from the anti-Soviet front. These detachments played an enormous role in the fate of the entire Volunteer Army during its retreat in December 1919, preventing the latter from consolidating along even one line, beginning from Kursk and ending with the Crimean Isthmus and the Don. Failures at the front and the complete isolation of Denikin's government, which relied only on the bayonets of the Volunteer Army, which was already beginning to fall apart, forced it to once again search for ways to reconcile with the Cossacks. But it was already too late, because there soon followed the general catastrophe on the front. General Denikin's government was the most typical of the counter-revolutionary governments standing on the platform of a unified and indivisible Russia. All of their negative aspects came especially to the fore in it, because having arisen from the depths of armed force, it immediately took upon the aspect of a military dictatorship and kept it as long as the power that brought it about, that is, the Volunteer Army, existed. In relying on this power, it was able to temporarily spread its regime across a quite broad swath of territory, but, as one might expect, it could not hold it, while retaining for any lengthy period of time only the territory of the Crimea. Now we must examine the history of the no less significant white government of Siberia, which had pretensions to pan-Russian power and was recognized as such by the Entente, and which also arrived at a military dictatorship, but by a more complex path. We have already mentioned that our far eastern border area, more exactly, Chinese territory, had become from the end of 1917 the motherland of small and arbitrary white governments, created by Japan and the Entente as a screen for their imperialist lusts. These governments played no kind of role in the history of the Civil War, and as soon as the need for them had passed, were eliminated by that same Entente. A more notable role and more prolonged existence were the lot of those which arose as a result of the formation of a counter-revolutionary Eastern Front. The initial centers of these newly formed governments were Samara and Omsk. Upon the Czechoslovaks' capture of Samara on June 8, 1918, they put into power the Committee of the Constituent Assembly, Comic. The Comic, relying on the support of the Czechoslovaks, set about forming its own army of the Constituent Assembly and existed for 5 months, until its elimination by the Siberian dictator Kolchak, who came to power with the help of the Entente's bayonets and military conspirators. The committee had a pronounced right socialist revolutionary coloration. It sought to convene the Constituent Assembly and to restore the anti-German front, which completely determined its pro-Entente orientation. While formally recognizing the nationalization of the land, the committee actually did not take this recognition to the end, leaving the non-nationalized estates in the hands of their owners. Finally, the committee manifested a great deal of concern about the interests of the bourgeoisie in its social and financial policy, which was expressed in full payment in prices favorable to the owners for produce necessary for the army and in limiting the activities of the unions, etc. Such guiding lines of its foreign and domestic policy guaranteed the negative attitude of the majority of workers and peasants to the Samara government. An index of this attitude was the unsuccessful mobilizations for the Constituent Assembly's army and then the rapid collapse of the army itself. Nor did the committee's domestic policy satisfy the bourgeoisie, which as early as the end of June 1918 was raising the matter of a military dictatorship. Thus, the single social base for the committee was the urban and rural intelligentsia and small groups of socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks. The committee was unable to maintain its influence in the army, where reactionary and Black Hundreds elements gained the upper hand. These elements subsequently facilitated the committee's fall. Local governments of a compromise or bourgeois type that appeared with their expansion of territory, such as the Ural regional government, as well as such national governments as the government of the Bashkir state, the Kyrgyz Alashorty, and the national administration of the Turco-Tatar race, which arose in Kazan as early as the summer of 1917, vied for sharing power with the committee. But the committee's main rival was the Siberian regional government, which arose in Omsk in the same manner as the committee in Samara. This government, which relied on the Siberian Cossacks and counter-revolutionary officers' organizations, was openly counter-revolutionary in nature and from the very outset became involved in a struggle with the Siberian Regional Duma, which had gathered in Tomsk and which supported a platform of bourgeois democracy. All of these governmental formations, under powerful pressure from the Czechoslovaks, finally unified in October 1918 into a single UFA directory, which consisted of 5 members. However, the coalition directory, with its socialist revolutionary coloration, did not inspire much trust with the Entente, and the latter, chiefly in the form of Great Britain, put forward Admiral Kolchak, the directory's Minister of War, as a candidate for dictator. As soon as the directory, under the influence of failures at the front, removed to Omsk, there on the night of 17 to 18 November 1918 there took place a military coup, which put Admiral Kolchak in power. The directory's members were exiled abroad. The Czechoslovaks limited themselves to a formal protest, but the Socialist Revolutionary Party went underground, from where it began its struggle against the new dictator's regime. The very accession of Admiral Kolchak to power determined the subsequent reactionary essence of his government, despite his declarations that he did not want to go either along the path of reaction or of the fatal path of party-mindedness. However, from the very first days of his accession to power, Kolchak manifested a complete lack of toleration for the workers' movement and bloodily suppressed all protests by the workers. He introduced extraordinary laws, the death penalty and martial law for all territories in the rear. The arbitrary rule of the military authorities pushed away from Kolchak even the quite moderate democracy which initially supported him. The peasantry felt the yoke of Kolchak's regime on itself most of all. According to the testimony of one of the former ministers of the Kolchak government, the appearance of white forces meant for the peasantry the onset of an age of unlimited requisitions, all kinds of obligations, and the completely arbitrary behavior of the military authorities. The same witness stated that they beat and robbed the peasants, insulted their civil dignity, and impoverished them. The peasantry, in its turn, waged a struggle with the regime by means of unceasing uprisings. This brought about a number of Kolchak's bloody punitive expeditions, which not only did not halt the uprisings, but broadened the areas seized by the revolutionary struggle even more. At the same time, in eastern Siberia, local counter-revolutionary forces, led by Eideman, Semyonov, and Kalmykov, were in opposition to Kolchak and nearly openly operated against him. Kolchak, in his declarations, adhered to the same tactics as Denikin. He made approximately the same kind of general promises as the latter, which is why we will not repeat them here. The methods of carrying out this pacification only added more oil to the fire. As soon as prolonged failures at the front began, the disintegration of the regime in Kolchak's government began. Kolchak's Council of Ministers, which had become separated from its chief and which had moved to Irkutsk in December 1919, attempted to manifest some kind of activity, reorganizing itself on a more democratic basis, while at the same time Kolchak was seeking to retain his personal military dictatorship. The uprising movement came to embrace nearly all of Siberia. In Irkutsk, there was formed the so-called Political Center, which united the Central Committee of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, the Committee of the Bureau of Zemstvos, Unions, and the Mensheviks. The Entente's representatives began to toy with the center, thinking to find support within it for the further struggle with the Bolsheviks. On December 24, 1919, the Political Center, relying on part of the troops that had gone over to it, carried out a coup in Irkutsk. The Allies, having finally decided to place their bets on the socialist revolutionaries, in whom they saw governmental figures having nothing to do with the Bolsheviks, put pressure on the remnants of the Siberian government to end its further resistance and to turn Kolchak himself over to the Political Center. The Political Center, which had been created by intermediate appeasement parties, was the transition stage to the true power of the toiling masses, which was formed in Irkutsk on January 21, 1920 in the form of the local Soviet of Workers and Peasants Deputies. The isolation of the Siberian government in space from the other White Guard governments rendered it all Russian in name only. While officially recognizing its sovereignty, all of the white governments were not much guided by its instructions in terms of their domestic and sometime foreign policy. Denikin, who enjoyed a broad degree of autonomy in the realm of foreign relations, but who also demanded complete independence in questions of agrarian and financial policy, held himself particularly independently. We now have to say a few words about those secondary White Guard governments that arose exclusively as the result of the Entente's intervention. One such was the initially social appeasement government of the northern region along the White Sea coast, formed in August 1918, which was then reorganized into something resembling a military dictatorship and then, upon establishing official connections with Kolchak, was transformed by him into a military general governorship, while its former ministers formed a special council within it. The government of North Russia was formed in Archangel in August 1918, immediately following the landing there by the Allies. It was a coalition of socialist compromisers and figures from the bourgeois parties. It was headed by the former People's Will member Tukhachevskii. However, a month later, that is, in September 1918, even such an appeasement-oriented government did not satisfy the Entente military command. A military coup was incited and the socialist ministers, with Tukhachevskii at their head, were sent off to the Solovetsky Islands. Tukhachevskii was released before long and placed at the head of a new, fictitious government of a purely bourgeois coloration with a minuscule mix of popular socialists. Miller, the military governor-general, was appointed Tukhachevskii's deputy. At the beginning of 1919, the Allies found it possible, under a convenient pretext, to rid themselves of Tukhachevskii as well by sending him off to Paris to an Allied conference in the capacity of the representative of the Russian White Guard governments. His deputy, General Miller, was the actual head of the government. In this manner, the Kolchak government only formulated the order of things that had actually been established in the northern region. Lyanizov's northwestern government, which had been created by the British on August 10, 1919 in Revel, was afraid to even make an appearance on the scrap of its own territory. Both of these governments were no more than a fiction and completely dependent upon the Entente powers. The northwestern government's army was a haven for adventurers and soldiers of fortune, and it was joined by Bulak Balakowicz, who later became famous in the history of banditry. The same sort of government was that of the Trans-Caspian region, which was formed by the socialist revolutionaries on July 12, 1918, and which immediately appealed for aid from British troops in Persia. Later on, this government transferred its powers to the government of South Russia. In the summer of 1918, with the support of British bayonets, a national chauvinist Azerbaijani government of bourgeois coloration on the platform of Azerbaijani independence and hostility to the volunteer army arose in Baku. From the time of the October Revolution, the Fergana regional government, which was based on the local Kalak population of both locals and settlers, existed apart in Turkestan. This government waged a struggle against the Soviet regime in Tashkent and finally fell apart, to be replaced by a bandit movement which later became known by the name of Bazmachestvo. All of these governments, with the exception of the Azerbaijani one, had a lot in common, both as regards their birth, as well as in their political physiognomy and the methods of carrying out their internal policy. Their main unifying quality was the overall goal of re-establishing a unified and indivisible Russia. We see, in the example of the evolution of the White Guards governments of the appeasement type, the bankruptcy of narrow-minded petite bourgeois democracy in the face of world revolution. The petite bourgeoisie proved powerless to carry out its own policy under conditions of a decisive collision of two classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and the petite bourgeois government, hiding behind leftist slogans and phrases, either inevitably fell back into the camp of open counter-revolution or it prepared the path for the latter. Following the experience of the UFA and Ukrainian directories, the most active and revolutionary elements of the petite bourgeois democracy had no other alternative but to adhere to the formula of the political dominance of the proletariat. As we have repeatedly stated, in the rear of the White Front were constant uprisings by the proletariat and peasantry, which sometimes took on elemental forms, while the uprising movement usually grew by the addition of déclassé elements close to the peasantry and workers. Disorders in the Whites' rear had the character of a truly revolutionary movement, and the curve of its growth moved ceaselessly upward. The growth of the uprising movement was particularly strong in Ukraine at the end of 1918 and in Siberia before the fall of the Kolchak regime at the end of 1919. The latter was essentially swept off the historical stage by the wave of the Siberian Red Partisan movement. The partisan wave undermined all of the vital threads of Kolchak's armies. Almost all of the population capable of fighting withdrew to the forests and, organizing their large detachments, sometimes with their own homemade artillery, carried out extremely bold raids against individual garrisons, depots, and communications lines. The flow of reinforcements to the White armies was cut off, and their strength fell with amazing rapidity, because the mobilized peasantry went over en masse to join the partisan detachments. The uprising movement developed quite powerfully in Ukraine following Denikin's order to turn over the harvest from the landowners' holdings to the landowners. The uprising movement also developed broadly along the Black Sea coast, the Caucasus coast, and in the Crimea, and the peasantry, while avoiding Denikin's forced mobilizations, readily joined the Green Army. The actions of these armies later made it very difficult for the remnants of the Volunteer Army to fall back on Novorossiysk. On the whole, the uprising movement in the rear of the White Fronts played its revolutionary role in the cause of destroying them and should be valued as one of the active forces of the revolution. The Communist Party cells, which remained behind the line of the White Front and, having gone underground, did not cease their organizational and active work, both among the enemy's forces and amongst the population. Their role in the destruction of the White Rear was quite significant. In Siberia, the socialist revolutionaries' anti-Kolchak work embraced only the tip of the urban intelligentsia and the kulak elements in the countryside, while major peasant uprisings and, in general, the entire mass peasant movement was carried out under the slogans of the RKP and under its organized control. In southern Ukraine, during the period of the Franco-Greek occupation of Odessa and several other Black Sea ports in the winter of 1918 to 1919, the Communist Party of Bolsheviks of Ukraine, KPBU, carried out successful work for the internal demoralization of the Entente troops and in leading the workers' movement in the area of the Entente occupation. One of the results of the Bolsheviks' underground work was the political uprising of the command aboard the French military vessel Mirabeau in the beginning of February 1919. Underground Bolshevik organizations carried out the same kind of work on a greater or lesser scale and with greater or lesser results in other areas occupied by the counter-revolution. This work, in conditions of the extremely harsh White Terror, required from its executors a great deal of self-sacrifice and devotion to the cause of the party. Having viewed the events that were developing along the borderlands of the RSFSR by the start of the revolution in Germany and Austria, and having traced the evolution of the counter-revolutionary formations, we will further analyze the situation that was obtaining in the RSFSR itself by the beginning of 1919 and its development through the course of this year. The collapse of the German occupation placed before the RSFSR the task of liberating the occupied regions and organizing a Soviet regime there. The achievement of this goal placed Soviet strategy before the necessity of directing its activity toward the Baltic states, Lithuania, Belarusia, and Ukraine. The entire question was therefore precisely which forces would manage to firmly establish themselves in all of these areas, that is, the forces of the revolution or of Entente imperialism and the internal counter-revolution. Alongside these immediate tasks, which had arisen before Soviet policy and strategy immediately following the German Revolution, there arose other, more complex and broad ones. The treasonous policy of the social appeasement parties during the World War had repulsed the proletarian masses from them. The complete economic collapse and the related extreme exacerbation of class contradictions, which as a result of the World War had hit the victor nations and the vanquished countries to an equal degree, had created throughout all of Europe an extremely acute revolutionary situation. The most powerful outbreaks of revolutionary activity manifested themselves in Germany and Hungary. The revolutionary situation throughout all of Western Europe placed yet another new task before Soviet policy and strategy. This task consisted of uniting the efforts of the Revolutionary Front in Eastern and Western Europe. A direct military struggle against the intervention was thinkable only in alliance with the revolutionary forces of the West. Actually, a blow against the Baltic states would sever that buffer chain through which Clemenceau, see Chapter 1, was preparing to separate Soviet Russia from the West. An offensive through Ukraine and Bessarabia into Bukovina would extend the hand of assistance to the fraternal Hungarian Soviet Republic. These were the tasks placed before Soviet strategy by history, while demanding the utmost exertion of its strength. This was how V.I. Lenin, in a speech at that time, appraised that quantitative exertion which the Soviet Republic would have to undergo for this. We, he said, decided to have a 1,000,000-man army by spring, and now we need an army of 3 million men. We can have it, and we will have it. The country's difficult economic situation, which was due to the development of the Civil War, brought about a powerful increase in epidemics. The overcrowding of the population, the absence of sufficient fuel and food, and the low level of civilization, etc., eased the unbelievably rapid spread of epidemic diseases. An epidemic of typhus developed in a particularly severe manner. According to very incomplete calculations, in October 1917 there were 20,370 cases of typhus in the country, while in January 1918 their number had increased to 55,831 cases. Thus the country's internal condition was truly a condition of desperate ruin, which is how V.I. Lenin described it in one of his speeches. At the same time, the political situation demanded the continuation of the Civil War by a full exertion of all forces. The Soviet regime was faced on the economic front by the tasks of preserving and maintaining the army's combat capability, feeding the country's population, and preserving the remnants of industry. The first of these tasks was the main one. Directly linked to this was another task no less important, not only in the political, but in the military sense as well: keeping the proletariat's strength from dissipating under the influence of the food crisis. The dissipation of the proletariat would weaken not only the political base of the Soviet regime, but threaten to weaken the Red Army's organizational backbone as well. The following figures actually illustrate that these fears were well-founded. For example, at the Kolomna factory at the end of 1918, instead of the 18,000 workers there at the end of the preceding year, there remained only 7,203 people. There were 11 strikes in Tver province throughout the year due to the food crisis. Aside from this reason, the closing of factories due to the shortage of raw materials also facilitated the dissipation of the proletariat. For example, in October 1918, Centro Textile was forced to close 161 factories. The exertion of Soviet strategy's forces was closely dependent on the overall internal condition of the RSFSR throughout 1919. The possibilities of Soviet strategy, both in the organizational and operational spheres, were determined by the country's economy. Thus, we will begin our review with questions of an economic nature. By the close of 1918, the RSFSR, due to the economic blockade and military encirclement, was left to rely exclusively on its own economic resources. Actually, if the normal cost of imports into Russia in 1913 was 936 million PUDs and exports to the tune of 1,472,000 millions PUDs, then in 1918 the figure for imports had fallen to 11 million PUDs and that of exports to 1 million PUDs. One of the immediate results of such a situation was the disappearance of imported materials which were necessary for maintaining transport at the appropriate level, which, of course, powerfully reflected on the interests of strategy and on the condition of industry and agriculture. As a result of the spread of the Civil War along the extremely broad territory of the RSFSR, the results of the exploitation of raw materials bases told fully by the close of 1918. A number of areas were still in the hands of the occupiers, interventionists, and the forces of the internal counter-revolution. The Soviet regime disposed of the economically dependent and also the most thickly populated territories. The practical consequences of this circumstance are clear from the fact that Soviet Russia now had a grain surplus of only 87 million PUDs, instead of the 775 million PUDs before the war. Just how insufficient this surplus was may be judged by the fact that 220 million PUDs of grain had to be gathered from August 1, 1918, through August 1, 1919 in order to feed the army and country. The same situation existed in regard to all other types of supplies. For example, the RSFSR could count on a yearly yield of coal only in the amount of 24 million PUDs, when Petrograd alone normally consumed 168 PUDs of coal per year. The production curve of the most important branches of the national economy fell sharply. For example, in 1918, the production of cast iron comprised only 12.3% and flaxen yarn 75% of pre-war yield. Such a state of affairs determined the inevitability of a number of crises in supplying various branches of the national economy, while the most important of these in the military sense were the grain and transport crises. The latter depended upon an entire series of other crises, such as the fuel crisis, the equipment crisis, etc., and on that destruction that railroad transport experienced during the Civil War. Lenin concentrated the country's and party's chief attention precisely on the struggle with these two crises. Truly, the very ability to continue the Civil War depended upon food and transportation. As regards transport, the Soviet regime received a disrupted inheritance from the time of the World War. Throughout the course of the entire Civil War, our transportation system continued to fall apart, chiefly as a result of the wear and tear on the rolling stock, which exceeded our ability to restore it. These figures illustrate just how rapidly this wear and tear proceeded. In 1916, our railroads disposed of 20,290 steam engines, of which 3,404 were damaged, while at the end of 1918 the number of steam engines had fallen to 8,910, of which 4,231 were damaged, that is, about 50%. At the end of 1916, the overall number of rail cars was 563,000, of which 20,000 were damaged, while at the end of 1918 there were only 258,000 rail cars. Of these, 43,000 were damaged. The following data speak to the scope of the fuel crisis on the railroads. The Petrograd Railroad Junction's overall consumption of fuel from March 1, 1918 through May 1, 1919 was 1,124,000 cubic sazons of firewood. Of this amount, only about 10% had been procured from May 1, 1918 through November 4. The other rail lines were in approximately the same situation. At the same time, enormous demands were being placed on the railroads due to the war situation. Thus, throughout the Civil War, the Soviet regime had to pay a great deal of attention to the railroads' problems, particularly regarding questions of fuel. Only 24.1% of the country's overall requirements in fuel had been prepared before January 1919. And 10.3% shipped out. 75.9% of procurement was done in the following 6 months, with 89.7% shipped out. The maintenance of rail movement demanded at certain times the adoption of energetic measures, such as requisitions for the railroads of 50% of the firewood located on the railways at that moment, regardless of who they belonged to. The difficult transportation situation forced us to employ shock methods to all movement on the railroads. In case of necessity, in order to push through food shipments quickly along some lines, passenger service was temporarily halted, with the exception of operational shipments, and the entire free rail car park would be shifted to transport these cargoes. In the developing situation, the peasantry was the supplier of the most important food products on the basis of Lenin's following formula. The peasant has received all of the land in defense against the landowner and kulak from the workers' state. The workers received food and loans from the peasantry until the restoration of large-scale industry. The dictatorship of the People's Commissariat for Food on the most important food products in the area of the state monopoly, and the introduction of food requisitioning by a decree of January 13, 1919, enabled the country to more or less satisfactorily cope with the solution of the most difficult food problem. The following figures speak to this. From August 1, 1918 through August 1, 1919, 110 million PUDs of grain were gathered and 220 million PUDs in the following year, with more than 285 million PUDs the next year. The population's sacrifices for the sake of the Civil War were not limited to just food obligations. The war demanded from the broad masses of the population personal labor for the sake of the state. This participation was expressed in the labor mobilization of the population for carrying out works of general state significance. The military character of the national economy during the Civil War conditioned the typical peculiarities of the system of economic organs, which were built on the principle of strict centralization, while they were all controlled by the Supreme Council of the National Economy, VSNKH. The closer this or that of the VSNKH's organs was connected to the army's work, the greater the shade of militarization of that organ. Militarization told even more strongly on the organs of the People's Commissariat of Transportation. Centralization guaranteed the shock character of work of the country's economic organs, while shock work was brought about by the necessity of maintaining the existence and development of the Army's combat power. This shock method ran throughout the entire supply policy, throughout the entire course of the Civil War. Depending upon the significance of this or that front, it could become a shock front. The attention of the party, the country, and its economic organs would be concentrated on it, and reinforcements and supplies of all sorts would begin to flow to it like a broad river at the expense of a temporary weakening of the other fronts. V.I. Lenin himself followed the work of the railroads in making food shipments during the most critical periods. "I have issued an order," he telegraphed to Zinoviev in Petrograd at the beginning of 1919, "to push forward the rail cars to Peter from Moscow and Nizhny Novgorod with passenger cars." Follow up on this. If you missed the halt a month ago and did not appeal against it in time, then you should also blame yourself, just the same as following our telephone conversation on Friday you did not take measures to check the speed of movement of the dispatched rail cars. V.I. Lenin scrupulously controlled the work of the railroads in transferring individual units being dispatched to the decisive sectors of the front during those days. The transfer of the Bashkir Brigade to Petrograd in the autumn of 1919, the transfer of the 21st Division in August of that same year against Mamontov, the transfer of the Latvian Division in the autumn of 1919 from the Western Front to the Southern Front, etc., were carried out under Lenin's personal observation. Difficulties of an economic order powerfully placed goals before Soviet strategy. One of the main slogans in the struggle against Denikin and Kolchak was the struggle for grain. As early as the beginning of 1919, the country began to experience a severe shortage of oil. On April 24, Lenin telegraphed military workers in Astrakhan the following: "It's extremely odd that you send only boastful telegrams about future victories. Discuss immediately. First of all, can't the seizure of Petrovsk be sped up for shipping oil from Grozny? Second of all, can't the mouth of the Ural River and Guryev be captured in order to take oil from there, as the need for oil is desperate? Direct all your efforts to getting oil as quickly as possible." By the close of 1918, the growth of the party and the restructuring of its work under the slogan of "Everything for Victory" made themselves clearly felt. Comrade Mikonishin, a member of the Central Military Commission, in speaking of that significance that party mobilizations and their related increase at the front had, added, "The organization of the countryside is going on simultaneously with the struggle at the front. One may openly say that nowhere are the peasants so well organized as in the front area zone. A great deal of organizational work is proceeding in the enemy's rear. Workers' detachments are being organized there to assist us, and Soviet bases are even being created. One may judge just how great were the party mobilizations by the fact that in October 1918 communist cells had been organized in more than two-thirds of the Red Army units along the Volga-Ural front. The work of communists dispatched from the Red centers completely transformed the front area zones. Committees of the poor were organized everywhere, and articles of the time noted that here, that is, in the Volga area and in the Urals, the local toiling population had only now, one must say, awoken for the revolution and has begun to live a revolutionary life. Moscow and Petrograd yielded a particularly large amount to the front, but on November 1, 1918, Comrade Zinoviev, who had returned from a trip to the Eastern Front, Third Army, reported to the Petrograd Soviet that this is insignificant in comparison to what is going on at the front. At the Lisvier factories, only 3,000 workers remained out of 15,000. The remainder was at the front. When, the speaker stated, after this you listened to the compliments paid to Petrograd, then you realized with a pain in your heart that they are not deserved by us. We did not turn over the same percentage as Lisvier. We should do 10 times more. Soviet Russia put forth the slogan of creating a 3 million-man army, to which the communist city should offer up 300,000 to 500,000 proletarian soldiers. Party mobilizations continued inexorably, and when a new Western Front was created, as a result of the German Revolution, then Petrograd carried out the mobilization of 1,000 communists. The mobilization of national sections began. In accordance with the slogan of everything for the army, in Moscow, Petrograd and a number of other cities such measures were undertaken as the examination of barracks, for which three-man teams were created, and all kinds of help for the Red Army, and the organization of sending New Year's gifts to the Red Army, etc. Political and educational work in the ranks of the Red Army was deepened, both at the front and in the rear, while at the same time the strong connection between front and rear was maintained without change. At the end of December 1918, Red Army soldiers sent fraternal greetings and a warm thank you from the front to the workers for the presents sent to them. They also added to this, "These presents are dearer to us than anything else. We believe in the victory of socialism. We believe in the united family of labor. It's hard right now, and it may become even harder, but we know that behind us beats the sensitive heart of the proletariat. There could not be such unity and cohesion of class and party, of the army and the entire toiling country in the camp of the counter-revolution. Quite the opposite. The appeasing parties of the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries entered the second year of the Civil War under the sign of the ongoing split in their ranks and the decline of any kind of authority among the masses. The following data speak eloquently to this. In January 1918, the Mensheviks disposed of 16% of the overall number of delegates at the First Congress of Unions. In January 1919, their degree of participation at the Second Congress was only 6%. The schism hit the socialist revolutionaries particularly hard. Officially, the Socialist Revolutionary Party held to a policy of irreconcilability, both as regards the Soviet regime and as regards the counter-revolutionary governments, and the party's Ninth Congress recommended to its members to abstain from open uprisings against the Soviet regime, while allowing for such uprisings in the counter-revolutionaries' camp. Actually, the party's right wing, led by Avksentev and Zenzinov, adhered to the platform of cooperation with the interventionists and supporting the counter-revolutionary governments. One might encounter many members of the Socialist Revolutionary Party among the most active participants in bourgeois plots in the rear of the Red Front. The left wing of the Socialist Revolutionaries continued to manifest its irreconcilable hostility to the Communist Party, while attempting to wound it with pin-pricks at times of the most intense situation along the fronts. The bourgeois counter-revolutionary parties, from the cadets and further right, while retaining as before their minuscule significance, chiefly manifested themselves in organizing various plots. While not counting at all, based on the experience of 1918, on the success of their own uprisings, they then timed their preparations to the time the front approached and undertook intensive espionage in many of the Red Army's units and establishments, employing for this purpose the command element's class heterogeneity. However, all of these plots failed to achieve their goal and were uncovered in a timely manner by the organs of the proletarian dictatorship, the VCHKOGPU, and were quickly eliminated. Throughout its entire course, the Civil War was accompanied by periodic wavering among the main peasant mass, or of its individual strata, which sometimes manifested themselves in disorders and open insurrections against the Soviet regime. The reasons and essence of these wavering movements among the peasantry were described by us in the first chapter of this work. This wavering depended primarily upon the attitudes of the middle peasantry and on that influence which, especially in the borderlands even long after October, the economically powerful Kulak continued to enjoy in the countryside. The Kulak leadership in the countryside, while hysterically revolutionary in the struggle with the landowners, did not want to make peace with the Soviet regime, which was trying to free the toiling masses in the countryside not only from the landowner, but from the Kulak as well. The shifting of the front lines in the Civil War almost always coincided with wavering among the peasant masses. It was necessary for the peasant masses of the Volga area, Siberia, the Don, Kuban, and Ukraine to experience for themselves the power of the white dictatorship and the landowner blinded by hatred for the revolution, in order to, in the end, wind up as an ally of the proletariat in the struggle of the red and white sides. The party took into account in a timely manner the necessity of consolidating this shift of the middle peasant in favor of the Soviet regime and its alliance with the poorest peasantry and proletariat. The Sixth Congress of Soviets, which took place in November 1918, made the decision to disband the committees of the poor and to go over to normal forms of Soviet construction in the countryside. Lenin's famous speech on the attitude to the middle peasantry, made at the Eight-Party Congress in March 1919, laid out a completely clear and definite line, aimed at an alliance with the middle peasant. Subsequent peasant disorders, which took place episodically, were not directed against the Soviet regime as a political system, but arose predominantly on the basis of dissatisfaction with the burdens that had fallen to the lot of the population due to the prolonged civil war. To a great degree, the methods of the Soviet regime's punitive policy facilitated the rapid decline in the curve of peasant disorders in the rear of the Red Fronts. It never came down with the full weight of repressions on the mass participants of the disorders, but only punished the counter-revolutionary or bandit kulak leadership of the movement. The turn of the multimillion mass of the peasantry told on the fall of the curve of desertion from the ranks of the Red Army. Typically, the deserters weak to return on the Southern Front yielded the greatest percentage of returnees precisely at that moment when the situation was the most serious along this front. The armed forces of the revolution grew as the scale of the Civil War grew in space. At the beginning of 1919, there already numbered 125 rifle and 9 cavalry brigades along the various fronts and in the country's internal districts. These forces were dispersed among the fronts in the following manner. The Western Army, 81,500 men. The Kursk Axis Group, the future cell of the Ukrainian front, 10,000 men. The Caspian Caucasus Front, 84,000 men, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Armies. The Southern Front, 17,000 men, 8th, 9th, and 10th Armies. And on the Northern Front, 20,000 men. 7th Army. In all, 312,500 men and 1,697 guns. Moreover, there were 60,000 infantry and cavalry in the troop units of the internal districts, with 314 guns. It's necessary to note that not only combat troops were included among the troops of the internal districts, but that this number also included special designation troops, railroad and water transport security forces, sugar industry security forces, and finally, food detachments, comprising Zusmanovich's so-called Food Army, which was before long employed to strengthen the Southern Front. All of these forces were insufficient for resolving the tasks of the 1919 campaign along the various fronts, but the country's economy put a definite limit to the growth in formations in time. The overall number of forces was the result of an organizational program that was unfulfilled by 35%, due to economic difficulties. However, the High Command was counting on raising the Republic's armed forces to 700,000 to 800,000 infantry and cavalry by mid-May, plus 2,500 guns. Of this overall amount, 100,000 to 120,000 infantry and cavalry were slated for the internal districts. The insufficient number of the armed forces compared to the breadth of the tasks falling to them brought in its wake the extreme exhaustion of the troops operating along the fronts throughout the year without any relief. This exhaustion increased even more due to the length of the fronts along which individual units were compelled to operate. For example, the sectors of some divisions along the front reached 200 kilometers. All of these reasons were reflected in the establishment of a single type of organization which was not yet completed in the armies. As a result of these reasons, the combat discipline of certain units was not at a very high level. There were individual cases of failure to carry out combat orders and abandoning the front. While experiencing a shortage of forces, the High Command was unable to organize the systematic withdrawal of units for rest and to knock them together, because by the start of 1919 its strategic reserve had been almost completely swallowed up by the fronts. Of 11 divisions, the formation of which begun in the summer of 1918 in the internal districts for the strategic reserve, By February 1919, the High Command disposed of only 3 divisions that were completing their formation. The unsatisfactory condition of military industry was reflected in the state of our armaments. The Red Army was short of authorized strength by 65% in machine guns and 60% in artillery. As before, we experienced a shortage of ammunition, particularly of rifle rounds, clothing, and equipment. As regards equipping and the subsequent deployment of the Republic's armed forces, the High Command planned the following measures for 1919. First of all, in order to reinforce the troops at the front, it was decided to dispatch not entire troop units from the internal districts, but individual reinforcement companies from the internal divisions. Secondly, a certain flexibility in the matter of forming units was introduced by allowing the fronts themselves to carry out the necessary formation of units in recently occupied territories, for which a special Formation Directorate, Upper Form, was established in the headquarters of each front. A system of reinforcing the Red Army by means of mobilizations carried out through local military administrative organs in the form of various types of military commissariats was firmly established in the internal districts. The pre-draft training of the population was carried out through these organs. In this manner, universal military training completed at the local level. 1919, aside from mobilizations, was distinguished by a number of party and professional mobilizations. As opposed to such mobilizations in 1918, these mobilizations did not yield individual improvised formations, but dispatched fresh reserves of the proletariat to strengthen the cadres of already existing units. Thanks to its militarization, the orderly work of our transportation system ensured the planned and shot quality of carrying out mobilization transfers. For completely understandable reasons, we are unable to offer the same picture of the growth and development of the Republic's naval forces in 1919. Here our work primarily came down to the preservation and possible employment of the fleet's old equipment and to the creation of river and lake flotillas, which played a significant role in the spring and summer campaigns of 1919. The other side's armed forces were made up of the armed forces of those foreign states which took an active part in our Civil War, and of the armed forces of the internal counter-revolution. The latter, in their turn, consisted of forces not attached to a particular territory as a source of recruitment, and from forces territorially linked with their recruitment base. The forces of the internal counter-revolution went through the same stages of development as the Red Army, that is, from the voluntary principle they tried to go over to the principle of universal military service, which, however, they were unable to do due to reasons of a political character. The strength of the counter-revolution's armed forces in both categories was uneven at various periods during the Civil War. As opposed to the revolution's armed forces, the growth curve of which always pointed upward, the growth curve of the counter-revolution's armed forces reached its apex only by the summer of 1919, after which it began to fall disastrously, which can be explained, on the one hand, by the beginning of the withdrawal from the struggle of the foreign forces that were taking part in the Civil War and, on the other, by the beginning of the disintegration in the enemy's armies and in his rear. The foreign powers' forces achieved their greatest strength in our Civil War's theaters throughout the spring and summer of 1919. Their nationality, strength, and area of operations are shown in the following table, referring to February 1919. Country size of Armed Forces Area of Activity Notes 1. The Entente powers, France, Britain, Italy, and others, 50,000 Northern Theater also, small British detachments in the Trans-Caucasus and Trans-Caspian 2. France and Greece 20,000 Southern Theater, the area of Odessa, Kherson, and Nikolaev 3. Japan 3 Infantry Divisions Far East 4. USA 7,000 Far East 5. Finland 42,000 Serta-Baleskei and Viborg Axis 6. Estonia 25,750 the Estonian sector of the Western Theater 7. Latvia 10,600 the Latvian sector of the Western Theater 8. Von der Goltz's German volunteers 30,950, 9. Lithuania 8,200 Western Theater, Lithuanian Belarusian sector 10. Poland 63,840 Western Theater, Lithuanian Belarusian sector and Ukraine 11. The Czechoslovak Corps as part of the Entente forces, 40,000 Siberia approximate total 300,000, plus 3 Japanese divisions besides these ground forces. The Anglo-French fleet, which blockaded the Republic's shores, also took part in the struggle against the RSFSR. The British fleet played a definite strategic role on the Black Sea, facilitating General Denikin's operations for retaking the Crimea and the Black Sea ports. The overall strength of the internal counter-revolutionary armies can be viewed in the following table. Army Infantry and Cavalry Date of Strength Notes 1. Don 53, 000, 76, 500 * February 1919 included here are small volunteer formations too. Kuban 80,000 to 82,000, minus the Volunteer Army 3. Kolchak Siberian Army 143,300. It was planned to increase its strength to 150,000 by the summer of 1994. Northern 30,625. Volunteer 17,006. Ukrainian Directory Army 40,000. Table compiled on the basis of data from the report by the Commander-in-Chief of the Red Army, number 849, Archiv Krasnoy Armii, Delo 34805, 220, Listy 289 to 293, Delo 65, Listy 3 to 4, and literary sources total 283,920 to 307,420 *. The last figure is cited by Krasnov. The internal condition of each of the counter-revolutionary armies quite accurately reflected within itself the attitudes and political physiognomy of those layers of the population from which it was formed. The Don Army was characterized by an average combat capability, which was conditioned not so much by the political strength, anti-Soviet attitudes even existed among its young cohorts, as by the fact that consisting primarily of cavalry, it enjoyed a number of tactical advantages over the Red Army, which was poorly supplied with cavalry in the first period of the war. The Kuban Volunteer Army was distinguished by its good combat capability, training, and equipment, a very powerful command element and high degree of counter-revolutionary feeling. However, this army also had major shortcomings peculiar to caste armies. It was very sensitive to failures and poorly withstood deprivations. The attitudes of the Siberian armies reflected the attitudes of the population amidst which the mobilizations enjoyed no success, and their combat capability, with the exception of individual units, was lower than average. For example, during the period of the Siberian Army's autumn retreat in 1918, entire units either went over to the Soviet forces' side or ran away to their homes. In this sense, things stood even worse among the troops of the Ukrainian Directory, which displayed the lowest combat capability for reasons laid out in the beginning of this chapter. A firm footing for supplying the counter-revolutionary armies was established by the beginning of the Entente powers' active interference in our civil war. Earlier, they had to employ occasional sources of this kind. The counter-revolutionary armies of South Russia ended up in the best situation following the opening of the Dardanelles, when the port of Novorossiysk became their main base. Throughout the summer and through the autumn of 1919, the counter-revolutionary governments, while taking advantage of Anglo-French monetary support and favorable conditions of credit in America, carried out large purchases of military material, clothing, and weapons. The food supply of the counter-revolutionary armies was chiefly based on the uninhibited and disorderly exploitation of local resources, which infuriated the local population. The Volunteer Army went further than all of them in this regard, leaving its units to fend for themselves by robbery and speculation. The counter-revolutionary army's training and tactics did not in any way differ from those in the old Russian army. In comparing both sides' forces, we should note that a typical positive feature of the Red Army lay in its internal strength, which was the consequence of that idea of revolutionary class struggle which was embedded in the army's ideology. The guardians and carriers of this idea in the army's ranks were those conscientious working masses which joined it and around which layers of the poorest peasantry gathered. The Red Army, particularly as regards its strength and human resources, outnumbered the armies of the internal counter-revolution because it could freely employ the population's reserves in the form of the masses of the poorest and middle peasantry and workers, the mobilization of which the enemy could not risk because of political considerations. The last circumstance determined the superiority of the development of military forces on the side of Soviet strategy. The Whites' operational plans and their changes in each of the theaters for 1919, depending on the political and strategic conditions. Their evaluation. Commander-in-Chief Vatsidis' war plan of October 7, 1918, and its immediate tasks along each of the fronts. The rout of the Don Army on the Southern Front at the end of 1918. The Red Command's plan for subsequent activities. The beginning of the struggle in the Donbass and its significance. The forces of both sides. The struggle in the North Caucasus in the beginning of 1919 and its results. The formation of the Ukrainian Front and the intervention in the south. The first successes of the Red Forces in Ukraine. Events in the area of Odessa and other Black Sea ports. The role and actions of both sides' fleets on the Caspian and Black Seas. See Map 3 of the Plate section. The beginning of the second year of the Civil War is notable for the condition of an unstable balance for both sides along all the fronts. This, however, was one of Soviet strategy's positive achievements, because the first year of the Civil War was spent organizing and gathering forces, which was one of the chief difficulties of its situation. Soviet strategy managed to get out of a difficult situation, having achieved even some noteworthy successes on several fronts, but was unable to immediately accomplish all the tasks placed before it by politics. The completion of these tasks was thus shifted to the second year of the Civil War. The enemy, in his turn, sought to achieve those political goals which world imperialism and the internal counter-revolution placed before him. Thus it is natural that the High Command's plans for 1919 on both sides had to be of an offensive character, and the campaign itself should be conducted under the banner of a stubborn struggle for the initiative. As we have already pointed out, from the beginning of 1919, a unified command of all the armed forces of the counter-revolution was only formally achieved by Admiral Chapter 6, the strategic plans of the sides command for 1919. The campaign on the southern and North Caucasus fronts at the end of 1918. The beginning of the struggle on the Ukrainian front Kolchak, while actually both of the most powerful white groups of forces, Kolchak's Siberian armies and the armed forces of South Russia, each carried out its own plan of action, and the question of unifying these actions never went further than conversations. This imposes upon us the duty of examining the plans of action of both of these groups of forces, each in isolation. The failures along the Samara-Ufa axis, with followed after the retaking of Kazan by the Reds, and the collapse of the People's Army, as well as the Czechoslovaks' abandonment of the front, did not influence the Siberian government from forswearing the launching of offensive operations. Its plan consisted of launching the main attack along the Perm-Vyatka axis, in hopes of linking up with the Entente's northern front, and of active operations along the Krasnofimsk, Serapol, Kazan, Arzamas, Murom, Moscow, and Zlatoust, Ufa, Middle Volga, Penza, Moscow axis. Even the occupation of Moscow, which was planned for July 1919, was based on the calculation that the offensive would start in the first days of March. The events of the autumn campaign of 1918 in the Volga region should have shown Admiral Kolchak that this plan had neither a political nor a material foundation. The collapse of the People's Army should have convinced him of the true attitude of the broad masses of the population toward his armies and their goals. The Czechoslovaks' departure from the front deprived him of his strongest units. Finally, the concentration of significant forces along the Perm-Vyatka axis, once the secondary importance of the Northern Front and its passive character had become clear to both sides, was not justified by the conditions of the strategic situation. In such a situation, the only thing that the Siberian White Command could count on was a temporary success along one of the chosen operational axes, which would be purchased at the expense of complete strategic exhaustion, because in order to carry out his plan, Kolchak would have to commit into the fighting his last strategic reserves, which had not yet completed their organization. Subsequent events fully revealed all of these shortcomings of the Siberian White Command's plan of campaign. General Denikin, having assumed on January 10, 1919 command of all the armed forces of South Russia, built the plan of his 1919 campaign on the exaggerated significance of the Allies' intervention in South Russia, proceeding from a calculation of those forces which were initially designated for it, more than 12 infantry divisions. Thus the idea of his plan was more active than that of Kolchak's, and he also set as his final goal the capture of Moscow, with a simultaneous attack on Petrograd and along the right bank of the Volga. General Denikin's immediate tasks were as follows: 1. To prevent the enemy from seizing Ukraine and the western provinces, and 2. To finally clear the North Caucasus of Bolsheviks. The realization of this plan should have brought about the scattering of the white forces of South Russia along an enormous space, from the Volga to the Dniester rivers, where they would inevitably dissolve in this space. This is actually what happened. The forces of the intervention in no way helped Denikin, due to their small size and that internal demoralization that had seized them. Similar to Kolchak's plan, this plan was also completely unsecured politically. With each step in the depths of Soviet territory, moving further from the Cossack regions, the armed forces of South Russia became more and more unacceptable for the broad masses of the country's population, which is why they could not count on increasing their size from the local population. On October 7, 1918, the Red Command, in the person of Comrade Vatsidis, was working on his plan of operations along all the fronts for 1919. In this plan, the command proceeded from the following prerequisites. The most significant and serious threats were the armed forces of the Siberian counter-revolution in South Russia. These forces in the east could cut the Soviet country off from its sources of food, and in the south off from its sources of food, solid fuel, fuel oil, and raw materials for industry. Taking into consideration the economic conditions, the foreign policy situation, and the enemy's forces, the main significance in the forthcoming campaign should have been assigned to the Southern Front. The political situation determined the Southern Front's tasks by the necessity of infiltrating between the retreating German militarism and the looming Anglo-French imperialism, and to gain a foothold inside the Soviet state, in which it was planned to include the Don and Caucasus and Ukraine. Proceeding from these general prerequisites, the Soviet command placed before itself the following tasks along the Civil War's various theaters. 1. A stubborn defense along the Northern Front. 2. To become firmly established on the Eastern Front along the line of the Middle Volga and the elimination of the Izhevsk-Votkinsk uprising, as well as the establishment of communications with the Turkestan Army. An advance into Siberia would follow. 3. Along the Southern Front, which would be reinforced as much as possible by all available armed forces, the decisive elimination of the Don Army was planned, in order to consolidate a Soviet Cossack regime in the Don region, after which it was planned to shift the freed-up forces either to the North Caucasus or to the Eastern Front to complete the defeat of the White armies there. 4. Passive tasks were initially foreseen for the future Western Front. A defensive withdrawal campaign was not excluded for the purpose of winning time, although the foreign policy situation, at least as regards the first half of 1919, did not offer any prerequisites for this. 5. Finally, in the event of necessity and possibility, the occupation of left bank Ukraine following the Germans' withdrawal, the formation of a reserve army of 3 divisions in the Kaluga, Smolensk, Bryansk area was planned. Thus, Soviet strategy had to be active both in the east and in the south, which determined the employment of its forces along diverging operational axes. The secondary importance of the Northern Front was evaluated quite correctly, but the role and significance of the Western and Ukrainian fronts were underrated, which became clear within a month. The activation of these fronts under the influence of the demands of the political situation resulted in the unforeseen expenditure of forces for this, which proved to be burdensome for our capabilities of that time, and determined the prolonged and stubborn character of the struggle along all the fronts during the 1919 campaign. Lenin attached enormous significance to the quickest and most decisive possible elimination of Krasnov, Don Front. As early as January 3, 1919, he telegraphed Trotsky, "I'm very concerned that you have become too carried away with Ukraine to the detriment of the overall strategic task upon which Vatsidis insists and which consists of a rapid, decisive, and general offensive against Krasnov, and I am extremely fearful that we are late with this." Lenin proposed to push, speeding up and pushing to its conclusion a general offensive against Krasnov. However, as we will see later, the offensive against Krasnov dragged out. The actions of our forces along this front were characterized by a lack of coordination and dispersal of efforts. Lenin more than once, for example in April, directed the High Command's attention to this factual underestimation of the significance of the timely and rapid elimination of Krasnov. Lenin's perspicacious strategic genius, as nothing else, realized the full significance of the Don Front and foresaw those difficulties which must face the Red Army and Soviet strategy, and which actually did arise, Denikin, in the event of Krasnov's untimely elimination. We broke off the examination of the events along the Southern Front at the moment of both sides' intensive struggle for the line of the Poverino, Novokopyorsk, Bobrov, Lysky Lateral Railroad, which ran to the north of the region's administrative boundaries, while the Lysky, Novokopyorsk sector of the railroad ended up in the hands of the Don Army. The Don Army also managed to achieve local successes along the Yelon, Saratov axis and to tie down the Red 10th Army's forces in the Tsaritsyn area. These successes, which were achieved by means of an extreme exertion of force, were disputed from the Don Army by the Soviet Southern Front's armies, which, while committing arriving reserves into the fighting in detail, achieved local successes at times. However, they were unable to develop them due to a shortage of available forces. The increase in the Don Army's successes should have ceased not so much due to the arrival of new Soviet reserves as to reasons of an external and internal order, which arose at this time in the theater of military operations itself within the ranks of the Don Army. The external reason, which was worsening the Don Army's overall strategic situation, was the withdrawal of the Germans from Ukrainian territory, which uncovered the left flank of the entire Don front. This phenomenon was not noticed at first, but as early as the second half of November 1918, units of the right flank Red 8th Army began to infiltrate into liberated territory, gradually turning the left flank of the Don Army's Voronezh Group. As early as November 29th, upon reaching the front Ostrogozhsk, Korotoyak, they captured Lisky Station, from which they were later thrown out by reserves from the enemy's Voronezh Group. However, by December 3rd, they had spread as far as the town of Veluky. At the same time, the 10th Army began to advance along its right flank to Alavlia Station. The enemy, in his turn, not having yet appraised the significance of the bearing of its left flank and, having weakened his forces along the Voronezh axis, concentrated a force along the Tsaritsyn axis against the 10th Army's center, pushing it back toward Tsaritsyn. Thanks to these enemy actions, two groups had formed along his front. The weakest was the Voronezh Group and the strongest the Tsaritsyn Group, which had their rear areas turned toward each other. The strength of the first was determined at 18,000 to 22,000 soldiers and 16 guns, while that of the second was as much as 50,000 and 63 guns. Both groups were connected to each other by a thin cavalry screen. The Red Army's High Command decided to complete the success by launching a decisive attack against the Don Army. It assigned the Southern Front Command the immediate main goal of defeating the enemy's Voronezh Group as soon as all of the reserves being sent there were concentrated, including Kozebnikov's group, 20,000 soldiers and 20 guns, from the Eastern Front. The latter was that shock fist which, upon deploying along the front Veluky, Kupiansk, was supposed to get into the rear of the enemy's Voronezh Group and reach the front Milarovo, Bogachar. The 8th and 9th Armies were supposed to attack the enemy's Voronezh Group from the front, which meant that up to 50,000 troops were to take part in operations against it, that is, about half of all of the forces of the Soviet Southern Front, the strength of which by the end of December had already been raised to 124,500 infantry and cavalry, with 2,230 machine guns and 485 guns. The North Caucasus Front was supposed to assist the Southern Front with an offensive by its 11th Army along the front Novocherkassk, Rostov-on-Don. The High Command subsequently planned to defeat Krasnov's remaining forces along the right bank of the Don River, and those forces of General Denikin which might be there. For the purpose of coordinating the front units with the Revolution's reserves behind the enemy front line, the High Command planned to dispatch party members to the Donbass for preparing a workers' uprising there, and for forming partisan detachments and using them for operations against the enemy's railroad communications between Lakaya Station and Rostov-on-Don. Thus, the essence of Vatsita's plan came down to turning the Southern Front's entire right flank in the general direction of Tsaritsyn, along with the incidental destruction of the enemy's very weak Voronezh Group. This would involve the concentration of the main mass of the Southern Front's forces in the Tsaritsyn area, with its poorly developed lateral railroads, which were also in a poor state of repair, which would make subsequent regroupings extremely difficult and would leave the Donets Basin, which was extremely important for the Soviet regime, both politically and economically, without support. These fears were evidently not foreign to Commander-in-Chief Vatsitas. He at least pointed out in a special instruction that the main operational axis must the Milarovo one, which, in his opinion, must draw in the main Red forces toward the Donets Basin. The Commander-in-Chief's thoughts on the Southern Front's subsequent operations must have influenced the necessity for this. This front's initial successes evidently enabled Commander-in-Chief Vatsitas to significantly broaden his intentions regarding the subsequent operations of this front's armies, compared to his plan of operations of October 7, 1918. In his thoughts on the forthcoming operation against the Don of December 20, 1918, Commander-in-Chief Vatsidis's intentions regarding the Southern Front's armies had already come down to the fact that upon the elimination of the forces of the Southern Counter-Revolution, the Southern Front's armies would regroup their front to the west and began an offensive to the Middle Dnieper. Thus, in carrying out the assignments of the political center, Commander-in-Chief Vatsidis was thinking of first dealing with the forces of domestic counter-revolution, and only then coming to grips with Anglo-French imperialism. But actually, as we shall see, the Southern Front Command did not deploy its forces in the spirit of the Commander-in-Chief's instructions, which left the Donetsk Basin without reliable support and demanded the correction of the deployment of the Southern Front's forces, which required a great expenditure of time. A positive side of Vatsidis's plan was the securing of an initial success through the concentration of overwhelming forces against the enemy's Voronezh group, but the double change of front would make the realization of the plan complex and was prolonged, which was confirmed by the subsequent course of events. The conditions of the situation, that is, the hurried abandonment of Ukraine and the Donetsk Basin by the Germans, along with a kindred population that was close to the Red Armies in the sense of class and political ideology, enabled us to adopt a plan of action that was simpler to carry out and decisive in its results, by directing the main attack directly through the Donetsk Basin. Then the latter would have been securely tied to the remaining Soviet territory, the flanking movement would have been deeper, and the enemy would not have had the opportunity to slip out from under the attack being launched against him, and time would have been saved. The latter circumstance was very important, not only regarding the possible appearance of the Volunteer Army and the Entente's forces in the southern theater, but in regard to climatic conditions as well. We had to expect the melting of the rivers and the muddy season in the beginning of March, which would have made head-on operations against Rostov and Novocherkassk very difficult. In any event, we had to hurry with the start of the operation, because as early as the end of December the Volunteer Army Command was preparing to transfer one infantry division to the Donetsk Basin, by request of Eideman Krasnov, who was completely lacking in forces for forming a new 600-kilometer front along the boundaries of the Don region, which had been uncovered by the German withdrawal, while the demoralization of the Don Army was already assuming very perceptible forms. Entire Don units began to abandon the front at the end of December, while some stanitsas, Vyazhinskaya, Kazanskaya, had established a Soviet regime and, finally, the Don units of the Kopier district had fallen back without offering any kind of resistance. The subsequent deepening of this process meant the Cossack counter-revolution's loss of any kind of social roots in the masses and its complete demoralization, the clear manifestation of which was the demoralization of the troops, which had already begun. The Southern Front Command carried out these instructions by assigning the following tasks to its units on the 4th and the 8th of January. Kozebnikov's group was to reach the front Kantemirovka, Mitrofanovka by the close of day on January 12th. The 8th Army was to wage an offensive along both banks of the Don. The 9th Army was to move to the sector of the Kopier River between Novokopyorsk and Uryupinskaya, while putting up a screen against the enemy's Tsaritsyn group near Budurino. The 10th Army, while defending the Tsaritsyn area, was at the same time to develop an offensive in the direction of Kamyshin in order to free up the 9th Army's left flank. In the offensive, just begun, the greatest territorial successes at first fell to the lot of Kozebnikov's group. Its movement was carried out without almost any kind of resistance on the part of the enemy. A small fight took place only near the town of Starobileske, which it captured on January 10th. The group pulled in its wake the right flank of the 8th Army, which was at the Chernaya Kalitva River as early as January 8th. But then the enemy launched a brief attack against the 8th and 9th Armies at the same time along the Voronezh axis, throwing their internal flanks back from Abramovka Station and Pavarino. However, the 9th Army managed to restore the situation, occupying Novokopyorsk on January 15th and Stanitsa Uryupinskaya on January 21st, which created an immediate threat to the rear of those Cossack units that had broken through. It was only then that the enemy's Voronezh group, threatened with a turning movement from three sides, began to fall back to the south. The Don group pushed back the 10th Army along the Tsaritsyn axis almost to the very outskirts of Tsaritsyn, having cut it off from the Kamyshin group. Thus the White Command at that moment had not yet realized the entire danger of the situation along the Voronezh axis and missed the time to radically regroup its forces along the front. The Southern Front Command sought to develop the success of Kozebnikov's group from the front Veluki, Kupiansk by assigning it a deeper outflanking movement against the enemy's Voronezh group, for which Kozhevnikov's group was to concentrate with its main forces in the Kantemarovka area, detaching one division to Lugansk, January 21st, and to then attack toward Milarovo. The Ninth Army was to reorient its front to the southeast and move along the Poverino, Tsaritsyn Railroad. A large part of the Eighth Army's forces was also supposed to operate along the left bank of the Don. These orders of the 17th and the 21st of January clearly define the concentration of the Southern Front's main forces in the Tsaritsyn area. This concentration coincided with that time when the collapse of the Don Army had already been firmly established, which was expressed in the number of prisoners and equipment which fell into the hands of the Soviet forces, and in the mass surrender or the unauthorized return of entire Cossack regiments to their homes. On February 8th, 7 Don regiments, along with their artillery, surrendered at Archita Station. On February 11th, another 5 regiments either surrendered or scattered at Kotlebin Station. Thus, the Southern Front Command was essentially left with the task of pursuing the remnants of the Don Army, and on February 1st it issued a corresponding directive, dispatching the Central Armies, 8th and 9th, directly south. Kozhevnikov's group was to move from the Kantemarovka area to the Kamenskaya, Milarovo area, while the 10th Army was to move along the railroad to Kalak, at right angles to the axis of the 9th Army's movement. On the 8th and the 9th of February, units of the 9th and 10th Armies came into contact with each other in the area of Archita Station, which essentially ended the operation to defeat the Don Front, but the center of gravity then shifted to the Donets Basin, where a fresh division from the Volunteer Army had arrived and restricted the operational freedom of Kozhevnikov's group. Upon landing in Mariupol on January 25th, as early as 27 to 28 January, this division undertook an offensive on Lugansk, which was beaten back, but on the other hand, delayed the advance of Kozhevnikov's units along the Nikotovka, Debaltsevo sector. On February 5th, it cut communications between Lugansk and Bakhmut, seizing Popasnaya Station, and on the following day, with an attack along the rail line in the direction of Milarovo, it forced back the left flank of Kozhevnikov's group, which under the influence of this threat from the Volunteer Army from the south was forced to realign its front directly facing south and was unable to achieve its intended area, Stanitsa Kamenskaya, as the final goal of its movement. This is how the fighting began for the Donets Basin, the struggle for which is the chief component of the next period of the campaign on the Southern Front. The intensity of this struggle was conditioned by the liberation of a significant portion of the enemy's forces from the North Caucasus theater as a result of their having achieved a decisive success here. Thus, it seems proper to halt here on those events which define such a favorable change in the situation in favor of the Southern counter-revolution. Following the second capture of Stavropol, the forces of both armies, the Taman Army and Sorokin's former army, which were merged into a single 11th Army, were stationed along the front Zavitnoy, Petrovskoy, Remontnoy, Pryutnoy, Sakaya Buivola, Dubovii, Kursavka, Vorovskoleskia, Kislovodsk, and Elchik. This front formed a half-salient and its rear bordered on the waterless and sandy Caspian Desert, through which along a distance of 400 kilometers there were no fixed communications and no depots with supplies had been established. The front from Grozny through Kizlyar as far as Tereknoy Station on the Caspian Sea was occupied by the weak 12th Army, the operational axis of which was Petrovsk, that is, nearly 180 degrees opposite the 11th Army's operational axis on Tikhoretskaya. On December 8, 1918, both of these armies became part of the separate Caspian Caucasus Front. The front's command determined its forces to consist of 150,000 troops, of which there were 60,000 at the front, up to 30,000 in the rear services and rear area garrisons and military roads, up to 40,000 sick and wounded, and up to 20,000 deserters. The most powerful in strength was the 11th Army, against which the main mass of the Kuban Volunteer Army's forces, with up to 25,000 men and 75 guns, were arrayed, grouped in the area excluding Pryutnoy, excluding Kursavka, Stavropol, Armavir. A small number of enemy forces, which was not part of the above-mentioned army, namely 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers in the first line, and about 6,000 local formations and British occupation forces in the rear, were concentrated against the 12th Army. These forces occupied the front Petrovsk, Tamir Khan Shura, and consisting chiefly of the Azerbaijani government's troops and the mountain people of Dagestan, either completely failed to recognize or partially recognize the sovereignty of the Volunteer Army. The difficulty of the Red Armed Forces situation in the North Caucasus was increased by that circumstance that the front's main mass of forces, that is, the 11th Army, was separated by the desert from its main base, Astrakhan, being linked to it by a military highway 400 kilometers in length and running at first parallel to the Army's front through Georgievsk, Sviatoy Crest, and Yashkal, and then to Astrakhan. They were unable to establish the correct movement of transport along this road. The 12th Army, as regards its rear communications, was in better shape, insofar as these communications ran along the shore of the Caspian Sea, Kizlyar, Kyorny Rhynok, Alabuzkaya, Astrakhan, but through a heavier populated region with some kinds of means, while a smaller number of forces relied on them. However, this road was not outfitted properly. The absence of reliable communications for both armies with their main base brought the front's next combat failure to the level of a catastrophe. The enemy was in a completely opposite state as regards the conditions of his rear areas, relying on the very rich areas of the North Caucasus and possessing a sufficiently developed network of short railroads and dirt roads. The front command, while numerically superior to the enemy, planned to remove its armies from this dangerous situation by attacking with the 11th Army on Tukhachevskii and the 12th Army on Petrovsk. These plans coincided with the High Command's intentions, about which we have already spoken. On December 19, 1918, the High Command assigned the front the following task: to develop an offensive along the Tukhachevskii and Vladikavkaz axes, and to finally consolidate the Kizlyar area, after which, relying on the support of the fleet, to develop an offensive on Petrovsk, Tamir Kanshura, and Derbent, upon reaching an agreement with the mountain tribes. Besides this, it was necessary to develop operations from Astrakhan on Guryev in order to re-establish Soviet power in the south of the Ural region. The front's forces, chiefly their disposition, enabled them to concentrate their entire attention only on the realization of the first of these operations, the Tukhachevskii and Vladikavkaz axes, which a real attempt was made to carry out, while no particular activity was manifested along the other axes. Preparations for the operation continued throughout the entire second half of December, while at the same time the 11th Army's troop units were grouped into divisions having more or less a uniform type of organization and deployed along the front of the villages of Divnoy, Pridteka, Kalinovskoy, Krukta, Sultanskoy, Kursavka, Vorovskoleskiya, Kislovodsk, and Elchik. The overall length of the front, which was most densely occupied by the 11th Army's units, was equal to 250 kilometers, with the Army's overall strength at 88,000 troops. The 11th Army Command planned to launch the main attack to turn the enemy's right flank in the general direction of Batalpashinskaya and Nevenosmiskaya, in order to cut off the enemy's main forces from the Armavir, Stavropol area. However, this idea was not underpinned by a corresponding group of forces. A large part of them, the 3rd and 4th Divisions, received orders of a passive character, which boiled down to tying down the enemy along his front. Another division was preparing to go into the reserve, so thus only one division, 1/4 of all the Army's forces, was designated for launching the main attack. The Army could not quietly prepare for the offensive, because throughout all of December, the enemy carried out a number of attacks from the Stavropol area against the Army's right flank, while it managed to somewhat push it back in the Manik area. The offensive by the Army's left flank, which began on January 2, 1919, at first enjoyed only local success in the form of the taking of Batalpashinskaya, but it was quickly halted, both due to a shortage of munitions as well as under the influence of enemy counterattacks. The 11th Army once again fell back to its jumping-off positions and on January 14th was seeking to consolidate along a completely accidental line: Sviatoy Crest, Mineralny Vody, Kislovodsk. At this time, the right flank, 4th Division, having been heavily attacked by the enemy in the area of Blagodarnoy Station, became separated from the main forces and part of it headed for the area of Alista and part to Yashkal. Its units heading to Alista linked up there with the steppe sector's forces. The offensive's lack of success made the internal condition of the 11th Army's troops worse, as well as their overall strategic situation. The disruption of command was revealed not only at the division level. The neighboring 4th Division to the south also fell back on its own, along diverging axes, to Blagodarnoy and Sablinskoy, thus opening the axis to Sviatoy Crest, which offered the enemy the opportunity of developing the initial success of his counterattack toward the overall defeat of the 11th Army. On the Sviatoy Crest, Georgievsk front, the enemy launched his main attack with General Vrangel's group, consisting of 13,000 infantry and cavalry with 41 guns, while seeking to cut the 11th Army in two by throwing part of it into the sands and then defeating its divided wings. His main attacks along this front were to be launched from Blagodarnoe towards Sviatoy Crest and through Georgievsk on Gosudarstvenaya and Korskaya. As a result of these attacks, the remnants of the 3rd Division were thrown back into the desert, after which the enemy turned against the Army's left flank, 2nd and 1st Divisions, which was falling back along the North Caucasus Railroad on Prokladnaya and Mozdok and encircled it twice. Although these divisions managed to break out of the encirclement, only their remnants, numbering no more than 13,000 infantry and cavalry, arrived at the Yandikovskaya area. The 11th Army's defeat caused the 12th Army to fall back on Astrakhan, because the enemy had begun to threaten its communications from the Mozdok area. The Caucasus-Caspian Front was disbanded in March, and the 12th and 11th Armies were grouped into a single 11th Army. The result of the 1918 winter campaign in the North Caucasus was unfavorable for Soviet strategy. Major forces of the North Caucasus Front ceased to exist as an organized whole for a long time. This circumstance, which freed up the powerful Kuban Volunteer Army, was subsequently reflected in a negative way on the course of the campaign in the Southern Theater. Besides military and geographical reasons, the social nature of these armies was not without influence on the scale of the catastrophe. They had been deprived of that strong organizational and political backbone which the strong workers and party cadres provided on the eastern and southern fronts. Thus, the local success of the Soviet armies in the Southern Theater was completely swallowed up by their defeat in the North Caucasus Theater. But the significance of this failure became clear later. Operations, which had to be conducted in the Ukrainian theater, were directly related to the course of events in the Southern Theater. Soviet strategies tasks in the Ukrainian theater were determined by those goals which Soviet policy was pursuing there. These goals flowed from the very essence of the October Revolution and consisted of the necessity of overthrowing the local bourgeoisie, which was weak and had not been able to organize. These goals thus required offensive operations, all the more so because beginning as early as December the movement of the popular masses in Ukraine was developing according to Soviet slogans. Thus, on January 4, 1919, it was decided to create a separate Ukrainian front, with its commander, Comrade Antonov Ovsienko, subordinated to the commander-in-chief. The 9th Rifle Division, from the commander-in-chief's reserve, was to serve as the basis for the front. Comrade Antonov Ovsienko was to form one division for the newly created front from his own men and material, and Comrade Kozebnikov was to form another. The new front's chief task was the occupation and defense of the Donets Basin, for which it was necessary to closely coordinate its operations with the operations of the Southern Front. It was decided to employ a brigade from the 9th Rifle Division and partisan detachments in order to occupy the Ukrainian left bank and the line of the Middle Dnieper, as well as for reconnaissance along the Black Sea coast and along the Ukrainian right bank, which it was not planned to occupy initially. However, these instructions were not fated to be carried out. The partisan detachments had grown to such a size and overall proportion that they almost completely swallowed up the backbone of the regular Red Army and had diverted it far from the confines of the tasks entrusted to it by Commander-in-Chief Vatsidis. The caution in laying out the initial idea can be explained not only by the small number of organized forces which Antonov Ovsienko disposed of, after the forces of Kozebnikov's group, which had initially been designated for his forces, were employed to reinforce the Southern Front, but also by the uncertainty as to what forms and scope the armed interference of the Entente powers in Ukraine would take. The High Command's task was carried out by the movement of the Ukrainian Front's forces in two main groups. One, the Kiev Group, in the general direction of Kiev, and the other, the Kharkov Group, in the general direction of Lozovaya, and from there partly on Yekaterinoslav, while the main mass would advance on the ports of the Black Sea and Sea of Azov. Thus, the Ukrainian Front's units were to sort of lap around the Donets Basin, despite the fact that it was on its side of the boundary line. The insignificance of the resistance by the Ukrainian Directory's small detachments made for a rapid advance by both groups. On January 20th, their main forces were already along the front Kruty, Poltava, Sinelnikovo, and on February 5, following meager resistance, Kiev fell, after which the Ukrainian Front Command planned to consolidate with the Kiev Group in the area of Kiev and Cherkasy, and with units of the Kharkov Group to securely occupy the areas of Kremenchuk, Yekaterinoslav, Chaplino, and Grishino, while securing its flank against the Donetsk Basin. But in the course of subsequent events, both groups were before long caught up in further forward movement, following the elemental movement of the masses from the revolutionary centers to the country's borderlands. The opposing side could put up nothing to withstand this movement due to the extreme weakness of its own forces, which by this time were being torn by profound internal contradictions, as well as due to the weakness and insufficient number of the Entente powers' forces designated for active operations on Ukrainian territory and the passivity of their missions. The internal contradictions among the local counter-revolutionary forces in South Ukraine were conditioned by the fundamental diversion of their political programs, insofar as some were proponents of an independent Ukraine and others of a unified and indivisible Russia. These and others sought complete power along the Black Sea coast. The formation of the volunteer army unfolded, more successfully in the Crimea, the basis for which were the cadres transferred to Kerch and Yalta by Denikin at the suggestion of the Crimean regional government at the end of November. These cadres were deployed as the 6th Corps, which was moved up in the middle of December to the line Berdyansk, Yekaterinoslav, Nizhny Dniprovsk. But as early as the end of December, this corps abandoned Yekaterinoslav under attacks by rebels and then fell back to the Crimean isthmuses. However, Denikin's attempt to create a Crimean Azov volunteer army from these units was not realized. The Red Forces offensive, which by the beginning of March had reached the northern shores of the Sea of Azov, divided Mamayevsky's units from the Crimean Corps, forcing the latter to fall back into the Crimea under threat of being outflanked from Oleshki and Kakhovka. The intervention by the Entente, which had been widely proclaimed and expected in such significant scope, was very drawn out. The French command, which was faced with a number of complex missions in the Middle East and in the Balkans, had no free forces at hand, while those that were available showed no particular desire to get involved in our civil war. The troops' attitude forced them to fear the influence of Bolshevik agitation. Romania's internal situation was quite tense, while a large garrison had to be maintained in Constantinople. Thus it was only in the beginning of December 1918 that with great difficulty a free French division was found which was dispatched by ship to Odessa, while the division's soldiers were promised, falsely of course, a pleasant rest in the city. The division arrived at Odessa on December 17, 1918, at the moment when local volunteers, numbering 1,500 men, having boarded a steamship, abandoned Odessa. At the same time, the Ukrainian Directory's forces appeared before Odessa, although they were slow to seize the city, which the French took advantage of, landing the volunteers back and occupying the city by forcing them to advance before themselves. The forces of the Ukrainian Directory fell back and the Directory entered into negotiations with the French, which later brought about a shift in the Directory toward France. On January 20, 1919, the French landing was reinforced by Greek troops, and they then broadened their occupation zone as far as Razdolnaya and Kolosovka stations, upon occupying Kherson and Nikolaev, at which point their activity ceased. The occupiers' forces, along with local formations and Polish detachments, reached 20,000 men in the middle of February. At the same time, the wave of revolutionary rebel detachments continued to roll toward the south, brushing aside the Directory's weak detachments, or causing them to go over to their side. At the end of February 1919, one such wave, in the form of Eideman Grigoriev's detachments, which had taken on a Soviet coloration, had reached the forward edge of the French occupation in the towns of Voznesensk and Tiraspol and, following a small skirmish, forced their garrisons to fall back. On March 2, Grigoriev appeared on the outskirts of Kherson and on March 9 captured it, following stubborn street fighting, thus inflicting a heavy defeat on the Greek troops defending it, and on March 14, the French hurried to abandon Nikolaev. The remaining Greek forces left behind to defend Nikolaev were almost completely destroyed by the rebels. These circumstances determined the subsequent gradual movement of the Ukrainian front's forces, which had been decided upon by Antonov Ovsienko on March 17. The main mass of the Kiev group's forces moved on Zmarinka and Proskorov, insofar as even more significant forces of the Ukrainian Directory were continuing to hold out along this axis. The Kharkov Group aimed the main part of its forces on Odessa. On March 27, the Kiev Group inflicted a decisive defeat on the Directory's forces, throwing them back to the borders of Galicia, as a result of which the mission of capturing Odessa was eased by the voluntary abandonment of the city by Greco-French troops. The Bolshevization of the French troops and fleet forced them to hurry to carry out this measure. On April 6, the Red forces entered Odessa. On April 15, they appeared before Sevastopol, which forced the French command to enter into negotiations for an armistice before the French battleship Mirabeau weighed anchor and was withdrawn, while at the same time units of the Ukrainian front's Kiev and Odessa groups had finally spread as far as the boundaries of Galicia and the line of the Dniester River. The result of these operations was the significant expansion of the Ukrainian front in length. Its northwestern sector was in direct contact with Polish forces, and the southwestern sector with Romanian forces along the Dniester River, while its southern boundary rested on the Black Sea. Along with the territorial successes, the physiognomy of the Ukrainian front was also transformed. The front had lost its regular composition by absorbing into itself masses of local partisan-type formations, with their shifting and often anarchistic ideology. This reason was later responsible for the poor combat quality of the front's units, which at the moment when the Southern Front's failures opened a broad corridor for an invasion of Ukraine by the Volunteer Army's forces, determined a new course of events which did not flow in favor of Soviet strategy on the Ukrainian front. At the time being described by us, the Entente's fleet ruled unchallenged on the Black Sea. On the Caspian Sea, the activities of the Caspian Fleet, consisting of only 5 ships and several torpedo boats, were expressed in the convoying of a caravan of transport ships as far as Staroterechnaia. The Red Fleet, being weaker both in the number of vessels and their quality vis-a-vis the enemy's faster fleet, avoided combat collisions with it in unfavorable conditions. Besides this, the enemy fleet, while disposing of better harbors like the ports of Petrovsk and Baku, was more independent in putting out to sea than the Red Fleet, which had to make use of the shallow and low-water Astrakhan roadstead, from which a narrow canal, which froze in the winter, led to the open sea. The formation of the Baltic Soviet governments and their armies. The offensive by the Red Seventh Army and the Latvian Red Army. The results of both offensives. The Western Army's offensive. The work of both sides' fleets in the Baltic Sea. The turning point in the 1919 campaign on the Western Front. The formation of the White Northwestern Army. The summer 1919 campaign along the Lithuanian-Belarusian sector and on the Ukrainian right bank. The Whites' May and June 1919 offensive on Petrograd. The Soviet forces' counteroffensive along the Petrograd and Pskov axes and its results. The actions of the hostile fleets in the Gulf of Finland during the 1919 summer campaign. The overall situation on the Western Front before the beginning of the Northwestern Army's second offensive on Petrograd. A new counter-revolutionary plot in Petrograd, its significance and results. The struggle along the approaches to Petrograd in the autumn of 1919. The Red Seventh Army's counter-maneuver and its results. The elimination of the White Northwestern Army. Conclusions. The operations of both sides' fleets in the Gulf of Finland in the autumn of 1919. The final events of the 1919 campaign on the Western Front's Lithuanian-Belarusian sector. We have already taken note of that process of organizing class forces, which began in the zone occupied by the Germans as the occupation regime weakened, and particularly as the occupied territory was liberated from German forces. At the same time as the propertied element was freely organizing on its own territory under the screen of German bayonets, the proletariat of Estonia, Latvia, Finland, Lithuania, Belarusia, and Poland, which was spread out over Russian territory, was striving for the same thing under the protection of the Soviet regime. Soviet Russia, as the world's first proletarian state, rendered support to the workers and peasant masses on the borderlands wishing to create Soviet republics in their own homeland. The Soviet regime enabled us to form in the RSFSR Soviet national armies, both for capturing the territories of these nationalities and for consolidating these territories. Chapter 7: The Civil War in the Baltic States. On the Western Front and along the approaches to Petrograd, the government of Soviet Latvia, which had at its disposal an armed force proven in combat actions in the form of the 9-Regiment Latvian Rifle Division, which expanded into the Red Army of Proletarian Soviet Latvia, was in the best condition. Upper-class Latvia did not dispose of a ready armed force and was unable to create one, not finding support among the popular masses, and foreign help had not yet arrived. Such were the political prerequisites for the formation and activation of the Civil War's Western Front. This front's operational axes coincided with the routes leading to Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarusia, and Poland. The occupation of Poland was entrusted to the Red Estonian forces. The main attack was to be launched along the Narva axis. The forces of the Red 7th Army and the Red Fleet were supposed to assist the Red Estonian units. The Latvian rifle units were supposed to occupy Latvia. By a decree of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic of January 4, 1919, it was decided to create a special Latvian army, consisting of 2 rifle divisions and army cavalry. Comrade Vatsidis, who remained at the same time the commander-in-chief of all of the armed forces of the RSFSR, was appointed commander of the Proletarian Army of Soviet Latvia. Operations in Lithuania, Belarusia, and Poland were entrusted to a special army entity under the name of the Western Army. The beginning of the offensive depended upon the readiness of the troops earmarked for this purpose, but no later than the end of December 1918. In the beginning of December 1918, an attempt was made to seize the town of Narva, which, according to intelligence reports, was already in the hands of rebellious workers. But it turned out that German forces were still in the Narva positions and were, along with White Estonian forces, defending Narva. The operation against Estonia became prolonged. The White Estonian government, with the help of remnants of the German army, as well as Russians and Finnish White Guards from Finland, quickly created a quite powerful force, which we were unable to immediately crush. The Estonians operated successfully along internal operational lines, relying on 2 through-rail lines running from Revel, and making widespread use of armored trains. We were forced to adopt methodical operations, developing them along 3 directions. 1. On Narva, Vezemberg, and Revel. 2. From Pskov to the Vero, Varo, Yuryev, Tartu area. And 3. From Vero to the Vok, Valga, Pernov, Parnu area. Quite significant forces were required for such an operation, all the more so as the White Guard forces were fighting stubbornly. Nor did the liberation of Latvia prove to be an easy affair. At the end of December, the Red Latvian units invaded Latvia along 3 axes. 1. Pskov, Vok, and Riga. 2. Rizitsa, Rizekne, Kreuzberg, Krustpils, and Matava, Jelgava. And 3. Drissa, Ponvez, Panevizes, and Shavli, Sialii. The area's worker and peasant population greeted the Red Riflemen as liberators from age-old oppression. On January 3, 1919, Riga was occupied, the successful uprising of the Riga workers, which took place several days before the arrival of the Red forces and which disorganized the Whites' rear, aided the occupation of Riga to no small degree, and within a few days, Matava. In the middle of January 1919, a movement into Kurland along the broad front of Vindava, Ventspils, Libava, Liepāja began. The German barons, in league with the Latvian bourgeoisie, put up powerful resistance. The fortified castles were transformed into citadels of feudalism. Hired volunteer detachments from the remnants of the German 8th Army were brought into the struggle with the Red forces alongside local formations. Latvia's economic situation was very serious. The German army, which had occupied the area, carried out the formal robbery of the region upon its withdrawal, taking away bread, livestock, horses, and any kind of small creatures, while wrecking the railroads and bridges. We managed to purchase the bridge over the western Dvina near Dvinsk, Daugavpils, from German troops. A shortage of food, which the Red Latvian government hoped to receive from Russia, was particularly hard felt. Such a grim economic situation reflected poorly on the course of forming new units called for the plan for creating an army. The struggle to occupy Lithuania occurred in even less favorable conditions. The Soviet government of Red Lithuania, due to a shortage of sufficient cadres, was unable to create its own armed force. The petite bourgeois, small proprietors, popular masses lay under the powerful influence of the Catholic clergy, and the process of the masses' emancipation from the holdovers of the former era to a new epoch unfolded quite slowly. We were forced to turn over the 2nd Pskov Division to the Lithuanian Soviet government. A situation like the one in Estonia arose. Besides this, German forces came to the Lithuanians' aid. The offensive along the Vistula River axis began following the Germans' withdrawal. The mission was 1. The occupation of Belorussia, 2. An advance toward Warsaw, as far as the western Bug River, inclusively. The Red Army's advance to the indicated lines developed quite successfully. Poland was occupied by the struggle along other fronts and was weakly defending its eastern boundary. Following the capitulation of Germany, dominance in the Baltic Sea shifted to the British, who dispatched there their squadron, which landed and occupied the coastal cities of Revel, Ust-Tidvinsk, Dogov-Griva, and Libava. The Red Soviet fleet on the Baltic Sea, despite its small size, tried to manifest activity while carrying out deep strategic reconnaissance. During one of these missions in the area of the Revel harbor, we lost 2 torpedo boats in a clash with the British fleet. The greatest achievements were made by us in Latvia and along the Vistula axis on the Western Front at the end of March 1919. All of Latvia, with the exception of the Libava area, which was defended by foreign landings, was in our hands. But Soviet Latvia's strategic situation proved to be very difficult. The reason for this was our lack of success along the flanks, that is, in Estonia and Lithuania, to which the Latvian riflemen were supposed to render assistance. Soviet Latvia's army was supposed to detach 1 brigade against Estonia for operations along the front Vero, Vok, Gainash, Inazi, and on its left flank to take on the German volunteer forces in the Ponves, Shavli, Telshur, Talsi, Polanga area. Thus, the Latvian army's comparatively weak forces were scattered along an enormous front. Vero, Vok, Gainash, Dvinsk, Vindava, Vinta River, Telshur, Shavli. The center proved to be very elongated and weak, particularly along the Courland axis. There were no reserves. The formation of the 2nd Division, which had begun in January, encountered great barriers, despite the large influx of volunteers observed in July, chiefly due to the absence of food. The Latvian Red Army, which had played a major role in occupying the Baltic states, could have been extricated from this difficult situation by achieving major successes along its flanks against Estonia and Lithuania. Throughout the winter, the White Estonian Front had been considerably reinforced, particularly through the formation of Russian White Guard elements, organized by the émigré bourgeoisie. In Estonia, there had already appeared the core of the future Northwestern Army in the form of Rodzianko's Volunteer Corps. The German bourgeoisie and landed aristocracy, which had escaped here after being driven from Latvia, rendered the Estonians no small amount of assistance. The Whites' attempts to go over to the offensive from Narva to Yamburg and further were successful. The same sort of success accompanied their activities on Vok and Vero. This latter circumstance forced the commander of the Latvian army, Slavin, was appointed to this post in February 1919, to detach 3 rifle regiments against the White Estonians. The successes of the Red troops against Lithuania also came to a halt because German volunteer forces appeared in the Kavna, Kaunas, area and consolidated the White Lithuanian government situation. One should bear in mind that for the RSFS our march was the beginning of the extreme exertion of all its human and material forces detached by it for the 2 main theaters, the Eastern and Southern. Because decisive fighting began in both theaters, the High Command was constrained in allotting further men and material to reinforce the Western Front. Nonetheless, it is necessary to note that despite such a difficult combat situation, the combat successes of the insignificant units operating along the Soviet-Latvian front were quite significant. The Red forces had already occupied Vilna, Vilnius, and the right bank of the Neman River. They were preparing to subsequently continue operations to carry out the main part of the basic directive of January 12, 1919. No. 649A, namely, to occupy the Middle Neman, Kavna, Grodno, exclusively. According to available information, Kavna was occupied by one of Haller's Polish divisions, with cavalry and tanks. 4 forts had been put in combat readiness. The forces of 4 White commands continued to concentrate against the Red Western Front in 4 main areas: 1. in Estonia, 2. in the western part of Courland, with their center in Libava, 3. in Lithuania, and 4. along the banks of the Middle Vistula. Attacks were expected from Estonia along 3 axes: 1. from Narva on Petrograd, 2. from Yuryev on Pskov, and 3. from Vok on Valmar, Valmiera, and Riga. A movement of Polish-Lithuanian forces was possible from the Middle Niemen. As regards the movement of the main Polish forces against the RSFSR in the spring of 1919, this question was not entirely clear. There was some doubt as to whether Poland would decide upon coming in against the RSFSR together with Kolchak, Denikin, and Udenik, who were fighting under the slogan of a united and indivisible Russia. The situation in the Baltic states had been very complicated by the appearance of new political and military groups. In Estonia, the so-called Northwestern Army under General Udenik, who did not recognize the independence of that same white Estonia that harbored him, had begun to come together, formed by reactionary elements of Tsarist Russia. In western Courland, with its center in Libeva, the Whites had created a common front against the Red Latvian Riflemen. Here were White Latvian forces, detachments of the Baltic aristocracy, detachments of the Russian bourgeoisie, hirelings selected in Germany with the money of Russian stockbrokers, as well as a brigade consisting of soldiers of the German army hoping to receive land grants from the White Latvian government for their services. Each of the above-named armed white troop units had its own distinct political platform and its specific economic interests, but all of them taken together were against the Latvian proletarian government, and on this basis a military bloc was created between them. From what has been elaborated above about the situation along the front of the armies of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, it is clear that the Latvian riflemen had the task of not only fighting the White Latvian forces, but were also supposed to render assistance to the neighboring Soviet republics. In the beginning of April, the forces of Soviet Latvia surpassed the limits of their endurance, and their front, following a heroic struggle, collapsed along the entire stretch of Courland. The struggle concentrated along the approaches to Riga, in the west, from Libeva, and in the north, from Estonia. On May 22, 1919, following stubborn resistance, Riga was occupied by the Whites. The Red Latvian riflemen fell back and took up positions along the front Sebes, Drissa. They, together with the Russian units attached to them, formed the 15th Army, which remained with the Western Front. The arrival in Poland from France of the first trains of Haller's army, which had been formed by France from Polish immigrants with the chief task of fighting Bolshevism, made matters much livelier along the Lithuanian-Belarusian army's sector. By the middle of April, the Polish had occupied the front Lida, Baranovichi, and by April 19th had broken into Vilna and, following 3 days of stubborn street fighting, forced Soviet forces to abandon the city. The summer campaign of 1919 along the Lithuanian-Belarusian sector of the Western Front, along which the Lithuanian-Belarusian Army, renamed the 16th Army in June 1919, was operating, passed in the enemy's stubborn attempts to establish himself within the bounds of so-called Greater Poland, which existed before the partition of 1772. Operations along this sector from July 1st were especially active. Almost all of General Haller's Polish army had concentrated along this sector. In the beginning of August, all of the Poles' efforts had been concentrated against the capital of Belorussia, the city of Minsk, which was taken on August 8th, following a stubborn battle. The enemy's subsequent operations were already not so decisive, due to their lack of desire to help Denikin's and Udenika's armies in this way. The High Command, considering the extreme necessity of adopting essential measures for strengthening the Western Front, but finding it impossible to weaken the Eastern and Southern fronts, decided in June 1919 to turn over to the Western Front Command all of the Ukrainian forces along the right bank of the Dnieper, which had been brought together as the 12th Army following the disbanding of the Ukrainian Front. By this decision, the Western Front's left flank was extended to the Black Sea, and the Western Front received a very rich source for reinforcements and recruits and food supplies. The 12th Army directed its main attacks against Petli Ura's armies and threw them back on Galicia, which created a stable situation to the south of the Poles, and had a retarding effect on the Poles' advance north of the Poles. But the situation changed when units of the very same Haller's army began to operate against the Western Front along the Kovna and Rovna axes, while the Eastern Galician government's army, which had been drawn into the struggle in the Ukrainian theater by the Ukrainian Directory under the threat of refusing to supply food and equipment, and which had been pushed out of the borders of Galicia by Polish armies, appeared in the Kamenev-Podilskyi area. This happened at the end of July, when the influence of the offensive by the Volunteer Army's units from the Ukrainian left bank had already begun to tell. The 12th Army, which was forced from this moment to operate along two fronts, while waging defensive battles, fell back foot by foot, giving up territory already occupied by it. The end of the winter of 1919 in the maritime part of the Baltic sector, following the withdrawal of the 7th Army's units to their jumping-off positions along the Narva River and Lake Chud, was characterized by a lull in combat activities. Throughout the course of the winter, the enemy managed only to capture Narva and a small strip of terrain along the right bank of the Narva River. The Northwestern Corps, which was preparing to go over to the offensive, deployed along this sector in the beginning of May. At first, its command's task was simply to attempt to seize such a space that would give it the opportunity to carry out unit formation on its own territory. The successful development of operations enabled it to significantly expand these tasks and to seize Yamburg and Pskov. On the night of 25 to 26 May 1919, the Northwestern Corps broke through the Red Forces' position along the Plyusa River, after which it began to develop its operations on Yamburg, outflanking it from the rear through Veymarn Station, while at the same time advancing on Dov. The enemy, having seized these two locales, began, on the one hand, to actively advance on the town of Gachina, reaching as far as Kikarino Station, while on the other, driving from Dov on Pskov, upon which from the west the right flank of the Estonian Army, which had achieved operational freedom due to the withdrawal of the Red Latvian Army, was bearing down. As a result of these joint activities, the city of Pskov was occupied on June 7th. The Soviet command, tied down along the other fronts, was only in the beginning of June able to concentrate reinforcements for opposing the enemy advance along the Petrograd axis. These reinforcements were part of the shock group along the Yamburg axis and consisted of 2 rifle divisions, 1 rifle brigade, and a cavalry brigade. It was planned, upon deploying the group along the front Petergov, Krasnoye Selo, Gachina, and resting its right flank along the fort of Krasnaya Gorka, to launch attacks along its flanks and to outflank the enemy along the Yamburg axis. This offensive failed to develop due to unforeseen reasons. The consequences of a broad plot among the command element, the branches of which embraced Kronstadt, Oranienbaum, Krasnaya Gorka, and Krasnoye Selo, had an unfavorable influence on this group's activities. The plotters counted on help from a British squadron in the Gulf of Finland and on assistance of part of the Baltic Fleet's ships. Treason reared its head in the flank units of the Red Army's shock group. The left flank's attack did not develop as the result of the former Semyonovsky Guards regiments going over to the enemy. The right flank's attack did not take place due to a mutiny by the garrison of the fort of Krasnaya Gorka, which was suppressed, however, on June 29. Thus, all of the shock group's operations came down to extended fighting with mixed success, and their only result was the halting of the enemy advance along the Petrograd axis, although the enemy managed to somewhat expand its area of control in the Pskov area. Operations along this front throughout July were of the same indecisive character. Only in August did we manage to reinforce the 7th Army, while at the same time completing the 15th Army's reorganization. This circumstance gave the Red 7th Army the opportunity to once again go over to active operations against the White Northwestern Army, together with the 15th Army's right flank. Both armies were given the mission of defeating the enemy, of capturing Pskov and restoring their position along the Narva River and Lake Chud. This time operations were made easier by the split that took place in the enemy camp. At the same time, 2 of the 15th Army's divisions had begun operations against Pskov, seeking to turn it from the south. The Estonian Army, having uncovered the Northwestern Army's right flank near Pskov, began to fall back on Izborsk. This withdrawal was the result not of strategic, but of political reasons. The Estonian government feared an increase in the military power of the Northwestern Army, whose working slogan was a unified and indivisible Russia, which ran contrary to the goals of the Estonian government's policy. Threatened by a deep turning of its right flank, the White Northwestern Army's units were forced to abandon Pskov, which was once again occupied by Red forces on September 8, 1919, while the enemy fell back behind the Zelcha River, while along the Petrograd axis he was pushed back behind the Plyusa River. It was along this narrow sector that the Northwestern Army once again halted, while rapidly reorganizing and reinforcing with equipment sent from Great Britain and readying itself for another attack on Petrograd. Combat operations by the hostile fleets in the Gulf of Finland during this time were not highly developed. The Soviet fleet was too weak to undertake independent operations against the British fleet. The latter mainly behaved passively, while pursuing the local mission of subverting Russia's naval might regardless of its political coloration. Thus, all of its operations came down to a few raids, and not very successful ones, against the Kronstadt roadstead, for the purpose of setting off mines laid there by Soviet vessels. As can be seen from this, Petrograd at this time was faced with a very direct threat. At the time of the first offensive, Petrograd had just carried out mass party and union mobilizations. Tens of thousands of workers had been dispatched to the Urals and the Don. Petrograd also sent troops to Ukraine. Due to the peculiarities of the Northwestern Front, that is, the 7th Army's weakness, the presence of White Guard conspiracies, and the numerous instances of the old command element and entire units going over to the Whites, the party organization and Soviet regime were faced here with special tasks. It was necessary, having put the entire organization on its feet, to carry out a number of forced and punitive measures, combining them with measures of broad-ranging agitation. At the same time, it was necessary to strengthen the 7th Army's weak political organs. As early as the beginning of May 1919, the Petrograd Soviet of Workers and Red Army deputies, along with the Petrograd Union Council, put forward the slogan, "Everyone to the defense of Petrograd." The Workers' Defense Council carried out a mobilization. The work of the Regional Committee for Combating Desertion was strengthened. The wives and grown members of the families of officer White Guards, who had treasonably abandoned the ranks of the Red Army and gone over to the side of the enemies of the workers' and peasants' regime, were arrested. The party, alongside the party mobilization, carried out a great deal of work among the Red Army soldiers. On May 22, a resolution by the Union Council and the Conference of Toiling Women of all Petrograd stigmatized with shame the cowards who ran away before Yudenika's bands and who licked the boots of the White Guard executioners. Meetings of Red Army soldiers took place in the various districts, and on May 27, a 10,000-man Red Army meeting passed a brief resolution. "We swear that we will not give up Red Petrograd." The reinforcing and filling out of the political organs was also an extreme necessity. Petrograd completely reorganized the 7th Army's political organs through the combined efforts of party and military political organizations, reinforcing them by sending their best workers there and simultaneously reinforcing the 15th Army. Correspondence from the front at the time revealed the situation well, when it mentioned that some kind of amazing calm and apathy had initially reigned in the 7th Army, which was very quickly replaced by the desire to throw up everything and run away. And it was only then, when the wave, which had rolled several tens of kilometers, reached a point close to Peter, that it began to smash itself against the creative work of the center, which turned our attention to what was happening right on our doorstep. As a result of the stubborn struggle with the enemy along the entire Western Front during the summer and early autumn of 1919, by October our Army's front had become established along the line of the Luga and Plyusa rivers along the extreme right flank, and then ran to Pskov, Izborsk and Rizitsa, excluding this locale, then leaping to Polotsk and from there moving along the Berezina River, along which it stretched until the settlement of Yakimovskaya, and then southwards, where it then came into contact with the Southern Front's right flank in the Moser area. Our Army's operations along the entire course of the front, with the exception of its right flank sector, the Northwestern Theater, were waged under the banner of a stubborn defense against a numerically superior enemy, which involved the relinquishing of territory to the enemy. Only on the Northwestern Theater, thanks to a successful offensive by the Red 7th Army, was the White Northwestern Army's rear pressed against the water system of Lakes Pskov and Chud, along with the Narva River, while it retained only a narrow strip of territory with the towns of Narva and Dov. Its generally hopeless situation was little eased by the fact that its right flank rested on Lake Pskov and the left on the Gulf of Finland, where the British fleet reigned supreme. At the end of September 1919, the forces of the White Northwestern Army had grown to 18,500 infantry and cavalry with 57 guns. The Red 7th Army's forces during this time had increased to 25,650 infantry and cavalry and 148 guns, but the 7th Army's numerical superiority was swallowed up by its elongated front. The latter stretched from Koperyi Bay through Yamburg and then along the Luga River, then crossing over to the Zelcha River and the eastern shore of Lake Pskov. Southwest of the latter, it rested on the Vyerduga River, the boundary line with the 15th Army. The front's overall length was 250 kilometers. The enemy, who occupied a shorter front of 145 kilometers, was able to gather his maneuver reserves. Nevertheless, the Northwestern Army Command did not itself plan to go over to the offensive and decided upon it under the influence of the British military mission and counted on the assistance of the Latvian and Estonian armies and help from the British fleet, and hoped to disrupt with an offensive peace negotiations between the Estonian and Soviet governments. The offensive plan came down to a preliminary attack along the Pskov, Struji-Balai and Luga axes, while leaving screens along them for securing the operation from the flanks, and then turning the shock group along a northern axis to take the town of Yamburg from the rear, while at the same time cutting all the rail lines running from Petrograd. The operation's final goal was the capture of the city of Petrograd. At the same time, the survivors of the remnants of the National Center counter-revolutionary organization, following its summer defeat in Petrograd and supported by an underground British committee, were preparing for an explosion from within, having brought into their organization several responsible officials from the 7th Army, including its former chief of staff. The conspirators established contact with the Northwestern Army and took part in drawing up plans for its offensive. The conspiracy was supposed to take the form of an open insurrection at the moment the enemy approached the capital, while it was planned to capture the battleship Sevastopol. The conspirators were able to gather paltry forces not exceeding 500 to 700 men. They were unable to realize their intention. Their plans were discovered, and the guilty suffered the proper retribution. The Northwestern Army's operation began on September 28 with a successful offensive by its two corps along the Pskov and Struji-Balai axes against the 7th Army's two left flank divisions, 19th and 10th Rifle. On October 4, rail communications between Pskov and Petrograd were cut. On October 8, the two corps had already carried out all the tasks assigned to it. On October 10, the enemy set about carrying out the second part of his plan, which consisted of launching an attack with the I Corps against the 7th Army's center and right flank. The White I Corps sought to carry out this maneuver, resting its left flank on the Estonian units to its north and sharply turning its right flank on Yamburg, with the goal of getting into the latter's rear. This mission was also carried out successfully. On October 11, Yamburg was occupied, and by October 12, the 7th Army had been thrown back along its entire front and was falling back on Petrograd, while its two left flank divisions, 19th and 10th Rifle, had become separated from it and had formed up with the 15th Army's right flank. The enemy's I Corps was putting the greatest pressure in the direction of Gachina and Mshinskaya Station. Attempts to delay the enemy's offensive through counterattacks were not successful, and on October 16 he had already established himself in Krasnoye Selo, Gachina, and Struji-Balai Station, while the 7th Army had fallen back to the close approaches to Petrograd. The enemy cut all of the rail lines leading to Petrograd, with the exception of the October Nicholas Railroad. The White I Corps' right flank division, 1st Infantry, was supposed to have dispatched a powerful screen here to Tosno Station, but it did not do this in its haste to take Petrograd. Before long, the enemy paid for this oversight, because it was along this railroad that reinforcements were hurriedly moving to Petrograd. The Petrograd proletariat was actively getting ready for a defense, both within the capital and along the front. As early as October 10, the local mobilization of workers, born during 1879 to 1901, was declared. The city was reinforced and barricades were built inside it. The 7th Army, in its turn, was being strengthened with reinforcements for the Karelian sector of the front and with detachments of military cadets from Moscow. The enemy's hopes for the active support of the British fleet were not justified. The British ships made an attempt to bombard the Kronstadt fortress's shoreline forts from Koperyi Bay, but it was soon halted by the fire of Red Shore artillery. Some ships from the Baltic Fleet, in their turn, were brought in for the defense of the approaches to the city. All of these measures strengthened the 7th Army's stability. If one approaches the second defense of Petrograd from the political point of view, then one must first of all keep in mind the following circumstance. Petrograd, having repulsed Yudenika's first offensive, had just carried out a mobilization to the southern front. Besides this, high-ranking workers had been additionally mobilized for the food details, which were organized then through the unions. Thus, the new defense demanded not only the utmost exertion of the forces of Petrograd itself and those of the neighboring provinces, but also help from all of Soviet Russia. The entire city had been transformed into a fortress, while all of the party members capable of carrying a rifle had been mobilized and called to the colors. A large number of communist combat detachments were created in all the districts through the Union Council, etc. Simultaneously, a mobilization for Peter was being conducted in Cherepovets, where almost all of the workers of the Schlisselburg powder factory had left for the front. A significant part of the workers of the Sestroretsk factory also ended up there. And Comrade Lenin, in appealing to the workers and Red Army soldiers of Petrograd, wrote, "Help for Peter is close by, and we have sent it. We are far stronger than the enemy. Fight to the last drop of blood, comrades, and hold on to each inch of ground. Remain steadfast to the end, for victory is not far off. We will be victorious." On October 20th, Peter's districts, which were armed to the teeth, knew that Soviet Russia had come to help them. Fresh units were brought up, the command element was refreshed and renewed, and proletarians forged in battle had been brought in. The slogan for the day was, "Into the attack," and on October 21st the turning point set in along the Peter front. Beginning on October 18th, the enemy's offensive began to encounter stubborn resistance, which was also the result of the shortening of the army's front. It now ran from Gorovaldiskoye station to Tsarskaya Slavianka, and its length did not exceed 80 kilometers. Nonetheless, by October 21st the enemy had managed to reach Strelna, which was already in the city's suburbs. On October 20th they occupied Pavlovsk and Tsarskoye, Detskoye, Selo. Only now did the enemy make an attempt to cut the Nicholas Railroad in the Kolpino area, but the attempt was unsuccessful. The enemy's offensive on Kolpino was halted by the 7th Army's reserves that had gathered there. The Red Command was itself preparing to go over to the offensive. It was decided, while tying down the enemy along the front, to launch an attack on him by the flank groups. The main role in this offensive fell to the left flank Kolpino group, numbering 7,470 infantry and cavalry, with 12 guns, which was to be dispatched from the Kolpino area to the Detskoye Selo, Gachina front. The 15th Army Command, in its turn, was organizing an attack with 3 divisions from the Betetskoye, Novosely, Pskov area against the Northwestern Army's rear, in an attempt to take the towns of Yamburg and Dov. The 19th Rifle Division was supposed to move from the Betetskoye area and reach the line of the Baltic Railroad and the front Volosovo, Moloskovets, directly into the rear of the White Northwestern Army's main forces. The 11th Rifle Division was to be dispatched from the Novosely area to the lower course of the Plyusa River. The 10th Rifle Division was to attack from Pskov along the eastern bank of Lake Chud and capture the town of Dov. The 7th Army's counter-maneuver began on October 21st and at first developed slowly. The enemy fought stubbornly to hold his position and launched uninterrupted counterattacks. Pavlovsk and Detskoye Selo changed hands several times. The enemy fought with particular stubbornness to hold the town of Gachina. The enemy, in defending the Gachina junction from October 27th through November 2nd, tried once again, with the assistance of the Estonian Army, Estonian 1st Division, to go over to the offensive along its left flank in the direction of Krasnoye Selo, but the attempt to take it was unsuccessful. The attacks by the 15th Army's right flank soon began to exert an influence on the course of operations. On October 31st, the enemy was thrown out of the town of Luga by the 19th Rifle Division. On November 3rd, Soviet forces occupied Mshinskaya Station, threatening the rear of the enemy's Gachina group of forces, which forced him to begin a general retreat. The offensive by the 15th Army's 11th and 10th Rifle Divisions also developed successfully. On November 14th, the enemy's last resistance was broken in the Yamburg area. The Northwestern Army had been pressed to the Estonian border, crossed it, and was interned in Estonia, in accordance with the conditions of the peace treaty between Estonia and our country. The Northwestern Army's offensive was a gesture of desperation on the enemy's part, which could not subsequently develop into any sort of major operation due to the extreme inequality in forces of both sides. Operational cooperation between the White Northwestern Army and the Southern White Armies was excluded due to the great distance between them. The offensive's initial successes depended upon the 7th Army's elongated front and the low combat reliability of some of its units. Things changed rapidly as regards the latter instance as soon as the 7th Army came to rely on the conscientious and vanguard parts of Petrograd's population in the person of its working class, and in the march back was able to significantly shorten its front, while at the same time being strengthened by reinforcements. Throughout the operation, the actions of both sides' fleets in the Gulf of Finland were not particularly developed. The British fleet's main forces had been distracted toward Riga, which Bermondt-Tavalov's, von der Goltz's former forces, White Guard forces were threatening, while operating as part of the Latvian army but maintaining their Germanophile orientation. This corps' movement against the Latvian government was a direct attack on the part of Germany and the Baltic baronage that relied on it against British hegemony in the Baltic states. The British fleet's remaining ships made a weak attempt to bombard Kronstadt. Our Baltic fleet was too weak for independent operations in the Gulf of Finland. The battleship Sevastopol, which was in the Neva River in the capital, and the destroyers of Sadnik and Gaydamak, which entered the sea canal for bombarding the enemy's lines in the Sergiv and Strelna area, took a direct part in the defense of Petrograd as part of the fleet. Polish forces, while taking advantage of the distraction of the Western Front's forces and attention to the events around Petrograd, undertook a number of local operations along the Polotsk and Vitebsk axes, concentrating significant forces in the Lepel area. Their offensive attempts brought about a retaliatory counter-maneuver by the 16th Army's right flank, but the fighting here did not reach a large scale, remaining of purely local significance. Before long, a prolonged lull set in along this sector. The struggle of the Eastern Front's armies along the Perm axis. The fall of Perm. The operations of the Red Eastern Front's armies in the Orenburg and Uralsk areas. The White Command's new operational plan on the Eastern Front. Its analysis. The Red Command's plan for overcoming the Ural Range. Its analysis. New exertions by the country and party to aid the Red Eastern Front. The origin of the idea of a counter-maneuver. The Southern Group's point of departure and its regroupings in connection with the breakthrough of the Red Fifth Army's front. The overall idea of the Southern Group's counter-maneuver and the operational plan drawn up by M. V. Frunze. Its analysis. The change in M. V. Frunze's plan under the influence of a new change in the situation. The Buga-Ruslan and Sergeyevsk operations. The Bugelma-Belabi operation. The Northern Front. The elimination of the Northern Front. We left the Red Eastern Front at that moment when the enemy's shift to the east along the Ufa axis had revealed itself, and the struggle along the Perm, Ekaterinburg axis had begun to take on a stubborn and prolonged character. By the end of November 1918, our 1st, 5th, 2nd, and 3rd Armies disposed of 58,360 infantry and 5,980 cavalry, with 265 guns. Our 4 armies' immediate mission was to reach the front Chelyabinsk, Ekaterinburg. But the enemy, having left along the Ufa axis the remnants of the Constituent Assembly's disintegrating army and part of the Orenburg Cossacks, continued to accumulate his forces along the Perm axis. Here, by November 27, 1918, he had deployed along the front Turinsk factory, the Ekaterinburg, Kungur Highway, inclusively General Gaida's army, with an overall strength of 40,000 to 42,000 infantry, 4,000 to 5,000 cavalry, and 100 to 120 guns, with the task of taking the city of Perm and reaching the line of the Kama River. The Red Third Army could put up against these enemy forces only 30,000 infantry and cavalry and 78 guns. See Map 4 of the Plate section. The situation of our Eastern Front's command was unfavorable in the sense that it was unable to freely dispose of those surplus forces that it was able to form along the Ufa axis in order to reinforce the Perm axis, because from the second chapter 8 the winter and spring campaign of 1918 and 1919 on the Eastern Front, the Northern Front half of November 1918, it had set about transferring the 1st Army's units, with the exception of the 1st Division, to the Southern Front. Nevertheless, the Eastern Front Command, proceeding from the High Command's instructions, issued an order at the end of November 1918 to assume the offensive with a group consisting of the 2nd and 3rd Armies. The 3rd Army was supposed to break through the enemy's front in the direction of Kungur and Ekaterinburg, while the 2nd Army was supposed to assist the 3rd Army's operations by reaching the front Bursk, Krasnofimsk. Thus the struggle to capture the line of the Kama River began as a meeting operation for both sides. It's quite understandable that the 3rd Army's offensive, which encountered the enemy's superior forces, was unable to develop, and the army was forced in the beginning of December 1918 to go over to a static defense. The 2nd Army, which was in the area of the town of Sarapul, 150 kilometers behind the 3rd Army's right flank, was unable to assist it in time. Finally, the Third Army's morale and combat resilience had been exhausted and, beginning with the second half of December, its left flank and center began to fall back rapidly along the direction of the city of Perm. The Eastern Front Command, foreseeing the unsteadiness along the Perm axis, approached Commander-in-Chief Vatsidis with a request to reinforce this axis with a reliable brigade. Vatsidis answered that a brigade could not be sent and proposed parrying an attack on Perm with a maneuver by the Red 2nd and 5th Armies. Such a reply by Vatsidis becomes understandable if we recall that at just about that time preparations had begun for decisive campaigns along the southern and western fronts, to where he was assiduously gathering all available reserves. It required interference by the government to reinforce the Perm axis. On December 13, V.I. Lenin demanded that the chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council, Trotsky, help Perm and the Urals. On that day, that is, December 13th, the commander-in-chief placed the 7th Rifle Division's 1st Brigade from the Yaroslavl Military District at the disposal of the Eastern Front, Directive No. 479/3. But this brigade arrived late. However, the drop in the Third Army's combat capability depended not only on military reasons. In the conditions of the Civil War, an army reflected, in particular, with great sensitivity all the wavering of those social strata from which it was derived. This is what happened to the Third Army. Its workers' cadres, which had become quite thin in the preceding fighting, had been watered down by the mobilized peasantry from the immediate rear, Perm, and Vyaka provinces. Typical signs of disintegration had appeared in the Third Army's ranks during its retreat to Perm: desertion, insubordination, and numerous instances of troops going over to the Whites. Subsequent attempts to firm up the Third Army's situation by maneuvering the Second Army in the direction of Serapol and Krasnofimsk were not crowned with major success. The Third Army, left on its own, ceded Perm to the enemy on December 24, 1918, after which it continued its disorderly retreat to the town of Glazov, losing equipment and suffering heavy personnel losses. The Third Army fell back 300 kilometers in 20 days. Its retreat created a realistic threat to Vyaka and the entire Eastern Front. The Central Committee of the VKP-B dispatched a commission to the Third Army's area to put its units in order and to mobilize the attention of the party and Soviet organizations to the front's needs and tasks. As early as the end of January, reported to the Defense Council, 1,200 reliable infantry and cavalry have been dispatched to the front by January 15th, 2 squadrons of cavalry within a day or two. The 3rd Brigade's 62nd Regiment, having been scrupulously checked beforehand, has been dispatched. These units offered the opportunity to halt the enemy's offensive, brought about a change in the Third Army's attitude, and opened the way for our offensive on Perm, which is still successful. A serious purge of Soviet and party establishments is going on in the Army's rear. Revolutionary committees have been organized in Vyaka and in the district towns. The placement of strong revolutionary organizations in the countryside has begun and is continuing. All party and Soviet work is being reconstructed along new lines. A local failure along the Perm axis was made good by the successes of Red Arms along the main Ufa and Turkestan axis. Indeed, several days later, following the fall of Perm, Soviet forces in their turn occupied Ufa on December 31, 1918, and on January 22, 1919 units of the Red First Army, which were attacking from the west, linked up in the city of Orenburg with Comrade Zinoviev's Turkestan Army, which numbered no more than 10,000 men, attacking from Turkestan. Finally, on January 24, 1919, the Red Fourth Army's forces took Uralsk. Thus, as a result of the 1918 campaign, the main mass of the Eastern Front's forces had managed to approach the Ural Range, the last local line that had to be overcome by these forces in order to pour out into the plains of Siberia like a broad wave and to roll to the enemy's vital and political centers. However, the large size of the center and the enemy's resistance interfered with achieving these goals in 1918. In general, the enemy's success along the Perm axis and his failures along the Ufa axis created a situation of unstable balance for both sides on the Eastern Front. The overall political-economic situation that had arisen in the beginning of 1919 in the camp of the Revolution and the camp of the Whites had created for the enemy a number of prerequisites for an attempt to turn this instability to its advantage. We halted in one of the preceding chapters on Kolchak's coup. With Kolchak's internal victory, once again that naked bourgeois landowner reaction, which relied upon the officer caste, took a leading part on the historical stage. The petite bourgeois and democratic counter-revolution of the constituent assembly members, which had been routed and weakened, faded into the background. Having taken up the position of governmental opposition, it was unable to thwart the mobilization of the Siberian youth cohorts, which Kolchak managed to carry out, while relying on officer formations in the rear. The strong officer cadres at the front offered a firm organizational skeleton for these cohorts at the front. Thus, in the beginning of 1919, Kolchak disposed of the Siberian army, the internal class contradictions of which had not yet managed to burst into the open. Kolchak needed to strike while the iron was hot in order to strengthen his reputation among the Allies. The internal situation in the revolutionary camp offered some hopes for the success of an offensive attempt. We have already outlined that wave of petite bourgeois wavering within the Soviet camp, the external expression of which were the social appeasement parties leap to the right and the temporary upward swing of the curve of peasant uprisings. Both of these were the result of the growth of our food difficulties by the spring of 1919. The enemy only overlooked one circumstance unfavorable to himself. The peasantry, in his uprisings, did not put forward slogans of struggling against the Soviet regime, which testified to the firm inculcation among it of the very idea of the Soviet regime, in exchange for the idea of the Constituent Assembly. Food requisitions had been felt very sharply by the Volga region's peasantry. Here a wave of peasant uprisings rolled along Simbirsk and Kazan provinces in the immediate rear of the Red Eastern Front. This circumstance, in connection with the Red Third Army's failure and the dispatch of part of the Eastern Front's force to the Southern Front, created a situation of temporary weakness for the Eastern Front's armies. Taking advantage of this situation, the enemy's high command decided to continue to try and launch a decisive attack along the northern operational axis, through Perm to Vologda. In the event of success, an attack along this axis would lead to the link-up with the interventionist forces on the northern front. Upon thus linking up with the interventionists, Kolchak could have developed an attack from Vologda on Petrograd, bypassing the defensive line of the Volga and Kama rivers. The White Command, along with this attack, was aiming a powerful attack at the line of the Middle Volga, approximately along the front Kazan, Simbirsk, which would have led him along the shortest route to the Moscow operational axis, which was extremely important for both sides, and would have given him two permanent crossings over the Volga, the bridges at Sviazhsk and Simbirsk. The latter axis was more important because it ran through the more populated and resource-rich provinces and would bring Kolchak's forces closer to the armies of the Southern Counter-Revolution. The realization of this operation was entrusted to three separate armies directly commanded by Admiral Kolchak's headquarters: General Gaida's Siberian Army, numbering 52,000 infantry and cavalry and 83 guns, had already been concentrated along the Vologda-Vyatka axis, approximately halfway between Glazov and Perm. General Kanzan's Western Army, numbering 48,000 infantry and cavalry and 120 guns, was deploying along the front excluding Bursk, excluding Ufa, and the Orenburg and Uralsk. Cossacks, numbering 11,000 to 13,000 men. In all, the enemy disposed of 113,000 troops and more than 200 guns. Of this number, 93,000 troops occupied a 450-kilometer front, concentrating there in three separate and powerful groups along the Vologda, Sarapul, and Ufa, Moscow operational axes. The enemy's strategic reserves were General Kappel's 3-division corps in the Chelyabinsk, Kurgan, Kostanay area and 3 infantry divisions, which were forming in the Omsk area. In turning to an evaluation of the enemy's plan, we once again must first of all proceed from the political factor. The gigantic scope of the operation in space and the decisiveness of its final goals excluded the possibility of pursuing it to its end in one fell swoop by the White Army's available forces. This means that its success was directly dependent upon the success of subsequent peasant mobilizations. But the political line of the Kolchak government, as regards the peasantry, had already excluded the possibility of any kind of cooperation between it and the peasantry for its own enslavement. Moreover, any further mobilization of the peasantry would disrupt the unstable social balance of the White Eastern armies to Kolchak's detriment, by watering down the officer cadres in a peasant mass hostile to them, and would open the doors to an exacerbation of the social struggle within the confines of the army itself. In such a situation, the Siberian command could count on the success of a short attack and a limited scope of the operation, while political and strategic interests should have impelled it to choose such operational axes as would have given it the opportunity to extend a hand to the White Southern Front as soon as possible. All of these axes lay south of Ufa. But the formation of a powerful White military bloc and the possible confluence of the White governments of South Russia and Siberia were evidently not to the liking of British policy. It, as before, continued to push Kolchak's operational thinking and will in the direction of Vyaka and Vologda. Thus the plan for the Whites' 1919 spring campaign has an air of duality about it, which is generally harmful in military affairs and particularly harmful given a comparative weakness of force. This duality was expressed in the desire to simultaneously launch two powerful attacks toward Vyaka and along the front of the Middle Volga. The enemy, however, in the contemplated broad launching of a general offensive, was unable to secure cooperation with the Ural Cossacks. The Red Fourth Army, under the command of M.V. Frunze, had driven a deep wedge during February 1919 between the armed forces of the Orenburg and Uralsk Cossacks, while moving toward the line Lubishchensk, Iletsk, Orsk. In such a situation, the Red Eastern Front Command, in developing its own High Command's directives, and despite the lack of stability along the Third Army's sector, was preparing to overcome the Ural Range. At the end of February and beginning of March 1919, the disposition of the Red forces appeared as follows. The 4th, Turkestan and 1st Armies occupied a broad front from the Caspian Sea through Slomokinskaya and Oletsky Gorodok, with a deep wedge facing the enemy toward Akhtubinsk and then to Orsk, the factory in Kamenev and excluding the factory in Bogoyavlenskoye, with an overall strength of 52,000 troops, 200 guns and 613 machine guns. Further on, the 5th Army's 10,000 troops, 42 guns and 142 machine guns were stretched along the front Bogoyavlenskoye factory, excluding Yavgoldan, stretching more than 200 kilometers. The Red Second Army, numbering up to 22,000 troops, 70 guns and 475 machine guns, was in position along the Serapol axis, separated from the 5th Army's left flank by 60 kilometers, and finally, the 3rd Army, which numbered 27,000 troops, rounded out, 69 guns and 491 machine guns, was scattered along a broad front along the Perm-Vyaka axis on both sides of the railroad. In all, the Eastern Front's armies disposed of 111,000 troops, 379 guns, 1,721 machine guns, 5 armored trains, and 30 aircraft. The Reds' overall disposition was more vague than that of the Whites, because one can descry in it one typical feature, namely the weak and extended center, 5th Army, along the Ufa operational axis, which was extremely important for both sides. The disposition of both sides before the beginning of decisive operations on the Eastern Front resulted in a situation in which the group of Southern armies, which was powerful but extremely scattered in space, was most densely occupying the northern sector of its front. Orsk, Sterly-Tamak, Comrade Guy's 1st Army of 18,000 to 21,000 troops, was facing with its 52,000 troops 19,000 Whites. The weak 5th Army, with its 10,000 troops, was opposed by Kansan's quite powerful White group of 49,000 and, finally, along the northern operational axis the correlation of forces was almost equal. 22,000 Reds, 2nd Army, were faced by 21,000 Whites along the Serapol, OSA axis, and along the Vyaka, Perm, axis 32,000 Whites faced 27,000 Reds, 3rd Army. The Eastern Front Command planned to carry out an operation to overcome the Ural Range, with the simultaneous defeat of the opposing enemy in the following manner. The Eastern Front's right flank armies, 4th, Turkestan and 1st, were to complete the route of the Orenburg and Uralsk Cossacks. Then the 1st Army was to head for the city of Chelyabinsk in 2 columns. The right column, 24th Rifle Division, was to head there, bypassing the Ural Range from the south, through Orenburg, Orsk, and Troitsk. The left column, 20th Rifle Division, was to be directed from Sterly-Tamak to Verkhnuralsk, crossing the Ural Range and from their head to Chelyabinsk. The 5th Army's mission was to overcome the Ural Range in its sector, get into the rear communications of the enemy's Perm group, while moving on Zlatoust and Chelyabinsk and aiding the Second Army's right flank. The Second Army was to attempt to turn the left flank of the enemy's Perm group, which would inevitably lead to a preliminary collision with the Whites' equally strong middle group. Finally, the powerful Third Army was to have the passive task of tying down the enemy group opposing it. The plan of the Eastern Front Command was also distinguished by its breadth of design and scope, and also forced us to take into account the further reinforcement of the front's armies through local mobilizations. It seemed that in this regard, the situation of the moment required a cautious evaluation. But herein lay the strength of our political strategic leadership's foresight, which, despite a series of temporary waverings of the peasant masses, was able to perceive a wave of large peasant reserves rising to meet it from behind the White Front's line, and which was already making itself felt through outbreaks of the partisan movement in various places in Siberia. In turning to a comparison and evaluation of the operational plans of both sides, we should note above all that both were inculcated with an active spirit, which lent a lively flavor to subsequent combat activities. In turning to the Whites' plan, we must particularly admit that the realization of the plan was traced in very simple lines. It consisted in launching two powerful attacks along the northern and central operational axes. The latter attack was to cut the communications of the Red Southern Group, which was dangerous for the enemy, while the group itself was to be pressed back to the south. Thus, the Whites would gain the opportunity to unleash the counter-revolutionary forces of the Orenburg and Uralsk Cossacks, and to secure its influence on Turkestan. The only thing the Whites could not count on was the political support of their operation due to the sharply hostile attitude toward them of the local population and those microbes of disintegration which were unceasingly undermining the cohesion of the White armies from within. In turning to an analysis of the Reds' plan, we should note its complexity and intricate nature, which was the result of the absence of a calculation for time and space. Actually, a single glance at a map is sufficient in order to be convinced that the First Army's turning maneuver could not, due to calculations of time, exert any influence on events along the Fifth Army's front, which was forced to deal with an enemy 4 times as strong. Even had the Fifth Army managed to defeat this enemy, its arrival in the rear of the Whites' Perm group would have exerted an influence on its operations only after a very extended period of time. It is 300 kilometers from the Fifth Army's front to Chelyabinsk, and from there approximately another 200 kilometers to Ekaterinburg, now Sverdlovsk. Finally, the missions assigned to the Second and Third Armies would have led to their frontal collisions with enemy groups of equal strength, because the Second Army, upon carrying out its task, could not avoid colliding with the Whites' OSA group, a composite corps. Thus, through a series of local attacks throughout February 1919, the enemy managed to prepare for himself a convenient jumping-off position for a general assumption of the offensive. The offensive began on March 4, 1919. General Gaida's Siberian Army, while launching the main attack in the space between the towns of Okansk and OSA, achieved a number of local successes along the sectors of our Third and Second Armies. During 7 to 8 March, the enemy captured the towns of OSA and Okansk and continued to develop his offensive toward the line of the Kama River. This offensive subsequently also continued with territorial successes, which were however slowed down by the size of the theater, the muddy roads, and the resistance of our forces. The enemy, aside from territorial successes, was able to cause us a number of equipment losses, capture a number of factories, and inflict significant losses on the Red Second Army. For example, on April 7th alone the enemy was able to establish himself in the Izhevsk, Votkinsk area, and on April 9th occupy the town of Serapol. On April 15th, the Siberian Army's extreme right flank units entered the completely roadless and wild Pechora area and linked up with small parties of the White Northern Front, but this event, as one would expect, had no strategic consequences. Throughout the second half of April, the offensive force of Gaida's army began to weaken under the influence of the Red Third Army's growing resistance. It still had a few territorial achievements along its left flank, throwing back the Red Second Army's right flank beyond the lower course of the Vyaka River. The offensive by Kanzin's army, which began on March 6th, unfolded from the very start at an incomparably more rapid pace and with more significant results. This army's shock group attacked directly into the open space between the internal flanks of the 5th and 2nd Armies. The Whites' shock group, having come down hard on the 5th Army's left flank, the 27th Rifle Division's left flank brigade, threw back the 5th Army's left flank brigade and, turning sharply to the south and moving along the Brsk-Ufa road, began to cut almost without opposition the rear communications of both of the 5th Army's divisions, 27th and 26th Rifle, which were stretched out like a thread. Following a 4-day battle, the operational cooperation of the 5th Army's units had been disrupted, and its remnants, which had broken up into 2 groups, were only trying to cover the 2 most important axes along its sector, Minzelinsk and Bugelma. The commitment of local reserves into the fighting along the 5th Army's sector and attempts to assist the 5th Army through the active operations of a group that had been concentrated along the 1st Army's left flank in the Sterli-Tamok area, which had been undertaken by the Eastern Front Command in the period of time from 13 through March 31st, were unable to restore its situation, and the enemy, while developing his success along this sector, had already occupied the town of Belabi on April 6, 1919, which finally determined the 5th Army's withdrawal along 2 diverging axes, on Simbursk and Samara. The enemy's offensive along the Simbursk axis particularly threatened both Chistopol, in which significant grain supplies had been concentrated, which were so necessary to the Hungary center, and Kazan itself. Thus, the offensive by Kansan's army had already developed into a strategic breakthrough of the Eastern Front center, and if this event failed to exert a fatal influence on the state of affairs along the entire front, then the reason for this lies in the peculiarity of the conditions of the Civil War. The large size of the combat sectors and the small number of troops in them created convenient conditions for maneuver for small detachments. No matter how deep the Whites' breakthrough was, it failed to spread its influence to the neighboring groups of troops, which gave us the opportunity to prepare a retaliatory countermaneuver, but this maneuver required time for his realization, so for the time being the Eastern Front Command could only think about maintaining its position along the most important operational axes. Whatever the case, the Eastern Front during these difficult days, as was the case in the summer of 1918, once again attracted the attention of the broad popular masses throughout the country and the forward detachment of the Proletarian Revolution, the Communist Party. The revolutionary creativity of the masses, warmed by Comrade Lenin's appeal, who said in connection for the preparation of a mobilization by the unions for the Eastern Front, "In order to consolidate our victory, we need new, decisive and revolutionary methods," was taken up by the party's organizational measures and yielded results in a short span of time. Before long, a mighty stream of active and politically conscious reinforcements, in the person of union members and worker volunteers from 22 of the Republic's provinces, departed for the front. A number of telegrams from various cities in the Republic testified to the enormous enthusiasm with which the party and union mobilizations for the Eastern Front took place. The High Command's strategic reserves were dispatched there, in the form of the 2nd Rifle Division and 2 rifle brigades, a brigade from the 10th Rifle Division from Vyatka and a brigade from the 4th Rifle Division from Bryansk, as well as 22,000 reinforcements. Besides this, the 35th Rifle Division, which was completing its formation in Kazan, was to be subordinated to the Eastern Front, as well as the 5th Rifle Division, which was being brought up by the Front Command from the Vyatka axis. The southern group of Red Armies, under its commander, Comrade Frunze, was slated to play a decisive role in the resulting complex situation on the Eastern Front. The decisive turning point of the campaign on the Eastern Front, which laid the foundation for the start of the rout of all the counter-revolution's armed forces, is linked to his name. Thus it seems very instructive to halt in greater detail on the series of operations prepared and conducted by Comrade Frunze, which in their totality constitute the Southern Group's countermaneuver. For a better understanding of the subsequent course of events, we must go back to a more detailed description of the Southern Group's initial situation and its regroupings in connection with the breakthrough of the 5th Army's front. Against the background of this situation, it will be easier to bring out that valuable preparatory work which was carried out on the personal initiative on Comrade Frunze, and which was one of the chief prerequisites for the favorable development of the future operation. At the beginning of March 1919, the overall grouping of Comrade Frunze's group of forces was as follows. The 4th Army, 22nd and 25th Rifle Divisions, with up to 16,000 troops, occupied a front facing the Uralsk Cossacks from the Caspian Sea to Oletsky Gorodok. The Turkestan Army, 12,800 troops, held positions from Oletsky Gorodok through Akhtubinsk to Orsk, inclusively. The strongest was the 1st Army's front, from the area excluding Orsk to Sterli-Tamok. Up to 20,000 troops were concentrated here, 20th and 24th Rifle Divisions, plus the Orenburg and Eilitz groups. The First Army, in accordance with the Eastern Front Command's initial plans, which had not been changed even after the Fifth Army began falling back, was supposed to attack along the front Kostanai, Troitsk, which is why it had concentrated the entire 24th Rifle Division along its right flank. The group had no reserves of its own. Such was the situation that met Comrade Frunze upon taking up the command of the group. As soon as the lack of stability along the Fifth Army's front began to take on quite definite forms, which had become apparent as early as mid-March, Comrade Frunze became concerned about shoring up his situation along the Orenburg axis and about creating a definite strategic reserve for himself. This was achieved through the partial weakening of the Fourth Army, from which one rifle division, 25th, was to be taken, although the army was to then receive only a defensive task. The Turkestan Army was to receive orders to firmly secure the Orenburg area and to maintain communications with Turkestan, which is why it was to be reinforced with one brigade from the 25th Rifle Division. The division's two remaining brigades were to be moved to Samara, the junction for roads to Ufa and Orenburg. The 4th and Turkestan armies later had to hold the Orenburg and Uralsk Cossacks' renewed offensive activity with an energetic and active defense. The matter was more complicated in the First Army. Its right flank, 24th Rifle Division, was successfully developing its own offensive on Troitsk at the beginning of April. At the same time, its left flank had to at first dispatch 3 regiments to Sterli Tamak to help the Fifth Army, and then to move a brigade on Belabi. These forces failed to exert any substantial influence on the situation in the Fifth Army. The enemy particularly managed to preempt in Belabi the First Army's brigade that had been dispatched there. The First Army, because it had already weakened its left flank, although this had been done with the perfectly correct goal of assisting its neighbor, already had nothing with which to react to the enemy's occupation of Sterli Tamak, which took place on April 4, 1919. The occupation of Belabi created an immediate threat to the First Army's rear, which forced us to halt the successfully developing offensive by the First Army's right flank, that is, of the 24th Rifle Division. Under cover of stubborn fighting by the remnants of the 20th Rifle Division, which was holding off enemy pressure from Belabi to the south and gradually falling back behind the Samish River, following 12 days of uninterrupted marches, we were able to pull the army's right flank, which had moved far forward, back, and to pull back the 24th Rifle Division back to the area of the village of Ivanovka, on the Tok River, in the rear of the 20th Division. This skillful withdrawal maneuver by the First Army, which completely corresponded to the situation, forced the Turkestan Army to also carry out a partial regrouping on the march back, so that by 18 to 20 April its new front ran along the line Akhtubinsk, Ilinskaya, Vozdvizhenskaya, which, in its turn, forced Comrade Frunze to shore up the overall situation of his two armies by moving up his strategic reserve to the Orenburg, Buzaluk area. Thus, Comrade Frunze's skillful regroupings during the period preceding the start of the decisive operation facilitated both the securing of his group's left flank, as well as the accumulation of strategic reserves near the decisive axis of the future countermaneuver. The overall idea of the Southern Group's countermaneuver and Comrade Frunze's operational plan is as follows. The final regroupings of the First Army and the Turkestan Army's left flank were already taking place when the idea of a decisive countermaneuver by the Southern Group had taken final shape. The idea of this maneuver had been gradually maturing and, as it was being refined, took on a broader scope. On April 7th, the Eastern Front Command planned to concentrate only all of the First Army in the Buzaluk, Sharlik area for an attack against the enemy attacking in the direction of Bugaruslan and Samara. On April 9th, the Eastern Front's Revolutionary Military Council was already broadening the Southern Group's operational confines, including within it the Fifth Army, and in this manner offering its command nearly complete freedom of action. Comrade Frunze, depending on when his forces could complete their regrouping, was to launch a decisive attack before the end of the spring thaw or following it, while the attack's immediate goal would be the advance of the First Army's left flank to the Samara, Zlitrust Railroad in order to secure the withdrawal of the 26th Rifle Division, 5th Army, which had become completely disorganized in the fighting, into the reserve. However, the following day, that is, April 10th, as a result of a meeting held in Kazan between the chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council, the the Commander-in-Chief and the Eastern Front's Revolutionary Military Council, the latter issued a directive on April 10, number 123/S, according to which the Southern Group was to defeat the enemy forces, which continued to press the Fifth Army with an attack from south to north, gathering for this a fist in the Buzaluk, Sorokinskaya, Mykolovskaya, Charlok area. The necessity of halting the continuing retreat by units of the Fifth Army along the Bugaruslan and Buzaluk axes was further pointed out, but not at the expense of the forces designated for the decisive attack, but with the assistance of units being formed in Samara by the local provincial military committee. Thus this directive, in its final form, also gave broad scope for Comrade Frunze's independent operational creativity. Simultaneously with this directive there followed the formation of the Northern Group, consisting of the 3rd and 2nd Armies, under the overall command of the commander of the 2nd Army, V. Ayashorin, with the task of defeating General Gaida's army. The boundary line between both groups ran through Bursk and Chistopol and the mouth of the Kama River, all locales within the Northern Group. The correlation of forces which had come about on the Eastern Front by the middle of April allowed us to count on the successful fulfillment of these tasks. The true overall disposition of forces of both sides in the middle of April was as follows. There were 33,000 enemy troops against 37,000 Red troops along the Perm and Serapol axes. As before, the enemy disposed of 40,000 troops in the area of the breakthrough against 24,000 Red troops, and thus the numerical superiority in forces, instead of 4-1, as had been the case at the beginning of the operation, had decreased to nearly 2-1, which was the result of the preceding skillful regroupings carried out by Comrade Frunze and his group. Besides this time the size of the theater had come to the aid of the Reds. Kansan's army, as it moved forward, was elongating its front more and more. Having occupied the town of Bugaruslan on April 16th, it was stretched out along a 250 to 300 kilometer front, with its right flank at the mouth of the Vyatka River and its left southeast of Bugaruslan. 5 enemy divisions were moving in a fan-like manner along this front. Echeloned far to the rear of this army was General Belov's army group, which was part of Dutov's Southern Army, and which had been delayed along the Orenburg axis by the energetic actions of Comrade Guy's Red First Army. Comrade Frunze decided to realize his mission in the following manner: to concentrate the shock group in the area of the town of Buzaluk and to strike with it into the enemy's left flank, throwing him back to the north. In the meantime, the Fifth Army was supposed to halt the enemy's advance in the direction of Bugaruslan and along the Bugelma Railroad, covering the Buzaluk, Bugaruslan, Bugelma Road. Thus the operation's main target was the enemy's forces, and their defeat would signify the favorable resolution of all other tasks. Insofar as the plan for the Southern Group's countermaneuver, which had been worked out in detail by M.V. Frunze, is a very instructive example of a commander's fine and precise operational work, we consider it necessary to halt here in greater detail. Comrade Frunze's overall idea, in its practical realization, was broken up into a series of separate tasks, which he assigned to his armies. The Turkestan and Fourth Armies received confirmation of their previous tasks, to hold the Orenburg and Uralsk regions. The launching of the main attack was entrusted to the First Army, and its distribution of forces for this purpose was carried out according to M.V. Frunze's direct instructions. The 20th Rifle Division was to secure the regrouping, for which it was supposed to hold the front Milius, Alashkino, Ratchino. The 24th Rifle Division, with the exception of one brigade, which was being transferred to the Army's shock group from the area of the village of Ivanovka, north of the Tok River, was to delay the enemy through its active operations in the direction of Buzaluk, thus winning time for the shock group's final concentration in the Buzaluk area. In order to form this group, the Turkestan Army was to transfer the 31st Rifle Division and a brigade from the 3rd Cavalry Division to the 1st Army. Their lead units were supposed to arrive in the Buzaluk area no later than April 18th. Besides this, a brigade from the 24th Rifle Division, which was being transferred to the area of the village of Tatskaya, was to be part of the shock group, as well as the 75th Rifle Brigade, 2 regiments, which was being transported to Buzaluk from M.V. Frunze's Strategic Reserve. Other of the Strategic Reserve's units received the following tasks. The 73rd Rifle Brigade was to be transferred by April 18th to the area of the village of Bezvodnovka in order to cover the shock group's concentration, while at the same time becoming part of the latter. The 74th Rifle Brigade was to remain in Samara as part of the group's overall reserve. Worthy of attention in the Southern Group's distribution of forces is the correlation between those which were designated for carrying out an active task and those which were supposed to carry out passive tasks. The first included, in general, the entire 5th Army, the weakened 26th and 27th Rifle Divisions, the Orenburg Division, and part of the 35th Rifle Division, 10,700 infantry, 820 cavalry and 72 guns, which approximately occupied the front Novaya Kalmikovka, Arkhangelskoye. 19M V. Frunze's shock group, from which the larger shock group was formed, consisted of the entire 1st Army, with the exception of the 20th Rifle Division, 24th, 25th, and 31st Rifle Divisions, and a brigade from the 3rd Cavalry Division, for a total of 22,000 infantry, 2,000 cavalry, and 80 guns, was in the Ivanovka, Zimnica, Buzaluk area. Thus, Comrade Frunze, thanks to a skillful regrouping, was deploying along a 200 to 220 kilometer front 36,620 infantry and cavalry, with 152 guns for active operations, leaving only 22,500 infantry and cavalry and 80 guns for passive tasks along the entire remainder of his front, with an overall length of 700 kilometers from the village of Ivanovka to the Caspian Sea. 20th and 22nd Rifle Divisions, units of the Turkestan Army and local formations in Orenburg, Uralsk, and Iletsk. The distribution of forces between the axes of the frontal and flank attacks within the active group is worthy of attention. The first fell to the 5th Army, numbering 11,000 infantry and cavalry, rounded out. For the second, Comrade Frunze designated about 26,000 infantry and cavalry. Also worthy of note is Comrade Frunze's securing the concentration of his active fist. 3 brigades, which were securing this concentration, 2 brigades from the 24th Rifle Division and the 73rd Rifle Brigade from the 25th Rifle Division, received not passive, but offensive tasks. We will now turn to an examination of the changes made to Comrade Frunze's plan under the influence of new information about the situation and, most of all, to an analysis of the Buga-Ruslan and Sergeyevsk operations. Comrade Frunze's plan in its initial form had as its task the clean slicing off of the enemy's invasion wedge, the head of which was already approaching the Middle Volga. The enemy was threatening the town of Chistopol on the Kama River, along the Red Second Army's sector, and along the 5th Army's sector was pressing hard along the Sergeyevsk axis, pushing back units of the 27th Rifle Division toward Chelny Station. The threat along the Sergeyevsk axis, evidently, particularly concerned the Eastern Front Command, because during the development of the enemy's success here the Southern Group's railroad communications were coming under threat in the area of Kinel Station and the entire deployment of the group could have been thwarted. The fall of Chistopol, in connection with the continuing instability along the sector of the Second Army, which on April 10th was already falling back to the right bank of the Kama River, was creating a direct threat to Kazan as well. This is why in the final days before the Southern Group's decisive counter-maneuver, the plan underwent significant changes, both as regards the distribution of forces and tasks between them, as well as to the scope of the maneuver itself. The Front Command dispatched reinforcements that were still en route not to the Buzaluk area, part of the 2nd Rifle Division, units of the 35th Rifle Division, but employed them for a frontal covering of the Volga, in accordance with a decree by the Front's Revolutionary Military Council of April 16th, which stated that under no circumstances should the enemy be allowed to reach the line of the Volga River, strengthening the 5th Army. Besides this, 2 brigades from the 1st Army shock fist, the 25th Rifle Division, with the exception of the 73rd Rifle Brigade, were to reinforce the 5th Army. Thus, the strength of the troops designated for launching the flanking attack against the enemy was to decline to 3 rifle brigades and 1 cavalry brigade, 31st Rifle Division, 73rd Rifle Brigade, and a brigade from the 3rd Cavalry Division, which speaks to the shifting of our attack center of gravity from the enemy flank and rear to his front, which was emphasized in the corresponding shift of our forces. By April 23rd, the 5th Army already numbered 24,000 troops, chiefly at the expense of the shock group. The remaining units of Comrade Frunze's shock fist were named the Turkestan Army. The above-listed regroupings forced Comrade Frunze to make changes in his initial operational idea. These changes sprang from that information on the enemy which Comrade Frunze managed to gather during 16 to 20 April from captured enemy orders. According to these orders and intelligence information available in the group's headquarters, the enemy's situation was developing as follows by April 20th. A strong enemy group in the form of the 2 Ufa Corps, which had a strength of up to 15,000 infantry and cavalry, this group's right flank stretched all the way to Chistopol, was pressing along the Samara-Sergeyevsk axis. The enemy's 3 corps, 6th and 7th Infantry Divisions, a Jaeger battalion and 3 regiments of cavalry, with an overall strength of 5,000 troops, was attacking from Bugoruslan to Samara, with 1 division, 6th, north and another, 7th, south of the Kinel River, with a cavalry group moving on Tolkai Station. By April 16th, the corps was supposed to reach the front Podbelskaya Station, Chepernovka. The Whites' 6th Ural Corps, consisting of only 2,400 troops, 18th and 12th Infantry Divisions, was echeloned behind and out of contact with the 3 corps and was supposed to reach the front Pokrovskoye, Nadolino, Utiva by April 19th. General Kappel's corps, numbering 5,100 infantry and cavalry, which had hurriedly completed its formation in the Belabai area, had the task, upon completing its concentration, of developing the attack in the space between the 3 and 6 corps. Finally, further to the south and also echeloned behind the left flank of Kansan's army, was the right flank V Corps of Gen. Belov's Southern Army Group, which was moving toward the Samish River along the front Emangulovo, Rachino. This corps' strength was 6,600 infantry and cavalry. Behind this corps' left flank, echeloned back in the Uralka, Novonikotino area, was the Whites' 4 corps in reserve, with an overall strength of 4,600 infantry and cavalry. The 1 and 2 Orenburg Corps, with an overall strength of 8,450 troops, were operating along the Orenburg axis, attempting to seize the city of Orenburg by attacks from the east and south, and spreading further to the south to the establishment of communications with the Ural Cossacks. The Ilet's Cossack Division, 1,900 troops, and numerous partisan detachments were operating in the Ural steppes. Thus, by April 20th, the Whites' entire front was warped by echelons from the right, while these echelons were not in combat contact with each other. This was particularly the case as regards the Whites' 3 and 6 Corps. This disposition of the Whites' forces in space suggested to Comrade Frunze a goal which corresponded to the situation: the defeat in detail of the enemy echelons closest to him, namely the Whites' 6 and 3 Corps, while his main attack would be initially directed in the space between both of them. At the same time, the significant reinforcement of the Fifth Army enabled him to assign broader tasks in space, while the weakening of the shock fist's strength forced him to more closely coordinate its actions with the actions of the frontal group, Fifth Army. Thus, Comrade Frunze's final decision was formulated on April 19, 1919 in the following manner. The First Army, Comrade Guy, upon going over to the offensive, was supposed to tie down the enemy's 6 Corps, in this way securing the Turkestan Army from the right. The Turkestan Army was given the task of defeating the enemy in conjunction with the Fifth Army and throwing back his Bugoruslan group, that is, the 3 Corps, to the north, cutting it off from its communications with Belabai, for which the army was supposed to reach the front of the Zagliadino and Bugoruslan railroad stations. The Turkestan Army's cavalry was to carry out reconnaissance between the enemy's 3 and 6 Corps, to maintain contact with the First Army, and to launch an attack against the rear of the Whites' 3 Corps along the Saraigur, Filipovo sector of the railroad, while the Fifth Army was to decisively attack the opposing enemy in the general direction of Bugoruslan, for the purpose of capturing the latter. The fulfillment of all of these tasks would begin upon the final concentration of the Turkestan Army. At the same time, the front command, which was concerned, as we have already mentioned, by the enemy's successes along the shortest axis to the Middle Volga, and which had because of this weakened the forces of the Southern Front at the expense of its shock fist, was deciding to organize another 2 independent maneuvers with the aid of the delayed reinforcements that were being dispatched to Frunze's group. The command first of all sought to seize and pincers units of the Whites' 2 Corps in the Sergeyevsk area, from Maliks and Kratovka, for which it was planned to employ the 2nd Rifle Division and units of the 35th Rifle Division, which had previously been designated as part of Frunze's shock group. Thus, in the final variation of the plan, aside from the man attack along the Bugoruslan axis, another new attack was planned along the Bugelma axis, not counting the one already planned from the Charlok area. In connection to this, the 2nd Rifle Division was transferred on April 24th to the control of the commander of the Southern Group. but was to remain for a few days in the Samara area until it was brought up to strength. The threat to Chistopol forced the Eastern Front Command to search for a way to secure Kazan by activating its army's northern group, which is why the Third Army was assigned the task of going over to the offensive no later than April 29th for the purpose of defeating the enemy west of the Kama River. This was the third maneuver planned by the Eastern Front Command and, finally, along the Orenburg axis of 4th, and for the Reds, successful maneuver had begun, which had come about independently of the Red Command's will, and which was essentially a successful prologue to the Southern Group's main maneuver. Before we take up the elucidation of subsequent combat events, we will stop for a few words about both sides' morale-political state. By the start of active operations by M.V. Frunze's group, the worn-out combat fabric of the Red Armies had been significantly restored. The stream of party and union mobilizations of the proletariat had poured into these armies. A report made by one comrade, who had returned from the Eastern Front, in Petrograd's Vyborg district was typical of the first months of 1919. The speaker thought that the Red Army has now passed through its especially feverish construction process. The life of the army is now settling down. Besides this, the speaker was sure that the communists at the front were being pushed aside by the command element, so that they are starting to think as if they are superfluous at the front, and that this is evidently taking place due to the incorrect policy of the central military spheres. It was pointed out, in conclusion, that it was necessary to send new groups of communists to the front in order to relieve those who have become tired. The following circumstance was reflected in the situation at the time. As a result of the successes of Soviet arms by the close of 1918, many assumed that the army's feverish construction had already been completed when actually everything was still ahead. Further, the exhaustion, which had been noted among the mobilized communists at the front, and the origin and development of the so-called left military opposition. All of this, naturally, could not but be reflected in the unit's combat capability and was one of the reasons for the initial successes of Kolchak's offensive. This offensive in no way raised the question that supposedly life in the army has settled down. On April 10th, Comrade Lenin turned to the Petrograd workers with a special appeal. The appeal stated that Petr's workers must raise everything for the Eastern Front and to mobilize everything, and concluded with confidence that Petr's workers will show an example to all Russia. On April 11, 1919, the famous theses of the Central Committee of the RKP in connection with the Eastern Front's situation appeared. Calling upon the party to exert all forces for mobilizations, the theses demanded that conduct of a mobilization through the unions. It was further demanded that agitation be increased among those mobilized, that all white-collar men be replaced by women, that aid bureaus or assistance committees for the Red Army be created, and that the peasants, and particularly peasant youth, of the non-agricultural provinces be brought into the ranks of the Red Army and for the Food Army along the Don and in Ukraine through the unions. By the way, as early as the end of June 1918, in Petrograd they had set about creating so-called regiments of the rural poor, to which each committee of the poor dispatched 2 reliable peasants for service in the Red Army. As a result, there were up to 3 regiments in Petrograd, staffed by the rural poor. Following the publication of Comrade Lenin's appeal and the Central Committee's theses, feverish work began in Petrograd. The matter of mobilization was raised at meetings of the Petrograd Committee and in an organizers' meeting on the 22nd and the 23rd of April 1919. It was decreed to mobilize 20% of party members and, for the unions, 10% of the members of each union for the Front and the Don, in the latter case for strengthening the Soviet regime and the construction of Soviet organizations. They then decided to carry out a mobilization in the Youth Union and in the commissariats, which were to be serviced by female labor as much as possible. Due to the fact that Yudenik was already gathering in Helsingfors all kinds of volunteer scum, they believed that if they were to dispatch tens of thousands of Petr's workers to the Eastern Front, the Don and Ukraine, then more than 100,000 workers would still be left in Petrograd, which could be employed by also strengthening vigilance to defend Petrograd. In Moscow, in view of the mobilization of the 1886 to 1890 age groups, the Presidium of the VTS-SBS decreed that even in such an important category of toilers as the railroad workers, 30% of qualified workers could be mobilized, while all of the responsible workers of the union movement could be mobilized, leaving only the most necessary. Comrade Lenin spoke on April 17 at the Moscow Conference of Factory Plant Committees and Unions, and following his speech a note was read out from a 50-year-old worker who declared that he was taking up his rifle and was ready to defend the Soviet regime with his blood. One can judge how the local organizations heeded the party's call by how in Syzran they independently created in 5 days the first communist regiment, numbering 1,200 men, and that in Simbursk all the communists were mobilized. In Samara the unions were put on a wartime footing. Nizhny Novgorod carried out a total mobilization and formed a workers' shock battalion. On April 25 a session of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee was held, which adopted 2 extremely important decrees. The first declared the mobilization of peasants. Each district was to produce from 6 to 20 men, former soldiers, if possible. The second decree announced an amnesty for all those arrested for struggling against the Soviet regime but who had not taken a direct part in fighting against it. On April 29, the party's Central Committee, in view of the extremely intense situation along the fronts, turned to organizations with the appeal to earmark 3/4 of their staff for the organization and dispatch of reinforcements, for the hurried formation of units, and for their equipping, etc. The chief slogan was, "Give the maximum of men and material to the front." It goes without saying that the May 1st celebration in 1919 was conducted under this slogan, and that the linking of all of the measures described with the great swelling up of the working class and toilers inevitably created a turning point on the Eastern Front. As a result, we were not only able to restore our combat capability, but to raise political consciousness to new heights. The masses were ready to endure new burdens for the sake of the successful completion of the Civil War. Matters stood otherwise in the enemy camp. By the time of the maturation of the decisive events on the Eastern Front, the peasant element in the White Army's ranks had begun to undergo that same process of the massive shift of the peasantry to the side of the revolution that had already quite clearly expressed itself in the Siberian rear. Facts of the massive uptick in the partisan movement and the movement of the petite bourgeoisie and well-to-do strata of the intelligentsia from Kolchak are testimony to this. This revolutionary shift in the peasant's psychology found its immediate expression in the beginning of the dissolution of the White Armies, which had revealed itself by means of quite perceptible facts. We have already spoken of the preparatory measures for organizing Comrade Frunze's countermaneuver, which took place along the First Army's right flank. General Belov, in his desire to capture Orenburg as soon as possible, following a series of unsuccessful frontal attacks against the city, decided to commit his reserve, General Bakich's V Corps, into the fighting. The latter, having crossed the Samish River at Amangulovo, along the 20th Rifle Division's extreme right flank, was supposed to assist the capture of Orenburg from the north and, in the event of success, upon advancing to Novosergeyevskoye, to complete the encirclement of the Red First Army in conjunction with the White's V and 6 Corps. However, Comrade Guy, having rapidly and skillfully regrouped his army, routed Belov's group in a 3-day battle from 22 through April 25, completely destroying 2 of its divisions, while the remnants of the 4 Corps went over to the Reds. The defeat of Belov's group had strategic significance, because thanks to it the rear communications of Kansan's army on Bela Bi were uncovered, and the First Army acquired significant operational freedom. In halting on the episode of the rout of General Bakich's 4 Corps, we first of all should note its social significance, which testifies to the complete disruption of that unstable balance that still somehow maintained itself within Kolchak's armies between the command element and the mass of soldiers. All of Kolchak's preceding policy, as regards the peasantry, inevitably led to a break with the latter. The routed 4 Corps had been manned by peasants from the Kostanay district immediately following the suppression of a peasant uprising there through bloody and senseless measures. The peasants who manned this corps saw in their command element the chief malefactors of their mass executions and floggings. Bakich's corps, as subsequent events will show, was not an exception to the general rule, but only expressed more immediately and colorfully the overall picture of the process of the dissolution of the White forces. But while dangerous events for Kansan were maturing along his army's left flank, the head of this army's wedge, which had already shrunk to 18,000 to 20,000 infantry, continued its rush to the Volga, despite the visible signs of dissolution. On April 25, units of Kansan's army occupied Chelny Station, near the town of Sergeyevsk, and threatened Kinel, a junction station along the rear railroad communications of the entire Southern Group with its main base. These events aroused the Eastern Front Command to order the Southern Group to go over to the offensive, without waiting for the complete concentration of the Turkestan Army. In the same manner, the Second Army's right flank was ordered to assume the offensive along the Chistopol axis for the purpose of recapturing Chistopol. The success along the First Army's front enabled us to assign it broader active goals, namely, the Army's 24th Rifle Division received orders to attack directly on Bela Bi. The Turkestan Army, 4 brigades, along the 65-kilometer Feclino front, was to attack directly to the north. The Fifth Army was to go over to the offensive along the Bugaruslan, Sergeyevsk, and Bugelma axes, with 2 brigades from the 2nd Rifle Division behind its right flank. The results of the offensive were evident as early as April 28, when the enemy's 11th and 6th Infantry Divisions were routed in battle southeast of Bugaruslan. By May 1, the Fifth Army's front ran south of Zagliadino, to the southeast of Bugaruslan, and then ran along the line of the Kinel River as far as the village of Podbelskoy, and then turned to the southwest through the village of Sarberskaya, 40 kilometers north of Krotovka, a junction along the Sergeyevsk branch line, and then turned to the northwest, to the village of Nizhnaya Orlianka, while the shock group had fallen behind the Fifth Army by an entire day's march. Its front ran along the line Troitskoy, to Zanovo, to the Malaya Kinel River, 25 kilometers to the southeast of Zagliadino. Aksievka. The First Army's units reached the line Komisarovka, Novi Kuzly, 40 kilometers to the southeast of the village of Mikhailovskoy and Saraygur Station. However, the great size of the theater slowed for a time the strategic results of Comrade Frunze's flank attack. This is why during this time the Whites II Corps scored a few more tactical successes, throwing back units of the Fifth Army on the Chernavka River and beyond the Shlanka River, while Sergeyevsk fell into their hands on April 27th, and they pushed our forces along the Chistopol axis from Ramadan toward Novospaskoy. During the following days, the Southern Group's offensive continued to develop successfully, while the Eastern Front Command, in order to accelerate the influence of the shock group's attack on the enemy along the Simbersk and Samara axes, ordered that the axis of the Turkestan Army's offensive be shifted somewhat more to the west, aiming it at Bugelma, and the Fifth Army's right flank on Shalyshnikovo Station, which would reduce even more the initial scope of our flank group's turning movement. According to these orders, the Southern Group's shock part was to reorient its front from a northeastern axis to a northwestern one. In developing these orders, Comrade Frunze on May 1st had as his goal the destruction of the enemy group operating southeast of Sergeyevsk through a double envelopment, for which the First Army was supposed to tie down the enemy through the active operations of its left flank in the area of the village of Abjelino. The Turkestan Army was to swing its right flank directly on Bugelma, and the Fifth Army, which was being reinforced, as we mentioned earlier, units of the 2nd and 35th Rifle Divisions, was supposed to organize a double envelopment of the Whites II Corps from Bugaruslan and Maliks. Upon the elimination of the enemy's Sergeyevsk group, it was planned to throw back his Bugelma group to the north through joint efforts, cutting it off from communications with Ufa. The Sergeyevsk operation also unfolded successfully for us. On May 4th, units of the Fifth Army captured Bugaruslan, and the front of the Turkestan and Fifth Armies ran along the line Novyi Taurus, Yeland, Bugaruslan. Units of the Fifth Army, which were also attacking toward the town of Sergeyevsk from the south, were located ahead, echeloned around Sergeyevsk itself, along the front Korzevka, Karmalka, Nizhnaya Orlianka. The strategic situation of the Whites II Corps, which was being threatened from the flank and rear, was becoming dangerous and could not be saved by a tactical success along the Bugaruslan axis, the result of which was the retreat of the Fifth Army's left flank units behind the Kondurcha River. Actually, as early as May 5th, the Whites were forced to clear out of the town of Sergeyevsk and to begin a general and hurried retreat to Bugelma. The strategic results of the Southern Group's counter-maneuver manifested themselves on this day. They were expressed by the fact that the Whites had to renounce their successes along the Red Second Army's right flank. That is, the influence of Frunze's maneuver had already begun to tell on the situation of our Northern Group. On May 4th, the Whites abandoned the town of Chistopol and began a withdrawal to the east. However, Gaida's Siberian Army along the Second Army's sector continued to secure local territorial successes, while strongly pushing back the Army's 28th Rifle Division, forcing it to fall back behind the Vyaka River on May 4th. M.V. Frunze, foreseeing the successful outcome of the Sergeyevsk operation even before its completion, in a May 4th directive was already outlining the parallel pursuit of the enemy along the Bugulma axis, shifting the Fifth Army's right flank to Dimka Station in order to cut off the enemy's withdrawal route from Sergeyevsk to Bugulma. The Turkestan Army was supposed to cover this maneuver against the Belabi area. But as early as May 6th, Comrade Frunze's plan had outgrown these borders and turned into a broad and new Bugulma, Belabi operation. The operations that developed from Comrade Frunze's decision, adopted on May 6, 1919, are inextricably linked to each other, one flowing from the other, which is why we consider it possible to unite them under the title of the Bugulma, Belabi operation. The operation's chief idea consisted of cutting the enemy off from his rear communications with Ufa and was distinguished by the same broad scope of operational creativity by which all of M.V. Frunze's preceding operational arrangements were distinguished. The characteristic features of the operation itself are sketched as follows. The First Army, while actively defending Orenburg, was supposed to push forward the troops from the Orenburg area to the front Ostrovnoye, Chernostazkaya, Mirantilovo. The Army's remaining two divisions, 20th and 24th, were supposed to reach the front Starely-Tamak, Shafranovo, securing through this maneuver the Turkestan Army to the left against a possible attack against it from the Starely-Tamak area. The Turkestan Army received orders, upon concentrating in the area of Saraygur Station, to attack directly on the town of Belabi. The Fifth Army retained its previous task of advancing its right flank as quickly as possible to the area of Dimka Station. This broad and brilliantly conceived operation would have resulted in the complete encirclement of the enemy if the disposition of the forces in space had corresponded to this idea. But as a result of the preceding operations and the reduction in the depth of the turning movement of Frunze's shock group as early as the beginning of its maneuver, the front of Frunze's three armies by the start of this operation, due to the rapidity of the Fifth Army's activities, ended up echeloned back from the left flank. The task of conducting a frontal offensive against the enemy in the Bugulma area fell to the left flank echelon, in the shape of the Fifth Army, which was the strongest and closest to the enemy. However, the Fifth Army itself was outflanking him with his right flank. We could not count on the support of the Second Army's right flank from the Chistopol axis because of its great distance from the Fifth Army's left flank and the slowness of the Second Army's advance. We repeat that such a situation arose contrary to the will of the Southern Group Command. The Group Command could only gradually adjust it, which was expressed in the direction of the Turkestan Army not on Bugulma, but on Belabi, and by fulfilling its mission of defeating Kappel's Corps, which was completing its concentration there. The operation itself unfolded in the following manner. As should have been expected, the Red Fifth Army was the first to come into contact with the enemy around Bugulma, launching its main attack along its right flank. On May 9th it unfolded along the line Avgelino, Repyevka, Dimskaya, Durasova, while the situation of its right flank 25th Rifle Division, the front Avgelino, Repyevka, was especially threatening to the enemy's rear communications, which is why it was ordered to energetically continue its advance to the railroad bridge over the Ik River. Under threat from this maneuver, the enemy abandoned Bugulma and Red troops entered it on May 13, 1919. The Turkestan Army's forward units came into contact with the Whites' troops in the Belabi area, and on May 13 the Army deployed in the area of the village of Chegodeevo with the 1st Army's 24th Rifle Division echelon to the right and behind in the Berzbliakova area, and the Army's 20th Rifle Division still further echelon back in the Zildairovo area. The Belabi operation was actually conducted without the Fifth Army being operationally subordinated to Comrade Frunze. The new commander of the Eastern Front, Comrade A.A.A. Samoilo, decided to employ the Fifth Army to assist the northern group of Red Armies. On May 10th, the Fifth Army was directly subordinated to the Eastern Front Command, and it was ordered, upon the occupation of Bugulma, to regroup its front in a northeastern direction along the line Rakovo, Bugulma, Kichui River, in expectation of a further movement to assist the Red Second Army. On May 14th, Samoilo again directed the Fifth Army's main forces on Belabi, ordering the 25th Rifle Division against the town and to pull the 2nd Rifle Division into his reserve to the Sukalovo area. On May 17th, Samoilo issued a new directive, which determined the sharp turn of the Fifth Army's main forces to the north. The Army was instructed, while firmly securing the Bugelma, Ufa, and Bugelma, Bursk axes, to cross the Kama River along the sector Yelabuga, mouth of the Vyatka River, and to launch an attack against the left flank of the enemy operating north of the Kama River. The Red 2nd and 3rd Armies were to simultaneously go over to the offensive against the opposing enemy. But because the enemy's center of resistance in the Bela-Bi area had not yet been eliminated, 2 divisions, the 25th Rifle Division from the Avgelino area and the 2nd Rifle Division from the area of the village of Sokolovo, were transferred to Comrade Frunze from the 5th Army. Besides this, a division from the 5th Army was moving along the Bugelma-Ufa Railroad to assist the southern group. On May 19, Samoilo ordered the 5th Army to cross not over the Kama River, but over the Belia River, to attack the enemy in the rear. Thus, the Bela-Bi operation was conducted by Comrade Frunze with only the indirect assistance of the 5th Army, while unity of command along the Bela-Bi axis had been disrupted. Comrade Frunze made no changes to 1st Army's preceding missions and only demanded their energetic realization in view of the clear signs of demoralization among the enemy's troops. The 25th Rifle Division received orders to envelop Bela-Bi from the north. The resistance by units of Kappel's Corps, which were arriving one by one at Bela-Bi, and which was being threatened by a pincer movement from the north and south, was not especially lengthy, and as early as May 17 the Corps had abandoned Bela-Bi and was falling back in disorder behind the Belia River in the direction of Ufa. However, while underestimating the scope of the enemy's defeat along the Ufa axis, on May 18 Samoilo halted the southern group's pursuit along the line of Tokhaitau Mountain, Shafranova, Lake Lelikul, Tyupkul dy, Tamyanova Station, forbidding it to cross the line without his order. This decision of his is explained by the fear of the defeat in detail of those units that had forged far ahead during the pursuit. He wished to carry out the pursuit in a systematic and concentrated fashion. The Bela-Bi operation was the concluding link in that chain of operations into which the southern group's maneuver was broken up, the beginning of which may be traced to April 22, the 1st Army's meeting battles along the Samish River. Comrade Frunze, in the course of nearly a month, had brilliantly carried out the difficult task entrusted to him and finally tore the offensive initiative from the enemy's hands. The morale consequences of the counter-maneuver were no less great. They finally undermined the internal communications of Kolchak's armies. While a favorable turn in operations was maturing in the center of the Red Eastern Front, the enemy continued to win temporary successes along the neighboring sectors. The enemy in the Orenburg and Uralsk regions, taking advantage of the weakening of the troops operating there, manifested increased activity. He unsuccessfully attempted to capture the city of Orenburg and temporarily established himself in the town of Alexandrovka. Along the 2nd Army's front, the enemy managed on May 13 to carry out a partial breakthrough of the front in the area of the village of Vyatsky Polyany, on the Vyatka River, but this breakthrough was eliminated by the forces of the 2nd Army's local reserves. In the meantime, the pressure of the 5th Army could be felt in the Minzelinsk area in the last third of May, which forced the enemy to pull part of his forces back from the line of the Vyatka River to the east. The Red 2nd Army took advantage of this and on May 25, through its right flank, 28th Rifle Division, over to the eastern bank of the Vyatka River and then crossed the remainder of its forces, which had rapidly advanced to the Izhevsk, Votkinsk area, which marked the limit of subsequent offensive attempts by General Gaida's Siberian Army. Gaida soon had to renounce even that active maneuver, which he would have undertaken along his right flank along the Vyatka axis, for the purpose of parrying the Red 2nd Army's maneuver. In spite of this, in the beginning of June Gaida pushed the Red 3rd Army back and temporarily occupied the town of Glazov, although he was soon forced to begin a retreat under the influence of the overall situation along the front. Now there was an opportunity to take advantage of and to expand the success achieved along the central sector of Comrade Frunze's front. The Eastern Front Command had in mind first of all the enemy group which was operating north of the Kama River, which the 3rd and 2nd Armies were to attack, while the 5th Army was to throw 2 of its divisions along the lower reaches of the Belia River to the right bank of the Kama River to assist these armies. Its remaining divisions, having crossed over the Belia River, were supposed to support the southern group in capturing the Ufa area. The latter, aside from this mission, was supposed to energetically suppress offensive attempts by the Orenburg and Uralsk Cossacks. The Ural Cossacks, taking advantage of the material support by the British from Persia through Guryev, had already surrounded Uralsk, while the Orenburg Cossacks had arrived at Orenburg itself. Both of these locales were in a very difficult situation. The favorable conclusion of the Belabii operation freed up the hands of the Southern Group Command in this regard. The Group Command had the opportunity to reinforce the troops operating in the Orenburg and Uralsk regions with 3 infantry brigades and to begin energetic operations against the rebels in the Orenburg, Aletsky Gorodok area and against the Uralsk Cossacks in the Novozinsk, Alexandrovka area. Events on the Northern Front, which, as we have mentioned, was created by the Entente for cooperating with the main, Eastern Front, are somewhat linked to the events on the Eastern Front. However, this cooperation was not achieved before the end of the Northern Front's existence. During this period, when Kolchak's armies were straining all of their might along the Perm, Vyatka axis in order to develop their offensive activity, the White forces of the Northern Front were not in a condition to manifest any kind of activity. The harsh climatic conditions of the Northern Theater in the Murmansk and Archangel areas determined the halt there of major combat operations for the winter period. The most significant event there during the winter of 1918 and 19 was the struggle to capture Shenkersk, which fell to Red forces on February 25, 1919. The mutual situation of both enemies on the Northern Front did not undergo any profound changes during the early spring of 1919. An attempt by local pro-Soviet forces, with the support of the Finnish government, to establish themselves in April 1919 in the Olenice area and to spread their influence on Lodinoy Poly was quickly eliminated by Soviet forces with the support of the Lake Ladoga flotilla. The summer of 1919 was noteworthy for the strong disintegration among the units of the counter-revolutionary Russian Northern Army along the theater's main axes, Archangel and Murmansk, which in and of itself excluded the possibility of active operations on its part. This disintegration was expressed in the mutinies of entire units and their going over to the Soviet forces' side and their abandonment of entire combat sectors. As a result of one of these mutinies, on July 22, 1919, the town of Onyega fell into the hands of the Red troops. The disintegration also touched deeply those British troops who were fighting on the Northern Front. On the other hand, voices were heard in Britain itself that the British expedition should abandon the White Sea coast. This question was resolved in principle in August 1919. But the British command decided to first launch a brief attack against the Red Sixth Army in order to ease the withdrawal of its forces. The correlation of both sides' forces enabled the British command to undertake this operation. At the same time as the enemy's forces along the Archangel axis had reached 32,000 troops, while numbering 14,000 along the Murmansk axis, the Sixth Army could oppose against them only 22,700 troops. The enemy's offensive began in the first 10 days of August and was directed upstream along the northern Dvina River. Soviet units were thrown back along the Kotlas axis, after which the British halted their operations and offered to evacuate the Russian counter-revolutionary units to the Civil War's other fronts. The Russian Counter-Revolutionary Command, in the person of General Miller, turned this proposal down and, in its turn, decided to go over to the offensive with its own forces along the Vologda and Onyega axes. The Whites' regrouping took up all of August, while the Dvinsk axis had been greatly weakened by the enemy so that his second offensive began only in the beginning of September. This time, once again the enemy achieved only purely local successes in the form of the recapture of Onyega and the seizure of Plesitskaya station, after which his offensive died out, while at the same time the British abandoned Archangel on September 27th and Murmansk on October 1st, thus leaving the enemy's northern army to its own devices. This army's strength did not exceed 25,000 men, and it was forced to defend an enormous front from the Finnish border to the Ural Mountains. Attempts to strengthen it through mobilizing the local population did not yield favorable results. The inhabitants of Onyega area of Karelia even raised an armed insurrection during an attempt to mobilize them, and General Miller had to renounce his attempt. Thus, as the result of the summer campaign on the Northern Front, its complete security for Soviet strategy became clear. It only remained to wait for its disbandment. This was once again the result of that process of disintegration which broke out with renewed strength among the forces of the Northern Anti-Soviet Front in the beginning of 1920. The realization of the hopelessness of further struggle at this time had become so embedded in the Whites' frontline units that these units met the slogan, which had been proclaimed by a land assembly that was meeting in Archangel, of strengthening the front for further struggle, with an entire series of new mutinies, and opened up an entire series of free space along the main axes for which there were no troops to fill. The Red 6th Army Command took advantage of this situation, going over to an energetic offensive and, during the week of 8 to 15 February 1920, all three of the main sectors of the enemy's front were eliminated and the roads to Archangel and Onega opened. The government of the northern region fled from Archangel, abandoning its defenders to the vicissitudes of fate. Upon hearing of the government's flight, power in the city of Murmansk was seized by local workers through an internal uprising on February 19, 1920. Due to this circumstance, the group of enemy forces still holding out along the Murmansk axis began to hurriedly fall back to the Finnish border, without waiting for the enemy's detachments from the Onega axis to link up and which were forced to capitulate. The further advance of the Red forces to the White Sea coast and the Arctic Ocean took place unobstructed. On February 21, 1920, Red forces entered Archangel and occupied the town of Onega on February 26, and on March 13 they were in Murmansk. Only within the confines of Karelia, in the Ukta area, did small counter-revolutionary forces hold on and form the core of that rebellious movement which swept Karelia in the autumn of 1921. The Northern Counter-Revolutionary Front, deprived of its sole support in the form of foreign troops, was rapidly eliminated. This serves as the best proof of its slight organic link with that population, the interests of which it sought to represent and defend. A result of the front's elimination was the return to the Soviet regime of the White Sea and Arctic Ocean coasts, with their 2 year-round ports and a territory of 640,000 square kilometers and a population of 640,000 people. In the operational sense, the side's actions on the secondary northern front do not offer much of interest. The lack of roads in the theater, the presence of enormous and inaccessible spaces, the sparse population, and the harsh climate were all conditions that restricted the Army's operational freedom. On the other hand, events in this theater are of significant tactical interest. The researcher studying operations in forests in winter conditions will find much that is interesting and instructive in the combat episodes of this front, bound by the tundra and primeval harsh forests of the north. Events on the Turkestan front. The Eastern Front Command, Comrade Samoilo, having decided to continue to pursue the enemy, as before entrusted the most active and responsible tasks to the Southern Group, Comrade Frunze. Following the completion of the Bugelma, Belabi operation, it assigned the Southern Group the following tasks. While continuing to pursue the enemy, to capture the Ufa, Sterli-Tamak area, the town of Sterli-Tamak had actually been occupied as early as May 28 by the 1st Army's cavalry, to suppress the uprising in the Orenburg and Uralsk regions and to firmly secure these areas. The 5th Army, which at this time had directed the axis of its movement on Krasnofimsk, was to render support for the Southern Group by detaching 1.5 divisions to the Belia River and to cross over in the area of the village of Aklistanov. Such was the general sense of the Eastern Front Command's Directives 18 to 19 May. See Map 5 of the Plate section. The Eastern Front Command entrusted the task of capturing Ufa to the Turkestan Army, reinforcing it with 1 division, 24th Rifle, from the 1st Army, and intended to outflank with this army's right flank the enemy around Ufa from the southeast, while at the same time getting into his rear communications with cavalry. For the purpose of assisting the Turkestan Army, the 1st Army's left flank was also supposed to manifest activity along the Sterli-Tamak axis. Thus, according to the operational idea, broad pincers were to envelop the enemy from the north, 1.5 divisions from the 5th Army, and south, the Turkestan Army's right flank and the 1st Army's left flank. The enemy, in turn, had not lost hope of getting the initiative back into his hands. While relying on the natural line of the Belia River, he was concentrating a powerful shock fist, consisting of 6 infantry regiments, near the mouth of the Belia River. Chapter 9, the Ufa Operation. The forcing of the Ural Range by the Red Armies. The pursuit of the White Armies in Siberia downstream from Ufa. These regiments had been moved up from Ekaterinburg for securing Kansan's right flank. They were planning another such concentration behind the Belia River, upstream from Ufa. It was evidently planned to grasp in their pincers, in turn, the Turkestan Army's flanks with both of these shock groups. Such were the operational prerequisites of the Ufa operation, in which the 5th and Turkestan Armies, numbering 49,000 infantry and cavalry, rounded out, and 92 guns, took part from the Soviet side, and on the enemy's side, as before, General Kanzin's Western Army, numbering 46,000 to 47,000 infantry and cavalry, rounded out, and 119 guns. On May 25th, the Southern Group's forces reached the line indicated by the Eastern Front Command, the May 18th directive, and here, in accordance with this directive, they stood in place for 3 days. It was only on May 28th that an order was issued for a general assumption of the offensive, the beginning of which was set for May 28th. This temporary delay gave the enemy the opportunity to preempt us in the start of the offensive by its right flank group, and in general, gave him the opportunity to recover and regroup. The Red Army's first successes in the struggle against Kolchak might have subsequently led, according to the experience of preceding operations, to a certain weakening of the troops' energy. The situation demanded taking the victory over Kolchak to his final defeat. This is exactly how Comrade Lenin put the question, which is clear from the telegram cited here. 25/V 1919, Moscow, the Kremlin. Simbirsk, the Eastern Front's Revolutionary Military Council, Guzov, Lashevich, Uranev. If we do not take the Urals before winter, then I consider the doom of the revolution to be inevitable. Strain all your forces. Keep an attentive eye on reinforcements. Mobilize completely the frontline area population. Keep an eye on political work. Telegraph me in code weekly the results. Read this telegram to Muralov, Smirnov, Rosengal TS and all prominent communists and Petrograd workers. Confirm receipt. Pay the closest attention to the mobilization of the Orenburg Cossacks. You are responsible for seeing that the units do not begin to disintegrate and that their spirit remains high. Lenin. Thus the Red Fifth Army's battle with the enemy's right flank shock group, which had managed to finish regrouping and cross the Belia River, served as the prologue to the Ufa operation. This battle began on May 28th in the area of the village of Byserovo, and as early as May 29th ended with the Red Fifth Army's victory. The enemy's offensive attempts along the Turkestan Army's front, undertaken by him on 28 to 29 May, were unsuccessful, and the Fifth Army's victory unleashed the Turkestan Army's left flank and enabled it to begin a successful advance to the line of the Belia River. Thus, the first period of the Ufa operation was characterized by the enemy's assumption of the offensive along a broad front for the purpose of restoring its operational freedom, while he managed to win some time for himself, ended in a new victory by the Red Armies, which was the result of the operational cooperation of the Turkestan and Fifth Army's internal flanks. This was disrupted in the subsequent course of the operation. The Fifth Army, which was the enveloping maneuver echelon, could have completed the enemy's encirclement in the Ufa area by continuing its unrelenting pursuit to the southeast. However, in following the directives received, it crossed the Belia River on May 30th and began to sharply veer to the north, toward the town of Bursk, which it occupied on June 7th. Thus, in the subsequent operation around Ufa, the Southern Group had to operate independently, out of direct contact with the Fifth Army. The Fifth Army's movement on Bursk sped up the course of events favorable to us along the Red Second Army's front. The enemy began to hurriedly fall back before it, and it was moving rapidly on Serapol and the Izhevsk factory. On June 4th, the Southern Group's Turkestan Army came into close combat contact along the Belia River with Kanzin's defeated army. The latter was no longer setting any active goals and was only preparing for a stubborn defense of the Belia River, having destroyed all crossings over it. As we have mentioned, following an unsuccessful meeting engagement with the Fifth Army, the enemy's right flank group, having lost its communications, had to veer sharply to the southeast, which is why it had a more massive group of forces along his left flank, along the sector of the Belia River upstream from Ufa. This group took the following final form. 2 of the 6 Corps divisions were located along both sides of the Samara-Zlatorust Railroad for the immediate defense of Ufa. 2 weak divisions were stretched along a broad front north of Ufa as far as the mouth of the Karmasen River. The most viable units, Kapel's Corps, numbering 4 divisions, were located along a comparatively narrow 40 to 50-kilometer front approximately as far as Sepashevo Station. Further on the First Army's front, a screen from the remnants of a brigade from the 6th Infantry Division and several cavalry regiments was on the move. The Southern Group Command aimed, as before, its main attack along the Turkestan Army's right flank to the Archangel Factory, to envelop the enemy's left flank. From here, it was planned to reach the enemy's rear railroad line in the area of Tukhachevskii station. 4 rifle and 3 cavalry brigades were assigned to the shock group. But this group's crossing over the Belia River on the night of 7 to 8 June in the area of Tukhachevskii station was unsuccessful because the floating bridge that had been laid was wrecked by the swift current. However, this failure was recompensed on the same night by the 25th Rifle Division's successful crossing, on the initiative of local commanders, along the Belia River below Ufa, near Krasnaya Yar station. The enemy's attempts throughout June 8 to throw our crossed units back were unsuccessful. The Army Command quickly committed its reserve, the 31st Rifle Division from Dmitrievka station, into the fighting, with which it consolidated its position along the right bank of the Belia River and, while developing the success achieved, occupied Ufa on June 9. The enemy, while resting his right flank on the Ufa River, attempted to hold on to the line of the Belia River above Ufa, where he managed to delay our advance until June 16, after which the general retreat of Kansan's army to the east began. The start of the Ufa operation is noteworthy for the enemy command's unsuccessful attempt to once again seize the operational initiative and the failure which struck this attempt, which was due not only to material reasons, but also due to the breakdown of the enemy's morale. This circumstance would subsequently come to be the chief factor, and further operations took place in a situation in which the Red Army Command held the initiative in those operations which had as their goal the final defeat of the enemy's material and moral strength on the Eastern Front. The overall number of prisoners from the time of the beginning of the countermaneuver by Comrade Frunze's Southern Group and ending with the Ufa operation, calculated at 25,500 men, speaks to the scale of the moral breakdown of the enemy's armies. Our losses are calculated at 16,000 wounded and killed. The Counter-Revolutionary Army's strategic failure did not justify sacrificing for its sake the Siberian Army's last combat-capable reserves. Now only 3 divisions, which had barely begun to be formed in Omsk and Tomsk, remained at Admiral Kolchak's disposal as strategic reserves. In the economic sense, the loss of the Ural factories meant for the enemy the loss of those orders for supplying the armies that had been quartered there. Finally, with the loss of the Ufa area, the enemy was deprived of the significant food supplies that had been gathered there. However, the situation in the Orenburg and Uralsk regions continued to be tense. Here, despite the partial reinforcement of the Fourth Army, the superiority of forces continued to lie with the enemy. He disposed of 21,000 infantry and cavalry against the Fourth Army's 13,000 infantry and cavalry, which is why he continued to gain local successes over individual groups and launched a powerful attack against one of them near Shapovo Station. The Southern Group Command had to once again reinforce its right flank, dispatching from the Turkestan Army yet another division, 25th, and directing it to the Buzaluk area, after which the Turkestan Army was disbanded on June 19, 1919, and its units distributed between the 5th and 1st Armies. While the Ufa operation matured and was resolved, the Red Second Army was preparing to shift its main forces over the Kama River along the Eastern Front's central operational axis, while one of the Army's divisions, 5th Rifle, had already crossed over the Kama River in the Bui area, and the Third Army was already approaching the line of this river, pushing back the main mass of the enemy's Siberian Army's forces. In such a situation, the Red Eastern Front's command had to resolve the problem of overcoming the Ural Range. At the same time, major differences arose between the Eastern Front's Revolutionary Military Council, on the one hand, and the Commander-in-Chief and the RVSR's representative, on the other, regarding the character of the Eastern Front's subsequent actions. The Commander-in-Chief insisted on halting the Eastern Front's main forces, in general, along the line of the Belia River, in order to shift part of its forces to the Southern Front. The chairman of the RVSR supported this insistently. However, the party's Central Committee came out in support of the Eastern Front's Revolutionary Military Council and in this manner predetermined the victory. The chairman of the RVSR resigned, but the Central Committee turned it down. Comrade Vatsidis, the commander-in-chief, resigned and Comrade Kamenev was appointed in his place, which happened after we overcame the Urals. Before the start of the operation to overcome the Ural Range, the Soviet armies of the Eastern Front's center and left flank disposed overall of 81,000 infantry and cavalry against the enemy's 70,500 infantry and cavalry, which were described by our Eastern Front Command as being of little combat value. The Eastern Front Command put on the agenda the question of seizing the most accessible sector of the Ural Range, along with the city of Zlatoust, which was the key to the plains of Siberia. While holding Zlatoust, the enemy relied on the comparatively dense railroad net in this sector, 2 lines: Omsk, Kurgan, Zlatoust and Omsk, Tyumen, Ekaterinburg, and besides this, 2 lateral railroad lines, Berdyansk, Akinsky Zavod, Chusovaya and Troitsk, Chelyabinsk, Ekaterinburg, Kushva. This railroad network offered the enemy complete freedom for broad maneuver, which one could foresee. Before the start of the overall broad operation by the Eastern Front's armies, the correlation and distribution of both sides' forces may be sketched in the following manner. As before, the Red Fourth Army in the Ural region had to deal with a numerically superior enemy. He disposed of 21,000 infantry and cavalry. Of this number, 15,000 were cavalry, against its 13,000 infantry and cavalry. The First Army, including the Orenburg Group, had approximately 11,000 infantry and cavalry against nearly equal enemy forces. The Fifth Army, including the former Turkestan Army, with 29,000 infantry and cavalry along the main axis of attack, the front Zlatoust, Krasnofimsk, was faced by the repeatedly defeated and very demoralized units of Kanzan's army, numbering 18,000 infantry and cavalry. Further on, the Second Army, numbering 21,600 infantry and cavalry, was pushing back the enemy group facing it, which numbered 14,000 infantry and cavalry. Along the Perm axis, the enemy disposed of 23,500 infantry and cavalry against the Red Third Army's 29,200 infantry and cavalry. The Third Army's strength is explained by its flank position and the size and difficulty of its area of operations. The Front Command hurried the Second Army to advance. Although the latter crossed its main forces to the left bank of the Kama River, only the 7th Rifle Division remained on the right bank of the Kama, in the Izhevsk area, on June 20th. Nevertheless, by the time of the start of the Zlatoust operation, it was echeloned 2 days' march behind the Fifth Army. Thus, the main role was to fall to the Fifth Army in the new and decisive operation. The enemy was obstinately preparing to defend the Zlatoust junction, fully and correctly evaluating its strategic and economic significance. The Zlatoust Plateau, with the important strategic junction of Zlatoust, was covered from the west by the inaccessible and wooded Karatau Range, which was cut by narrow passages along which ran the Ufa-Zlatoust Railroad, which was closer to the Fifth Army's right flank, and the Bursk-Zlatoust Road, which ran from the Fifth Army's left flank. The latter was the closest means of reaching Zlatoust. Besides this, the narrow valleys of the Urizen and Ai rivers, which were at an angle to the railroad, could also have been employed for troop movements, although with difficulty. In evaluating these local conditions, the enemy stationed his forces in 2 equal groups, along the Bursk Road and the railroad line, with the least combat-capable Ural Corps, 1.5 infantry and 3 cavalry divisions, along the first, and 2 infantry divisions and 1 cavalry brigade, Kappel's Corps, along the second. Another 2.5 infantry divisions were stationed 5 days' march behind both of these groups, in the area to the west of Zlatoust, as a reserve. The rapid denouement of the Zlatoust operation was the result of the Fifth Army Command's plan, which had calculated its maneuver on the precise appraisal of the element of terrain. Taking into account the flanking axis of the Bursk Road and the valley of the Urizen River in regard to the sole route of retreat of the enemy group, which was located along the Samara-Zlatoust Railroad, the Army Command decided to bring up its shock fist along the 2 enumerated axes into the rear of the enemy group and completely destroy it. The disposition of troops in the area sharply underlined the operational idea and completely corresponded to the characteristic features of the terrain. The space to the south of the Samara-Zlatoust Railroad was secured by 6 regiments of the 24th Rifle Division, which were stretched out along a 90-kilometer front. The Southern Shock Group, consisting of 1 cavalry division and 1 rifle brigade, the 26th Rifle Division's 3rd Rifle Brigade, was aimed along the line of the Samara-Zlatoust Railroad. The southern sector of the front, which lay opposite the Karatau Range, was completely free of troops, although along the army's left flank of only 30 kilometers, between the villages of Eidos and Urazbekti, the Northern Shock Group, consisting of 15 rifle regiments and a lot of light and heavy artillery, 27th Rifle Division and 2 brigades from the 26th Rifle Division, was to deploy. The 35th Rifle Division, 2 brigades, was echeloned 2 days' march behind the left flank for maintaining communications with the Second Army, according to the Front Command's instructions. The Northern Shock Group's offensive was to be carried out by 2 columns. The 26th Rifle Division was to move along the valley of the Urizen River, and the 27th Rifle Division along the Bursk Road. On the night of 23 to 24 June, the 26th Rifle Division successfully crossed the Ufa River near the village of Eidos, and a day later, that is, on the night of 24 to 25 June, the 27th Division did the same no less successfully near the village of Urazbukti. Thus, from the very beginning of the operation, the 26th Rifle Division was 1 day's march ahead of the overall front of the army and its neighbor to the left. This lack of contact in space increased even more because the 27th Rifle Division encountered stubborn resistance by the enemy along the Bursk Road and lost a day's worth of time in overcoming it. The 26th Rifle Division, despite the extremely difficult terrain conditions, moving in a single column along the 50-kilometer narrow ravine of the Urizen River and often forced to move along the riverbed, had already reached the Zlatoust Plateau on July 1st, while the 27th Rifle Division was still 2 days' march behind it. The 26th Rifle Division reached this plateau in a seriously weakened state, because along the way it had dispatched 2 of its regiments for operations against the rear of that enemy group which had begun to rapidly fall back along the Samara, Zlatoust Railroad on Zlatoust before its 3rd Brigade. Thus, only 4 of the 26th Rifle Division's regiments appeared on the Zlatoust Plateau. However, their appearance was completely unexpected for the enemy, and its first attacks successfully fell upon units of the White's 12th Infantry Division, which had been widely dispersed for rest. However, the latter quickly recovered and gathered toward the village of Nizabash, and there nearly surrounded the 26th Rifle Division on July 3rd. On July 5th, the 27th Rifle Division, in emerging out on the Zlatoust Plateau, defeated the White's 4th Infantry Division, which had been moved up against it, and was preparing to help the 26th Rifle Division, but the latter managed not only to restore its situation in the area of the village of Nizabash, but itself inflicted a defeat on the White's 12th Infantry Division. Although the enemy was not completely destroyed, he had nevertheless been thrown back to the near approaches to Zlatoust. Following a series of local battles, on July 7th, both sides had established close combat contact along the Line Arsha River, Ai River, Mursalim Kino Station, after which a quiet in combat activities settled in for a while, until the 5th Army Command managed to bring up the 35th Rifle Division, which it had left in the form of a security echelon to its left. There was now no need for this, because the 2nd Army occupied Krasnofimsk on July 4th. On July 10th, the 5th Army once again went over to the offensive, this time launching an attack against the center of the enemy line along the shortest route to Zlatoust, and on July 13th it occupied this important strategic junction. Almost simultaneously, that is, on July 14th, units of the 2nd Army occupied another important strategic railroad junction, the city of Ekaterinburg, now the city of Sverdlovsk. The disposition of enemy forces during the Zlatoust operation excluded the possibility of encircling all of its Western Army, the deep echeloning of reserves, but the encirclement of its southern group, Kappel's Corps, might have been achieved if a hitch had not occurred in arriving at the Zlatoust Plateau. This hitch was the result of the uncoordinated nature of the operations of the columns of the 5th Army's northern group, which almost resulted in the local defeat of its right column. The Army Command, it stands to reason, was unable to spread its influence to all particulars of the operation's realization, which, nevertheless, is an instructive example of skillful maneuvering. As a result of the Zlatoust operation, Kansan's Western Army rapidly fell back on Chelyabinsk, threatening to bear the last railroad communication for Belov's army, which was operating along the Orenburg axis. The morale results were even more significant. Kolchak's war minister defined the condition of his front as one that had become completely demoralized. The decisive success in the Zlatoust area was quite timely, taking into account the threat to the junction of the Soviet southern and eastern fronts on the part of the enemy group from Tsaritsyn and from the Ural region. As early as July 4th, the High Command was ordering the Eastern Front Command to secure its rear along the right bank of the Volga River and the Saratov-Kirsanov Railroad. In carrying out these instructions, the Eastern Front Command planned to concentrate in the middle of August 2 rifle divisions and 2 independent brigades in the Saratov-Atkarsk area. The collapse of the enemy front reached such a scale that the Eastern Front Command was able to resort to such regroupings, while the High Command was able to employ its surplus forces on other fronts. The enemy's Northern Siberian Army numbered only 6,000 troops, although in June it required provisions for 350,000. The strength of the other armies, Kansan's Western and Belov's Southern, was not much better. An attempt to once again move to the front the Czechoslovak Corps, which was in the rear, yielded no result. Its demoralization had become so obvious that it inspired fear among the representatives of the Entente powers. The Kolchak Command committed its last reserves into the fight in the form of 3 not fully formed divisions. On 26, the White Command reformed the remnants of its armies into 3 armies. Gaida's Siberian Army was broken up into the 1st and 2nd Armies, with General Diderix at their head, and Kansan's army was renamed the 3rd Army. The White Command, having reorganized the command of its armies and having brought up its last strategic reserves in the form of 3 not fully formed divisions, 11th, 12th, and 13th Infantry Divisions, from the Omsk area, made a final attempt to seize the initiative from the Red Command. It was planned to carry out this attempt in the Chelyabinsk area. The strategic and economic importance of this major railroad junction was very great for both sides. In the case of the Whites, it had significance as the last part of the Ekaterinburg-Chelyabinsk lateral railroad in their hands, as the railroad's Ekaterinburg sector had already been occupied by the Reds. Chelyabinsk was important to the latter as the starting point of the Trans-Siberian Railroad and, furthermore, with its large railroad shops and coal mines, it was an economically important area for the Reds. Following the victorious completion of the Zlatoust operation, the Fifth Army rapidly developed the pursuit of the enemy along the Chelyabinsk axis and was able to cross the Ural Range, while the Eastern Front's right flank armies, 1st and 4th, were echeloned behind and their operations were developing along diverging axes, to the southeast and south, from the Fifth Army's operational axis. Thus, the Fifth Army could not count on operational cooperation with them. The Fifth Army was just as isolated in space in regards to its left flank, because the Red Third Army, which had merged with the former Red Second Army, was developing its operations from the Ekaterinburg area, which was already 140 to 150 kilometers from Chelyabinsk, along the Tobolsk operational axis, the front Shadrinsk, Turinsk. Taking into account such a disposition of the Red forces following the passage of the Ural Range, the White Command set out to inflict a separate defeat on the Red Fifth Army. For this purpose, it moved up its strategic reserve, 3 divisions, to reinforce its Third Army's, Kansan's former army, right flank, while gathering along its left flank a shock fist, also consisting of no less than 3 divisions, from the army itself. It intended to envelop our Fifth Army's open flanks from north and south with these 2 shock fists and, to better ensure the success of this maneuver, it had already even made such a sacrifice as voluntarily giving up the very important Chelyabinsk junction, calculating in this way to force our Fifth Army, in the throes of pursuit, to set itself up for an attack by his flank groups. It seemed as if the initial course of events would justify all of the White Command's assumptions. The Fifth Army, while pushing aside the enemy's rearguards, occupied the city of Chelyabinsk on July 27th. One of the participants of this operation, Comrade Ike, puts the capture of Chelyabinsk on July 24th. We are guided here by the official dispatch of the RVSR's field staff, which mentions the date of July 27th, and, while pursuing the enemy, moved along a broad front, with the heads of its division's columns along one line. Before long, events began to favor the enemy even more. According to a Front Command directive of July 30th, the Southern Group, 4th and 1st Armies, was to throw back the enemy facing them along its left flank to the area of the Southern Urals, with the support of the 5th Army's units, while the 5th Army, upon detaching the 24th Rifle Division to support the Southern Group, was to attempt to throw the enemy back to the south of the Trans-Siberian Railroad with its main forces, while capturing as quickly as possible the area of the town of Troitsk, while keeping in mind the subsequent movement to the line of the Tobol River, from Kostanai to Akhovskia. The Third Army kept its former task of capturing the Shadrinsk and Turinsk areas, with the subsequent task of reaching the Tobol River from Akhovskia to Tobolsk. This directive had a positive and negative significance for the forthcoming Chelyabinsk operation. Its positive significance lay in the fact that for its realization the Fifth Army Command was supposed to compress the disposition of its forces toward its left flank, which was carried out by it by means of more narrowly slicing the offensive sectors for its left flank divisions. Thus it encountered the attack by the White Third Army's northern group, which was already raised against it, in a more favorable grouping. But the detachment of the 24th Rifle Division to assist the southern group, which excluded the latter's participation in the operation itself, was quite unfavorable for the Fifth Army and evidently brought about the slicing of the 100-kilometer-wide maneuver zone for the 26th Rifle Division, which was now on the Fifth Army's right flank. Of course, this greatly weakened the right flank at the moment when the White Third Army's southern group was, in its turn, preparing to attack it. The latter began its offensive on July 30th. Its northern group, while launching an attack to envelop Chelyabinsk from the north, was pushing back the Fifth Army's left flank division, 35th Rifle, and there was fighting in the area of Dolgodrevnskaya Station 25 kilometers northwest of Chelyabinsk. The significance of the offensive was immediately appraised by the Fifth Army Command, which, in its turn, sought to launch an attack with its central divisions, 5th and 27th Rifle, against the left flank of the enemy's northern group. The maneuver's success depended upon the stoutness of the 26th Rifle Division, which in its turn had been attacked by superior enemy forces and which had to carry out the difficult task of securing the Central Division's maneuver from the south. Otherwise, the entire Chelyabinsk operation would have been thwarted. It selflessly carried out this task during the course of several days, although at times the fighting took place in the very suburbs of Chelyabinsk. The situation became particularly critical on July 31st, when the Fifth Army's left flank was forced to fall back to the height of Isalskaya Station and Kargayets. But as early as August 1st, the results of the Fifth Army's counter-maneuver began to tell, and the fighting swayed back and forth. On August 2nd, we already enjoyed our first major success north of Chelyabinsk, completely destroying several enemy regiments and taking up to 5,000 prisoners. This signified a turning point in the operation, because by this time the efforts of the enemy's southern group against the 26th Rifle Division had exhausted themselves. In the next 2 days, the enemy was only defending, and on August 5th, he was already in full retreat. The Chelyabinsk operation ended in complete disaster for the enemy. His losses are testimony to this. Not counting wounded and killed, he lost 15,000 in prisoners alone. His 12th Division ceased to exist completely. In the Chelyabinsk area, the 5th Army's units captured, beside this, up to 4,000 loaded rail cars and 100 steam engines. The moral consequences of the Reds' victory were even more significant than the material ones. Almost simultaneously with the Chelyabinsk victory, the Red units occupied Troitsk, August 4th, which created a rear threat to General Belov's White Southern Army's rear communications. This was already a strategic result of the victorious completion of the Chelyabinsk operation. Belov's White Southern Army was actually forced to begin a withdrawal from the Orenburg axis to the southeast. The latter circumstance, in connection with the presence of local enemy forces in the Orenburg and Uralsk regions, brought about the formation on August 13, 1919, from the Eastern Front's southern group, of a special Turkestan Front, with the Eastern Front retaining only the 3rd and 5th Armies. The Turkestan Front's task was to establish Soviet power in the Orenburg and Uralsk regions and to advance into Turkestan. The Eastern Front's armies were entrusted with the task of destroying the enemy's Siberian armies and capturing Western Siberia. See Map 6 of the Plate section. Meanwhile, the demoralization of the White Siberian armies continued in its turn, reflecting in itself the overall picture of the dissolution of Kolchak's rear. The collapse of Kolchak's front and rear was the natural result of those profound internal social contradictions and upheavals which the Kolchak regime began to experience from the first days of its assumption of power. Thus, it will be quite appropriate to tear ourselves away from the account of the course of military events and halt on the phenomena that undermined the state organization of the White Siberian government from within. The supreme ruler's first steps were already marked by a bloody struggle with the working class. On the night of 22 to 23 December 1918, an uprising of workers broke out in Omsk and its suburbs against the Kolchak regime. The uprising's communist leadership was arrested, and as a result of this, the uprising unfolded in an uncontrolled manner. The suppression of the uprising was carried out through bloody repressions. About 1,000 workers were killed and executed in Omsk alone. Along with this, the Siberian peasantry very soon became convinced in practice of the clearly landowner nature of the Kolchak regime. Sparks of discontent with the White Siberian regime, the predecessor of the Kolchak regime, had long been smoldering among the peasantry, particularly among the new arrivals. Kolchak's policy vis-a-vis the peasantry fanned these sparks into a great fire. The most vital area for the Siberian rebellion was the Yenisei area, where newcomers predominated among the peasant population. Thus, those remnants of the Red Army detachments, which had been thrown back into the taiga and hills by the Czechoslovaks and White Guards in the summer of 1918, found a particular war refuge. Fragments of these detachments were the initial cores around which the forces of local partisans began to coalesce. Uprisings of the Yenisei partisans against the Kolchak regime began at the end of December 1918. At first, this movement embraced individual villages and districts, and the detachments were small. But they consisted of a select element as regards their political consciousness and combat qualities. The majority of them were frontline soldiers from the World War, experienced hunters of the taiga and excellent skiers. The struggle against them was incredibly difficult for the government detachments, which chiefly consisted of young and poorly trained soldiers. Thus, these detachments' initial actions were not very successful. The movement spread and took on correct organizational forms. The rebellious detachments already began to number hundreds of partisans. For example, the Stepnoy Bodzhai district alone disposed of 600 well-armed and trained partisans. The main organizational center of the Yenisei uprising was formed in the northern part of the Kansk district. In January 1919, the entire Yenisei province was covered by a network of partisan detachments. The Trans-Siberian Railroad, the sole artery for supplying the White Siberian armies, was directly threatened. The Entente Military Command liberally threw Czechoslovak detachments along the Trans-Siberian Railroad, removing them from the front in order to defend it. The Kolchak government also threw itself energetically into the struggle against the rebels, while the entire weight of its mass punitive policy fell chiefly upon the population. Kolchak himself demanded the cruelest measures from his executioners, not only as regards the rebels, but also against the sympathetic population. These instructions fully unleashed the members of the Siberian punitive expeditions of various types. Mass repressions against the local population in the form of burning down entire villages, taking hostages, requisitions, and looting finally embittered the peasantry. The movement did not only not fade, but spread even more. The peasant partisan detachments were organizationally unified in a peasant army. This army had its own military revolutionary staff. The staff exercised overall military control and issued informational and intelligence reports. Before long, the movement grew out of the Yenisei province and spread to the neighboring districts of the Irkutsk province, the Shikino Front. By the summer of 1919, an independent seat of the partisan movement had arisen in the Altai region. The local communist organizations immediately took control of this movement. Despite the significant distance between them, the Siberian partisans operated under a common political slogan, the struggle for the Soviet regime. This was a mass movement, and the RKP guided it and relied on it. The local socialist, revolutionary, and Menshevik organizations, as a result of their preceding appeasement policy, had finally lost their authority and significance among the broad popular masses. They sought to maintain their influence in small circles of the urban intelligentsia and to establish contact with that part of the young Kolchak officer group which itself was not averse to organizing a military coup. The Siberian Committee of the RKP carried out an independent political line, rejecting any cooperation with these political bankrupts. It was concerned with inculcating the planned and revolutionary creativity of the masses. At the same time, it had as its task the complete division of the bankrupt political parties in the form of the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks from the broad popular masses. One may consider that as early as the summer of 1919, the peasant partisan movement had grown into such a force that Kolchak's government was not in a condition to cope with it. It turned to the Entente representatives for aid, and the latter once again forced the Czechoslovaks to actively support Kolchak. The Czechoslovak detachments, together with the White Guards, once again pushed the Siberian rebel detachments, which had been threatening the Trans-Siberian Railroad, into the taiga. This move by the Czechoslovaks was accompanied by the same cruelties as had been the feats of the Siberian punitive detachments. This final success was purchased at the price of the final demoralization of the Czechoslovak Corps. As early as July 27, 1919, the Kolchak government was forced to declare to the Entente representatives the necessity of replacing the Czechoslovaks along the rail line with other foreign forces. Leaving them for another winter in Siberia was recognized as dangerous and unwelcome. The Kolchak government's request to replace the Czechoslovaks coincided with the Entente's wavering in its relations toward the Kolchak government and to Kolchak himself. Military failures at the front and disorder in the rear forced the Entente to once again train its sights on the socialist revolutionaries as a force capable, in their opinion, of bringing the Siberian reaction out of the dead end into which Kolchak had led it. The socialist revolutionaries, in their turn, were feeling out the ground with the Entente about its attitude toward a military coup, which would once again bring a democratic regime, which had been quite unceremoniously overthrown under Entente pressure at the end of 1918, to the fore. These are the internal reasons which in the military sphere found their reflection in the progressive collapse of the combat capability and strength of the White Siberian armies. Following the Chelyabinsk operation, the number of infantry and cavalry among them fell to 50,000, although, as before, their ration strength was enormous, up to 300,000 men. All of Kolchak's appeals to the haves among the Siberian population to volunteer fell on deaf ears even there. The Kolchak government was able to gather only 200 volunteers. Thus, the White Siberian armies were completing the circle of their development. Having developed from the class detachments of the bourgeoisie and peasant mobilizations, they were once again returning to their class and kulak cadres, as the main mass of the peasantry had abandoned them and was moving along a common front with the Red Army. In such a situation, General Diderix, who had entered upon the command of all the armies of the White Front, wished for nothing more than to quickly fall behind the Tobol and Ishim rivers, in order, while relying on these lines, to attempt to cover the political center of Siberia, the city of Omsk, which besides that, was a vital center of the Siberian counter-revolution, insofar as it was the regional center of the Siberian Cossacks, who were still supporting Kolchak. An unbroken zone of peasant uprisings lay behind the Omsk area, but the Kolchak government demanded an immediate offensive to preserve its shaky external and internal political situation. Thus, the prerequisites for the last major operation of this period along the Tobol River were the enemy's political requirements, which in this case were at odds with his strategic interests. Quite the opposite, the political and strategic interests of the Soviet government coincided with the drive to eliminate the Eastern Counter-Revolutionary Front as quickly as possible, while the strength of the Soviet armies and their internal condition, following the successes achieved, allowed us to assign them broad offensive tasks and to adopt bold decisions. On August 15, 1919, the enemy's armies were once again in close combat contact along the line of the Tobol River. At the same time, the Eastern Front's Soviet armies were deeply echeloned forward in regard to the Turkestan Front's forces, which at this time were engaged in fighting the Orenburg and Uralsk Cossacks, approximately along the front Orsk-Lubishchensk. Thus, the Eastern Front's flanking Fifth Army had to secure its own right flank by detaching a special screen along the Kostanai axis. The 35th Rifle Division was being transferred here from the Army's left flank. That sector of the Tobol River which crossed the Trans-Siberian Railroad, Chelyabinsk, Omsk, was acquiring particular significance for the enemy. This is why it was most heavily manned by both sides' forces. On the Soviet side, the Fifth Army, numbering 24,000 infantry and cavalry and 84 guns, which deployed on August 17 along the 100-kilometer front Chizkia, Berezovskia, Kurgan, was operating here, having along its right flank the road from Troitsk to Petropavlovsk, and on the left the Trans-Siberian Railroad. The enemy had concentrated against it his Third Army, numbering 29,000 infantry and cavalry and 60 guns. The enemy's forces, both in regard to their internal condition and their numbers, prevented him from counting on the offensive's prolonged success. In the enemy command's plan, the role of the shock fist was to be entrusted to a cavalry corps of Siberian Cossacks, numbering up to 7,000 cavalry, which had been raised in a general mobilization. This corps was supposed to operate against the Fifth Army's flank, while at the same time the enemy's Petropavlovsk group, Third Army, was to attack it frontally. However, the gathering of the cavalry corps was taking place very slowly, and in the meantime the Red Fifth Army had made a fighting crossing over the Tobol and on August 20th was already developing an offensive on Petropavlovsk. The 5th Rifle Division, immediately following the forcing of the Tobol, was supposed, according to the Eastern Front Command's directives, to have been pulled back into the reserve and dispatched to the Southern Front. Its place was to be filled by stretching out the 2 remaining divisions, 26th and 27th, to the left. The indicated regrouping of the Fifth Army would have weakened its existing forces by an entire third and would have been a favorable prerequisite for the enemy's offensive countermaneuver. Only the enemy's lack of readiness and moral dissolution delayed the start of this countermaneuver. Its realization began on September 1st around Petropavlovsk itself. The capture of the enemy's operational orders on September 2nd uncovered all of the Whites' plans for the Reds. These consisted of launching an attack along the Fifth Army's right flank from the south with a group consisting of 2 infantry divisions, 4th and 7th, and General Domozarov's cavalry group, consisting of 2,000 cavalry, with the latter arriving in the Reds' rear. Thus, the Whites' first attack fell upon the badly extended 26th Rifle Division. It lost a part of the territory it had seized in a series of stubborn battles. The Red Command reacted quickly to the rapidly changing situation. The 5th Army commander's plan consisted of creating a shock group from the 5th Rifle Division, which had once more been committed into the fighting by the army commander, in the area of the villages of Bogdanovsky and Ostrovsky, which was confirmed by the Eastern Front commander, and 2 of the 35th Division's brigades, with one being shifted by railroad and the other along the road from the Troitsk-Kastania area. The concentration was to be completed on September 6th. The 26th Rifle Division was to concentrate with the main mass of its forces along the Petropavlovsk road and stubbornly defend. The 27th Rifle Division, having also shifted the center of its group of forces to the right flank, was supposed to energetically counterattack the enemy. Thus, the army commander intended to carry out a general regrouping of the army toward its right flank, while at the same time creating a shock group out of the arriving reinforcements. The operation's realization required time and a certain operational freedom, particularly given the presence of the enemy's mobile cavalry. At the same time, the enemy was seeking to develop the success achieved, and on September 5th fighting unfolded along a broad front, as well as along the 27th Division's sector. The 26th Rifle Division, which was deployed along a broad sector, was in a particularly difficult situation. Some of its units had been encircled and forced to attempt to break out in fighting. The 27th Rifle Division had also been pushed back along its entire sector. The fighting withdrawal of both divisions continued throughout September 6th. By the close of this day, units of the shock group, 5th Rifle Division, the 35th Rifle Division's 2nd Brigade, had concentrated in the Yekaterinsky, Botaryva, Isovsky area. This group, the 35th Rifle Division's 2nd Brigade, was subordinated to the 5th Rifle Division, was ordered to attack the Whites in the flank and rear in the direction of the village of Kirinskoy and Teplo-Dubrovskoy, while occupying the line Novorubinsky, Kladbyshinsky with a strong flank detachment. The 26th Rifle Division was supposed to attack in the direction of Novorubinsky and the 27th Rifle Division in the direction of Teplo-Dubrovskoy. By means of this bold flanking maneuver, the 5th Army Command sought to tear the offensive initiative from the enemy's hands. The shock group's offensive, which began on September 7th, developed successfully throughout 7 to 8 September. By the evening of September 8th, the group had reached the front Presnovskaya, Stepnaya. The 26th Rifle Division did not take part in this move, while it was regrouping, but the 27th Division was not only unable to carry out its attack, but was itself thrown back to the front Lebyazy, Dubrovskoy, Mogilyovskoy. Thus, the 5th Army Command's plan had been thwarted by half, but quite typical was the stubbornness with which the Army Command sought to develop the pressure of its shock group to save the 27th Rifle Division by continuing it in the same direction. But as early as September 9th, evidently with the entry into the fighting of the remaining forces of the Cossack Cavalry Corps, the situation along the shock group's front changed for the worse. The White Cavalry had deeply outflanked its right flank and, while encircling and destroying individual regiments, forced this flank to fall back toward the village of Kamenev. The 26th and 27th Rifle Divisions had a partial success on this day, which, however, did not interfere with the Whites developing their success during the following days, throwing back the shock group and the 26th Rifle Division. By the evening of September 13th, these units were located as follows: the shock group in the Botaryva, Presnigorkovskaya area, and the 26th Rifle Division in the area to the west of Lopatinskoye. Only the 27th Rifle Division had managed to maintain its previous position. The enemy, having thwarted the beginning of the successfully developing offensive by the Fifth Army's right flank, and taking full advantage of its superiority in mobility accorded to it by the presence of powerful cavalry, left the Reds' right flank in peace and, upon regrouping toward its right flank, fell once again upon the Fifth Army's left flank and pushed it back to the west. The following days were characterized by the Fifth Army Command's stubborn attempts to seize the initiative, employing for this purpose the newly arrived reinforcements, a brigade from the Third Army's 21st Rifle Division. The fighting continued the whole time with mixed success and with frequent shifts in the front line. But all in all, the Fifth Army, whose forces had been undermined by the preceding fighting, was gradually weakening before the enemy and falling back to the line of the Tobol River. The Fifth Army commander, not wishing to have this water barrier in his immediate rear, pulled his army back behind the Tobol River on October 1st and deployed it along the front Ozernaya, Kurgan. The White Third Army's success was not purchased cheaply. It had become so exhausted by the fighting, which continued without let-up the entire month, that it was unable to force the Tobol River and halted before it. A temporary pause ensued in both sides' combat operations. The Fifth Army was once again reinforced through local mobilizations behind the Tobol River. By the middle of October, its forces had once again grown to 37,000 infantry and cavalry and 135 guns, while the enemy could only oppose to this force 31,000 men and 145 guns. Thus, on October 14th, the Fifth Army once again managed to successfully cross the Tobol River, launching an attack along its right flank to envelop the Whites' communications from the south. The enemy vainly sought to halt the flanking advance by the Fifth Army's right flank, 35th and 5th Rifle Divisions, seeking to regroup along its left flank and to form up its front facing south. This regrouping was late, and the enemy was forced to hurriedly fall back behind the Ishim River. On October 29th, the town of Petropavlovsk was finally captured by the Reds. At the same time, the Red Third Army attacked Omsk from the Ishim area along the Trans-Siberian Railroad. On October 14th, Omsk, along with its enormous supplies of various goods, was occupied by the Red Fifth Army, which had covered 600 kilometers in 30 days. The enemy, even before the start of the development of a successful pursuit along the main rail line, had been deprived of his base in southern Siberia. A large part of Dutov's southern army had been pressed to the steppes and forced to capitulate in September by the successful actions of the Red Turkestan Front's forces under Comrade Frunze's skillful command. The army's few remnants either scattered or fell back with Eideman Dutov to the Kokshetau, Akmolinsk area. About 30,000 cavalry and infantry had gathered there, but these forces were so lacking in combat capability that the Eastern Front Command, having detached a special Kokshetau group to pursue them, pulled the Third Army into the rear for work and entrusted the further pursuit of Kolchak's main forces to the Fifth Army alone. Kolchak's retreating armies broke up into several groups, enveloped by a ring of local partisan detachments. A southern group was rushing along the Barnaul, Kuznetsk, Minyasinsk road, while a central group, somewhat more resilient, was moving along the Trans-Siberian Railroad and, finally, a northern group was falling back along the river systems north of the Trans-Siberian Railroad. The Fifth Army's units, having gone over to a parallel pursuit and getting into the enemy's path of retreat, captured major stores, putting the enemy's retreating columns into complete disarray. On December 22, 1919, the city of Tomsk was occupied. Even before this, the remnants of Dutov's forces, which were being energetically pursued by the Fifth Army's Kokshetau group, turned from Semipalatinsk as a result of an internal explosion there and moved on Sergiopol. Bakich's Four Corps, which of all these remnants had retained some combat capability, held out south of Lake Balkhash until the end of February 1920, after which it was defeated and thrown back into China. Following the fall of Omsk and Tomsk, the dissolution of the White Siberian armies went into high gear. All of Kolchak's allies turned away from him. The Entente's military and diplomatic missions hurriedly abandoned the dying Siberian reaction and sought to get to Vladivostok as soon as possible. The Czechoslovaks, along with the property they had stolen, were hurriedly moving there as well. About 30,000 Czechoslovak troops were still located in their trains west of Irkutsk in December 1919. Among them was the supreme ruler, Kolchak, lost in his train, while part of his government had already managed to reach Irkutsk. The Czechoslovaks prevented Kolchak's forces from using the railroad and to even approach it. Thus they had to move by foot over the Siberian roads. Frosts and mass epidemics completed the destruction of the White Siberian armies at the same time the Red Army continued to launch crushing attacks on them. For example, the Fifth Army's central column preempted the southern group of the remnants of Kolchak's armies around Krasnoyarsk and occupied the city of Krasnoyarsk on January 6, 1920, which brought about the surrender of the greater part of these armies, numbering up to 20,000 men. Only their small remnants continued their journey to the Transbaikal, under the command of General Kapel. In all, the Siberian counter-revolutionary armies lost up to 100,000 men captured in fighting or surrendered during the pursuit. The military rout of Kolchak's armies coincided with their political collapse. One could say that the official retreat of the Czechoslovaks from the Siberian reaction and the government that headed it preceded this collapse. In November, the Czechoslovaks published their appeal to the Entente, in which they laid the entire blame for the murders, robberies, and violence perpetrated by them on the shoulders of Kolchak and his ministers. They sought by this statement, which was supposed to become known to the Siberian population, to open an easy path of retreat for themselves through Siberia. The Czechoslovak statement would deprive the Kolchak regime of its last support. A local democratic regime, which was a step toward a true Soviet regime, had already begun to arise in many places in Siberia. This is what happened, for example, in Yenisei province. The revolutionary uprising in Irkutsk was particularly fatal for the Kolchak regime and for Kolchak himself. There, under the formal leadership of social revolutionary and Menshevik organizations, which relied on part of the local garrison and the city administration, as well as on the elemental desire of the masses to revolt, an armed struggle broke out between the garrison's units still on Kolchak's side and the rebels. The local communists, without coming into contact with the appeasers, supported the uprising, insofar as it was directed at crushing the Siberian reaction. The leadership of the Czechoslovak Corps and the French General Janin, the commander-in-chief of all Allied troops in Siberia, who was also hiding among the Czechoslovaks' trains, had to, against their will, look favorably on the uprising that had just begun. The fact of the matter is that the rearguards of the Allied forces, which were hurriedly leaving Siberia, had already begun to directly feel the Reds' mighty blows as soon as the last obstacle separating them from the Reds, in the form of the completely demoralized White Siberian units, collapsed. The White Poles were the first to feel a crushing blow around Taiga Station. The 27th Division almost completely destroyed a 4,000-strong Polish detachment, which was attempting to get into battle against it, because it had mistaken it for a local partisan detachment. The impression made by this defeat on the enemy was so great that 8,000 Polish legionnaires unquestioningly laid down their arms. Due to this circumstance, the Czechoslovaks and the Entente command agreed to a compromise, which was more acceptable to them, with the local appeasement regime in Irkutsk, which had organized itself into the so-called political center. Their next step was the desire to strengthen the political center's position among the masses. They indirectly facilitated the victory of the political center's supporters in Irkutsk, preventing the Whites from using the forbidden part of the railroad and maintaining a friendly neutrality toward the rebels. The latter firmly established themselves in Irkutsk on January 5, 1920. Part of the Kolchak government ran off, while part was arrested. Only the head of the Siberian reaction, Kolchak, remained with his prime minister, Papeliev. They were approaching Irkutsk in their train among the Czechoslovak trains that were clogging the railroad. The political center, from the very start of its activity, had attempted to justify the promissory note of confidence given to it by the Czechoslovaks and the Entente. It sought to get the Fifth Army to halt its offensive through its representatives and sketched out the formation of its own democratic regime in eastern Siberia. On January 15, 1920, the Czechoslovaks, with Janin's approval, turned over Kolchak and Papeliev to the political center in order to consolidate mutual relations. They were confined to the local prison, and the political center began an investigation into their case. The political center's appeasement position in no way satisfied the revolutionary masses. It goes without saying that all of its proposals made to the Red Fifth Army were also rejected. Meanwhile, the situation in the suburbs of Irkutsk itself was becoming dangerous for the revolution. General Kappel's group, which was the most viable of the remnants of Kolchak's armies, was approaching the city along the old Moscow road. Its core consisted of the most fierce and stubborn enemies of the Soviet regime. Despite the deprivations and epidemics that had devastated its ranks, it still numbered 4,000 to 5,000 troops. The political center, under pressure from this threat and the pressure of the revolutionary masses, was forced to dissolve itself on January 21, 1920, and turned over all power to a military revolutionary committee, which this time included 4 communists and 1 left socialist revolutionary. The Military Revolutionary Committee manifested great activity in organizing a defense against Kappel's forces and in establishing direct communications with the Red Fifth Army. The Military Revolutionary Committee was able to get the Czechoslovak forces to leave Irkutsk and to leave, although still under their own guard, the Russian gold supply that had been seized by them at one time in Kazan. In the meantime, the investigating commission had concluded its work. It confirmed the execution by firing squad of 18 people from among Kolchak's associates, including Kolchak and Popeliev. The Military Revolutionary Committee considered it possible, in the event of a direct threat to Irkutsk, to execute only Kolchak and Popeliev. This threat soon arose. On February 6, 1920, Kappel's group, which was now commanded by General Tukhachevskii, following Kappel's death, sought to launch an attack on Irkutsk. The attack was beaten off, but the uncertainty surrounding further events forced the Revolutionary Military Committee on the night of 6 to 7 February 1920, after coordinating this matter beforehand by telegraph with the Fifth Army's Revolutionary Military Council, to carry out the sentence regarding Kolchak and Popeliev. Kappel's former group, which had been repulsed from Irkutsk, headed for the Transbaikal by bypassing the city from the north. The days of Irkutsk's difficult trials had passed. On March 7, 1920, the Red Fifth Army's troops entered Irkutsk. In March 1920, in accordance with negotiations with the Czechoslovaks and representatives from the Entente powers, a buffer government arose, the Far Eastern Republic, which continued the struggle against the remnants of the counter-revolutionary armed forces within the confines of eastern Siberia. This struggle is not covered in our work. The capitulation of a significant part of Dutov's southern army and the collapse of armed resistance by the Orenburg Cossacks was fatally reflected on the enemy's state of affairs in the Ural region and made the Turkestan front's task easier. Its forces pursued the enemy in 2 groups. The Fourth Army moved along the Lbishchensk-Guryev road. The First Army moved through Turkestan and then along the Askabad, Poltoratsk, Krasnovodsk Railroad. The Fourth Army occupied Guryev on January 5, 1920, and the greater part of the Ural Cossack Army surrendered there. Its pitiful remnants, following an exhausting campaign around the Caspian Sea, surrendered to the Soviet fleet in Fort Alexandrovsk. 3 months later, on February 6, 1920, the First Army's successful operations to eliminate the anti-Soviet detachments in the Trans-Caspian region concluded with the occupation of Krasnovodsk. The distribution of both sides' forces along the southern front at the beginning of February 1919. Measures by the Red Southern Front Command to improve the initial deployment of its armies. The beginning of the struggle for the Donets Basin. The spring period of the 1919 campaign in the Donets Basin. The Red 10th Army's offensive tasks and their realization. The suppression of the Vyazhinskaya uprising. The general offensive by the armed forces of South Russia and the beginning of the withdrawal by the Southern Front's Red Armies. Conclusions. The beginning of the summer campaign of 1919 on the Southern Front. The development of the White Army's offensive along the flank operational axis. The withdrawal by the Southern Front's Red Armies to the borders of the RSFSR. Both sides' situation on the Southern Front in the middle of July 1919. The Red Command's plan for an offensive by the Southern Front's armies. The general distribution of the Red forces before the start of decisive operations on the Southern Front. The sides' operations in Ukraine in the early autumn of 1919. The withdrawal of the 12th Army's Southern Group. The beginning of Mamontov's raid and its goals. The assumption of the offensive on the Southern Front. The immediate results of this offensive. The continuation of Mamontov's raid, we left the armies of both enemies along the southern front at the moment of the denouement of the struggle for the Donets Basin. We will remind the reader that in its desire to launch a decisive attack against the Don Army north of the Don River, the Red Command, by means of its preliminary orders, shifted the center of gravity of the Red Southern Front's group of forces to the Tsaritsyn and Voronezh axes. By February 9, 1919, the overall disposition of both sides' forces on the southern front was as follows. As a result of the indecisive battles that began in the Donbass from January 27 between Kozebnikov's group and the Volunteer Army's division under the command of General Maimayevsky, Kozebnikov's group occupied the front, excluding Popasnaya, Lugansk, while further on its front ran in the general direction of the Voronezh, Rostov-on-Don Railroad, resting against it halfway between Kantemirovskaya Station and Milarovo Station. Here the 8th Army's Right Chapter 10, the spring and summer campaign of 1919, on the southern front flank, abutted the left flank of Kozebnikov's group. The Army's front ran on further through Kasheri, Verkhnaya Olkhovka, as far as the area excluding Stanitsa Yelmedveditskaya. The 9th Army occupied the front Yelmedveditskaya, Kremenskaya, inclusively. The 10th Army, which was developing, as the result of prior instructions, an offensive with part of its forces along the Tsaritsyn, Poverino Railroad toward the 9th Army, occupied the Alavlia, Kotlebin, Tsaritsyn area. The 13th Rifle Division, 8th Army, had been pulled into the front reserve to the area of Talavaya Station, and the 14th Rifle Division, 9th Army, had been shifted to Krasnaya Yar. Besides this, the 2nd Partisan Division, which had been transferred from Ukraine, and which was designated for lengthening the right flank of Kozebnikov's group, was stationed in the Kupiansk, Svatovo area. The 3rd Brigade of the Ukrainian Front's 1st Transdnepr Division was headed here from the Yekaterinoslav area. This brigade was under Makhno's command and was a purely partisan unit. It was only operationally subordinated to the southern front and operated according to its orders. Against these red forces, the whites were stationed as follows. In the Donets Basin, Maimayevsky's division was in close combat contact with Kozebnikov's group along the front Popasnaya, excluding Lugansk, Krasnovka. Further on the whites' front was formed by rearguards of the dissolving Don Army, falling back behind the Chur River. It is not possible to establish exactly these rearguards' line in light of the line's constant rolling back to the south. See Map 7 of the plate section. The hitch in the Donbass, the 8th Army's independent arrival along the Milarovo axis, instead of moving into the depth of the Don region, without taking into account boundary lines, which was brought about by an incorrect evaluation of the strategic situation, finally revealed to the Red Command the true situation and forced Comrade Jidis, the commander of the Southern Front, to forego the unrealistic plan to encircle the enemy in the Don steppes and evaluate. Too late, unfortunately, the significance of the Rostov axis and the Donets Basin as a vital political and economic area for the proletarian revolution. Beginning on February 10th and through March 6th, the Commander-in-Chief S and Southern Front commanders' efforts were directed at improving the deployment of the Southern Front's forces by shifting the center of gravity of their employment to the Donbass area, toward efforts to seize the latter with the forces already there, with the assistance of units from the Ukrainian front. But the theater's railroad net's development was primarily north to south. The Southern Front's regrouping to its right flank would require lines running along the front, lateral, and of these there was only one, which was now in the deep rear, namely, the Tsaritsyn, Poverino, Lysky, Kupiansk line. Besides this, the railroads had been heavily damaged by the enemy. Therefore, any regrouping had to be carried out on foot and, as long as it continued, to feed the closest units into the struggle for the Donbass in packets. This is why the struggle for the Donets Basin became so extremely drawn out, with both sides' local successes alternating with their local failures. The enemy was in approximately the same conditions. He was slowly shifting his Kuban, volunteer army from the North Caucasus to the Donbass and Don region. The first orders by Jidis had as their object the gradual reorientation of the movement of the Southern Front's armies from the southeastern axis to a southern one, and through a partial regrouping to reinforce Kozebnikov's group and to coordinate its actions with those of Makhno's brigade. Having thus achieved a partial strengthening of his right flank, Kozebnikov's group, Jidis made his first task in the Donbass the seizure of its rail junction stations. This was the sense of Jidis' directive of February 9th. with a brigade from the 13th Rifle Division to be subordinated to Kozhevnikov. In accordance with the same directive, the axis of the 8th Army's movement was directed toward Lakaya Station, deviating to the southwest, which was sanctioned for the 8th Army commander's independent decision, which was carried out by him without regard for boundary lines. The 9th Army was to turn due south along both banks of the Don along the front Nizhny-Cherskaya, Kalak. The 10th Army received orders to attack toward the Velikoknyazheskaya area, having as the axis of its offensive the Tsaritsyn-Velikoknyazheskaya Railroad. Commander-in-Chief Vatsidis found such a disposition of forces to be cordon-like and not expressive of a shock attack along the main operational axes. Such axes, in Vatsidis' opinion, were Kantemirovka, Rostov, Tsaritsyn, Lakaya, and Tsaritsyn, Velikoknyazheskaya. Shock fists along these axes could be created by means of the overall reduction of the Southern Front's line by reassigning sectors for the Army's offensive. Jidis, under the influence of these instructions, lengthened the 9th Army's front by 200 kilometers in a February 13th directive. By this lengthening of his center, he would strengthen his group of forces along the flanks. The Voronezh, Rostov-on-Don Railroad would pass from Kozhevnikov's group to the 8th Army. This would reduce the sector of Kozhevnikov's group by 50 kilometers. The 8th Army, instead of 100 kilometers, would now have an offensive sector of only 50 to 60 kilometers. Lakaya, the intersection by the Zvarivo, Tsaritsyn Railroad, Donets River. All of the 10th Army's sector along the right bank of the Don River would go to the 9th Army. The 8th Army and Kozhevnikov's group were supposed to jointly defeat the enemy in the Milarovo area. The 9th Army was supposed to form a shock group along its right flank in the area of Morozovskaya Station in order to support the 8th Army. The fulfillment of these tasks on the ground was supposed to have been expressed in the arrival of Kozhevnikov's group by February 20th at the front Prvozvanovka, Grakinsky, a day's march to the southeast of Lugansk, and the 8th Army at the front Kochetkov, Dubovii. But the enemy in the Donbass continued to grow stronger through the unceasing arrival of trains from the North Caucasus. He also set himself the task of consolidating his position in the Donbass. Thus, the realization of the above-related orders by Jidis led to the start of the first meeting battles of the Kuban Volunteer Army with the Red Armies of the Southern Front. In this collision, each side was to launch an attack along opposing flanks. Thus, the Reds enjoyed considerable success in the Milarovo area. Having begun their offensive on February 13th, by February 17th, they had captured the area of the Krasnovka, Milarovo, and Olkovaya stations. At the same time, the Whites pressed hard against the right flank of Kozhevnikov's group along the front Dekanskaya, Popasnaya, outflanking it from the west. During this maneuver, they themselves came under attack by Onishchenko's partisan division, which had been moved by the Ukrainian front in the direction of Konstantinovka Station. The Whites, having lost Konstantinovka Station, began to fall back, while the right flank of Kozhevnikov's group, which had been lengthened by Onishchenko's division, reached the front Prvozvanovka, Debaltsevo on February 23rd. The side's subsequent successes were balanced out along the front from Prvozvanovka to Milarovo. The front line, as the result of a series of local collisions, varied insignificantly to one side or another. The Reds were not in a state to develop a subsequent offensive with their available forces. The Whites were only able to delay their further advance through their counterattacks, but were unable to significantly move the Red Front. While the new stage of the 1919 campaign began to gradually take shape, beginning with the Southern Front's right flank, combat collisions were already embracing the 8th Army's front, while the Southern Front's left flank was only overcoming space and was battling the elements and not the enemy's forces. By February 28th, the 9th Army was only reaching the line of the Chur River. One should not be surprised at the slowness of its movement. Typhus epidemics were laying waste to the Army's ranks. The first signs of the spring thaw had appeared. Soon the complete lack of roads would be a fact, while at the same time the rear services and supply wagons were already beginning to fall behind the Army. Matters were no better in the 10th Army. By February 23rd, it had reached the line of the Oksai River, with the main mass of its forces in the area of Stanitsa, Niloaksaiskaya. The campaign's subsequent course is characterized by the growing efforts of the Southern Front Command to firmly secure the Donets Basin. In this regard, the Southern Front Command was under constant pressure from the High Command. The High Command demanded the further increase in Red forces in the Donets Basin. Thus, in the beginning of March, 4 to 8 March, Jitis, having reinforced Kozhevnikov's group with the entire 13th Rifle Division, which was concentrated along the group's left flank from the Belovodsk area, decided to launch an attack along the left flank of Kozhevnikov's group and with the main mass of the 8th Army's forces against the enemy's units located along the left bank of the Donets River, in the angle formed by the river and the Voronezh, Rostov-on-Don Railroad. The attack met with success. The Volunteer Army's forward elements, which were occupying the Kalitvinskaya, Glubokaya, Krasnovka area, were thrown back to the right bank of the Donets River. They were unable to develop the success. The breaking up of the ice on the Donets River and then the overflowing of its banks created a solid water obstacle between both enemies. By the beginning of the breaking up of the ice along the Donets, the 9th Army had begun to arrive at its banks. The Army's left flank units reached the lower Donets. The 16th Rifle Division, which was moving in the center, occupied Konstantinovskaya and Istrianskaya Stanidas, crossed over to the western bank before the ice began to break up and intended to move on Novocherkassk. But this movement was not supported by its neighbors. The 14th Division, left flank, could in no way catch up to its army and was still in the Tsimlia area. Moreover, the 16th Division was experiencing a great shortage of rifle rounds. All of these reasons forced the 16th Division to fall back to the left bank of the Donets River. Further along, the 10th Army was echeloned behind. By March 10th, its vanguards, having occupied Kotelnikovo Station, were approaching the line of the Sal River. Thus, the operation to capture the Donbass was not completed before the start of the spring thaw and the breaking up of the ice along the rivers, which was the result of mistakes made by the front in deploying its main forces. This circumstance played into the hands of the enemy, who, covering itself by the line of the overflowing Donets, could concentrate his attention on putting the Don Army in order. The center of gravity of its operational efforts was being shifted to the Donets Basin, while only a weak screen was to be left behind for covering the Donets River. The enemy's subsequent actions, all the way to May, both along the banks of the Donets and in the Donbass, had the character of an active defense. The enemy, taking advantage of his superiority in cavalry, eliminated without any great difficulty the disjointed and uncoordinated attempts by the Reds in space and time to go over to the offensive, while rapidly appearing along the flanks of those Red shock groups that were thrusting forward. Besides this, the Red forces' cordon disposition gave the enemy the opportunity to resort to a system of short attacks which gradually undermined the Red forces' combat capability. The overflowing of the Donets and Don rivers also sharply worsened the Red strategic situation. Their army's already poor operational communications were disrupted to a significant degree. The situation of Kozhevnikov's group, which was isolated on the right bank of the Donets, was a cause for concern. It was already holding on with difficulty along the 200-kilometer bulge-shaped front Yuzovka, Dekanskaya, Popasnaya, Prvozvanovka, Donets River. In such a situation, Jitis' subsequent efforts boiled down to the desire to reinforce the situation of Kozhevnikov's group, which at that time was renamed the 13th Army. For this, Jitis decided to transfer the entire 8th Army to the right bank of the Donets, concentrating it in the Vesyologorsk, Lugansk area. From here, this army was to attack the enemy along the right bank of the Donets. The Ukrainian front was to once again reinforce the 13th Army with part of its forces until the regrouping was carried out. The 9th Division was to be dispatched to the 13th Army. The 8th Army's shift to the right bank of the Donets required the further stretching of the 9th Army's line to the right. These decisions by Jitis, which were adopted by him on March 11th, were met by the High Command without sympathy. It feared the great loss of time. Vatsidis preferred a frontal offensive by the southern front's center over the overflowing Donets. He demanded the final defeat of the Whites no later than March 25th. Jitis considered it impossible to force the Donets during its flood stage. He left his initial plan in force, but in order to satisfy the Commander-in-Chief's wishes, if only in part, on March 17th Jitis demanded particularly energetic operations from the 13th Army. The latter, which at the time was carrying out the difficult transition from a partisan to a regular organization, and exhausted by the preceding and uninterrupted fighting, which had told on its internal condition, strained its very last efforts, while carrying out a series of attacks throughout the entire remaining part of March. The struggle here came down to a series of local fights. Individual locales switched hands. This struggle finally undermined the army's strength. Symptoms of dissolution appeared in it. The proximity of Makhno's partisans had a demoralizing effect on its young units. At the same time, the regrouping of the 8th Army stretched out. Jitis counted on completing it in 8 days, but it required an entire 18 days. At the same time, the Army's 12th Rifle Division was running late with its relief at Stanitsa Kamenskaya and was supposed to arrive later. But as early as March 28, a large part of the 8th Army was on the right bank of the Donets. The Reds were now in a more favorable situation. They disposed of the forces of the 8th and 13th Armies, numbering 26,000 infantry and 3,300 cavalry. The 12th Rifle Division, 10,000 infantry and 200 cavalry, was supposed to join these forces before long. Makhno's partisans comprised a force of 10,000 infantry and cavalry. Thus, the Reds could deploy overall 40,000 to 50,000 infantry and cavalry in the Donbass. The Whites were stationed in 2 groups against these Red forces. General Mameevsky's units, 6,000 infantry and 14,000 cavalry, were located in the southern part of the Donets Basin, while General Pokrovsky's group, 12,000 infantry and 7,500 cavalry, were operating southeast of Lugansk, for a total of 39,500 infantry and cavalry. Further along the line of the Donets River, 14,000 White infantry and cavalry were deployed opposite the Red 9th Army, 22,500 infantry and cavalry. Taking advantage of his slight numerical superiority, Jitis decided to launch his main attack against Mameevsky's group. A small screen of 7,500 infantry and 600 cavalry, 1st Moscow Workers' Division, the 41st Rifle Division and a brigade from the 42nd Rifle Division, would remain against Pokrovsky. The 13th Army was supposed to attack Mameevsky from the front, while the remaining part of the 13th Army, 8,000 infantry and 1,900 cavalry, and Makhno's partisans were supposed to attack him in the flank and rear from the area of Ruchenkov Station. The operation's success was based on a calculation of the Red Screen's firmness against Pokrovsky's group and the 12th Rifle Division's timely arrival to Lugansk. But the enemy thwarted this plan. Pokrovsky's group itself attacked the Red Screen along the Lugansk axis. On 27 to 28 March, the Red Screen's forward units were thrown out of Pervozvanovka and Kardashino Stanitsas. On March 29, the enemy smashed the 41st Rifle Division with superior forces and threw it back on Lugansk. The 8th Army began to consecutively turn its units to aid the Screen. The enemy defeated them in detail and on April 2 threw the 8th Army back on Lugansk. Here it relied on the 12th Rifle Division's trains that had begun to arrive. The 13th Army and Makhno's partisans were left to their own devices. They achieved a few local successes, but lost them after Mameevsky, having rid himself of the threat of the 8th Army, turned on them with his cavalry. The failure of this offensive was reflected very heavily on the situation of the Red Southern Front, because it coincided in time with the beginning of a Cossack uprising in the rear, in the area of Vyashinskaya and Kazanskaya Stanitsas. This uprising was raised by that group of Cossacks that had expressed obedience to the Soviet regime at the end of 1918, and which had been sent home with their weapons and entire regiments, which, of course, was a big mistake. Now the Cossacks had risen up under socialist revolutionary slogans. The uprising spread like an oil slick in all directions from these stanitsas. It sharply limited the Southern Front's operational opportunities. We had to successively detach up to 14,000 infantry and cavalry from the 8th and 9th Armies to fight against the uprising. Nevertheless, Jitis stubbornly sought to carry out his assigned mission. Now he decided to bring in the 9th Army as the focus of the struggle for the Donets Basin. By lengthening the 14th Rifle Division's front from the mouth of the Donets River as far as Stanitsa Kamenskaya, 2 of the Army's divisions, 16th and 23rd Rifle, were supposed to concentrate in the area of Gundarovskaya and Novobozidarovka Stanitsas. The 8th Army's 12th Rifle Division was moving up to the Mityukinskaya area. These 3 divisions were to jointly attack the Volunteer Army's right flank, while the 8th Army attacked it frontally. This time the plan was thwarted by the 9th Army commander, Vsevolodov, who had long planned to betray us. Thus he did not concentrate the 23rd Rifle Division in the assigned area, but in the area of Stanitsa Belokolitvskaya, 100 kilometers from the 8th Army. On April 12, the 23rd Division crossed the Donets and captured Repnaya Station, but was surrounded by the enemy on 3 sides and thrown back to the left bank of the Donets with heavy losses. Almost simultaneously, the 16th Rifle Division set about forcing the Donets, with the task of capturing Stanitsa Kamenskaya. It carried out this assignment on April 10th, occupying a bridgehead along the right bank of the Donets and, having entrenched, successfully held it throughout the following 4 to 5 weeks. A certain tactical success was achieved through the actions of the 16th Rifle Division. Given the presence of goodwill, the 9th Army Command would have been able to develop subsequent active operations from the Kamenskaya bridgehead. But again, the command did not do this, and the 9th Army's operations finally died out by April 19th. Due to these reasons, the 8th Army's offensive, which was undertaken on April 13th, also led to insignificant results. Only by April 26th did it reach a line 10 kilometers south of Prvozvanovka Station and 35 kilometers southeast of Lugansk. The 8th Army was attacked along this front by the enemy's shock group consisting of Shkuro's cavalry corps. The latter shook the 8th Army's front with a series of consecutive attacks and forced it to fall back. During this retreat, the Whites managed on May 5, 1919 to break into Lugansk. Jidis attempted to help the 8th Army through an attack by the 9th Army's flank towards Varivo and Lakaya, developing it from the Kamenskaya bridgehead. By April 30th, the enemy had beaten off this attack and on May 13th was attempting to cross over to the left bank of the Donets between Lugansk and Kamenskaya in the area of Tukhachevskii Farm, but in its turn was taken in the flank and rear by the 16th Rifle Division, which was striving to cut the enemy off from the crossings over the Donets River. The maneuver, undertaken on the initiative of the 16th Rifle Division, concluded with a success. By May 14th, the enemy, fearing for his communications, had quickly fallen back to the right bank of the Donets River. Thus, the first half of May was characterized by a series of attempts by the enemy to seize the initiative and to shift from an active defense to a broad offensive. The correlation of forces that had developed by this time fully justified such a decision. Throughout the preceding period of the campaign, the Red Southern Front was gradually losing its numerical superiority over the enemy. For example, if on March 28th the correlation of forces of both enemies on the Southern Front, along the most important sector of the fighting along the 13th, 8th, and 9th Army sectors, was expressed in the Reds' nearly half-again superiority, that is, the Reds disposed of 56,000 infantry and cavalry against 41,000 White infantry and cavalry. Then as early as April 20th, this correlation of forces had changed in the opposite direction, namely that the Whites disposed of 77,300 infantry and cavalry against the 54,000 infantry and cavalry of the entire Red Southern Front, and by the beginning of May, through a series of mobilizations and strengthened formations, they had raised these forces to 100,000 infantry and cavalry. The Red Command, using the forces and opportunities at hand, undertook all measures to strengthen the Southern Front. But the exhaustion of major strategic reserves within the country was reflected in the character of reinforcements, which arrived in small packets. However, a significant part of these reinforcements was swallowed up by the struggle against the Vyazhinskaya uprising. There were other reasons that bled away these reinforcements in plugging holes instead of forming a mighty fist out of them. These reasons consisted of the major devastation of the front's ranks by typhus epidemics and the demoralization of some troop units. The process of demoralization most powerfully struck the 13th Army. It consisted primarily of former partisan units. It had borne the lion's share of the fighting for the Donbass. All of these reasons finally undermined the Army's internal strength. It was already not capable of combat from mid-April, and was a passive observer of the events taking place along the 8th Army's sector. In this situation, the Southern Front Command placed great hopes on the Red 10th Army. The latter was finishing off the demoralized units of the Don Army and by April 29th had already reached the line of the Manik River, having strongly consolidated Stanitsa Torgovaya. The Southern Front Command now decided to develop this army's success. Jidis, in an April 30th directive, ordered the 10th Army to launch an attack against a sector of the Rostov-on-Don, Tukhachevskii Railroad, thus cutting off the Don region's communications with the North Caucasus. Jitis was evidently counting on drawing away the enemy's forces and attention by this maneuver from the Donetsk basin. In carrying out this directive, the Red 10th Army continued its offensive. On May 6th, its patrols appeared at stations lying 40 kilometers east of Rostov-on-Don. On the other hand, the High Command was demanding the development of energetic operations in the Donetsk basin. Here the 8th Army, following its loss of Lugansk, was deploying along the front Gorodish, Rodikovo Station, Vesyologorsk. Jitis strengthened this army with a brigade from the 7th Rifle Division, which had just been subordinated to him, and decided to carry out the Commander-in-Chief's directive in the following manner. The 13th Army was to develop an attack along its left flank in the direction of Lugansk, while tying down the enemy through attacks along his entire front. The 8th Army was supposed to develop a powerful attack together with units of the Ukrainian 2nd Army, Makhno's partisans, against the left flank and rear of the Volunteer Army along the front excluding Yelyanovka, excluding Gorodish, in the general direction of Kutaynikovo Station. The offensive began on May 14th. At first the Reds pushed the Whites back. On May 15th Lugansk fell once again into the Reds' hands, while Makhno's partisans seized Kutaynikovo Station, thus getting deeply into the Whites' rear. But the Southern Front lacked the forces to develop further successes. Nor was the Ukrainian front able to help. By May 1, 1919, it had already detached to the Southern Front up to 11,000 infantry and cavalry from its own forces. Now the main mass of these forces, numbering 20,000 to 40,000 infantry and cavalry, had been turned sharply to the southwest, toward East Galicia and Bessarabia. Thus the connecting link between both fronts remained in the charge of the Southern Front and Makhno's partisans. By this time, the Ukrainian front had taken on a nearly partisan countenance. Its regular units were drowning and dissolving in a sea of partisan detachments surrounding it from all sides. Muffled processes of internal dissolution were taking place all the time in the partisan mass. This was the consequence of several reasons, including the absence of a hard political core in many detachments. The Kulak element, which overflowed the ranks of such detachments, strove for its own political formation and to enter the arena of struggle as an independent force. A number of defections from the Red Army began by its accidental fellow travelers. In the beginning of May 1919, Eideman Grigoryev, at the head of his detachment, 15,000 men, came out openly against the Soviet regime under socialist revolutionary slogans. His band spread about Ukraine like a broad wave, threatening Odessa and Nikolaev. They disorganized and ate away at the rear areas of the Ukrainian Second Army. Although before long Grigoryev's forces were dispersed in space under the influence of the deepening of the process of their internal dissolution, they nevertheless diverted significant forces from the Ukrainian front against it. Grigoryev's mutiny also had an influence on Makhno's detachments. The latter was still playing a double game with the Soviet regime. On May 15th, he appealed to his units to not open the front due to the Bolsheviks' quarrel with Grigoryev and move them to Kutaynikovo, but already all of his actions began to take on the aspect of preparations for an uprising. He renamed his detachment the 1st Rebel Division and carried out elections of the command element, while he and his immediate assistants came to command the division. Thus a new danger began to grow in the Southern Front's rear, and even along the line of its combat contact with the enemy. At the same time, the Cossack uprising, which from the end of March had been eating away at the Red Ninth Army's rear, had not yet been eliminated. Now the contours of the area in the grip of the uprising could be clearly discerned. It occupied a territory of more than 10,000 square kilometers, from Uсть-Medveditskaya to the town of Bogachar. The rebels' forces rose to 15,000 men and several machine guns. We have already shown that the struggle against the uprising swallowed up to 14,000 infantry and cavalry from the Southern Front. In April, Antonovich's Expeditionary Division, 6,569 infantry and 1,171 cavalry, from the 8th Army and Volinsky's Expeditionary Division, 4,661 infantry, 1,426 cavalry and 71 guns, from the 9th Army, were operating against the rebels. However, the suppression of the uprising went slowly. Both divisions broke up into small groups along the entire 400-kilometer perimeter of the uprising, without invading its vital centers. The action of these groups went somewhat more successfully when Comrade Kvisin was placed in command of the forces operating against the rebels. During the week of 24 May 1 June, he was able to achieve significant successes, but they were already too late, due to the overall change in the situation along the Southern Front. In summing up, we must admit that the Southern Front's May operations, the essence of which came down to an enveloping maneuver by the front's mutually extremely distant wings. The right wing was the 2nd Ukrainian, 13th and 8th Armies, while the left wing was the 10th Army, linked by an extremely extended center in the form of the weak 9th Army, were beyond the strength of the Southern Front's Red Armies, and untimely according to the situation. We halted our account of these operations at that moment when the maneuver by the front's left wing, the 10th Army, had begun to successfully develop in the direction of Tukhachevskii, and when the offensive operation by the right wing in the Donbass, following initial successes, began to die out due to a shortage of forces. For the same reason, the 10th Army's offensive took on more of the character of a powerful demonstration. However, concerned for the fate of Rostov-on-Don and Novocherkassk, the enemy undertook a regrouping of his units, transferring General Pokrovsky's corps from the Donbass to the 10th Army's sector. By 2 to 3 May, the concentration of the Whites' forces against the 10th Army was being completed. Their forces were organized into 3 groups. General Pokrovsky's group, consisting of the 1st Kuban and 2nd Terek divisions and Don units, was concentrating in the Baitaysk area. General Kutpov's group, which had been reinforced by Kuban units, was west of Torgovaya, and General Alagai's 2 Cavalry Corps was in the Divnoy area. General Kutpov's group was to launch the main attack. The breakthrough of the Red 9th Army's center finally undermined the Southern Front's forces. This breakthrough coincided in time with the conclusion of the enemy's counter-maneuver in the Donetsk Basin. On May 24th, large enemy forces, predominantly cavalry, crossed the Donetsk River near Dubovoy Farm at the boundary between the 23rd and 16th Divisions and, spreading to the north in the direction of Stanitsa Glubokaya and to the east in the direction of Stanitsa Kalitvinskaya, got into the rear of the 16th and 23rd Divisions. The efforts of these divisions to close the front and throw back the enemy who had broken through were not successful. On May 29th, the Whites were already approaching Milarovo Station, having penetrated 75 kilometers into the Reds' rear and finally cutting the 9th Army into 2 parts. The immediate objective of the Whites' breakthrough group was the immediate link-up with the Vyashinskaya rebels. The 16th Division, which was on the 9th Army's left flank, was falling back to the northwest in the 8th Army's area, the area of Stanitsa Michikinskaya, while the other 2 divisions, 23rd and 14th, which were to the east of the breakthrough, were falling back in the general direction of the northeast and north, skirting around the area of the uprising from the east. These divisions, surrounded by the rebels and not led by the army, sought to break out on their own. The 9th Army, as such, had temporarily ceased to exist. At the same time, the Whites continued to develop their success in the Donbass. They broke through along the boundary of the 8th and 13th Armies and were now enveloping the 13th Army along both flanks and pushing it back from the front. From 27 to 31 May, this army was still stubbornly defending, but was then forced to begin a retreat to the north. The Red 10th Army ended up in a no less difficult situation. By May 7th, the enemy had pressed it beyond the line of the Manik River. Stubborn fighting continued along the banks of the Manik until May 13th, while General Kutpov's group had twice managed to break through across the Manik south of Velikoknyazeskaya. The enemy, having become convinced of the lack of success of these disorganized attempts, on May 13th set about with a new regrouping slated to finish on May 18th. The enemy's cavalry units moved south along the Manik to carry out operations to outflank the Red forces concentrated in the Velikoknyazeskaya area. But even before the completion of this regrouping, Alagai's cavalry corps defeated the 10th Army's steppe group in the Prayutnaya, Remontnaya area and was approaching Stanitsa Grabovskaya. On May 17th, the 10th Army's cavalry, under Domenko's command, suffered a decisive defeat around Stanitsa Grabovskaya. The 10th Army's communications were under attack by Alagai's cavalry. This forced the 10th Army on May 21st to end combat activities in the Velikoknyazeskaya area against General Vrangel's cavalry group, which had crossed over in this area, and to begin a hurried withdrawal. Given the situation, directives from the High Command and the Southern Front Command on May 31st, assigning defensive tasks to the Southern Front's armies, were too late. These armies' forces had already been decisively undermined by their overstraining in May and the assignment of unrealizable tasks to them. Now the inertia of their withdrawal only continued to increase. Time was necessary in order to put them in order, to organize and reinforce them and make them once again combat capable. This time was found not before the strength of the enemy's attacks, in their turn, began to dissolve in space. This phenomenon set in only when both sides began to approach the borders of the RSFSR. One of the immediate results of the failure of the Southern Front's armies was the end of the Ukrainian Front Command's independent existence. On June 4, 1919, the Ukrainian Second Army was renamed the 14th Army and subordinated to the Southern Front Command. The Ukrainian First Army, which was located along the front Kherson, Ribnitsa, and the Ukrainian Third Army, which was standing along the Dniester River from Ribnitsa to the river's mouth, were organized into a single 12th Army, which was included in the Western Front. An extremely significant slice of the 1919 campaign along this front concluded with the general withdrawal of the Southern Front's Red Armies. This slice was rich with events of not only military, but of political content. The latter were the chief reason for the failures of the first period of the 1919 campaign in the South. The Ukrainian and partly the Don countryside underwent that same process of class differentiation significantly later that the Russian countryside underwent as early as 1918. The Soviet regime, in its embrace of the countryside, did not follow in the wake of the thunderous advance, in Ukraine, of the military front line to the south. Thus, as opposed to the Eastern Front, significant layers of the peasantry were the objective ally of the bourgeois landowner bloc. To be sure, they sort of fought both sides, both against the Soviets and against Denikin, objectively facilitating the latter's military successes. Long and difficult months of the subsequent civil war, the school of which the Ukrainian countryside passed through completely, were needed before the entire main mass of the Ukrainian peasantry rose up against the general landowner counter-revolution. Meanwhile, the natural force of the petite bourgeois peasants flowed into the front's rear, overwhelming some of its troop units. From this, we have the beginning of the demoralization of the front's armies. The Whites did not suffer from this at the beginning of the campaign. Their front relied on well-to-do Cossack areas along a significant length. The Cossack areas were the most vital for the Whites, namely right there where their front's immediate rear was located. Thus, the chief political reasons for our Red Army's failures come down to two: the presence in the rear of the Red Front of unfavorable areas in the political-economic sense, and to the lateness of the process of class differentiation in the Ukrainian countryside. Another reason may be added to these two basic ones: the Soviet regime's weak grip on the areas it passed through and its weak influence on the peasantry, particularly its most impoverished part. How these reasons were reflected in the purely military sphere and what significance they had for the military front can be seen from the preceding narrative. These reasons are supplemented by reasons of a purely military nature. The latter include: 1. The unfavorable correlation of forces on the Southern Front, which throughout May was expressed in the figures of 73,000 Red infantry and cavalry against 100,000 White infantry and cavalry. 2. The initial underestimation of the significance of the Donetsk Basin, which resulted in the concentration of the main mass of forces along the eastern operational axes and the slow correction of the initial deployment, and 3. The desire to resolve the front's mission by attacking. Throughout all of May, when the situation demanded in a timely fashion a shift to the defensive and perhaps even a partial shortening of the front. Finally, one should not forget that the enemy was obliged for his success to a significant degree to his predominance in cavalry as part of his armed forces, as well as to the well-developed railroad net in the area of the Donetsk Basin occupied by the Whites. These circumstances made it easier for the Whites to carry out regroupings. They had the opportunity to concentrate powerful attack fists along various sectors of the Reds' extended and not very mobile front. This mainly explains the success of Maemaevsky's defense of the Donbass before the final concentration of all of the Volunteer Army's forces. Throughout June, the Whites' operations, which resembled a pursuit of the retreating Red Armies, developed along three axes: the eastern, along routes running through Tsaritsyn; the central, along routes running through Voronezh and Kharkov; and the western, running from the Crimea and the lower Dnieper into the depths of Ukraine. Politically, the most important were the central axes. They led along the shortest route to the depth of Soviet Russia and to its heart, Red Moscow. The seizure of Red Moscow represented for the White High Command the main political goal of its campaign. The Eastern Tsaritsyn axis was strategically important before the defeat of Kolchak's Eastern White armies. By developing an attack along this axis, one could have extended a hand to the White Eastern armies. But the White strategic success in the south coincided in time with the start of the collapse of their Eastern Front under the blows of the Reds. Thus, the predominant strategic significance of the Eastern axis was already becoming less powerful for the Whites in southern Russia. The question of the choice of each of these, or several of them, for the primary concentration of their forces arose somewhat later for the command of the armed forces of South Russia, when it, during the course of subsequent events, had to set about working out a plan for its new operation. Meanwhile, it was developing the pursuit of the Reds along all of the above-named axes. The enemy's offensive was developing particularly successfully against the Red Ninth Army. Having penetrated deeply along its sector into the Reds' overall front line, the Whites were developing a number of flanking attacks against the 8th and 10th Army's internal flanks, forcing the latter to speed up their withdrawal. For example, the enemy, having dispatched the 2 Don Corps along the Lakaya-Tsaritsyn railroad line, while threatening the Red 10th Army's right flank, aided the successful advance of General Vrangel's Caucasus Army. The Red 10th Army, while being threatened from both flanks, was already hurriedly falling back on Tsaritsyn. The 9th Army was already falling behind the Buzaluk River in the last third of June. Only on June 23rd, as this army was falling behind the Tersa and Yelan rivers, did the commander of the 9th Army, Vsevolodov, decide that the time had arrived to complete his treason, and he defected to the Whites. At the same time, the Southern Front's right flank armies were already along the line Volchansk, Veluki, Pavlovsk, under enemy pressure, and an immediate danger began to threaten the political and economic center of Soviet Ukraine, the city of Kharkov. An attempt to form a special Kharkov fortified area ended in failure. On June 25th, Kharkov had to be yielded to the Whites. At the same time, along the Southern Front's left flank, the enemy was approaching the city of Tsaritsyn, which fell into its hands on June 30th. Throughout all this time, the Southern Front Command attempted only once to halt the Whites' advance through a flank attack by the 14th Army and part of the 12th Army, which had been assigned the mission of throwing the enemy back to the east behind the line of the Belgorod, Kharkov, Pavlograd, Sinelnikovo, Melitopol Railroad. This attempt ended in failure, and by the beginning of July the Whites' front stretched along an enormous convex bulge, gently sloping to the north, from the village of Promyslovoy along the shore of the Caspian Sea, through Zimnyaya Stavka, Tsaritsyn along the Volga River, approaching Kamyshin, where the 10th Red Army was falling back. Further on, the Whites' front turned toward Balashov, Borisoglebsk, Korotoyak, Ostrogozhsk. All of these locales were somewhat north of the Whites' front line, and Korocha ran by Khotmysk and Graveron toward Konstantinograd, Yekaterinoslav, and Alexandrov, passing somewhat to the east of these three cities, then on the town of Orkhov and dipping toward the Sea of Azov somewhat west of the town of Nogaysk. The enemy was operating with several shock fists along this entire broad front. The enemy had 9,300 infantry, 14,600 cavalry, and 63 guns along the Tsaritsyn, Saratov axis along the front Tsaritsyn, Dobrinka, 200 kilometers. The enemy deployed the main mass of his forces, namely 46,000 infantry, 34,800 cavalry, and 135 guns, along the Voronezh and Kharkov axes along the front excluding Yelan, Balashov, Borisoglebsk, Bobrov, Korocha, Graveron, with an overall length of 520 kilometers. Finally, the enemy had only 2,750 infantry, 2,050 cavalry, and 10 guns against Ukraine along a 300-kilometer front from Graveron to the Sea of Azov. Throughout the first half of the summer campaign of 1919, the enemy achieved a number of goals important to him. He had pushed the Reds out of the Donets Basin and established himself there. He had occupied the entire Don region, which secured him a large bridgehead for new formations. Finally, he had established himself in Tsaritsyn, which would have enabled him to restore operational communications with the Eastern Front's White armies if the latter had managed to recover from their defeat and once again move to the banks of the Volga River. In hoping for such an opportunity for them, the commander of the White Caucasus Army, General Vrangel, particularly insisted on the development of the main attack along the Saratov axis, so that upon linking up with the Eastern Front's White armies, they could move upon Moscow. Quite the opposite, General Sidorin, the commander of the Don Army, proposed a temporary halt for consolidating the rear, with even the possible sacrifice of the Kharkov area. Following some hesitation, General Denikin, the commander of the armed forces of South Russia, halted on the following plan of action. We would direct Vrangel's Caucasus army against Saratov, and from there on Penza, Arzamas, and Nizhny Novgorod. From Nizhny Novgorod, Vrangel was to strive to reach Moscow through Vladimir. The Don army was supposed to attack Moscow directly along two axes, Voronezh, Kozlov, Ryazan, and Novy Oskol, Ilyets, Volovo, Kashira. Maemaevsky's volunteer army was also given the mission of developing the offensive on Moscow, having as its main axis Kursk, Oryol, and Tula. In order to secure himself from the west, Maemaevsky was to advance to the line of the Desna and Dnieper rivers in the Ukrainian theater and to occupy the city of Kiev. At the same time, the Volunteer Army's Third Corps, which was operating in the Crimea, was supposed to reach the lower Dnieper from the city of Alexandrovsk to the river's mouth, with the idea of subsequently occupying the cities of Kherson and Nikolaev. The Black Sea Fleet was ordered to blockade Odessa, Denikin's directive of July 3rd, issued by him in Tsaritsyn. As we can see, this plan was distinguished by its extremely broad scope. The actual correlation of the forces of the revolution and counter-revolution in the country deprived it of any kind of political base. Given the absence of the latter, the fulfillment of the plan would lead to the dispersion of General Denikin's shock fists in space. This is exactly what happened, because in carrying out this plan Maemaevsky enabled an even greater scope in space, spreading his offensive almost throughout all of right-bank Ukraine. The campaign on Moscow would lead the armed forces of South Russia into direct contact with the armed forces of the Ukrainian counter-revolution and those of the border states, Poland and Romania. This circumstance would only have complicated their strategic situation. General Denikin's hard and unbending policy, as regards the nationalities question, a unified and indivisible Russia, would exclude any possibility of their coordinated operations and, quite the opposite, brought about an armed conflict between them. Nor could Denikin count on the further significant growth of his forces from internal sources. The Southern counter-revolution was odious for the broad popular masses of Russia and Ukraine. The White Eastern armies were experiencing the same fate, and thus could not count on restoring their combat power. Thus the plan for a march on Moscow, which was issued by General Denikin on July 3, 1919 as a goal for his armies, did not correspond to the conditions of either the Whites' external or internal situation and was beyond their strength. However, if we dig deeper into an analysis of the political reasons that compelled General Denikin to reject Sidorin's proposals, then we will see that Denikin was facing a dilemma. Either move to take Moscow for the bourgeois landlord bloc and Entente capitalists, who had advanced him and who were supporting him, or admit that he was a political and military bankrupt in their eyes and to cede his place to someone else. It made no sense to re-establish the entire old system, with its centralism, oppression of the borderlands and suppression of the national minorities, without controlling Moscow. The re-establishment of powerful Cossack border areas was only a step to final goals of Denikin's rule as a political system, and not an end in itself. At the same time, it was exactly the latter that General Sidorin's proposal had in mind. The ideas of Cossack independence from the center, the eloquent expression of which was Eideman Krasnov in 1918, were reborn in this proposal. Denikin's rejection of Sidorin's proposals defined that fault line which had already been noted, and which within half a year would turn into a chasm between the powerful bourgeoisie and great power, petite bourgeois and autonomous lines of the Southern counter-revolution, Ukraine, and the Cossacks. The capture of Moscow did in no way correspond to the interests of the Cossack autonomists. The Kuban, where the current of autonomy had prodded the Allies at the Paris Conference to study a proposal for an independent Kuban state had, as early as the summer of 1919, in the person of its representatives, declared its unwillingness to capture Moscow in any form and only wanted to defend its region. This means that Denikin's task was becoming more difficult. He was forced to move to capture Moscow by the circuitous route of the preliminary political conquest of the Kuban. This could be realized by defeating the Kuban Rada. But the latter was the single institution possessing weight in the eyes of the Cossacks, and which held them at the front through its authority. Any blow by Denikin against the opposition Rada would be at the same time a blow against his military power. The struggle against the Kuban Rada constituted the main content of the government of the armed forces of South Russia's policy throughout nearly the entire campaign of 1919. Thus, against the background of increasing military successes, mutual internal contradictions appeared between the moving forces of the Southern counter-revolution and began to become exacerbated. This internal struggle of the different counter-revolutionary currents, at that moment when the white Southern armies had reached the boundaries of the RSFSR and entered into its confines, had become complicated by their sharp conflict with the peasantry and the national minorities in those territories influenced by the armed forces of South Russia. All of this, taken together, created a completely new qualitative situation on the Southern Front, the first signs of which had come together at the moment of the greatest successes by the white Southern Front. The fulfillment of General Denikin's offensive plan began after his issuance of the Moscow Directive. In this regard, a most difficult situation had arisen for the Red 12th Army on the Ukrainian right bank. The latter was the object of operations by the armed forces of South Russia from the southeast, and for the remnants of the Ukrainian Directory's forces and the Poles from the west. Before long, the Red 12th Army had to fight along two opposing fronts. The Ukrainian Directory's forces were particularly active along the Vinnytsia axis, where their numbers reached 7,000 to 8,000 infantry and cavalry. The Volunteer Army was seeking to penetrate into right-bank Ukraine along three axes: along the Black Sea on Kherson and Nikolaev, and then along the Yekaterinoslav and Poltava axes. The enemy held himself more passively along the central operational axes leading into the depth of Great Russia. But along the Kamyshin, Saratov axis the enemy was striving to push back the Red 10th Army through a flanking maneuver and to reach the Avalovo, Kamyshin sector. As did the shakiness along the Eastern Front, so did the continuing retreat of the Southern Front's Red forces attract the attention of the party, the revolutionary masses of the population, and the High Command. The party gave up its best forces to reinforce the Southern Front's combat power. The Southern proletariat carried out particularly outstanding work. For example, the Kharkov proletariat put forward 15 of its age classes for defending the cause of the proletarian revolution. The Kharkov communists turned over 9/10 of their forces to the front. Some communist cells along the front zone yielded up to 80% of their forces. The growth of the revolutionary upsurge was observed everywhere among the working masses of Ukraine. The influx of these highly conscious, in the political sense, reinforcements was reflected, first of all, in the sudden change in the morale of the Southern Front's armies. Besides this, the High Command undertook a series of energetic measures to increase the strength of the Southern Front's armies. The already evident favorable turning point in the campaign on the Eastern Front enabled us to do this. The overall strength of the reinforcements transferred to the Southern Front between May 1st and July 1st reached the impressive figure of 60,000 men. By July 15, 1919, the situation and correlation of forces of both sides on the Southern Front was as follows. The Red 14th Army, 53,000 infantry and cavalry and 116 guns, was deployed along the front Kherson, Rakitino, 640 kilometers. The enemy's forces facing it along this front numbered 24,600 infantry and cavalry and 67 guns. Despite the nearly twofold superiority in forces over the enemy, this army's situation cannot be called stable due to the banditry which was undermining its rear areas and because of its extremely long front. The Red 13th Army, 17,600 infantry and cavalry and 84 guns, occupied the front Rakitino, Stanovoy, 170 kilometers. It had been badly worn out and exhausted by the previous fighting. The enemy facing it disposed of 13,050 infantry and cavalry and 48 guns. The Red 8th Army, 25,000 infantry and cavalry and 157 guns, was holding along the front Stanovoy, Novokopyorsk, 220 kilometers, facing the enemy's 15,610 infantry and cavalry and 67 guns. The Red 9th Army, 16,000 infantry and cavalry and 132 guns, along the front Novokopyorsk, Yelon, 158 kilometers, was covering the important Tukhachevskie axis, the road to Penza. Here the enemy enjoyed a numerical superiority, deploying against it 25,000 infantry and cavalry and 53 guns. The Red 10th Army, 26,000 infantry and cavalry and 132 guns, occupied the front Yalan, Kamishin, 145 kilometers, faced by the enemy's 18,350 infantry and cavalry and 68 guns. The Red Southern Front's reserves and those of the High Command consisted of the following divisions: 7th Rifle, 6,000 infantry, but without wagons and horses, in the rear of the 13th Army in the area north of Kursk; 32nd Rifle, 5,000 infantry, which was concentrated in the area of Mordovo and Griatsy stations; 56th Rifle, up to 12,000 infantry, concentrated in the Kirsanov, Karsk area. Besides this, the garrisons of the Kursk, Voronezh, Tambov, Tukhachevskie, Karsk, and Kamishin fortified areas, the strength of which reached 11,000 infantry, could be reserves for the Southern Front. The enemy's reserves in the front area numbered 24,000 infantry and cavalry, with 34,500 infantry and cavalry in the deep rear. Thus, as early as the middle of July, the Red Southern Front enjoyed a numerical superiority over the enemy of more than 20,000 troops, 171,600 infantry and cavalry against the Whites' 151,900 infantry and cavalry. Upon the completion of the concentration of all forces dispatched from the Eastern Front to the Southern Front, which was expected in the middle of August 1919, the Red Southern Front was to go over to a general offensive. However, it was not through these circumstances alone that one can explain that combat resilience which the Southern Front's Red Armies acquired once again along the borders of the RSFSR. Now the rear areas of both fronts presented a picture completely opposite of that which prevailed in May. The White Front rested its rear on those areas vital to it, where agrarian relations were characterized by the presence of large landowner holdings alongside small peasant farms. The average size of a private land holding in the Voronezh, Kursk area was 113 desiatins, while the average peasant allotment was 7 desiatins. Besides this, as early as the preceding year, these areas had undergone a split in the countryside's United Front, which determined the Sovietization of the peasantry's middle and poor layers. The turbulent petit bourgeois element now lay behind the White Front. Denikin's policy regarding the agrarian question, around which were concentrated the immediate interests of this element, could not bring calm to it and only inflamed it more. This policy ran far to the right of the corresponding policy of the Cossack governments. If the Kuban government was trying to reach an agreement even so far as the elimination of private landholdings, although this had not been formulated by law, then Denikin's agrarian legislation could not satisfy even the most modest wishes of the peasantry. While recognizing the right of private landholdings and the redemption of the landlord's land in favor of the peasantry for a 7-year period, Denikin conditioned this last concession with such a mass of exceptions that actually reduced all of this extremely skimpy agrarian reform to nothing. Thus, Denikin and his associates could do nothing but be the helpless spectators to a growing peasant movement which was now turned directly against them. The plan for the Red Southern Front's offensive did not come about immediately. Commander-in-Chief Vatsiti's plan to launch the main attack along the Kharkov axis with the forces of the 14th, 13th, and 8th Red Armies. The 9th and 10th Armies, while attacking between the Volga and the Don, were to launch a supporting attack. The commander of the Southern Front, Yegeryev, who had replaced Jitis, proposed concentrating a shock fist in the Novokopyorsk, Kamishin area and to launch the main attack with it in the direction of the Lower Kopier and the Lower Don rivers, leaving only a screen along the Kharkov axis, while energetically demonstrating with the 14th Army along the front Chaplino, Lozovaya. S.S. Kamenev, the former commander of the Eastern Front, who had replaced Commander-in-Chief Vatsitis, ordered on July 23, Directive No. 1116/SH, that the main attack be developed by the Southern Front's left flank in the direction of the Don region, with the mission of defeating Denikin's forces. The 9th and 10th Armies were to form the shock group under the overall command of the former commander of the Red Second Army, V.I. Shorin, who had been transferred from the Eastern Front. The shock group's reserve was to be the 25th and 28th Rifle Divisions, which were being transferred from the Eastern Front. The Southern Front Command was to reinforce Shorin's shock group with its reserves and the 56th Rifle Division. The 13th and 8th Armies formed Selavakiov's group and were supposed to launch a supporting attack along the Kharkov axis. The overall assumption of the offensive was set for mid-August upon the final concentration of all of the shock group's units. For the time being, the Southern Front's mission was an active defense. The enemy's actions on the Southern Front, before the Red Army's assumption of a decisive offensive, were characterized by the manifestation of increased activity along the flank operational axes and a lull in the center. For example, on July 28, the enemy captured the city of Kamishin along the Saratov axis, pushing back the Red 10th Army to the front Borzenkovo, Bubnov. Units of the armed forces of South Russia, in developing their attacks in the direction of Ukraine, by August 1st had reached the front Poltava, Yekaterinoslav, Nikopol, Oleshki. The counter-maneuver by our armies served as the beginning of that decisive struggle along the Southern Front that did not cease from this moment until the final political and military collapse of the armed forces of South Russia. But before beginning an examination of the events that prepared this collapse, let us cast our gaze upon the overall disposition and strength of the RSFSR's armed forces at this moment. Before the beginning of the decisive struggle in South Russia, all of the Republic's armed forces were grouped into 3 fronts and 1 independent army. 1. The Western Front, with the 12th Army, numbered about 140,000 infantry and cavalry and 797 guns. 2. The Southern Front, counting reserves and units being transferred from the Eastern Front, numbered 171,600 infantry and cavalry and more than 611 guns. 3. The Eastern Front, numbering about 125,000 infantry and cavalry and 445 guns. 4. The 6th Independent Army, numbering about 14,000 infantry and cavalry and 136 guns. In all, there were about 450,600 infantry and cavalry and more than 1,544 guns at the fronts. Only auxiliary and reserve units and units from some divisions, numbering 14,400 infantry and cavalry, 74 guns and 186 machine guns, were undergoing formation in the internal districts and, finally, auxiliary branches of the service and special designation troops numbered about 180,000 infantry and 763 machine guns. The comparatively large strength of the rear and special designation forces can be explained by the seriousness and variety of the tasks which the Soviet regime was supposed to resolve in the rear area. The subsequent period of both sides' campaign on the Southern Front consisted of the following local operations: actions in Ukraine, operations along the central operational axes, and, finally, operations in the space between the Volga and Don rivers, the operational area of the 9th and 10th Army Shock Group. We will now examine both sides' operations in Ukraine in the early autumn of 1919. See Map 8 of the Plate section. Operations in Ukraine against the Red Forces consisted of active operations by the Volunteer Army, Petliura's forces, and Polish divisions, which were seeking to capture the political center of Kiev from various sides. This put in a difficult situation the Red 12th Army, which had to operate along 3 fronts. The 14th Army initially secured the 12th Army against the armed forces of South Russia in the east. Makhno's anarchist bandit gangs, which were equally hostile to both sides, were active closer to the Black Sea coast. The front of the 12th Army's main forces was turned to the west, from whence the threat was arising from Haller's Polish divisions and the forces of the Ukrainian Directory along the Vinnytsia axis. The 12th Army's 3 rifle divisions operated against all of these enemy forces, while the situation of the 45th Rifle Division was especially difficult. It occupied a front of more than 200 kilometers from Vinnytsia through Popolyuki Station as far as the village of Mayaki, with a force of about 5,000 infantry. Bands, under the command of an entire series of different atamans, were active in the Vinnytsia, Zvenogorodka, Kazetin, and Kremenchuk areas, were disturbing this division along the right flank and rear. An uprising of German colonists was threatening the division's left flank. The 45th Rifle Division, which was forced to detach part of its forces, 1,000 infantry and 7 guns, for fighting these bands, occupied its entire front with only individual outposts, numbering up to 50 men each, at a distance of 3 to 4 kilometers from each other. The 47th Rifle Division was securing the Odessa area and the Black Sea coastline, while the 58th Rifle Division, formed from the former Ukrainian Second Army, located along the shore of the Black Sea, was in direct combat contact, on the one hand, with units from the Volunteer Army, the Three Corps, which was emerging from the Crimea, and with Makhno's bands on the other. Thus, the 12th Army was wedged between the Russian and foreign White armies, while at the same time having a number of local uprisings within its area. The Volunteer Army Command began its active operations to invade Ukraine earlier, before the regrouping and concentration of all of the Red Southern Army's forces was completed for their general counter-maneuver, which secured the success of the Whites' offensive. The Volunteer Army was developing its success along three axes, from Poltava to Kiev, from Yekaterinoslav into the depth of the Ukrainian right bank to Yelisavetgrad, Znamenka, and Nikolaev, and along the Black Sea coast to Kherson and Odessa. The offensive developed successfully along all of these axes. As early as August 18th, the Whites' front in Ukraine ran from a point excluding Rylsk through Lubny and Pomyshnaya to Nikolaev. The latter was occupied by the enemy on August 18th, while the 58th Rifle Division fell back on Voznesensk. As a result of two of its brigades going over to Makhno, the remaining units of the 58th Rifle Division turned toward Golta. Simultaneously, Petliura's units were developing their offensive toward Kiev and Odessa, while approaching Vinnytsia and Vapnyarka, while Polish units were moving on Zhytomyr. The High Command, in its drive to secure South Ukraine as far as possible, did not want to voluntarily give up the Kherson and Odessa areas. It took the risk of leaving the 12th Army's 3 divisions there, even if the link-up of Denikin's and Petliura's forces in the Uman, Yelisavetgrad area should follow. The subsequent course of events preempted these decisions by the High Command. The 12th Army's units were pushed back from two sides. In the east, the enemy broke through the 14th Army's lines and was moving along the most direct path from Poltava to Kiev, which his units entered on August 31st. The evening before, that is, on August 30th, Petliura's units had already entered Kiev. They had rushed there from Vinnytsia following the breakthrough of the 45th Rifle Division's front in this area. In Kiev, not only did both enemy sides not link up, but an armed collision nearly occurred between them. On the basis of a local agreement between their leaders, they dispersed, having established a demarcation line between each other, while Kiev remained in the hands of the Volunteer Army. Almost simultaneously with Kiev, Odessa was occupied by the Volunteer Army, with the assistance of an amphibious landing from British ships and from troops attacking along the shore from Nikolaev. Due to these reasons, the remnants of the 12th Army's 3 divisions ended up in nearly complete strategic encirclement in the Golta area. This group's withdrawal along the Zhytomyr axis, under the overall leadership of Comrade Yaker, linked up with the 12th Army's remaining units around Zhytomyr on September 19th, following a 20-day march, marks one of the glorious pages in the history of the Red Army. Only a narrow corridor between Berzula and Golta to the north remained open at the disposal of this group. Yaker's group moved into this corridor, headed for Uman. Here the remnants of the 45th Rifle Division joined the group. Yaker's units headed from Uman to Kristinovka and Skvyra. Near Popolnaya station they cut the Kazatin-Kiev Railroad within the demarcation zone which had been established between the Ukrainians and Denikin's forces. Here Yaker's group got in contact for the first time with the 12th Army's 44th Rifle Division. This division had abandoned Zhytomyr under pressure from the Poles and was located 15 kilometers to the north of the city. Having agreed on joint action, Yaker's group and the 44th Rifle Division attacked Zhytomyr from the north and south on September 19th, threw out the Poles and linked up in the city. The temporary quiet spell along the Southern Theater's central sector was the result, on the one hand, of the preparations for our counter-maneuver, and on the other, the swallowing up of the enemy's forces in space. As a result, his intentions now pursued the limited goal of thwarting our coming counter-maneuver. During his summer offensive, the enemy had conquered an enormous territory, which included the entire Don region, almost all of Ukraine, and the space along both banks of the Volga River as far as Kamyshin. The Whites were already encountering along the boundaries of this territory stubborn resistance from Southern Front's Red units, which were preparing to go over to the offensive. In expectation of this offensive, General Denikin decided to thwart it through the actions of his own strategic cavalry, because he had no free forces for a larger operation. For this purpose, he decided to move to the north the Caucasus Army, headed by General Vrangel, to remove General Konovalov's cavalry corps from Vrangel's sector, thus shortening the Don Army's front, and to unite it with General Mamontov's cavalry corps, about 9,000 cavalry and infantry and 12 guns, which was being formed in Stanitsa Uryupinskaya. This cavalry mass was to be directed to attack the flank and rear of the Southern Front's central group of armies, 13th and 8th, in the direction of Tambov, with the subsequent mission of raiding our Southern Front's rear. The slowness of the advance by Vrangel's army hindered the timely removal of Konovalov's corps from its front, and Mamontov was forced to head out on his sortie raid without it. On August 10th, Mamontov broke through along the boundary of the Red 8th and 9th Army's internal flanks in the Novokopyorsk area and streamed directly toward Tambov, which was one of the Southern Front's bases. The Tambov axis was all the more dangerous because the headquarters of the Southern Front was near there, in the town of Kozlov. The first unfavorable result of Mamontov's breakthrough along a 50-kilometer front for us was the disruption of operational communications between Shorin's and Solovakiov's groups, the diversion of part of Shorin's group's reserves to it, and the cutting of communications between the group and the Southern Front headquarters. On August 18th, Mamontov took Tambov and from there turned toward Kozlov, thus penetrating deeply into our army's rear, which is why he subsequently was unable to directly influence the course of their combat operations. Thus Shorin and Solovakiov began their offensive at the appointed time, that is, August 15th. By this time, the situation of Solovakiov's group, 13th and 8th Armies, had changed little in comparison to that which we noted for July 15th, namely that its front began near Okhturka and ran somewhat north of the towns of Graveron, Korocha, Alexievka, and Korotoyak, embracing further on Lisky, Talavea, and Novokopyorsk. The situation was different along the front of Shorin's group. Its front looked like a re-entrant angle, with its apex near Balashov. The 9th Army occupied the northern side of this angle, from Novokopyorsk to Yelon. The 10th Army was located along the northeastern part of this angle, along the line Borzhenkovo, Krasnyi Yar, Kamenka. Thus Shorin's group, which was to launch the main attack, was echeloned behind, about 150 kilometers, in relation to its supporting group. Besides this, Shorin's group was supposed to straighten out its front by moving the 9th Army's flank forward. All of this had to negatively tell upon the rapidity of the development of further actions by the shock group. Actually, as the course of subsequent events showed, the successes achieved by the group were of purely local significance. It was only on August 21st that it was able to unleash the 9th Army's left flank, and it began to advance. The plan for the actions of Shorin's shock group was condemned during its time. It was pointed out that the main reason for its lack of success was the choice of the main attack axis along the line of the greatest political resistance. Of course, this reason is still significant. But this factor would have been significantly weakened if the group command had moved the center of gravity of its attack not to the 10th Army's sector, the Tsaritsyn axis, but to the 9th Army's right flank, aiming it approximately along the front Pavlovsk, Bogachar. Then complete coordination in space would have been achieved between the auxiliary and main attacks. The latter would not have run along the line of the greatest political resistance, and, finally, Mamontov's breakthrough would have encountered great difficulties for its realization. As far as we know, the High Command, in the person of SS Kamenev, was in no way trying to nail Shorin down to precisely the Tsaritsyn axis. It's more likely that the gravitational force of a geographical object told here, without taking into account other opportunities, as sometimes happens in military operations. Besides, we will not forget that Mamontov's raid swallowed up part of the forces of Shorin's group, which could not but tell on the scope of its maneuver and the pace of its development. The 56th Rifle Division initially went off to fight Mamontov, then the 21st Rifle Division, which was initially being dispatched from the Eastern Front to Shorin's group, then turned there, and finally a major combat entity like Budyani's cavalry corps had to be taken from Shorin's group and thrown into the fighting against Mamontov. The idea of launching the main attack with Shorin's group was prompted by that grouping of Red forces on the Southern Front, which SS Kamenev found upon taking up the post of Commander-in-Chief. It achieved its greatest strength precisely along the Red Southern Front's left flank. Politics demanded the swiftest assumption of the offensive, and the High Command had to configure its plan to the existing group of forces. It is well known how difficult for us were all the railroad transfers inevitable in major regroupings, given the catastrophic condition of railroad transport during the Civil War years. On August 28th, the 10th Army had a major success. Budyani's cavalry corps routed Suchalov's Don cavalry in the area of Stanitsa Kamenev. On August 31st, the 9th Army was already arriving at the front. Alexikovo, Yerezhinskaya, and Budyani's cavalry launched yet another powerful attack against the enemy in the Stanitsa Serebryakovo, Zelenovskaya area. However, in spite of these successes, Shorin's group nevertheless remained behind Solovakiov's group. The latter was developing its main attack along the 8th Army's sector, launching it to bypass Kharkov from the east, in the general direction of Kupiansk. The 8th Army's offensive pulled part of the 13th Army's left flank after it. On August 24th, the town of Korocha was occupied by units of the 13th Army, and the enemy was thrown back on Belgorod. At this time, the 8th Army's front was advancing to the line Nikolaevka-Burluk. By September 1st, Solovakiov's group had arrived with the 8th Army to the front Volchansk, Kupiansk, Podgornaya, which presented a direct threat to the city of Kharkov. Meanwhile, Mamontov continued his raid in the rear of the southern front. In carrying out his raid, Mamontov heavily destroyed the railroads and ruthlessly dealt with political and Soviet organizations, while at the same time not ignoring methods of crude demagogy, that is, by distributing stolen property to the population, thinking to bring it over to his side through this. In conclusion, we consider it necessary to halt on the extreme rapidity of the re-establishment of its forces following severe defeats, which the Red Army manifested during Denikin's summer offensive. The armies which suffered a cruel defeat at the end of May and the beginning of June were already putting up active resistance to the enemy within 2 to 3 weeks. At the end of May, the 8th Army was retreating in disorder to the north, and at the end of June was already inflicting on the enemy a number of local but highly demoralizing defeats in the Ostrogozhsk area. The party organizations, which were being fed whole into the units, and the local mobilizations of unions and volunteers from the local population, quickly restored the Army's losses and combat capability. The entire period under examination by us in this chapter was characterized by an entire series of tactically interesting breakouts from encirclement by individual units of the Red Army. The Army's very retreat was often carried out without the necessary operational coordination of the armies and individual sectors of the front. The desire to hang on to territory, the timidity of operational thinking, the tendency to cover all axes equally, and fighting of local significance, which did not flow from operational directives precisely uniting the troops' tactical actions, continued to characterize the actions of entire sectors of the front. On the other hand, political work met the challenge during this period. In the days of the most severe trials, the main mass of the Red Army did not know defeatist attitudes. Finally, the trials of the summer campaign showed that the Red Army was also able to create on the southern front stable command political cadres, which ensured the significant resilience of the Red Army's organizational formations despite the scope of its defeats. The Whites' counter-maneuver against Solovakiov's group, the continuation of the struggle against Mamontov's raid, the correlation of the sides' forces before the beginning of the Oriol operation, the opening of the Oriol operation, its development, the Reds' plan for a counter-maneuver, the formation of the southern and southeastern fronts, the struggle on the Don, the 14th Army's operations, the Oriol operations crisis. The Red 8th Army's deep wedge into the White front along the Kupiansk axis forced the Whites to halt their operations in Ukraine. While limiting itself to an active defense against the 14th Army, the Volunteer Army Command set about organizing a maneuver against Solovakiov's group. While holding its offensive from the front, the command was creating shock groups along the Belgorod and Biryach axes for an attack against the 8th Army's flanks and rear. Shkuro's cavalry corps, transferred from the Kiev axis, and the newly formed units from the Kharkov area, units of the 31st and Kornilov divisions, were used to form the Belgorod maneuver group, while the Biryach group was being created from 2 Don divisions and a single brigade. The enemy was actively defending against the 9th Army along the front Pavlovsk, Stanitsa Podgornaya, thus supporting its maneuver from the right. From September 5th, the results of the Whites' regrouping began to tell. In developing their attack from Belgorod to the northeast on Rozava, and from Varvarovka to the Kaltiva River, 40 kilometers to the southeast of the town of Biryach, to the northwest on Biryach and Novyi Oskol, the Whites forced the forward units of the 8th Army to begin to fall back on a line running north of Korocha, Novyi Oskol, and Alexivka. The fact that the group immediately surged ahead, without bothering to sufficiently broaden the wedge of its penetration, greatly aided the success of the Whites' counter-maneuver against Solovakiov's group. The Eighth Army was thrust forward like a narrow and long tongue, which rendered its flanks extremely vulnerable. The chasing after territory undoubtedly played a role here. The 14th Army, which had been pushed back by the enemy beforehand behind the Sime River, sought to help Solovakiov's group through active operations by its right flank. The army once again crossed the Sime River and by September 13th had Chapter 11 the Oriol operation taken the front Borzna, Bakhmak, but was forced to once again fall back due to the lack of resilience along the Kursk axis. Only now did all the unfavorable consequences of the absence of operational coordination between Shorin's and Solovakiov's group become apparent. The enemy got the opportunity to eliminate Solovakiov's maneuver by taking advantage of the spatial gap between it and Shorin's group. The disruption of the lines of communication in the front's rear by Mamontov's raid negatively told on the absence of close coordination between both groups. As a result of the break in communications between Shorin's group and the Southern Front's headquarters, the group was temporarily controlled directly by the Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief, in attaching as before decisive significance to Shorin's group, ordered the Southern Front Command to direct the group's right flank west of Lugansk, without weakening Shorin's group by detaching from it units for fighting Mamontov's raid, while along the remainder of the front it was to behave actively in order to hinder the enemy from carrying out transfers to his left flank. This order testifies to the fact that the High Command continued to consider Shorin's group the main attack and was unwilling to view it as a source for supplying the troops fighting against Mamontov's corps, Comrade Lashevich's group. There evidently already existed a difference of opinion in principle on this question between the Commander-in-Chief and the chairman of the RVSR. The latter was evidently striving to shift the center of gravity of the Southern Front's efforts to the Oriol-Kursk axis and to reinforce Lashevich's group at the expense of the units along the Don sector. This can be seen from the Commander-in-Chief's telegram No. 4195/op of September 6, 1919 to the chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council. In this telegram, the Commander-in-Chief points out that Lashevich disposed of 10,470 infantry, 500 cavalry, and 12 guns for fighting Mamontov. On September 2nd, Lashevich was sent another 3,000 infantry and 9 guns. Moreover, the 21st Rifle Division, which was arriving from the Eastern Front, was concentrating as a reserve in Tula. Aside from these forces, Lashevich could also employ the Tula garrison, numbering 1,000 infantry and 2 guns, the 5th Latvian and Railroad regiments, for fighting Mamontov. Further on, the Commander-in-Chief shifted to the most important part of his telegram, while taking issue with the proposed shift of the Red Ninth Army's movement due west and the dispatch of Budyani's cavalry corps to the Voronezh-Kursk axis. In the Commander-in-Chief's opinion, the adoption of such a decision was equivalent to a radical change in the initial plan. The Commander-in-Chief believed that the shift of our efforts to the Voronezh-Kursk axis, which was not now the main one, meant subordinating oneself to the enemy's initiative. In the Commander-in-Chief's opinion, combat conditions were becoming more favorable for the enemy along the Southern Front's western operational axis. Here the enemy disposed of a more developed railroad network. Here he had some kind of reserves in his rear. The transfer of enemy reserves to the east would encounter great difficulties due both to the outline of the railroad network and to the absence there of the enemy's free reserves. Recognizing the idea of a defense to be fatal, the Commander-in-Chief pointed out that they should strictly adhere to the existing plan to launch an attack along the Don and Kuban as personnel sources for the enemy. We have halted in such detail on the contents of this telegram because it has great significance. It is the key to understanding all subsequent regroupings on the Southern Front. The Whites, having become convinced of the numerical superiority of Shorin's group and lacking the opportunity of halting its successes along their front, began to fall back in an orderly fashion to the line of the Kopier and Don rivers, resting their right flank on the Tsaritsyn fortified area. By covering themselves with these rivers as a tactical barrier and resting on the Tsaritsyn area, they regrouped their forces, creating in the Kokolinskaya, Kotlebin station area a powerful maneuver group made up of 3 Kuban Corps and the 6th Infantry Division. On September 9, 1919, this group fell primarily upon the 10th Army, causing heavy losses, which halted the offensive drive of Shorin's entire group. By this time, the latter had already been significantly weakened by the dispatch of forces from it for fighting Mamontov's raid, which the telegram cited by us above clearly illustrates. The change in the overall situation in favor of the Whites impelled their command to strive to develop the partial success achieved against Solovakiov's group. This decision was the start of the general battle by both enemies along the boundaries of the RSFSR, the chief part of which was the Oryol operation. But before examining how this new phase of the campaign unfolded on the Southern Front, and which was its crisis, it is necessary to draw up briefly the results of Mamontov's ongoing raid. Mamontov, having luckily for him, broken with the 56th Rifle Division, which had been sent against him from the Kirsanov area, and having taken, as we have already mentioned, Tambov on August 18th and Kozlov on August 22nd, from whence the Southern Front's headquarters was forced to move to Oryol, moved due west, detaching a small flank detachment against the town of Ranenburg. Mamontov's successful operations demanded the unification of the command for the fight against him in a single person. On August 27, 1919, the command of all operations against Mamontov was entrusted to Comrade Lashevich, a member of the Southern Front's Revolutionary Military Council. Attempts to block Mamontov's path were unsuccessful as infantry units were almost exclusively involved in fighting him. Thus Mamontov managed to preempt the Red units in Lebedien, after which he moved on Ilyets and occupied it. Signs of demoralization began to be observed among the Cossacks the further Mamontov's corps moved on, which was caused by mass marauding. The population was hostile to the corps, and the horses' strength was gradually melting away. This forced Mamontov to turn to auxiliary formations from the local population, the Tula Infantry Division. Simultaneously, the Reds' strength grew and their ring was becoming more solid. Thus Mamontov decided to end his raid. On September 4th, he moved from Ilyets in 3 columns to the south and southeast. On September 6th, he broke by this maneuver through the Red units that had encircled him in a half-ring and began to move south. In an attempt to prevent Mamontov from linking up with his main forces, the Red Command adopted measures to remove new and significant forces from the front to be employed against him. For this, aside from the units that had been dispatched to fight the White Cavalry, including brigades from the 3rd Rifle Division, from the 8th Army, and the 21st Rifle Division, which was moving from the Eastern Front to reinforce Shorin's group, it was ordered to detach the 37th Rifle Division from the 10th Army and the 22nd Rifle Division from the 9th Army. The command did not hurry to transfer the 37th Rifle Division, having in mind the reinforcement of the 9th Army's right flank with it, while the 22nd Rifle Division was held up in its army until the end of the struggle against Miranov's uprising. The latter, a former Cossack colonel, had fought on the side of the Soviet regime from the first days of the October Revolution, but being opposed to Soviet policy along the Don, decided to embark with his Don Corps, which he was forming at the time in Saransk, Penza province, to launch a struggle on 2 fronts, against Denikin and against the Bolsheviks. On August 23rd, on the pretext that the government was interfering with the formation of his corps, he brought into the uprising a part of the politically uninformed Cossacks, and with a detachment of 5,000 men. Of these, only 2,000 were armed and 1,000 with horses, 2 guns and 10 machine guns, headed for the front line in the hope that the 9th Army's 23rd Rifle Division, which he had commanded earlier, would accept him. Units were taken from the Eastern Front's 1st and 4th Armies, and units from the Reserve Army in Kazan and the Samara fortified area to eliminate Miranov's uprising. However, there was no need of their assistance. Miranov's detachment ran into Budyani's cavalry corps and was scattered. Following the elimination of Miranov's uprising, Budyani's cavalry corps continued its movement to the Novokopyorsk area. At this time Mamontov was heading directly for Voronezh. On September 7th Mamontov occupied the town of Usman, and throughout 8 to 12 September vainly sought to take Voronezh, but he was unable to overcome the resistance of the Red units that had arrived to save the city. Upon calling off the fight for Voronezh and having fallen back to the north, Mamontov maneuvered in the area of the city during the course of a week, and in the immediate vicinity of the front line, feeling for a weak place in the Red Front in order to link up with his main forces. All information pointed to a group of White cavalry forces to the southeast of Voronezh, to where the Reds' main forces were also congregating, having weakened the axis to the southwest of this locale. During Mamontov's maneuvering, a powerful offensive by Shkuro's corps was detected from Staryi Oskol to the north and northeast. On September 17, Shkuro's group was already 50 kilometers southwest of Voronezh. Mamontov quickly turned around to meet Shkuro, and on September 19, the link-up of Shkuro's and Mamontov's cavalry took place near the village of Osechino. Mamontov was unable to thwart the Reds' offensive, although he was able to significantly weaken the offensive's results chiefly as regards the actions of Shkuro's group. Major forces from this group, more than 2 rifle divisions, instead of operations according to their designation, had been distracted to the fight against Mamontov. This circumstance chiefly facilitated the development of a new offensive by the White armies along the central operational axes and made it easier for them to carry out this offensive. Mamontov's success, however, was purchased at the price of a decline in his cavalry's combat capability due to its internal demoralization and to the exhaustion of its horse park. The significance of large cavalry masses in the conditions of the Civil War was correctly taken into account by the Red Command from the example of Mamontov's raid. This raid finally solidified the decision to create large masses of Red cavalry, which played a decisive role in the Red Army's subsequent operations, the Proletarians to Your Horses campaign. Such was the overall operational background against which the White Army's final major offensive operation along the southern front unfolded. Before the start of the decisive struggle in South Russia, General Denikin had managed to bring the strength of his forces up to 99,450 infantry, 53,800 cavalry, and 560 guns. These forces were far from being qualitatively equal. The White Command had achieved such an increase in its forces by pouring into its army the forcible mobilized population and captured Red Army soldiers. But service in the White armies was equally hateful to both the local population and the Red Army troops. The overall disposition of the enemy's forces by the start of the Oriol operation was as follows. It had 15 infantry and 26 cavalry divisions, 58,650 infantry and 48,200 cavalry, 431 guns and 1,727 machine guns, along a front of about 1,065 kilometers, and in the immediate rear, in the area of Kharkov and Belgorod, there were 2 infantry and 1 cavalry divisions, 15,300 infantry and 600 cavalry, which had not finished forming, and, finally, the strength of the new formations in the deep rear had reached 25,500 infantry and 5,000 cavalry. By this time, the Southern Front's Red armies had been raised to a strength of 113,439 infantry, 27,328 cavalry, 774 guns, and 3,763 machine guns, and occupied a front from the Dnieper River to the Volga River. On the whole, the numerical and technical superiority was on the side of the Red armies, but along the central sector and the sectors of the front immediately adjacent to it, where the decisive fighting unfolded, the enemy managed to concentrate relatively large forces, namely, against the Reds' 55,630 infantry, 1,820 cavalry, and 412 guns, 14th, 13th, and 8th Armies. The Whites had 45,200 infantry, 13,900 cavalry, and about 200 guns. See Map 9 of the Plate section. The armies of the Red Southern Front occupied the following line. By September 5, the 14th Army's main forces were stationed along the line of the Desna and Sym rivers from Chernigov through Plisky, as far as Glukhov, comprising the right flank of the Southern Front's armies. On September 6, the High Command once again transferred the 12th Army to the Western Front. The 13th Army, which had experienced the greatest amount of combat exertion in the latest fighting, stood on the approaches to the city of Kursk, having the Sym River in its immediate rear and occupying a front from Kursk to a point excluding Staryi Oskol. The 8th Army had preserved its forward position along the right bank of the Don River, approximately along the front Staryi Oskol, Veluki, including both locales, Pavlovsk. As before, the 9th Army was echeloned behind the 8th Army, having reached the line of the Kopier River from Nikolskaya to Uсть-Medveditskaya. The enemy was already falling back before it behind the Don River, delaying its advance only through rearguard actions. The enemy's shock group, numbering 25,900 infantry, 5,600 cavalry, 421 machine guns, 90 guns, 4 armored cars, 9 tanks, and 10 armored trains, concentrated against these forces along the front Starii Oskol, Rzava, Oboyan, Sudza, Sumy. The Rzava, Oboyan sector was most heavily occupied by the enemy, where 9,600 infantry, 700 cavalry, and 32 guns were concentrated along a 12-kilometer front, which accounted for 800 infantry per kilometer of front, a hitherto unknown density on the Civil War's fronts. Such a disposition of enemy group of forces pointed to his intention to initially make a tactical breakthrough of the southern front center, in order to subsequently develop it to the scale of a strategic breakthrough through subsequent supporting attacks by his flank groups. While stubbornly struggling to maintain the initiative in its own hands, the Southern Front Command on September 9th ordered its 14th and 13th Armies to reach the front Vorozhba, Sumy. In its turn, 3 days later, that is, on September 12th, the White Command issued orders to go over to a general offensive along the entire front, from the Volga to the Romanian border. In carrying out this plan, over the next few days the enemy fell with his shock group on the 13th Army and, upon breaking through its center, arrived at the city of Kursk. The former's offensive began to develop successfully, and on September 13th it captured the front Borzna, Bakhmak, but Shorin's group was tied down by stubborn fighting and unsuccessful operations in the Tsaritsyn area, which constricted its operational freedom. Besides this, the 13th Army received orders to concentrate shock fists in the area of Nizhnedevitsk and Marmazin and to operate through them along axes according to the situation. By September 20th, the Whites' offensive had spread along the entire front of the Southern Front's right flank, 14th Army, and Central Armies, 13th and 8th. Having defeated units of the 14th Army, the Whites were striving to push it beyond the Desna River in order to secure the left flank of its Oryol group. Having taken Kursk, the enemy developed his operations against the 8th Army, thus broadening his strategic breakthrough to the east as well. In order to inflict a decisive defeat on the 8th Army, the Whites dispatched Shkuro's corps to Voronezh, near which he, as we saw earlier, linked up with Mamontov's corps. As a result of stubborn fighting, 3 of the Southern Front's armies, 14th, 13th, and 8th, were defeated by the enemy and were falling back to the north, while Budyaniai's cavalry corps was dispatched to secure the boundary between the 8th and 9th Armies. The fall of Kursk and the lack of resilience in Selevakiov's group attracted the attention of our High Command to the Oryol-Kursk axis. Initially, the High Command evidently intended to eliminate the enemy's local successes along the Oryol axis and to secure the resilience of the internal flanks of Shorin's and Selevakiov's groups with Budyaniai's cavalry corps. The gradual formulation of the plan for the Oryol operation, involving the shift of the center of gravity of our efforts to the Oryol-Kursk-Kharkov axis, is evident from the High Command's subsequent dealing with the Southern Front Command and the Commander-in-Chief's orders. As early as September 24th, the Commander-in-Chief's telegram No. 4514/op, addressed to the commander of the Southern Front, indicates the beginning of some kind of new regrouping. This telegram contains instructions for the concentration of some kind of new units, still at the Commander-in-Chief's disposal, in the Navlia, Dmitriev area. These units proved to be the Latvian Rifle Division, Pavlov's Brigade, and a brigade of Red Cossacks, for an overall total of 10,000 infantry, 1,500 cavalry, and 80 guns. Before long, the High Command had evidently formed the definite decision of employing Budyaniai's cavalry corps along the Voronezh axis. The Southern Front commander, who had evidently already been informed of this decision, reported to the Commander-in-Chief, in note number 10216 of September 27th, that it, in general, is deciding to move the cavalry corps against Mamontov, who was still facing the 8th Army's front. The Commander-in-Chief's telegram No. 4615/op of September 30th, addressed to Shorin, was evidently directly linked to this report. This telegram directly states that it was necessary to free up the cavalry corps as soon as possible for a new mission, while another brief attack was necessary to the southeast, so that the 9th Army could quickly reach the Don. On that same day, that is, September 30th, Shorin's group, on the Commander-in-Chief's order No. 4637/op, was to be removed from the Southern Front, forming a separate southeastern front. From now on, the Southern Front became the High Command's new focus. And it was along this front that the Oryol-Kursk axis became the object of particular concern for the High Command and the Southern Front Command. However, the latter's attention was divided between the 13th and 8th Armies. At this time, the 8th Army was in a very difficult situation. The wedging of Shkurov's and Mamontov's united corps between the internal flanks of both fronts in the Voronezh area threatened to turn its left flank. At the same time, the enemy was planning an attack with significant forces of infantry from Korotoyak along its right flank. Southern Front Commander Yegeryev, in a cable conversation with the Commander-in-Chief on October 6, formulated the Cavalry Corps' task in the following manner. To end this cavalry nightmare as quickly as possible and to enable the 9th Army to firmly consolidate along the Don. The Commander-in-Chief expressed his agreement with the command's decision, stating that, while pressuring Mamontov and then Shkuro, Budyonny will render significant support to the 8th Army. This conversation is also quite important for an understanding of the Southern Front's operational concept, which was also adopted by the High Command. In this concept, we see the already clearly defined Voronezh focus, which most worried the Southern Front commander and commander-in-chief with its cavalry nightmare. The Cavalry Corps was dispatched to scatter this nightmare, but there was no talk yet of the linkage of its operations with the units along the Oryol axis and its subsequent tasks. This is testimony to the fact that, as a whole, the plan of the operation, regarding the coordination of all of its individual parts, had not yet been fully formulated at our highest command levels. At the same time, one may draw a conclusion from the existing version in our military historical literature that the plan for the Oryol operation immediately expressed itself in finished form as a double envelopment of the enemy's group operating along the Oryol axis. The result of the above-cited conversation was the Commander-in-Chief's Directive No. 4780/OP of October 7, addressed to the commander of the Southern Front, according to which Budyonny's corps was to be subordinated to him with the mission of continuing to pursue and defeat Mamontov and Shkurov's cavalry. The Southern Front Command, in its Order No. 632/OP, formulated this task in the following manner. Mamontov and Shkurov have linked up in Voronezh and are operating on Gryazny. Seek them out and defeat them. Simultaneously, all of the 8th Army's cavalry units were to be subordinated to Budyonny's cavalry corps. While the plan for our decisive counter-maneuver along the Oryol axis was being drawn up, the enemy continued to win his last successes along it. The 14th Army's right flank was forced back behind the Desna River, while part of the Volunteer Army's units were already trying to occupy the city of Chernigov, and on October 6 they entered the city of Voronezh. The arrival of the Red 9th Army, 18,630 infantry, 2,766 cavalry, and 165 guns, before which the numerically stronger Don Army was gradually falling back for the purpose of straightening out its front with Vrangel's Caucasus Army along the Tsaritsyn axis, was not reflected on the success of the Whites' advance along the Oryol axis. However, the appearance of the 9th Army along the line of the Don River nevertheless exerted an indirect and, moreover, unfavorable influence on the course of the Oryol operation for the White Command. It consisted in the fact that General Denikin, for the purpose of securing the Volunteer Army's right flank for its subsequent movement to the north, ordered the commander of the Don Army to clear the territory of the Don area of Red forces in the Novokopyorsk area. The Don Army organized its repeat crossing of the Don River in 3 groups: along the Talavaya axis, in the area of Stanitsa Kazanskaya, and in the area of Stanitsa Kletskaya. The spaces between these shock groups were to be occupied by a weak chain of observation outposts. The start of operations on the Don front began with a new raid by Mamontov's cavalry, which had been dispatched to Lisky Station and which on October 1 occupied Talavaya Station, disrupting the communications of the 9th Army's headquarters with its right flank units and creating a threat to the Novokopyorsk area. Budyonny's Cavalry Corps, the 9th Army's Cavalry Group, the 21st Rifle Division, and the 22nd Railroad Brigade, as well as local formations of various types, were thrown into the fight against the raiding cavalry. While avoiding a collision with them, Mamontov on October 3 turned to the northwest, approaching Voronezh. He was pursued by Budyonny's Cavalry Corps, which had reached the Bobrov area. However, the Don Army's shock groups, taking advantage of the weakening of the 9th Army's front as a result of the diversion of significant forces toward its right flank in order to combat Mamontov's new raid, successfully crossed the Don River during 5 to 10 October and pushed the 9th Army back along its entire front, while threatening its left flank divisions, which were still holding along the Don. Following a series of battles, this army's command was forced to begin a withdrawal to the front of the mouth of the Ikerets River, Buterlinovka, Uspenskaya, Kumulzanskaya, Arkadinskaya, while waiting for a more favorable moment to go over to a general offensive. Having pressed the Ninth Army back to the east, the enemy, having linked up Shkurov's and Mamontov's cavalry corps in Voronezh, began to develop his active operations in the space between the 8th and 9th Army's internal flanks. The 8th Army, threatened by the enemy's cavalry corps, which were operating in the direction of Gryatsy from the Nizhnedevitsk area, and the 3 Don Corps from the Bobrov area, which was operating toward Mordovo Station, fell back to the line of the Ikerets River from Tulanovo Station to its mouth. The 8th Army did not have communications with the headquarters of the Southern Front for several days. The Army commander took the decision independently to retreat on October 4th. He reported that the reasons for the withdrawal were the outflanking of his army from both flanks, the absence of communications and bullets, and the overall weakening of the army in the fighting. Particularly noticeable was the enemy's advance along the Oryol axis along the Kursk, Oryol, Tula, Moscow Railroad. But this advance had been purchased at the cost of regroupings along the front, because General Denikin no longer had any free reserves for supporting the further scope of his operation. It was just during the Oryol operation that the peasant movement in the rear of Denikin's front metastasized to the size of a real peasant war, which shook all the internal braces of the White Rear, and at times even threatened Denikin's headquarters. In the fight against Denikin, the peasantry proceeded under the leadership not only of the proletariat, but under the slogans of the anarchists and the socialist revolutionary ideology of the Greens. The struggle with the landlord, against which the peasantry arose, conditioned the growth of Makhno's influence. Makhno occupied Yekaterinoslav for an entire month, and from time to time his detachments even threatened Taganrog, where Denikin's headquarters was located. Along the Black Sea coast, the Greens peasant movement, which arose under the slogans of a third, independent democratic force, achieved such a scope that Entente diplomacy, in the person of the British Supreme Commissar, sought to ease Denikin's situation by conducting peace negotiations with the Greens without him. By this time, relations with the Kuban Cossacks had reached their greatest level of exacerbation. Formally, the Rada had been pacified by the execution of several of its deputies. But in order to maintain those pacified in subjugation, the actual military occupation of the Kuban had to be resorted to. Finally, Denikin's national policy yielded its fruits in the autumn of 1919. Chechnya and Dagestan rose up against the government of the armed forces of South Russia. Although the leadership of the mountain tribes attempted to ascribe a national chauvinist character to the uprising and to prop it up with pan-Islamic slogans, it only managed to achieve this in part. Economic reasons, which conditioned the breadth of the movement, also conditioned its revolutionary character. The red banner arose behind the green banner, and in an entire series of areas the mountaineers began to put forth definite Bolshevik slogans in their national interpretation. Thus, in the White Camp, despite a number of recent military successes, the struggle of the peasantry and the national minorities burst forth against the government of the armed forces of South Russia. The struggle against the spreading peasant insurrections distracted significant white forces. Aside from the reserves, several of the best frontline units were dispatched to the fight against Makhno. The forces of the Terek Cossacks were tied down in fighting the Dagestan uprising, and Vrangel's Caucasus army had to rest its rear upon the unsteady Kuban. The immediate result of this internal political situation for the military front was that the military front was deprived of the possibility of counting on the flow of reinforcements from the rear and, as we have mentioned, had to gather them up, thus bearing individual sectors. That free reserve, which was represented to a certain degree by the Don Army, which had fallen behind the Don, was once again committed by Denikin into the fighting along its previous axis, and thus he could do nothing to feed his subsequent offensive except to weaken that screen which he had left against the Red 14th Army, after it had been pushed back by him to the right bank of the Desna. If we look at the disposition of both sides' forces along the Oryol axis as it had developed by October 8th, then we get the following picture. See map 10 of the plate section. The Whites' front ran like a convex half-bulge from Voronezh along the line Zemlyansk, excluding Petrovskoy, Livny, excluding Gryaznoy, Yeropkino Station, excluding Kromy, Bogoroditskoy, excluding Sevsk, Along this front, the White forces were deployed in the following manner. Shkurov's and Mamontov's cavalry corps, numbering up to 11,000 cavalrymen, were operating in the Voronezh area and to the southeast. An enemy infantry division, numbering 4,900 infantry and 400 cavalry, the number of guns and machine guns is unknown, was operating along the 125-kilometer front excluding Zemlyansk, Livny, excluding Gryaznoy. Thus, the enemy had 39 infantry and 3 cavalrymen per kilometer of front along this sector of the front. The Kornilov division, numbering 4,000 infantry and 300 cavalry, was developing its offensive along the 100-kilometer front excluding Gryaznoy, Yeropkino, excluding Kromy, excluding Bogoroditskoy, which comes to 40 infantry and 3 horsemen per kilometer of front. The 3rd Infantry Division, numbering 6,400 infantry, 300 cavalry and 20 guns, was deployed along the sector excluding Bogoroditskoy, excluding Sevsk, and for another 50 kilometers to the southwest, for an overall front of 150 kilometers, which comes to 43 infantry, 2 cavalrymen and 1/8 of a gun per kilometer of front. These 3 divisions were part of General Kutuzov's I Army Corps. Kutuzov disposed of 2,500 infantry in new formations in his reserve south of Kursk. Further on, against the 14th Army for 150 kilometers along the line of the Desna River from the left flank of Drozdovsky's division to Borzna, General Yuzfovich's V Cavalry Corps, numbering 4,000 cavalry, which amounted to 27 cavalrymen per kilometer of front. Against these enemy forces, the Reds, who flanked them along the front line already mentioned, deployed the following. The Red 13th Army, a composite division, the 55th Division, a brigade from the 3rd Division, a brigade from the 9th Division, the 42nd Division, numbering 16,000 infantry, 2,200 cavalry, 369 machine guns, and 129 guns, which amounts to 64 infantry, 9 cavalrymen, 2 machine guns, and 1/2 of a gun per kilometer of front, was facing the 1st Infantry Division and part of the Kornilov Division along the 250-kilometer sector excluding Kromy, Kodatovo, Gryaznoy, excluding Livny, Petrovskoy. But in the immediate rear behind these forces, the Commander-in-Chief's reserve had already concentrated in the Karachev, Glinka, Navlia, Samovo, Gorodish area in the form of the Latvian Rifle Division, Pavlov's Brigade, and Primakov's Cavalry Brigade, with an overall strength of 10,000 infantry, 1,500 cavalry and 80 guns. The commitment of this reserve into the fighting along the 13th Army's sector would raise the personnel and equipment strength per kilometer of front to 104 infantry, 15 cavalry, and 5/6 of a gun. Thus, we would have a more than 2-to-1 superiority in forces over the enemy. The main part of the 14th Army's forces, the 41st Rifle Division's 3rd Brigade, the 57th Rifle Division, and 2 brigades from the 41st Rifle Division's 2nd Brigade, had been concentrated against Drozdovsky's division along the 100-kilometer Bogoroditskoy, Sevsk axis, which came to about 10,000 infantry and 40 guns, which came to 100 infantry per kilometer of front and 2/5 of a gun. That is, here the Reds disposed of a more than 2-fold superiority of force, which could have been significantly increased if the Commander-in-Chief's reserve had been committed into the fighting along the 14th Army's sector. The 46th Rifle Division, with several cavalry units, was stretched along the right bank of the Desna River against Yuzfovich's corps. However, the Red 13th and 14th Army's opportunities for further reinforcement had not been exhausted by only the Commander-in-Chief's reserve. The Estonian Rifle Division was approaching along the Oryol axis and was supposed to enter the fighting shortly. The 45th Rifle Division was being transferred from Vyazma to Bryansk, however. It arrived late and arrived only when the pursuit of the enemy had begun. The enemy could have thrown onto the scales of military fortune that small reserve which he disposed of to the south of Kursk, as well as units taken from other sectors of the front. Thus, the correlation of forces along the Oryol axis was obviously not shaping up in the enemy's favor. Nevertheless, this circumstance did not tell sufficiently decisively on the course of events before the committal of the Commander-in-Chief's reserve into the fighting, which should be explained by the Red forces' cordon disposition, the worn-out state of their combat units, due to the series of preceding uninterrupted battles and, finally, the great mixing of their units. The enemy was in approximately the same situation. There remained not a trace of his shock group of forces along the Rzava, Oboyan sector, with which he began his Oryol operation. Both fronts resembled porous cordons which were exerting their last efforts, one to hold the territory occupied and the other to seize it. A further step toward the final formulation of the plan for the Oryol operation is the Commander-in-Chief's telegram No. 1247/op of October 8, addressed to the commander of the Southern Front, in which the possibility of beginning the planned operation along the Oryol axis, without awaiting the arrival of all of the shock group's forces, was pointed out. The telegram concluded with the following phrase: "Think over this entire operation, while chiefly and precisely formulating its tasks." On the following day, that is, on October 9th, the Commander-in-Chief, in telegram No. 4830/op, transferred his reserve along the Oryol axis, the Latvian division and units attached to it, to the commander of the Southern Front, and in telegram No. 4828/op he laid out the following outline for employing these units. "It is desirable," the Commander-in-Chief wrote, "to dispatch the shock group northwest of the line Kromy, Dmitrovsk along a front of no more than 20 kilometers. The overall axis of the attack is toward the Kursk Railroad between Malo-Arkhangelsky and Fetez. The troops in the area of Kromy and Dmitrovsk are to remain in the areas and are to be in no way replaced by the shock group, but are to take part in the attack along with it." Quite typical were the Commander-in-Chief's instructions regarding the 13th Army's left flank, Svechnikov's brigade, and the 55th Rifle Division. The Southern Front commander, the duties of which Yegroyev temporarily continued to carry out, planned to dispatch these units to the southeast, but the Commander-in-Chief decided to draw these units toward the focus of the Oryol fighting, while proposing to direct them to attack to the southwest. This was how the concept of the operation along the Oryol axis was planned. It was expressed, on the one hand, in a double envelopment of the enemy's group along the Oryol axis by the shock group, the Latvian division and units attached to it, and, on the other hand, by the 13th Army's left flank. This means that within the confines of the overall battle, on October 9th its two local sectors, the Voronezh and Oryol sectors, had been clearly determined, but the High Command evidently considered each of them completely self-sufficient and independent of the other. The commander of the Southern Front, whose directive No. 10726/op of October 9th is essentially the relaying of the above-cited directive by the Commander-in-Chief, evidently also evaluated these sectors this way. The Southern Front commander subordinated the shock group to the 13th Army, ordering that it be deployed along the Turanovo, Molodovoi sector, and for it to go over to a decisive offensive against the above-cited sector of the railroad. The 13th Army's left flank, Svechnikov's brigade, and the 55th Rifle Division, was to defeat the enemy attacking on Oryol. Thus, the 55th Rifle Division was supposed to attack to the southwest. The 14th Army received the following assignment: to carry out its previous mission along its right flank, to restore the situation in the area of Kudar-Mikhailovsky, and, upon reinforcing its left flank with a single brigade, to launch an attack with it on Dmitrovsk. Thus, the launching of the main attack would fall to the lot of the 13th Army, while the 14th Army's left flank would launch a supporting attack. The 86th Rifle Regiment, Armed Security, and units of the Estonian Division, which had begun its concentration, were to remain north of Oryol. However, this directive was not carried out exactly. The 13th Army's left flank, Svechnikov's brigade, and the 55th Rifle Division, as is evident from the conversation between the Commander-in-Chief and the Southern Front commander on October 10th, was forced to shift due south because two new enemy regiments had appeared along the Kromy Road and its offensive took on not an enveloping but a frontal direction. The offensive by the 13th Army shock group and its left flank encountered great enemy resistance and developed extremely slowly. As early as October 10th, the Southern Front commander, in his directive No. 10801/op, emphasized the entire significance of the activity of the 14th Army's left flank. On October 12th, the Southern Front commander, in his directive No. 10852/op, while pointing out the beginning of the movement by the enemy's cavalry from Voronezh to the north and northeast, once again repeated the mission for Bubnev's cavalry corps to defeat this cavalry, while at the same time presenting to him the additional task of aiding the 8th Army. The latter had received orders to go over to a decisive offensive for the purpose of reaching the line of the Don River as far as Yandovitz. Thus, this directive set, for the time being, limited and local goals to both of the Southern Front's left flank groups. On October 15th, the Southern Front commander subordinated the 13th Army Shock Group, Latvian Division and attached units, to the commander of the 14th Army. In Directive No. 10419/OP, the Southern Front commander demanded energetic actions to eliminate the enemy in the Dmitrovsk area, as the enemy, having occupied it, threatened the Shock Group's rear, and an energetic advance by the 14th Army's central divisions to the southeast for the purpose of securing the Shock Group's right flank. The Southern Front commander ordered the dispatch of the latter on Yeropkino, which would create for it conditions for a purely frontal offensive. From the correlation of forces referred to above, it is not difficult to see the advantages of this and the other plan for employing the Commander-in-Chief's reserve. The Commander-in-Chief's Directive No. 4828/OP of October 9th and the Southern Front Commander's Directive No. 10419/OP of October 15th would essentially lead to a head-on collision by the Latvian Division and Pavlov's brigade with the enemy's Drozdovsky and Kornilov divisions. The difference lay in the fact that the Commander-in-Chief's directive would strike deeper into the enemy's rear, while the Southern Front Commander's directive, directed toward Yeropkino, simply sought to place a medical plaster under the tip of the enemy's invasion wedge. Under the conditions that had come about, the transfer of the Commander-in-Chief's reserve to the 13th Army was inexpedient. Life itself added an amendment to this decision within a few days, forcing us to transfer the Commander-in-Chief's reserve, which had been transformed into the Shock Group, to the 14th Army. Exaggerated fears for the Tula Axis evidently influenced the initial decision. An attack through Kromy would have led, as we have already mentioned, to a series of frontal collisions, which would have radically altered the Commander-in-Chief's idea for cutting off the enemy wedge. An attack in the direction of that St. Vitez or Kursk, but through Sevsk, that is, across the internal flanks of the enemy's 3rd Infantry Division and Yusufovich's Cavalry Corps, would be closer to the goal. The operations of the Shock Group, which had been committed before its concentration, led to stubborn meeting battles in which the enemy had an advantage. This advantage was the consequence of that enemy regrouping, which he was forced to carry out under the influence of pressure by the Reds, discovered along the Kromy axis and the commitment into the fighting of his last reserves from the Kursk area, and evidently, from the Kiev area as well. Thanks to this regrouping, the enemy's forces operating along the sector excluding Kromy, excluding Sevsk, the 3rd Infantry Division, rose from 6,400 infantry and 300 cavalry to 8,000 infantry and 1,800 cavalry, that is, an addition of 1,600 infantry and 1,500 cavalry. The latter evidently came from Yusufovich's corps. The cavalry screen against the 14th Army, in the form of Yusufovich's Cavalry Corps, was reinforced by infantry units, while the strength of the enemy's infantry and cavalry units along the sector excluding Sevsk, excluding Sosnitsa, with an overall length of 150 kilometers, was 3,500 infantry and 1,500 cavalry, 23 infantry and 10 cavalrymen per kilometer of front. The meeting engagements along the front excluding Oryol, Sevsk were evidently the maneuvering of an active screen. However, in this fighting the enemy achieved a number of local territorial successes, seizing Kromy, Dmitriev, Dmitrovsk, and Sevsk. The enemy was developing his main attack, judging by the regrouping of his forces, along the Ilyets, Novosil, Oryol sector, including both extreme locales, having an overall length of 150 kilometers. Here the enemy had reinforced by 1,000 infantry and 200 cavalry the Kornilov division, which was operating along the Oryol axis, thanks to which he managed to capture the city of Oryol on October 13th, and had quite significantly reinforced, by 5,100 infantry, the 1st Infantry Division, both by castling units along the front, the 4th Kornilov Infantry Regiment, from the neighboring Kornilov Division sector, and by transferring them from the rear. Thanks to these measures, the 1st Infantry Division's strength rose from 4,900 infantry and 400 cavalry to 9,000 infantry and 500 cavalry. The personnel density of 1 kilometer of front reached 60 infantry and 3 cavalrymen, rounded out, that is, nearly half again more than with what this division began the operation. The relative strengthening of the division enabled it to win an area of space approximately 50 kilometers in depth, advancing as far as the southern outskirts of Ilyets, inclusively, and occupying the town of Novosil. But the pace of the development of Denikin's operation halted with these territorial achievements. His reserves had already been fully committed into the fighting, and the inertia of movement was in and of itself insufficient, because it was not only being swallowed up by space, but also delayed by the resistance of the Red units. The 14th Army's support of the shock group's maneuver was initially expressed in the offensive by two of this army's divisions, 41st and 57th Rifle, on Sevsk and Dmitrovsk. This offensive developed very slowly. However, the Latvian division managed to occupy Kromy on October 16th, but could advance no further as a consequence of a lack of resilience in Pavlov's brigade, which was operating to the north of it. It was only on October 17th that the Estonian division, which had completed its concentration and which had also been transferred to the 14th Army, went over to the offensive on Oryol, and on October 20th, along with the 13th Army's right flank, 9th Rifle Division, occupied it. The shock group's assumption of the offensive, along with units from the 13th and 14th Armies, led to a stubborn struggle for the initiative over several days. The front line of both sides did not change significantly, and the result of this struggle, which was overall successful for the Reds, was in no way expressed in territorial achievements, but in that in the final analysis they managed to retain the initiative in their hands. Indeed, if we draw on a map the front line, as it existed on October 21st, then we will see only very insignificant changes in comparison with the Volunteer Army's achievements in space pointed out by us earlier. Now, as before, its front ran somewhat south of Ilyets, with its right flank resting on the Don, taking in the village of Karatkoi, Prechistenskoye, Turovka, and Sobakino, bypassing the city of Oryol from the south, along the near approaches of which the 2nd Kornilov Regiment was continuing to stubbornly hold. Further on, the Whites' front line ran like a gently sloping bulge toward Shuvardino, bypassing Kromy from the east, then Dmitrovsk, Lobanovo, Sevsk, and then reaching the line of the White front pointed out earlier by us. How the Southern Front Command saw approximately its immediate tasks at this time can be judged from its Directive No. 10938/OP of October 15th. This directive attached decisive significance to the 14th Army's actions. The Southern Front commander wrote that the elimination of the enemy in the Oryol and Novosil areas depended on the rapidity and decisiveness of the actions of this army's shock group, and the securing of the town of Livny by units of the 13th Army, which, due to the offensive by Bubnov Cavalry Corps on Voronezh and the 8th Army's offensive to the line of the Don, was supposed to cement the front's overall situation and enable it to develop subsequent operations. Thus, we still do not see in this directive an expression of the idea of the mutual linking of the Voronezh and Oryol sectors of the fighting. While both sides were fighting for each inch of space against each other in stubborn fighting along the Oryol axis, major events in the Voronezh area had matured and concluded in victory, namely that it was on October 19th that the Volunteer Army's Don Cavalry had its first collision with Bubnov Cavalry Corps, which ended in favor of the Red Cavalry. The enemy was seeking to carry out a regrouping for launching a decisive attack against the Cavalry Corps, but it was at this time that partisan activities in the Whites' deep rear had their effect and forced them to detach part of their forces for eliminating these detachments, while at the same time the critical moment in the general engagement, favorable for Red Arms, had arrived. In its subsequent Directive No. 11144/OP of October 20th, the Southern Front Command, to which the 12th Army had once again been subordinated on October 16th, planned a concentric offensive by all its armies, with the exception of the 12th. The latter, which was along the Southern Front's western sector against the Poles, relieved with its units, on orders from the Southern Front Command, on October 23rd the 14th Army's 46th Rifle Division, which was also shifted to the Sevsk, Dmitriev axis against the Volunteer Army's flank. Thus the 12th Army, by dispatching part of its forces, also aided the success of the operations along the Oryol axis. The 14th Army was supposed to break the enemy's resistance in the Dmitriev area and to decisively attack in the direction of Fetez and Kursk. The 13th Army, along with the newly subordinated Estonian Division, was to energetically attack along the front Shigri, Kastornaya. The 8th Army was given the task of again reaching the line of the Don River. Budyani's Cavalry Corps was to, upon capturing Voronezh, launch an attack in the general direction of Kursk for the purpose of cutting off the enemy's units operating to the north of the Voronezh, Kursk Railroad. the Cavalry Corps was given the immediate task of capturing the railroad junctions of Kastornaya and Marmazin. The 8th Army was ordered to immediately occupy the line of the Don as far as Yandovits. Thus, according to this directive, one may consider the idea of the coordination of our units along the Oryol and Voronezh axes to have been established only from October 20th. Actually, this coordination was established even later. The 14th Army's offensive, following the capture of the city of Oryol, continued to encounter over the course of 7 days stubborn resistance by the enemy, who managed once again to capture the towns of Kromy and Sevsk and to occupy Donskaya Station along the 13th Army's extreme left flank and began to spread toward Lipetsk, Lebedyin, and Ilyets. But these tactical successes were no longer capable of influencing the overall change in the course of events in favor of the enemy. In his directive of October 27th, the Commander-in-Chief proposed to the Southern Front Command to continue the energetic offensive from Dmitrovsk and Oryol for the purpose of completely defeating the enemy's group along the Oryol axis. This offensive was to be supported by an energetic attack by the 8th Army from the east, with a cavalry mass concentrated along its right flank. The latter was given the task of destroying the enemy group operating along the Ilyets axis, followed by an attack into the rear of the enemy's Oryol group. Budyani's cavalry group launched a second powerful attack against the enemy's cavalry in the Usman, Sobakino area and on October 24th once again occupied Voronezh. Following its reinforcement by another cavalry division and a rifle brigade, Budyani's Cavalry Corps received a task from the Southern Front Commander, in Directive No. 46/OP of October 27th, changing the task contained in Directive No. 1144/OP of October 20th, upon crossing the Don to immediately direct a cavalry mass in the direction of Zemlyansk and Livny and, in conjunction with the 13th Army's left flank, to destroy the enemy in the Ilyets, Livny area. This directive meant the diversion of the Cavalry Corps from Kastornaya, which it had reached after the overall shift of the entire enemy front to the south, had become apparent. The development of the success by Budyani's cavalry and the 46th Division's successful actions around Sevsk and Dmitriev threatened the base of the enemy's invasion wedge at the same time that its head was tied down in stubborn frontal fighting with the Latvian division. These actions forced the enemy, who had suffered significant losses in the fight with the shock group, to finally give up the initiative in the Oryol area and to begin a slow withdrawal, while putting up stubborn resistance in places. Following his second abandonment of the town of Kromy, the enemy attempted to organize resistance along the front excluding Dmitrovsk, Yeropkino. The 14th Army broke through his front on November 3rd with a shock group made up of 2 Latvian brigades, and Primakov's 1,700-strong composite cavalry division was thrown into this breach. The successful raid on the town of Fetez, which Primakov's cavalry captured on November 5th, caused a major panic in the enemy rear which aided the 14th Army's subsequent offensive. On November 13th, Primakov's cavalry carried out a secondary successful raid against the railroad junction of Lgov, located in the enemy rear. At the same time that the 14th Army's successful offensive was developing, on November 9th Budyani's cavalry appeared in the area of Kastornaya Station, after which the enemy began to rapidly fall back along the 13th Army's front, as well as to retreat along the 8th Army's front. The enemy's failure along the main Oryol axis could not be made up by the Don Army's successes along a secondary axis, where it had completely carried out the missions assigned to it, having occupied Novokopyorsk and Poverino. By November 1st, the 9th Army had fallen back along the Balashov axis to the front Gribenkova, Kardale, Lektyakino, while holding along the line Ryabov, Arkadinskia. The significance of the Southeastern Front's actions during the Oryol operation was expressed in the fact that it distracted significant white forces to itself, by which means it aided to a certain degree the favorable outcome of the 14th Army's operation and that of Budyani's Cavalry Corps. Thus one should consider 24 to 26 October, the days of the final shift in military fortune in favor of the Reds along the Oryol axis. 2 factors define this event: the defeat of the Whites' cavalry by the cavalry army around Voronezh and the success of the Red 14th Army along the Sevsk axis, where the commitment of the 46th Rifle Division into the fighting exerted a decisive influence. According to the apt expression by one of the participants in these events, the division, under conditions of the complete exhaustion of the Whites' operational reserves, was that small but precious tactical unit which sharply accelerated the outcome of the month-long struggle along the Oryol axis. This was an attrition struggle along the front where the sides' main forces collided, the Dmitrovsk, Oryol area, and we should assign the decisive role in it to the 14th Army. The Army's attack forced the Army to rapidly fall back before the 13th Army. The Cavalry Corps launched a fatal blow in the Voronezh area against the White Strategic Cavalry, from which it was unable to recover until almost the end of the campaign. But we will not exaggerate the significance of this victory. Its echoes, which were separated by nearly 200 kilometers from the Oryol axis, could not affect it so quickly and immediately influence the beginning of the enemy's general retreat. But the moral significance of the victory won was great to the highest degree and was the consequence of the increased attention paid to the Southern Front by the party and the Soviet regime. As early as April 1919, they thought that we were close to victory in the South. The end of June was already bringing forth a danger from the South. In the first days of October, the matter was becoming thus that the Southern Front was the main front. Aside from all the other reasons which we spoke about in other parts of the chapter, the following phenomena were characteristic of the party's life in the summer of 1919. On the one hand, the majority of the party's best forces had been transferred to the changed to Eastern Front, while on the other, the party, based on the extended experience of the Civil War, had to restructure its ranks. During the development of Denikin's success, the chief questions for the party were not only its strictest and consistent militarization, but also its purging. 7,889 people remained in the entire Petrograd party organization in August 1919. Nevertheless, during the re-registering of its members, 2,450 were excluded. But as early as the end of August 22, 7,829 membership requests had been received from workers in 9 districts, with 6,861 admitted. These figures define the party's line at the time. On the one hand, to cleanse itself of accumulated rubbish and, on the other, to strengthen itself with workers from the workshop. Pravda, the party's central organ, wrote on September 12, 1919 that despite the loss of many of its workers by Moscow's districts, at the present time the question of purging the party's ranks and reinforcing it by means of excluding undesirable elements from it remains paramount. We must quickly rid ourselves of this ballast. On October 2, Pravda noted the conduct of party weeks, that is, the acceptance of new members from the working class after they had thrown all the ballast overboard throughout Russia. In Moscow, the party week yielded very impressive results, for by October 19th in the Presnya district alone, according to our information, 900 workers had joined the party, with up to 350 in the Sokolniki district, etc. Only this restructuring could ensure the final success of the military victory. An entire series of other measures unfolded on this basis. The report by the RKP's Central Committee for the period of September 15th through October 15, 1919, appeared in the press at the end of October 1919. The Central Committee declared that its main work, and that of the entire party during the month under review, was military work. The committee's September 26th plenum, taking into account the threatening situation on the Southern Front, voted to shift the maximum number of communists and sympathizers working in local Soviet establishments to military work, with the exception of those from the military, food, and transportation commissariats. The committee attested that the Petrograd workers, as always, had been the first to respond to its call for a new mobilization. Petrograd sent more than 300 responsible workers and carried out a subsequent mobilization on the basis of 1 man out of 15 from civilian collectives and 1 out of 10 from military ones. However, with Yudenika's offensive, the dispatch of mobilized workers from Petrograd to the south ended. Moscow took a bit longer, but as early as October 15th it had yielded over 600 communists, and the mobilization was not yet over. In the provinces, the Vologda Committee voted to depart in full for the Southern Front, while in Samara they dispatched by name 7 of the best workers, and then carried out an additional mobilization. Nizhny Novgorod, which had dispatched an entire group of responsible workers not long before this, yielded up another 25 men. In Vladimir, besides the party mobilization, which yielded about 400 soldiers, 25% of the responsible workers of the unions were mobilized. While lacking a final tally, the Central Committee believed that party organizations had given 2,000 of the most responsible workers to the front and declared such a result to be quite sufficient. One should note the special type of mobilizations which the unions and factory committees carried out from the first third of September 1919 through the VTS-SPS's Military Supply Bureau. This was the creation of procurement detachments of workers on a bonus basis, while the party's central organ, Pravda, wrote in a special article, which was dedicated to these detachments' tasks. Now the matter is in the hands of the working masses. The workers must dispatch procurement detachments made up of the best comrades. Our responsibility is to defeat the White Guards, not only along the external front, but along the internal grain front as well. The political line for the gathering of the harvest was outlined by the party's Central Committee as early as the end of August 1919. This was the conduct of the grain requisition so that all of the procurement organizations established the correct attitude toward the countryside, mainly toward the middle peasantry. There were other such measures to be added to these, such as the Front Week and the more and more developing subbotniks, which had an enormous propaganda value. All of these measures together yielded an inevitable result, the strengthening and restoration of the front. As early as October 4, 1919, news of the Moscow Council wrote that in order to repulse the danger from Denikin, we are adding to the troops' previous efforts by putting forth new detachments of workers capable of creating a turning point in the attitudes of the retreating units. The Communist Party leadership did not limit itself to organizational political measures in the rear. The party took into its hands more decisively the control over the southern front. Stressing once more that the political reasons for the failure of the operation undertaken by Denikin flowed from the very essence of his state and military system, we will halt here for a military description of his actions. Denikin's strategy, which was deprived of any kind of political underpinnings and support by the time of the Oriol operation, began to manifest all of the features of military adventurism. His actions were like those of a frenetic gambler, striving to break the bank by taking a chance, while not having a penny to his name. However, in examining his operational creativity, we must note his skillful concentration of a shock fist along the decisive axis. But this was followed by a series of mistakes. Among these we must add the beginning of operations along diverging axes, the Oriol and Novokopyursk axes, the stubborn desire to break through to Oriol, despite the completely apparent unfavorable correlation of forces, which can only be explained by an underestimation of the growing combat power of the Red Armies and, finally, the absence of a sufficient securing against the 14th Army. The latter mistake proved to be the most fatal for Denikin. We have already described the intense work by the party and Soviet society for the struggle against Denikin. In comparison with this elemental movement, the uptick in the plotting work of the counter-revolutionary underground in the Red Rear was insignificant. The greatest, relatively speaking, manifestation of this work was in Moscow. Here the detailed knowledge by the White Command of the combat composition of the Red Armies and their operational intentions had been organized by a group of plotters. Engineer Shepkin, who worked in connection with the National Center, headed this organization. Shepkin was in touch with General Stagov and Colonel Stupin, who occupied responsible posts in the Red Army's central administration. Communications were established between the Petrograd and Moscow plotters. The latter was more developed in the organizational sense. Two organizations existed in Moscow, a political one, with a primarily cadet coloration, and a military technical one, which Stupin headed. General Stagov was forming the cadres of two divisions for an armed uprising, but the plotters were desperately short of weapons and people. The object of the uprising was to isolate Moscow from the outside world by damaging all of the major rail routes. The plots were uncovered, and the guilty were arrested and suffered punishment. At the same time, part of the left socialist revolutionaries and anarchists sought to fight against the Soviet regime through individual terror. They managed to set off an explosion at a party meeting on Leontiev Lane, where several well-known party workers were killed and wounded. But all of the counter-revolution's attempts suffered a complete defeat. Aside from failures at the front, the White Armies suffered a series of powerful attacks from Makhno's partisan detachments, which shook their strategic situation to a significant degree. By October 20, 1919, Makhno's forces had reached 28,000 infantry and cavalry, with 50 guns and 200 machine guns, which represented quite a powerful organizational corps, divided into 4 corps. Makhno's army, thanks to the infantry's movement on carts, was quite mobile. At first, the chief theater of its operations was Yekaterinslav province and part of Kherson province. Then his bands began to threaten the volunteer army's rear, particularly when an unfavorable turn in the operation was taking place. Makhno's forces threatened Denikin's very headquarters in Taganrog, occupying Berdyansk and Mariupol. The White Command had to dispatch significant forces, Shkuro's corps, to fight Makhno's bands, thus weakening the front. The loss of the decisive battle by the armed forces of South Russia finally unleashed those forces which had been undermining their rear from within. At the same time, all of Denikin's disagreements with the Cossacks came to the fore, and from this time the Kuban opposition not only raised its head, but entered into a decisive struggle against Denikin. The pursuit by the Southern Front's Red Armies of the White Army's Southern Front. The Don Manik Operation. The struggle in the North Caucasus. The evacuation of Novorossiysk. The birth of the Crimean Front against the background of the overall situation. The volunteer army's moral disintegration continued. This disintegration found its expression, if only in the fact that following the Oriol operation the number of its actual troops fell to 3,000 to 4,000, while its remaining forces represented enormous rear establishments which had been corrupted to the highest degree by speculation of all sorts. It was in this situation and condition that the armed forces of South Russia continued with ever-increasing speed to roll back to the borders of the Don region and the Crimea. It was the Red Command's task to energetically pursue these forces and prevent them from recovering and putting themselves in order. The Volunteer Army's main forces, which were being threatened by the deep wedge of Budyani's cavalry between them and the Don Army, fell back rapidly to the south and southeast, breaking contact with its group along the Ukrainian right bank. Makhno's army, which was running rampant in the area of Yekaterinoslav province, did much to split up the volunteer army into two completely isolated groups in space. See Map 11 of the Plate section. The Soviet command pursued the goal of occupying the Donets Basin as quickly as possible and to completely split the volunteer army from the Cossack regions, which is why it dispatched the 13th and 8th Armies and Budyani's cavalry army into the Don region, placing on the 12th Army responsibility for operations along the Kiev axis and the 14th Army for operations along the left bank of the Dnieper in the direction of Poltava and Kharkov. The Southeastern Front's 9th Army was to develop its pursuit along the Lysky, Milarovo Railroad for the purpose of reaching Novocherkassk and Rostov-on-Don. The same Front's 10th Army, operating between the Volga and Don, was supposed to capture Tsaritsyn and then develop the pursuit of the enemy along the Tsaritsyn-Tukhachevskii Railroad. Chapter 12: The Pursuit of the Enemy in the Caucasus Front's Operation Vrangel. The new commander of the Volunteer Army, in his turn, was already intriguing among the higher command element for the purpose of ousting Denikin and selecting him in his place. But the Volunteer Army's weakness had evidently deprived Vrangel of the opportunity of expressing his intentions. Losses in the fighting and from disease had so weakened the Volunteer Army that it had to be reformed into a corps. In striving to escape into the Crimea, Vrangel was holding his left flank along the Kharkov axis far forward, while rapidly pulling back and weakening his right flank. Evidently in connection with Vrangel's intentions, from the beginning of December the enemy began to once again put up stubborn resistance to the Red 13th and 14th Armies along their paths of advance toward Kharkov. On December 5th the 14th Army was arriving at the line of the Vorskla River, having captured Okturka and thus threatening the Kharkov area from the northwest. The 13th Army, whose right flank division, the Estonian Rifle Division, was moving along the Kursk-Kharkov Railroad and was located 25 kilometers north of Belgorod, was threatening this area directly from the north. Finally, a threat was developing to the Kharkov area from the east on the part of the 8th Army, which had captured the town of Pavlovsk on the Don, with units of its 40th Rifle Division. The cavalry army was moving on Voluki. On December 6th, the 14th Army forced the Vorskla River. This army's right flank division, the 41st Rifle Division, captured Kirilovka Station and was headed toward Valky. The 46th Rifle Division, which was attacking in the center, was moving on the village of Lutovka, seizing Graveron with its left flank. The left flank Latvian Rifle Division was advancing in stubborn fighting on Tomarovka, maintaining communications to the left with the 13th Army's Estonian Rifle Division. During this time, the Estonian Rifle Division was engaged in stubborn fighting to capture Sasnoy Station, which it ended up capturing. The 3rd Rifle Division was attacking to the left of the Estonian Division from the Novi Oskol area. The 42nd Rifle Division was moving even further toward the east, and the 9th Rifle Division, which occupied the village of Vesiloy, was attacking along the army's left flank. The 8th Army's right flank 12th Rifle Division occupied the town of Biryach, while the army's remaining divisions were heading toward the line of the Don River. The enemy, while maneuvering with his cavalry, was attempting to break the red ring which had formed around the Kharkov area. While actively defending against the 14th Army and the 13th Army's center and right flank, he directed an attack by Mamontov's recovered corps against the boundary between the 13th and 9th Armies. This corps initially turned the right flank of the 12th Rifle Division from the north in the Biryach area and threw it back to the east. Widening its breakthrough, it then turned the left flank and rear of the 9th Rifle Division in the Lvovka area, while part of the cavalry army's forces came under attack as well. But the latter's main mass, in turn, attacked Mamontov's cavalry. One of the enemy's divisions, 10th Cavalry, was routed and the enemy's maneuvers suffered a complete defeat. His cavalry rushed to Veluki, with the cavalry army pursuing closely on its heels. On December 7th, on the same day, the Estonian division captured the city of Belgorod, the 13th Army's center and left flank, together with the 8th Army's right flank, renewed their offensive. But at a time when the enemy had already begun to weaken under the blows of the 13th, 8th, and Cavalry Army's internal flanks, he continued to stubbornly hold out in the sector between the Kharkov, Kursk, and Kharkov, Poltava railroads. Here he gave up each step only after stubborn fighting.